Oil-based ink has better adhesion than water-based ink, especially with smooth ceramic typeface, making it very suitable for oil-based ink. This is also why La Sung decided to plant mountain grass. But when he saw a few figures running up from downstairs, La Sung knew that his autumn planting plan would have to add a new item. The female leader of the Tang Clan had been sent by the Great Tree, and perhaps in a few days, they would have to add mulberry planting to the plan. The ancient agricultural technique of sericulture includes mulberry stacking, silkworm breeding, and silk weaving techniques, which can be considered a comprehensive industrial project. Its additional benefits are also numerous. Once sericulture is popularized, it will be like a vaccine for the poultry industry of the Han people. How could La Sung not take disease prevention seriously? Under the gates of Hanyang, Third Eye led Tang Kao and over 170 members of the clan in. Immediately, they were overwhelmed by the sturdy suspension bridge, the large red wooden gate, and the towering watchtower, all showcasing the might of the Han people. This place looked much more majestic than the marketplace in New City with its rammed earth walls. Although it may not be as large as Third Eye, is this really Hanyang City? Tang Kao asked someone in the clan to translate and inquire with Thu Dai. Yes, isn't it written Hanyang on the city gate? What do you think? Is this place good enough? Thu Dai hadn't returned in half a year. Now coming back to Hanyang City, his heart was filled with excitement, especially when standing in front of the newcomers from the Tang Clan. His pride was indescribable. However, due to the rapid development of the Han people, even after just half a year away, Hanyang City had changed so much that Third Eye felt almost like a newcomer. Hey, your clan has over 170 people. I think for now we should temporarily stay at the military camp. There are bunk beds, just enough space for everyone. Then I will take you to meet the leader, to see how he will arrange accommodation for you. Third Eye thought for a moment and then decided, oh, that's fine. Everything will follow your arrangements. Tang Ko had just arrived, but she was already familiar with Third Eye from before in New City, this captain of soldiers. Now being led to Hanyang City, a strange place, she had to follow Third Eye's arrangements. The way the gate soldiers treated Third Eye earlier made her believe that he had a certain status here. The Han people are so powerful, they definitely won't do anything to them. Tang Ko reassured herself. A group of people walked along the clean street, paved with smooth green bricks. On both sides of the road, the catalpa and willow trees were still small, the shadows of children playing everywhere, chasing after a squishy ball. The adults in the city were also busy with their work, creating a lively scene. Walking along the straight streets, looking at the closely packed green brick houses, the Tang Clan felt their eyes weren't enough to take in everything, continuously marveling at the sights around Hanyang City. Look over there, a windmill. Inside the house, there's a sawmill. I saw one in New City, but here there are so many large windmills. A Tang girl exclaimed joyfully. Oh, look at those houses. They're so tall. How many windows are there? Look, there are people inside too. Another person from the clan exclaimed in astonishment. The group quickly reached the military camp that Hanyang City had built beforehand. Currently, although most soldiers had left, whenever a warrior returned from completing a mission, they still temporarily stayed here, so this place was kept clean. Here we are. This is where you will temporarily stay. Currently, Hanyang City probably doesn't have many empty houses left, so you will have to share a space. This is a bunk bed. You can sleep both above and below. If that's not enough, you can push those tables together to make beds too. As for food, we will arrange it uniformly. Later, I will take you to meet the elder to request additional bedding. Stepping into the clean camp, although it was somewhat simple, the Tang Clan members who had never stayed in brick houses did not feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, they found the bunk beds to be something very magical, completely satisfied with the environment in the camp. They eagerly tossed their bags onto the beds, immediately dividing up sleeping spots, no longer showing any signs of fatigue after the long journey. After settling the accommodations for the Tang Clan members, Third Dai led Tang Ka and the translator to find La Sung. On the winding road, they saw many people busy. Some were leading ox carts carrying salt from outside the city, while others were using two-story carts to transport wood that had been processed to the construction site within the city. But when Thu Dai arrived at La Sung's house, no one was there, not even Tio Diep, only two naked children sitting under a tree by the road playing in the mud. Hey, have you seen the leader? Where did the leader go? Third Eye approached to ask. I know the leader is at school teaching the clan leaders how to read. The other day I sneaked into the school to take a look. It's really big inside. Aha. One child hurriedly stood up to brag. But before finishing the sentence, the other child covered his mouth with his muddy hand. You fool. We can't tell others that we went to school. Did you forget? Thu Dai looked at the two naive children, couldn't help but laugh, and didn't care whether they had been to school or not. and led Tang Ko and the translator to the central area where the teaching building was located. If I'm not mistaken, those 4 tallest buildings are the school they mentioned. Arriving at the central area, Thu Dai was also a bit confused. When he left Hanyang City, these tall buildings hadn't been built yet, so he didn't know what they looked like inside, nor did he know which building the leader was in. Changing gears, next to the construction site of the office building, Thu Dai found Mok Thong directing the installation of columns and the house. Mok Thong, where is the leader? In which building? I brought the newly joined Tang Clan to meet the leader. Oh, trial leader, it's been a while since we last met. Come over to my place for dinner tonight, okay? Ah, by the way, you guys are looking for the leader, right? Let me show you the way. Otherwise, you might get lost in those buildings. Mok Thong was also happy to see an old acquaintance. Even though trial leader used to be the clan chief, Mok Thong had joined the Han clan earlier. Before the Black Trial clan arrived, Mok Thong was already the head carpenter of the Han clan, so his status wasn't inferior to that of trial leader, and the two always treated each other equally. Alright, but don't blame me if I eat a lot and finish your portion. Why are you guys using wood to build houses like this? The foundation is raised so high. Wouldn't it have been better to use bricks like before? That's the leader's request. Once it's built, you'll see. It'll be more beautiful than the teaching building. The group chatted as they entered a teaching building, climbing up the stairs on one side, leaving trial leader and Tang Ko unsure which foot to step with first. Did you guys install the stairs from the city wall into the house? Trial leader asked in surprise. Is this wooden staircase sturdy? What's the big deal? Even if all 3 of you jump on it, it'll be fine. Don't worry, just follow me up. The leader usually stays on the 3rd floor. I don't understand why he likes to be up high. Bob Thung laughed and explained as he pulled everyone upstairs. Tang Ko and the translator followed behind, whispering to each other. The Han clan is really impressive. Are these houses really built by humans? I thought I had arrived at a place of the gods. They really could come up with such a miraculous way for people to enter houses taller than ancient trees. The translator, holding onto the handrail while climbing, sighed. From now on, don't talk like that anymore. Now our whole clan has joined the Han clan. From now on, we are Han people. This place is also our clan's living land. Just take your time to get used to it. The Han clan has so many amazing things. The leader even talked about using sheep wool to weave fabric and using silk from silkworms. I still haven't seen that. Tang Ko also felt emotional. The 3 floors weren't too high, and they quickly arrived in front of a classroom on the 3rd floor. The door was open since there weren't many people in the building, making the room feel more airy. Bob Thong led everyone to stand in front of the door and immediately saw dozens of students inside molding clay, along with La Sung standing by the window, smiling at them. It turned out the leader had known they were coming for a long time. No need to knock on the door. Mok Thong, if you're not busy, go ahead and continue working. Trial leader, you all follow me to the next room to talk. La Sung had been waiting at the window for a long time, and when he saw them arrive, he stepped out of the classroom and said this to everyone. La Sung led a few people to a classroom next door, finding a place to sit down. At this moment, everyone finally had the chance to observe the entire room closely. The rows of wooden desks and chairs were neatly arranged, and 2 blackboards occupied half of the front and back walls. On the teacher's platform was a desk reserved for the teacher. Everything was tidy and clean. Tang Ko felt a bit awkward sitting down on the chair. She wasn't used to the luxury of the Han clan and didn't know what this place was for. Facing La Sung, the leader who held real power, she felt a bit tense. Compared to their Tang clan, the Han clan was too wealthy. Has everyone in your clan settled in? La Sung asked in a gentle tone. Yes, leader. I have temporarily brought them to the military camp. This time, I'm here to ask for your opinion on the next arrangements. Trial leader quickly replied, Then what does clan chief Tang Kao think of Hanyang City? La Sung actually didn't intend to bring the Tang clan to Hanyang City but had another plan. He asked this just to hear Tang Ko's attitude and thoughts first. After all, they were people coming from afar to the Han clan, and it wouldn't be right to chase them away to build a new base as soon as they sat down. Leader, I think Hanyang City is very good. If we can live here, everyone in the clan will definitely be very happy. I assure you they will work hard and complete the tasks you assign. Tang Ko hurriedly replied. However, the meaning in her words was very clear. They wanted to stay in Hanyang City. La Sung thought to himself, Then I'll speak frankly with you. As you can see, Hanyang City is built much better than New City, but the area here isn't as large. Right now, there is no more vacant land in the city to build houses. If you want to live in Hanyang City, I can only ask some residents in the city to move out, then you will have a place to stay. La Sung said, while shrugging. The translator was stunned after hearing this. She didn't expect La Sung to be like that. Previously, He had promised that as long as they joined the Han clan, they would be moved to live in Hanyang City. Now, they had to abandon their homes, leave everything behind, and travel a long distance to get here. Yet the leader said there was no place for them to stay. Tang Kao wasn't very fluent in Han language, so she didn't understand clearly. Seeing the translator not saying anything, she didn't know what was happening and gently pulled the translator's hand. "Leader, what is he saying? Why don't you tell me?" "Leader. The leader of the Han clan. He." "Shut up. Do you want to get us killed? Now that we have joined the Han clan, he is our leader. From now on, don't call me leader anymore. Got it?" Tang Kao whispered but firmly reprimanded. "Yes, clan chief. The leader said that there are no houses for us to stay in Hanyang City. If we want to stay, we can only ask some residents in the city to move out," the translator said resentfully in a low voice. Tang Kao didn't know how to respond to this. She didn't understand Le Sung's intentions. Previously, when they were in New City, he had shown great concern for their tribe, or rather, for their silkworms. So why was he treating them like this now? If Hanyang City didn't have enough space, why didn't he let them stay in New City from the beginning? He seems very interested in their tribe, or rather, interested in their silkworms. So why treat them like this now? If Hanyang City doesn't have enough space, why not let them stay in Shin City from the start? Although Tan Fan isn't built as well as this place, it's still pretty decent. The important thing is the large area. Even if we had 10 more clans, there would be enough space. What the leader means is that we have to move to another place to live. Tang Kao didn't fully understand La Sung's intentions, so she cautiously asked. La Sung didn't answer directly but stepped up to the podium, using chalk to draw a sketch of the terrain around Hanyang City on the blackboard, then turned back to ask Tang Kao. "You raise silkworms, so do you know of any other insects that also eat leaves and spin cocoons like mulberry silkworms?" "Other insects that spin cocoons?" Tang Kao didn't get a direct answer from Le Sung but was instead asked back, which surprised her a bit. "You really don't know this?" "That's right. There are other insects. Do you understand the map? If not, I can teach you. Come here and take a look." La Sung called everyone closer, pointing at the blackboard. "This is Hanyang City, where we are. This is the river to the east of the city, and these are the fields on both sides of the river. Do you understand?" Tang Kao looked at the map in the direction La Sung pointed, then looked out the window and saw the city walls, fields, and river, seeming to understand a bit, and nodded hesitantly. "You still don't understand what La Sung is trying to say. All right, I'll point it out directly outside the window for you." La Sung looked at Tang Kao's confused expression, not believing that she understood. "Look at the river outside the city. You crossed that wooden bridge, right?" La Sung stood by the window, pointing to the east. This time, Tang Kao finally understood, hurriedly nodding. "After crossing the wooden bridge and heading south for about a day's journey, you will find a chestnut forest. Chestnuts are a type of fruit with a hard shell, very delicious and easy to preserve. There is a type of silkworm that specializes in eating chestnut leaves called chestnut silkworms. Chestnut silkworms are about the same size as mulberry silkworms, but they are green, with small spines on their bodies, and they can also spin silk and make cocoons like mulberry silkworms. If you want to raise mulberry silkworms here, that's fine. But Hanyang City doesn't have mulberry trees. Even if you plant them right now, it will take 1 to 2 years for the trees to grow big enough to harvest leaves for the silkworms, right?" La Sung asked again. Hearing La Sung say that, Tang Kao and the translator also understood his point. "That's right. The Han tribe currently doesn't have a silkworm farming project, so there are no mulberry trees, and there aren't even any wild mulberry trees growing around. So how do they raise silkworms? Even if they plant trees right now, it will take 2 years, as the leader said. But what will they do during those 2 years?" With this question and La Sung saying that not far from here there is a type of green silkworm, Tang Kao and the translator also understood part of his meaning. He wants them to plant mulberry trees first and then raise the other type of silkworm during those 2 years. The leader wants us to go across the river to raise that green silkworm. Tang Kao cautiously asked, "No, not to raise them. I think there must be chestnut silkworms there. And that forest is very large. If there are chestnut silkworms, there will be plenty. I want you to go collect some wild chestnut silkworm cocoons and try to spin silk and weave fabric in Hanyang City. If successful, we will proceed with artificial breeding and expand later. Additionally, I plan to build a new city near the chestnut forest across the river, slightly larger than Hanyang City, close to the riverbank, clearing farmland, planting food, controlling the area around the pine forest and chestnut forest, mainly producing food, chestnuts, silk, and mulberries. I want your Tang clan to move there to live, and during this current phase, you will be responsible for building the new city, as well as collecting and experimenting with raising chestnut silkworms. I wonder if you agree. La Sung looked at Tang Cao and the translator and asked. Hearing La Sung say that, Tang Cao, the translator, and Shidai were all stunned. Are we really building another new city? Leader, do we have to build another new city this year? Shidai asked bluntly. Yes, first choose a good spot, clear the ground, and then raise the city walls. Inside, we will wait until next spring to continue building. You don't need to worry. The more people our tribe has, the easier it is to develop, taking more land to plant more food. Once we have food, we won't have to worry about the population issue anymore. La Sung simply explained, then looked back at Tang Cao and the translator. Leader, are you saying we will build a new city, larger than Hanyang City? Tang Cao asked in disbelief. That's right. You need to participate, but not just you, there are many others too. After all, you don't know how to build yet, so you should learn from everyone first. Also, what I just mentioned about your entire Tang clan moving to the new city doesn't mean you will move right away this year, but wait until next year when the houses are built before moving, which will also facilitate your silkworm raising. As for the mulberry trees, you can plant them in Hanyang City this year, and after the city is built, you can transfer the young trees over, and that will be fine. La Sung explained to them, and Tang Cao listened carefully. Now that they had joined the Han tribe, they were also living off others, and if they didn't follow the leader's orders, what other choice did they have? After all, there wouldn't be a good outcome. Moreover, the current situation is just as La Sung said. If they didn't agree to this arrangement, they would definitely achieve nothing in the next 1 or 2 years. But what about the silkworms they brought back this time? Leader, I can agree to your arrangement and am very willing to help everyone build the new city. It's just that what about the silkworms we brought back this time? If we had known there were no mulberry trees here, we wouldn't have brought them. Now that we have brought them, we can't raise them, which is really a pity. Tang Cao said regretfully. No, it's not a pity. Silkworms can still be raised without mulberry leaves. They can eat other leaves and still spin cocoons. It's just that when they become butterflies, they won't reproduce. You can raise these silkworms for now. Wait a year or two until the mulberry trees here are ready for use. You can come back to get more silkworms. If not, there's nothing to be done. Just raise them for now. Can it really be like that? Tang Cao and the translator were both stunned after hearing this. They had never known these things. How could the leader know so much? But thinking back to their first encounter with La Sung, they no longer found it strange. Without such skills and knowledge, how could one possibly lead such a large tribe? So we will follow the leader's arrangements. Tang Cao immediately expressed his opinion. Yes, you all came at just the right time. In a few days, the rice outside the city will be harvested, and the new members can also go help out and learn how to farm. Later, when the distribution is made to different towns, they can be self-sufficient. For now, you will temporarily stay in the camp. This year, we can only do this. Later, I will have someone take you to see the weaving workshop in Hanyang City to see how we weave fabric, and then I will send some of your women to learn so that when you weave silk, you won't be clueless about using the machinery. La Sung continued to make arrangements. Yes, we will follow the leader's arrangements. Tang Cao immediately replied. La Sung nodded, stepped out of the classroom, and called a student from the next room to take Tang Cao on a tour of the weaving workshop. This was also to humble them a bit. Don't think just because you know how to raise silkworms and wear silk that you're skilled. Take a good look at the weaving techniques of the Han people. You are nothing compared to that. Just take your time to learn. After Tang Cao and the translator left, only Shidai and La Sung remained in the room. At this moment, Shidai could no longer hold back and hurriedly asked La Sung to confirm. Leader, are we really going to build another new city this year? How could I casually say something as big as that? Not just one new city. My plan is for 2. One at the chestnut forest on the east bank of the river, and one in the northern valley. Both must be completed before the end of next year, La Sung said as he returned to the podium, drawing 2 circles on the sketch map, marking the locations of the 2 new cities. But leader, where will we get that many people? The new city over there isn't even full yet, and now we're adding 2 more cities. Will there be enough people to build? People will come soon enough. Next spring, more than 4,000 people from the 2 northern tribal alliances will head south. If we don't prepare now, when thousands of people flood into your place, without housing or food, that's when you'll really panic. We prepare the foundation in advance, so when they come to build, it will be quicker. It's always better to prepare early than to respond in a hurry. La Sung said helplessly. Such urgent matters can't be helped. After all, it's the initial stage of construction, and every place needs people. But this is good. You've built the catalpa tree, so why worry about not having phoenixes to reside? With good houses, surely no one will refuse. Of course, as long as you acknowledge yourself as a member of the Han people and follow the leader's arrangements. Shidai thought about it and realized it was indeed like that. After all, under your command, There are soldiers in those two alliances, so you naturally know that 4,000 people will come next year. According to what La Sung just said, when those 4,000 flood into Hanyang City, I really can't imagine what will happen. The leader truly has foresight. So leader, what will these two new cities be called? They can't all be called New City. Now, there are already 3 new cities. Shi Dai thought for a moment, looked at the sketch map on the board, and asked again. Yes, I've also thought about the naming issue. Our place is Hanyang County, and the new city in the Northern Valley is just a county town, under the administration of Hanyang County. Moreover, I chose to build the city there mainly based on the terrain of the narrow valley, building a city wall to defend against the attacks of the cannibal tribe. After all, our current strength is not enough to completely eliminate them. We can only choose a conservative defensive strategy. Therefore, this place is both a county town and a pass, and because we once captured wild horses, I plan to name this county town Fuma Guan, La Sung said as he wrote the 3 Chinese characters on the position of the valley on the map. As for the new city on the east bank of the river near the chestnut forest, this is a new county on par with Hanyang City, which will also expand to include surrounding county towns in the future. This county uses the river as a boundary, facing Hanyang County across the river. I plan to name it Ruyang County. La Song wrote 3 characters on the map on the board, and the current new city that you and Da Shu are overseeing now has 2 adjacent markets, but calling them markets is actually larger than even Hanyang City, and will continue to expand in the future. Therefore, this is also a major county on par with Hanyang County, and Ruyang County will be called Liuyang County. The 2 existing markets of Liuyang County are adjacent, so they are classified as township level. The northern area is called Linzai Township, and the southern area is called Shangtian Township, both under the administration of Liuyang. The specific management scope of Liuyang County is even larger. To the east, it must control the Ling tribe in the swamp, and to the west, it borders Ruyang County. To the north, it must control the copper mine at Bao Bao Mountain. The south is still being developed and has not yet established a specific management area. These places will all need to build our county towns in the future to implement actual control. La Song marked the names on the map while discussing the specific management scope of the administrative units. Shi Dai also looked at the map with a look of astonishment. Hanyang County, Ruyang County, Liuyang County, and there is also a county-level administrative unit called Fuma Guan along with the 2 townships Linjie and Shangtian of Liuyang County. The leader only sketched a few lines. Has the Han people grown this big? Looking at the map on the blackboard, listening to La Sung's description, Shi Dai felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. It had been nearly 2 years since the Black Rat tribe joined the Han people. Although the time wasn't long, the development of the Han people was truly remarkable. There is also a county-level administrative unit called Phukma Pass along with 2 townships, Lam Trak and Phuong Dien, from Liuyang County. The leader sketched a few lines. Has the Han ethnic group grown this large? Looking at the map on the blackboard, listening to La Sung's description, Thidai felt an indescribable emotion. It has been nearly 2 years since the Black Rat tribe joined the Han ethnic group. The time may not be long, but the development of the Han ethnic group has truly been remarkable. From the caves surrounded by city walls to the first fortress, and now this year, the 2nd and 3rd fortresses have appeared. In no time, the 4th and 5th fortresses will also be built. The influence of the Han people is expanding, and the resources in the territory are abundant. At this rate, in less than 2 more years, the entire northern iron ore region will become the backyard of the Han people. The image of La Sung before him made Third Eye even more confident in his decision that day. From now on, he must closely follow La Sung's footsteps. Only by following such a leader can he achieve greater accomplishments. If the Han people have dozens of fortresses and hundreds of thousands of people, would they still fear the cannibal tribe? I'm afraid they would level their mountains. No matter how strong the cannibal tribe is, if tens of thousands of warriors with steel blades charge, they would just end up as fertilizer for the fields. Leader, should I do something? Or will you assign me a mission? It's tough for me to come back here once if I have to return to Sin City. It would be so boring to go back to Liuyang County. You said it yourself, Liuyang County has tens of thousands of people who would dare to attack us. I wouldn't have anything to do there. Third Eye immediately grimaced at La Sung's assignment. Did he really want to do something? Fine. In the coming days, Hanyang City will harvest rice. After the farming is done, I will assign you some people. You choose a place to cultivate and clear the land. Do you want to help in Ma County or in Ruyang County? You decide for yourself. La Sung pointed to 2 areas on the map. Let's go to Ruyang County, the Black Rat tribe. We used to be there. The location of Ruyang County isn't too far from where the Lut tribe used to live. I'm quite familiar with that area. I guarantee I can pick a good piece of land for the leader. Third Eye thought for a moment and then immediately chose Ruyang County, the place he was most familiar with, then patted his chest to assure Le Sung. All right, then I will inform you of the requirements for choosing the location in Ruyang County. First, it must be near a river. After all, Ruyang County needs to grow food. Being close to a water source will make irrigation easier. Second, the area of this fortress should be quite large, with a length and width not less than 1,000 meters. Third, leader, why is Ruyang County so big? Isn't it too spacious? Before La Sung could finish speaking, Third Eye asked in astonishment. The capital of Hanyang County is only 400 meters wide, while Ruyang County needs to be over 1,000 meters, a fourfold difference. Even if it's a large county, it shouldn't differ that much. But Le Sung appeared very serious, showing no intention of changing. It must be that big. Now I regret building Hanyang City too small. A county city that is the capital of a county can only hold a maximum of 5,000 people. Don't you think that's too small? Moreover, the living area in the city is also too small. There's no room to raise 2 pigs or a few goats. Besides the house, the yard is less than 6 meters wide. What can be done? The streets don't need to be mentioned. The school is an important place but has no separate yard. It has to share with the county magistrate's residence. Is that a place for studying? The county magistrate's office is even more cramped. Many departments have to squeeze together. Currently, the population is low, and there's not much work, so it's still manageable. But if a few more county cities are built, even daily administration would be difficult. Those were mistakes I made due to my inexperience when building the fortress for the first time. Therefore, I must not repeat similar mistakes. The living area in Luoyang County has been expanded to 16.6 meters, double that of Hanyang City. You've been there for a long time. Where do you think is more convenient? La Sung, Li Ke, regretted the mistake made when building Hanyang City, feeling very remorseful. If it weren't for the overwhelming workload, with everywhere busy building, he might have wanted to expand all of Hanyang City. Oh, if that's the case, then the housing in Ruyang County must be more comfortable. Spacious yards. I see exemplary working families raising a few livestock and still have plenty of space. I understand the leader's intention. From now on, we will build each fortress bigger and better. But leader, after these times, I feel like you want every household to raise pigs. Goats too? Third Eye nodded in agreement. What's wrong with that? If all the hen people have land to cultivate, have food to eat, and still have some left over to raise a few pigs, wouldn't that be a good life? I know this is very difficult to achieve, but we should aim for that. Ah, you've got me off track. I'm assigning you the task of choosing the location here. La Sung suddenly realized, pointing at Third Eye. Yes, leader, please give me the mission. He. Third Eye immediately stood up straight, grinning widely in response. I just said, first, it must be near a river. Preferably not more than 2,000 meters, because Ruyang County also needs to dig a protective ditch, using this artificial river to improve water flow, just like Hanyang City. If it's too far, the amount of digging will be huge. Second, the length and width must not be less than 1,000 meters. This is non-negotiable. It can only be larger, not smaller. Third, the surrounding terrain must be a bit higher, so the river water doesn't flood the fortress. Fourth, it must be flat enough, at least easy to fill in, preferably open land to facilitate the cultivation of fields. Additionally, the surrounding open land must be wide enough to ensure food production sufficient for the entire city. I don't want to have to transport food from elsewhere in the future, as that would waste manpower and resources. Finally, and most importantly, it must be near a forest. The surrounding area must provide enough building materials and fuel for the entire city. Cooking can use corn straw, but wood for building houses must be available. La Sung listed the important requirements when choosing the location for building the fortress. This is exactly what the books say to do. If a location for building the fortress cannot be found, then Third Eye would be of no value anymore. Yes. Try to ensure the completion of the leader's task. The guy immediately clasped his hands in salute. This guy took on the task very quickly, without considering the difficulty. It seems like he is really fed up with Luoyang District. Well, let's just let him go out to relax a bit. After all, it's not far from Hanyang City, and if anything comes up, we can call for support right away. All right, you go prepare. I'll check on the situation with the Tang tribe. La Sung nodded and left the guy behind. He still wanted to see the shocked expression of Tang Clan, that old lady. Well, of course, La Sung wasn't someone who was idle. Mainly, he needed to create a silk reeling machine. This thing is quite different from the cotton, linen, and wool spinning machines, so specialized tools are required. After sending the guy away and arranging for the students to study on their own, La Sung went to the textile workshop himself. The textile workshop is quite spacious, consisting of 2 sections converted from 2 adjacent warehouses. One section is used for spinning raw fibers and winding threads, while the other section specializes in weaving fabric. With a fabric width of 2 meters, this place produces over 500 meters every day, which is indeed a huge output. Upon arriving at the workshop, La Sung's mother-in-law, the Tang Clan leader, was still patrolling, occasionally guiding the female workers in the workshop. La Sung didn't see Xiao Di. Perhaps she was off researching fabric dyeing again. Currently, Xiao Di no longer cares about weaving techniques because La Sung's 2 machinery upgrades have brought the textile industry to the peak of craftsmanship, leaving nothing more to improve. To optimize further, it could only be from the power aspect, but that's not something that can be done right now. Therefore, Xiao Dai has shifted her research focus from textiles to dyeing. These two fields, while related, are completely different. No matter which field one chooses, the water is very deep. It's hard for one person to fully understand both in a lifetime. In the spinning section, the wheels spin continuously. The latest generation of multi-spindle spinning machines turns wool into thread non-stop, supplying the weaving section. This section only has enough stock for 2 days. If operations stop for a day or two, even the adjacent weaving section will halt production due to a lack of raw materials. Entering the section, La Sung saw from afar a group of women dressed in thin silk, standing around a rough spinning machine. Most of them covered their mouths, their faces looking like they had seen a ghost, but they all restrained themselves from screaming. On one hand, they were afraid of being looked down upon by the Han people, and on the other hand, they didn't want to disturb the female workers who were working. They stood quietly watching, creating a beautiful scene, the beauty of labor. A female worker sat in front of the rough spinning machine, continuously pedaling to operate the machine, her hands picking up the clean and dried wool from 2 large baskets beside her. Leader, I think it might work." Tang Kao reacted quickly and said, I think so too. Using silk to weave fabric isn't much different from wool or hemp, it's just the spinning method that differs. One is dry spinning, while the other has to be wet spinning. As for the specific operation methods, I have a few ideas. How about this? There are still a few days until the rice harvest. I'll let the guy lead you to that chestnut forest to pick some wild silkworm cocoons. It takes about 4 days to get back, just in time for me to take advantage of these days to create a silk reeling machine, so when you return, you can try it right away. Huh. The leader can make a silk reeling machine so quickly? Tang Kao was shocked and couldn't believe it. This isn't too complicated. The old foot-powered spinning machine we replaced also exists. Just take one and modify it. La Sung spread his arms and said, if that's the case, we're ready to go to the forest. The leader mentioned to pick silkworm cocoons. If we really can turn silkworm cocoons into fabric like this, it will definitely be the finest fabric in the world. Tang Kao also said excitedly. After seeing the textile workshop of the Han tribe, she was eager to turn familiar silk into fabric. This way, they would also become useful to the tribe. In the future, if there are any benefits, she can easily advocate for her clansmen and the tribe she leads. Moreover, she herself could also gain a bit more influence. Who knows, in the future, she might even stand alongside Chang. Everything must be fought for on one's own. The Han tribe has so many clans. If you don't take the initiative, when will it be your turn? Well, then you choose a few clansmen to go with you. I'll send the guy to act as a guide and protect the team. You all hurry up, don't miss the food harvest in the coming days. La Sung nodded and instructed. Yes, leader, rest assured. Tang Kao accepted the task and immediately asked La Sung for permission to withdraw. La Sung also didn't stay long and found someone to bring an unused foot-powered spinning machine to the woodworking shop to start the modification plan. The process of reeling silk isn't too difficult or complicated. The only difference from wool or hemp is that hot water is needed. Raising silkworms to reel silk for weaving brocade has a very long history in our country. There are quite a few idioms about silk, such as wrapping oneself in a cocoon, reeling silk, and peeling cocoons are all familiar phrases. The most important step in silk reeling lies in 4 words: reeling silk and peeling cocoons. Inside the silkworm cocoon is the silkworm pupa, the resting state of the silkworm before it transforms into a moth. When the silkworm wraps itself into a pupa, just a few days later, it will develop into an adult moth and bite through the cocoon to emerge. However, to have a complete cocoon, the pupa must be killed before it transforms into a moth. There are 2 common methods to kill the pupa. One is to boil the cocoon in a pot, using boiling water to kill the pupa inside, preventing them from transforming. The other is a method suitable for large quantities, using a high-temperature drying oven to dry, roasting the pupa inside the cocoon, also preventing them from transforming. After this step, we have a complete cocoon. Next is the process of reeling silk and peeling cocoons, also known as silk reeling. First, put the cocoon into a pot of clean water to heat, not boiling, just at a temperature that a person's hand can withstand, similar to the temperature of hot bath water. The purpose of this step is to dissolve the silk glue in the cocoon with hot water. Silk is different from spider silk. it doesn't stick by itself. Roasting the pupae in the cocoon also prevents them from transforming anymore. After this step, we have a complete cocoon. Next is the process of silk extraction or reeling silk. First, put the cocoon into a pot of clean water to boil, not necessarily boiling, just at a temperature that a person's hand can tolerate, similar to hot bath water. The purpose of this step is to dissolve the silk glue in the cocoon with hot water. Silkworm silk is different from spider silk. It is not sticky by itself. When the silkworm spins its cocoon, it secretes an additional layer of sticky silk to hold it tightly, making the cocoon hard and sturdy. But after soaking in hot water, the sticky silk dissolves, allowing us to pull the silk from the cocoon. When making the cocoon, the silkworm crawls to its chosen spot. The silk maker creates a support for the cocoon, similar to a hammock. Then, the silkworm crawls onto the hammock, curls its body into a U shape, and releases silk to wrap itself up. Therefore, besides the cocoon, there is also a layer of tangled silk that is essentially the hammock. Before pulling the silk from the cocoon, the unusable layer of hammock must be removed. After this step, only the smooth cocoon remains. This cocoon is made from a single silk thread that is 500 to 1,500 meters long, with only two ends, one inside the cocoon and one outside the cocoon. At this point, the important step is to find the starting point, specifically to locate the end of the silk outside the cocoon. This step is not difficult. The silk thread is as thin as 1/4 of a hair, so when spinning the thread, 7 or 8 cocoons are usually grouped together. To twist 8 strands of silk into a bundle to weave fabric. When looking for the starting point, just place the 8 cocoons into a basin of water, quickly stir with chopsticks, and the ends of the silk will naturally wrap around the chopsticks. Gather the 8 ends of silk, thread them into the spinning machine, and you can start. In summary, pulling silk is not complicated. Many manual steps cannot be replaced by machines. What machines can do is, after finding the starting point, tie several ends of silk to the spindle, using a flywheel to create force, and just roll the silk back up. Therefore, the silk pulling machine can remove the front part of the old foot-powered spinning machine, keep the flywheel, pedal, connecting rod, add a few horizontal bars to guide the silk, and finally place a basin of hot water in front to hold the cocoons, and it's done. To increase efficiency, the machine needs to be wide enough to spin multiple strands at once. Lasung plans to spin 4 strands simultaneously, requiring a basin that is not too wide but long enough. To avoid mixing the groups of cocoons, the basin can be designed like a hot pot with partitions, dividing each group of cocoons into separate areas to prevent the silk from tangling together. Lasung recorded the requirements and dimensions to hand over to Muk Don, the assistant in the woodworking shop to handle. Muk Don is quiet, skilled in technical research, while Muk Don is good at management, task delegation, and organizing work with strong coordination skills. These two, one internal and one external, manage the woodworking workshop of Muk Thon Han Zung very well, which makes Lasung very satisfied. It surely won't take more than 2 days to complete the renovation. Lasung thought so. The design and renovation of the silk-pulling machine went smoothly, but on the other side, the Tang tribe was preparing to harvest chestnut cocoons, and the Third Eye group was choosing a location in Nhu Duong, which was not going well. After the Let tribe was forcefully merged by the Han tribe, the Let tribe's living area became desolate. Besides the fact that every year the Han tribe sends people to collect a season of chestnuts, very few people go there anymore. But during this 6-month vacancy, no one knew when another tribe had come, occupying the abandoned home of the Lut tribe, right under the eyes of the Han tribe, and settled there. According to the habit of going out, everyone had to carry weapons, even if it was just a regular long spear. But this group of people primarily went to work, not thinking they would encounter enemies, at most just to guard against wild animals, so they didn't bring many weapons. If they had to count, perhaps a long-handled axe for chopping wood and a metal shovel for digging could be included. The rest were a few long bows that the men led by Third Eye carried along with a few spears and Third Eye's steel blade. The group followed the old animal path, the trails frequently used by wild animals, like the path that the warriors of the Lut tribe once hunted. After a year, this path had been covered by newly grown grass and trees. This time, the team did not walk entirely on foot, as they brought along 2 ox carts, moving very slowly, spending most of their time clearing the way. Meanwhile, at the old home of the Lut tribe, it was now occupied by another migrating tribe. This tribe had a population of about 400 to 500 people. They built their new home on the wasteland of the Lut tribe. Although it was still tents woven from branches, they added a layer of mud on the outside to increase warmth and sturdiness. But this was not the most important thing. The important thing was that this tribe had learned to cultivate, which was absolutely a significant achievement. If humanity only mastered the technique of cultivation, as long as they did not encounter natural disasters, food would be guaranteed. and growing strong was just a matter of time. This morning, the weather was clear. The men of the tribe went hunting as usual while patrolling the surroundings. Exploration was necessary. They had been here for less than half a year and were still unfamiliar with the area, only knowing that there were forests producing seeds near a water source, with open land, and even discovering an abandoned area, so they decided to settle here. The women of the tribe brought wooden spears to the river to catch small animals, using them to stab fish. But this was not their main food. They primarily relied on cultivated plants for their diet, which was a type of vine that grew on the ground, with tubers growing underground. The edible part was the tuber buried in the ground. This tuber has a dark brown skin, white flesh, some with light brown spots, resembling soursop but not quite. Each tuber is about the size of an adult's fist, containing a lot of starch, and can be roasted directly over the fire. This type is usually not cut, because cutting it exposes the flesh and causes itching. The only way to stop the itch is to hold your hand close to the fire. The tribe calls this plant duc, hence the tribe is named the Duc tribe. Duc is actually taro, similar to potatoes, and is a relative of yam. In our country, it has a long history of cultivation, known since the Zhou dynasty, and became an important food during the spring and autumn period. La Sung had eaten it once but didn't like it much. However, many people still enjoy it depending on their taste. Because it is not a modern staple food, it is not grown much, so La Sung knows little about it. But even without expertise, many types of food are still better than few. In the Han tribe, this vine is very popular because pigs like to eat it. The Han tribe was not rich enough to use corn to feed pigs, so currently, the vine is the main food source for pigs, but that is a story for later. The Duc tribe has been here for half a year, busy clearing land, planting taro, building homes. Even when they go hunting, they still fall into the cycle of primitive activities, needing to return before dark. Moreover, the Han tribe had not come here for a long time, so the two sides had never met. The Han tribe also did not know about taro, but today the opportunity for a meeting finally arrived. On the second morning, Nhu Duong's group was very close to the Duc tribe's camp, but they had not set off yet and were gathering for breakfast. Two large iron pots buried in the ground were cooking salted meat porridge. The aroma of rice porridge wafted far into the forest. It was this strange scent that attracted the hunting team of the Duc tribe. "Do you guys smell something?" a young leader asked his team members. It seems like the smell of smoke from a fire." "I can smell it too, not just smoke, but food as well, but I don't know what it is. It doesn't smell like grilled meat, but it smells really good. What could it be?" "All I know is I want to eat. Should we not pay attention to who is making the fire? Everyone be alert, there might be someone cooking over there. We don't know if they are a friendly tribe or not, so let's be careful when we approach. If they mean no harm, we shouldn't make the first move either. We've been here for over half a year, but we haven't discovered any other tribes nearby, and we don't know if they have salt. The salt we brought with us during migration is running low. Maybe this is our chance. If they have salt, we can find a way to trade for it." The young leader spoke to more than a dozen team members. "Yes, Captain." The men nodded in understanding and carefully followed their leader, tracing the scent of smoke. They weren't far, dressed in leaves and animal skins like a tribe camouflaged in the forest. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the smell became clearer, accompanied by faint voices that made the Duc tribe's hunting team even more alert. The group exchanged glances. Most stayed behind. Only 2 or 3 continued to creep forward. They were skilled hunters, often using methods like driving, surrounding, or sneaking up on prey, so they were very confident, not thinking they would be discovered. But just then, a light sound echoed from above, followed by a whoosh. A short wooden spear flew down from a nearby tree, whizzing past the team leader's face and embedding itself into the trunk. Following that, a sharp warning whistle rang out all around. "Oh no, we're busted." The team leader silently cursed. How could he forget that those who know how to make fire and cook are not wild beasts, but fellow humans? In this era, the best skill of humans might be climbing trees. How could he not pay attention to what was above? The warning whistle made the Han tribe members who were cooking immediately alert, the fastest being those led by Nhu Duong. They quickly grabbed bows and weapons, aiming in the direction of the noise. "Someone, come out. How many people or beasts are up in the trees?" One of the Han tribes shouted. "There are 3 people under the tree. They are not one of us." Mak Jiathu said, "I have them in my sights. They aren't moving. They must be scouts. There might be more people behind. You guys go check it out. They aren't running. They must be trying to find us." A voice from the tree canopy near the team leader spoke up. Nhu Duong heard the report from the lookout, set down the bowl he was about to eat from, and led the warriors forward. The 3 members of the Duc tribe who had been discovered no longer hid. They stood their ground. After all, there were only 3 of them, and they had left others waiting behind in case the whole group was exposed. If a fight broke out, whether retreating or calling for reinforcements, the survivors would be more. This was the bloody experience of many tribes, as the two sides did not directly clash. The first meeting could be considered friendly. Well, as long as no one gets hurt, it's considered friendly. Who are you guys? Why did you sneak into our camp? Two Dai signaled for the warriors to surround the three and asked, "We, the tribe, have many people nearby." The team leader of the Duc tribe also signaled to respond, "Who are you? Are you a tribe around here? What are you doing here? Why haven't we seen you before?" The three were astonished by the opponent's attire, having never seen clothing like this. It wasn't animal skin. The intricate designs on the arms and legs seemed to be made from some kind of animal hide. The weapons were even stranger, with long wooden handles. Some had grayish-white tips, while others had flat, gray-black blades, thin and not made of stone or bone, a material they had never seen. Especially the leader, wearing a shiny silver-white decoration on his head that was quite unusual, and had a funny-looking mouse design like someone wearing a fur hat, with long claws holding a strange weapon, looking very bizarre. Hearing the opponent speak, Tu Dai's expression turned strange. His Hakthu tribe had lived around here for many years. How could he not know if there were any other tribes nearby? Besides the Lut and Han tribes, who else was there? But now they were all Han people. Where did these guys come from that he didn't know? Seeing the opponent carefully warning that their tribe had many people recently, Tu Dai didn't feel threatened. Instead, it made the Han warriors laugh. More than the Han tribe, our tribe is also nearby, across the river. We came over this time to forage for fruit in the forest. If you really are nearby, you must know that forest. Tu Dai signaled to explain, while also probing. You guys are across the river, so how did you get over? How do you know there are fruits in the forest? The team leader continued to ask. This river isn't wide, isn't it easy to cross? We know about the forest because we forage for fruit there every year. Oh right, you guys aren't fixing up our old camp that we abandoned, are you? Now you guys are in that abandoned camp. Tu Dai suddenly remembered and confirmed. What? That's the place you abandoned? You guys are the tribe that migrated from there. If that's the case, you guys left that forest on your own. I won't let you forage for fruit there. It now belongs to our Duc tribe. If you want fruit, you have to trade for something else. By the way, do you guys have salt? If you do, I can talk to the chief to let you pick some fruit. The team leader declared ownership of the forest while taking out from his waist a small translucent white stone. Tu Dai is too familiar with this. Isn't this unprocessed natural salt? Are there other salt mines nearby? We do have this, but ours is cleaner. It's called white salt. If you want to trade, just have your chief talk to me. Our Han tribe has plenty of white salt, and not to mention, the tribe that was previously at your place was wiped out by us because they wouldn't let us forage for fruit. Now most of their tribesmen have joined our tribe, so no matter how many people your tribe has, who dares to stop us from entering the forest? Hemph. Ridiculous. Just have your chief talk to me. You aren't qualified to be here. Take this back to your chief and show him. If you want white salt, come talk to me yourself. Tu Dai waved his hand to the warriors beside him. It's funny, if your leader has something to say to me. You aren't qualified to be here. Take this back to your leader and let him see. If you want white salt, come talk to me yourself. Tu Dai waved at the soldier next to him. A Han clan member immediately took out a small bag of white salt used for marching and handed it to Third Dai, who then tossed it to the squad leader. The squad leader glanced at him and without hesitation took a pinch to taste. It wasn't that he was bold, but the Han clan clearly had the upper hand with over 20 people surrounding the three of them. Wanting to kill or cut them down was just a matter of saying so. Why would he need to use poison? Moreover, such pure and exquisite poison wouldn't be easy to make. The other side wouldn't have the time to create it to harm others. Sure enough, as soon as the white salt hit his tongue, he knew it was high quality. It was salty and pure, without any impurities, clearly surpassing rock salt. This is the finest among rock salts. Do you have a lot of this rock salt? The squad leader of the Duc tribe asked nervously. Their tribe had migrated here for over half a year, and they had finally found a tribe with salt. How could the squad leader not be excited and anxious after finding such high-quality white salt? This was a crucial issue that would determine whether their tribe could settle here long-term. Of course, the more the better. No matter how many people your tribe has or how much white salt you need, we can supply it all, but it has to be your leader who talks to me. Third Dai continued to emphasize his demand. After joining the Han clan for over a year, he now understood the power of white salt. As long as he controlled the salt supply of a tribe, it was like holding their lifeline. At that point, wouldn't it be up to the Han clan to decide what they wanted them to do? This tribe was truly walking into a trap, offering it right to their mouths. If they didn't take it, it would be a waste. They were already on the land of Nhu Duong, so they might as well use their people to build a new city. Free labor would be a shame not to use. With this thought, Third Dai was even more eager to meet their leader. If he could directly subdue this tribe this time, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that point, he wouldn't have to bow his head to that little brat anymore. That kid had done something too big this year. The batch of food seeds he brought back made the leader smile even in his dreams. He didn't know what was special about it, but if he could achieve something this time, whether big or small, at least this year wouldn't be a waste. Meeting your leader wouldn't be impossible. Who are you? Are you the leader of your tribe? What is the name of your tribe? The squad leader of the Duc tribe continued to probe. We are the Han Clan. I am just a leader managing the warriors of the Han Clan. Our great leader is very busy and doesn't have time to come here to pick fruit with us. Third Dai raised an eyebrow and said proudly. The squad leader of the Duc tribe observed the so-called Han warriors and their weapons, thought for a moment, and immediately decided, all right, I can take you to meet our leader, but only if I stay. I will lead the way, and the two others can go back to report to the leader and then bring the leader to meet you. Hearing this, Thu Dai laughed. Aren't you afraid I would know their stronghold's location? Or are you worried I would lead these dozens of people straight to their place and do something unfavorable? But to successfully meet, Third Eye didn't refuse. He was familiar with the terrain here and wasn't afraid of being tricked. Agreeing to their conditions could also gain a bit of trust to help with future negotiations. Thinking this, Third Eye nodded. All right, let the two of them go first. Later, you lead us to the meeting place, and just so you know, don't go too far. We still have a mission from the leader and can't afford to run around with you. The squad leader of the Duc tribe nodded in agreement, then considered the bag of salt in his hand and asked, can they take this back? If not, I'm afraid the leader won't believe it. Take it. Take it. It's just a bit of white salt. Hurry up, don't waste our time. Third Eye urged impatiently. Seeing Third Eye agree, the squad leader was so happy that his eyes were wide with joy. He quickly instructed his two subordinates a few things. Just tell them what to say to the leader, arrange a meeting place, and then let the two of you go first. After they left, the squad leader turned to Third Eye and asked, so when are we going? No rush, no rush. Wait for my people to finish eating first. You all came at a really bad time, interrupting my meal. Third Eye grumbled a bit and then told everyone to go back to eating. The group lined up with bowls to scoop meat porridge from the pot, and the squad leader of the Duc tribe had no choice but to find a spot that wasn't in the way to sit down, resting while observing the Han Clan members. But after watching for a while, he noticed something strange. The source of the delicious food smell was not like grilling. It turned out they were putting food and water into something that looked like a stone basin to cook. More surprisingly, each person had an exquisite container made of sturdy material that wasn't stone, similar to what they used for cooking, but he couldn't recognize it. Oh my, is their tribe that rich? Such valuable containers, yet everyone has one. The squad leader thought in shock. Hey brother, want a bowl? Try our Han Clan's meat porridge. Just as the squad leader was in a daze, Third Eye came over with 2 large bowls of porridge. Oh, 1 bowl. The squad leader was taken aback. Even though he didn't understand what 1 bowl meant, he still recognized that Third Eye wanted to share food. After thinking for a moment, he nodded to see what they were eating, and at the same time, he saw their container, which was also a rare opportunity. He carefully held it, as it was hot. This is chopsticks. Third Eye handed over the bowl, placing the chopsticks on the edge of the bowl. The squad leader gently took the white bowl, looking closely and seeing no signs of grinding. The bowl was so smooth that it reflected light. He really couldn't understand how it was made. If he couldn't figure it out, then forget it. The method of making it was probably a secret of their tribe. He didn't want to ask, so he decided to try the food first. But before that, he took out a bag of leaves from his pocket, peeled off the layers to reveal a charred black thing. He broke it in half, and inside appeared the white part of the lunch the hunting team brought, which was also short-term dry rations. Eat this from our tribe. He handed half of the roasted taro to Third Eye. Third Eye was slurping the porridge, glanced at the other party handing over a white item, showing interest. He had never seen this before, not knowing if it was a fruit or what. Not being polite, he took it, looking at the squad leader with his eyes asking how to eat it. The squad leader understood, peeled off the charred skin, and took a bite of the white part. Trying university by peeling and stuffing a piece into my mouth, I immediately choked, almost unable to breathe. This isn't as juicy as I imagined. It's dry but very filling, just bland. For someone who doesn't have much experience, the oil from the fish is too tasteless, but as a staple food like rice, it's not bad. I wonder if this grows on trees or underground. Can it be cultivated? What's the yield like? What is this called? I swallowed it down. Curiously, asking about mountain potatoes, we encountered them in a mountain. The squad leader took a hot bite of meat porridge that brought tears to his eyes, but he still cheerfully replied, this is delicious, salty, fragrant, just hot in the mouth. Trial looked at him smiling without saying anything. Even though he really wanted to ask what mountain potatoes were, he knew the other person definitely wouldn't tell him. In this world, besides our leader, La Sung, I'm afraid there's no leader who would actively share how to find food with others. The group quickly finished breakfast, which also made the squad leader of the Duc tribe a bit more familiar with the Han people. The Han people must be very wealthy. Their tribe members lack nothing in clothing and food, and they even have surplus salt to trade with other tribes. Besides, they have, oh my, what is that? Do they ride wild beasts too? Seeing everyone finish eating, the women who cooked began to clean up the bowls, placing them on a cart hidden in the nearby bushes. At this moment, the squad leader noticed that not far away, there were two strange wooden objects. Moreover, the people who just finished eating also brought out a few wild beasts from somewhere. Even more unbelievable, these giant beasts were very docile, allowing riders to pull along that large wooden thing gently. Trial, who had just eaten, also jumped onto a strong horse, holding the reins and guiding the horse over to the squad leader, leaning down to say, "We're done. Hurry and take us to the meeting place. I guess your leader must be anxious by now," Trial said indifferently. "Ah, what kind of beast is this? It doesn't bite people, and it can carry people too." The squad leader timidly reached out to touch the long face of the horse. The horse just snorted, showing no overly excited reaction. "This is called a horse. It eats grass, doesn't bite people, but it can kick and kill. So don't stand behind it, hurry and lead the way. We can talk more on the road." "Oh, right, if you don't want to walk, you can ride in the cart. Just point the way for us." Trial pulled the reins to urge. The squad leader was very interested in Trial's suggestion. He found the Han people fascinating. Trying a way to move without walking back, he could definitely brag to the tribe members for a year. He quickly followed the Han tribe members' guidance onto the cart, sitting with the driver in front, pointing the way, while occasionally looking back. Now he saw that on this rotating wooden thing, there were many tools. He didn't know what they were for, but there was also something he recognized, like an axe. The group quickly moved forward, while on the other side, the leader of the Duc tribe, Duc Tho, had been waiting anxiously. They had been here for more than half a year, struggling to find a new source of food, but the other party insisted on meeting in person to talk. How could he not be anxious? Therefore, Duc Tho immediately led his tribe members to the meeting place, but waited a long time without seeing anyone. He didn't know that Trial and the group had to finish breakfast before arriving. Luckily, the Han people had horses, so the waiting time wasn't too long. Before long, a warrior from the Duc tribe rushed back from afar. "Leader, they have arrived, they have arrived." They rode wild beasts. One type was as tall as a person. Earlier, we saw the other leader riding that kind, and there was another type of beast with horns pulling something very large. It seems our captain is also sitting on that. The warrior excitedly spoke in a jumble. "What are you rambling about? Sometimes it's a person, sometimes it's a beast." Duc Tho didn't have time to finish scolding. The Han tribe's team appeared from afar. What people, what beasts are pulling what? This time, seeing it with his own eyes, it made him so surprised he almost bit his tongue. But the surprise didn't last long. Trial led the team. Sitting high and looking far, Zhao Diu saw Duc Tho. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, immediately speeding up, causing the Duc tribe warriors to fearfully step back continuously. Luckily, Trial didn't charge straight at them. Getting closer, he pulled the reins, and the horse immediately stopped. Its front legs reared up and neighed a few times. After the horse stood still, Trial jumped down. "Are you the leader of the Duc tribe?" Trial signaled and asked. I am. I am indeed the leader of the Duc tribe." "Are you the leader of the tribe with salt?" Duc Tho looked at the horse that was showing off in front of him, stunned for a moment, until Trial spoke again before he reacted. "I am not the leader, but the head of the warriors of the tribe. This time I came here because the leader ordered us to go to the chestnut forest to find things. Your tribe members met us and said they wanted white salt, so I came to ask how much you plan to trade for it." Trial signaled to explain. While the two were talking, the team behind also caught up. The squad leader sitting on the cart hurriedly ran over to his leader. "This white salt is what you guys call salt, right? If you have a lot, of course, the more the better. And what will you trade for? Don't you want fruits from the forest? I can let you pick once a year, take as much as you want, as long as you can carry it. We can use this to trade for salt for the whole year." Duc Tho tentatively proposed a condition he had thought of. He thought this was already a big concession. After that forest, there are quite a few chestnuts, which used to sustain an entire tribe. But Trial didn't think so. Hearing the other party say that, he almost burst out laughing out of anger. But thinking of his own efforts, Trial's rough temper was held back. "Damn it, how arrogant can you be? In 2 days when we meet our leader, I hope you can still say that." Trial silently cursed in his heart. "Tribe, how many people do you have? Salt for a whole year is not a small amount." And also, you're asking for a whole year's worth at once. That's too much for me to decide. I have to report back to the leader. Moreover, the conditions you mentioned are definitely not acceptable because the place where you are in the place we left behind when we departed. This chestnut forest is something we harvest every year. It belongs to us. How long have you been here that it has become yours? So even without asking the leader, our tribe does not agree to this condition. But now that you are here, I won't say that the forest still belongs to us. We won't interfere with what you do in the forest, but we also cannot be reckless about what you do in the forest. As for the white salt, you must use something else to trade for it. Think carefully. Try not to escalate the issue, but do not show weakness against the Han people while also maintaining a friendly relationship with the other party. After much thought, he finally stated his conditions, and there was no doubt that the conditions proposed by Zi Dai were quite fair, not taking advantage of the other party, nor diminishing his own authority. In fact, his somewhat honest head even dug a trap for the other party. A tribe trading white salt should have the right to represent the Han people in decision-making, but he deliberately stated that he could not. Clearly, this was a big trap. Once the transaction dragged on, the likelihood of an incident occurring would increase, and the Han people would not suffer any losses. Meanwhile, the Yuk tribe would have to endure a prolonged shortage of salt. The longer it lasted, the more advantageous the Han people would be in this negotiation. Of course, Zidai's goal did not stop there. He was someone who had thought of ways to profit from price differences, so his intelligence was not an issue. The Yuk tribe also recognized the goodwill in the other party's negotiation. Regarding the ownership of the chestnut forest, he actually did not intend to stubbornly hold his ground, but only saw it as the first probing round. Negotiation is like that. One side makes a high demand, the other side offers a low price. You present your conditions, and whether I agree or not is my business. Moreover, even though they had never met the other party knew exactly the location, scale, and yield of the chestnut forest. Additionally, they even knew about the abandoned settlement. These conditions combined were enough to affirm that they were indeed the tribe that once lived here or at least visited frequently. Therefore, the attempt to seize the chestnut forest had no valid justification. Our tribe has nearly 500 people and needs a lot of white salt. If your tribe cannot provide enough salt for the whole year, we can trade from there. Regarding the chestnut forest, we can do it your way. But what do you want to trade for white salt? If you ask for too much, I fear I cannot meet your demands. The Duc thought for a moment and then said while waving his hand, "What do you want to trade for?" "A lot. The question is, what do you have that we need? Surely you don't have this kind of livestock, right?" Zidai said while patting the horse beside him. "Yeah, we don't have that." "What about domesticated animals? If there are enough, that would work." Zidai continued to ask. "Yeah, ho, we don't have much of that either." The youth's face turned red. They had only settled here for half a year, and without time to stabilize, they had no surplus items. Moreover, their tribe was large, needing many domesticated animals to get through the winter. It was already fortunate that they didn't have to trade for domesticated animals from other tribes, let alone having any surplus to trade. If it weren't for the fact that this place was close to the forest with plenty of firewood, near the river with water and fish, and had the chestnut forest as an emergency reserve along with the taro they grew themselves, it was uncertain whether they would make it through this winter. "I have no containers, no animal skins. So what about containers for water? Do you have many?" Zidai continued. The Yuk's face turned even redder. A tribe leader with nearly 500 people like him seemed to be looked down upon by others. No containers, no animal skins, no livestock, and you don't even have white salt. Dude, you guys are really something, but we have all of these." Zidai did not hesitate to mock Yuk. "Yeah, wait a minute, you said you have all of these." Mocked by Zidai, Yuk initially got angry, but before he could blow up, he quickly realized the most important information. "That's right, aren't the livestock right beside me? But this is something our tribe does not trade with outsiders. You just saw the white salt. As for domesticated animals, I can't say how many the Han people have, but it's enough for nearly 500 of you to stay warm through the winter. And as for containers, I can assure you, you want as many as I have. On the condition that you have something to trade, don't look at me with such doubtful eyes. If you don't believe me, ask your subordinates." Zidai proudly boasted about the wealth of the Han people, not exaggerating at all. He completely believed that the Han people were the richest tribe in the world, unmatched by any other tribe. "That's right, Chief. Before coming here, I had breakfast with them. They not only have large containers that can cook both food and water at the same time, but they also have many small containers, one for each person. Moreover, those containers are not only numerous but also very beautiful. I can't tell the material. I don't know if it's stone or wood, but it's definitely made by them. They know how to make containers." The squad leader, hearing Zidai mention him, hurriedly stood up to confirm. Being able to produce white salt and make containers was enough for them to become unbeatable. With just these two things, what else could they not trade for? It turned out he had underestimated the Han people, but this made his side appear even poorer, with nothing to catch the other party's eye. So what can we trade for those nice things? You couldn't help but worry. You definitely need these things, but you have nothing to exchange, except for the large number of people. Or how about this? I have an idea. You don't need to provide items, and you can still trade for containers for white salt, even for animal skins or the kind of fabric I'm wearing. I wonder if you're interested. Zidai gradually tightened the net. If not providing items, then what would they trade with? With people, that wouldn't work. Even the animal skins or the fabric I'm wearing. I wonder if you're interested. Zidai gradually pulled in the net, not offering any items. So what should we trade with? With people? That's not happening. Duc Tho was startled after hearing this and immediately became alert. Oh, no need for that. You have plenty of people, and our tribe is currently short on manpower. As long as you are willing to help us work, we will give you some things. For example, helping us build houses. One person working for a day will receive a bit of white salt or other items like water containers, fabric for clothing, and animal hides. Moreover, these people still belong to your tribe. Do whatever you want with them. As long as you help us work, we will give you goods. If you don't work, you won't get anything. How about that? Third Eye tried once again to use the recruitment tactic that La Sung had proposed, but this time his goal was not just to recruit people. He wanted the other party to directly submit and join the Han tribe, negotiating a trade partnership, and incorporating the other party and their tribe. These two tasks may seem close, but the contributions are worlds apart. From the beginning, Third Eye did not just want to negotiate a business deal. He said this just to gradually lead the other party into his trap. Sure enough, the plan cost nothing and still yielded great benefits. Just a little effort could exchange for a large amount of essential goods, which made Duc Tho extremely interested. It sounded simple. Just help build a house a bit to exchange for many goods. This was definitely a great deal for them. In this primitive era, what is the cheapest thing? Sometimes warriors run all day without catching any prey, but if they could receive stable goods just by using their strength, that would be great. If it weren't for Third Eye saying it, Duc Tho wouldn't have dared to think that someone would say this. If not a fool, then there must be an excess of goods that they didn't know what to do with. But this little jailer of the Han tribe didn't look like a fool at all, which made Duc Tho feel very excited. So how many people do you need to do what? And will the things you promise be given daily or only after finishing everything? Duc Tho quickly signaled to ask, don't rush. What specific tasks need to be done? Right now, I can't say because you need too much white salt. If the leader doesn't agree, then it's useless for me to say anything. How about this? Our tribe is not far away, just about 1 or 2 days' journey. I officially represent the Han tribe to invite leader Duke to visit our tribe. At that time, you can meet our leader and negotiate directly. Oh right, to show goodwill, please accept this gift that I present on behalf of the Han tribe. Come on, bring 10 bowls here, take the remaining half bag of salt. I want to give it to the Duke tribe as a gift. Tudai loudly ordered the warriors behind him. The Han tribe warriors quickly brought what Tudai requested, 10 large white porcelain bowls, and half a bag of white salt, plus the small bag they had just taken earlier. In Duc Tho's eyes, this gift was considered extremely generous. He didn't expect that without any trade agreement, Tudai could give such a large gift. However, Duc Tho didn't know that for the Han tribe, these things were nothing significant. Similar white porcelain bowls, the Han tribe could produce thousands in just one kiln, and they had many such kilns. Is this really for us? No need to exchange for anything, Duc Tho asked incredulously. Of course, since you have settled here, we are also considered neighbors. There are no other tribes around here, and being close together, we should interact frequently. After all, you also need to maintain your bloodline. Just feel free to accept it. These things are nothing important to our Han tribe. Consider it the first gift when the two tribes meet. This time I came to visit your tribe. I also hope you will come to the Han tribe as guests, and at the same time discuss the exchange of white salt. Third Eye said generously, thank you for your gift. These things are truly valuable. You are a good person. Straightforward, your leader must not be bad either. I believe we will reach an agreement. When can we visit the Han tribe to meet your leader? Autumn is approaching. Everyone needs to stock up on food. The sooner, the better. I also want to bring some of our special items to gift to the Han tribe leader. Duc Tho asked excitedly, eager to meet the wealthy leader of the Han tribe, hoping to gain even more good things from that. Let me think for a moment. Third Eye decided immediately. How about we wait until we finish the task that the leader assigned first, then I will lead you back. Just about 2 or 3 days, when we find what we need, we will return. For now, they will collect silkworm cocoons in 2 or 3 days, plus the time to return. At that time, the Han tribe would also be harvesting rice. They would show Duc Tho the huge granary and the magnificent fortress of the Han tribe and then lead him to meet the leader. When the leader displays his majestic aura, Duc Tho will definitely bow his head immediately. At that time, as the initiator of the whole matter, Nhu Duong would be the one with the greatest merit. Nhu Duong thought to himself, "All right, we can also prepare some gifts. Since we are neighbors, you can set up camp near our May tribe in the coming days. Our place is close to the water source, which will be more convenient, and it's also to enhance interaction." Duc Tho saw that Nhu Duong was so easy to talk to, and he didn't want to make the relationship tense. After all, they had already given a gift, and there was a long-term material supply agreement to discuss, so they should also show a bit of trust. In fact, when inviting the Han tribe, Duc Tho didn't even dare to bring them to his tribe. Yet the Han tribe invited them to visit on the first meeting. Comparing the two sides, Duc Tho felt embarrassed. Just this aura alone, they were already one level below the Han tribe. "That's great, but leader, don't worry, we'll bring our own supplies. We won't bother you too much." When Shidai heard the invitation, he immediately seized the opportunity. The mission to collect silkworm cocoons was not his, but belonged to Sang Kao. His main task was to choose a location for building the city, and the only place close to the water source with enough land was near the old living area of the Lat tribe. If he couldn't get there, he wouldn't be able to complete the task that La Sung Jiao had assigned. He at once stood before the leader, patted his chest, and promised. Everything went smoothly afterward. The living area of the Duc tribe was located south of the forest land that Shidai planned, at the intersection of the chestnut forest and grassland. Shidai's group set up camp in the center of the spacious area, not too far from the Duc tribe, but also not interfering with each other, just enough to measure the terrain, which was quite convenient. Although Duc Tho invited Shidai to their living area to hang out, Shidai declined. The progress of the mission had been delayed due to the Duc tribe's matters. He needed to make the most of his time. After arriving at the camp, Shidai ordered the unloading of supplies from the cart, set up the camp right there, and sent half of the warriors to escort Tang, Kao and the others into the chestnut forest to look for silkworm cocoons. Meanwhile, Shidai led the remaining few to begin surveying the terrain. To carry out this mission, Shidai specifically requested 2 compasses to measure the direction. Then he and the warriors pulled soft ropes as measuring tools, measured the distance to the river, and then measured a square area with a side length of 1,000 meters, along with the width of the moat that needed to be left around, and considered which position would be most convenient for water flow, especially the last factor, the direction of the artificial canal related to the renovation of the rice paddies, where the number of rice paddies that could be renovated was the key factor determining the food production. Therefore, repeated measurements became Shidai's task. They rode horses back and forth. After measuring once, they planted flags as markers and recorded it on the white paper that the leader provided, sketching a simple map, then brought it back for the leader to see. The Duc tribe also had people noticing Shidai's strange actions, but they didn't know what they were doing. Since that group did not come to their living area and fields to cause trouble, they didn't care. However, the Tang Kao side was different. They were looking for silkworm cocoons as ordered by the leader, but the Duc tribe thought they were harvesting chestnuts, even dragging along 2 large carts. How much were they planning to harvest? To prevent the Han tribe from harvesting all the chestnuts at once, Duc Tho hurriedly sent women from the tribe to harvest chestnuts first, even ordering the harvesting team to go along with the Han tribe to try to harvest more in front of them. However, just after 1 day of contact, they discovered something unusual. This Han tribe group did not pick a single chestnut but was looking for worms on the trees. Strangely, in just one afternoon, they found a large green worm and some cocoons made by the worm. After finding the chestnut silkworm that the leader mentioned, Tang Kao was very happy. At least this proved that the leader was not lying. This type of silkworm really existed. Moreover, the cocoons of the chestnut silkworm had a good sheen. They could reflect light. If made into fabric, it would definitely be better than mulberry silkworms. And with these chestnut silkworms, they had truly established themselves in the Han tribe, no longer worried about being assigned at will due to lack of contributions. The silkworm cocoons were collected in batches, loaded onto carts, and transported back to the camp, then boiled in large pots and dried. Just like that, after 3 days, Shidai's mission of collecting and measuring was almost completed. Wild silkworm cocoons in the chestnut forest were not rare. After 3 days, they had collected quite a lot, totaling about 5 or 6 baskets that had been roughly processed, killing the pupae to ensure they could not hatch. Shidai's side had also grasped the basic terrain suitable for La Sung's requirements. For the unsuitable areas, they had also found ways to modify them. By the appointed day, they finally reached the time to pack up and head home. leading Duc Tho to Han Shuang City to broaden their horizons. Shi Dai's group remained intact, not missing anyone, but there were now 11 more people in the team. They were the leader of the Duc tribe, Duc Tho, along with his 10 bodyguards. The group of fewer than 100 people was heading towards Nhu Duong City on the way back. This time, the road was easier than when they came because the bushes had just been cleared and had not yet grown back. Shi Dai still rode on the tall horse, leading the group. As for Duc Tho, the guest who didn't know how to ride and also had no horse to ride, to show his different status, he sat on the ox cart behind. You didn't collect chestnuts but brought back these things. What are they useful for? What are they for? Duc Tho sat on the cart, taking out a handful of cocoons from the basket, curiously asking Tang Clan. She was also sitting on the cart. To make fabric for clothes. Tang Clan answered briefly. She had only learned a few words of Chinese, so when communicating with Duc Tho, she had to use gestures. Duc Tho did not ask further. He could not relate these cocoons to clothes made from animal skins. If this was what Shi Dai was wearing, it didn't look much like it. This Han tribe was indeed very strange. They seemed to possess many amazing techniques, just like the water jugs and white salt. The group first headed north through the forest, then turned west when they reached a dirt road full of wheel tracks. Duc Tho knew that direction led to the small river. It seemed that Hua really came from the other side of the river. But now, a question suddenly arose in his mind. If the Han tribe's residence was located west of the river, then why did the road they were on have wheel tracks extending eastward, so long that the end could not be seen? These special traces clearly were not left by people or wild animals, but could only be created by the type of vehicle he was sitting on. So if they live on the west bank of the river, why are there traces further east? Duc Tho couldn't hide his curiosity, especially when it came to questions that piqued his interest. Not asking clearly would make him feel restless, annoyed. So he bluntly asked Tang Clan about his doubts. I see these wheel tracks extend even further east. Does your Han tribe often go there? What's there? Duc Tho asked directly. There's another place. My clan and I came from there. We just recently joined the Han tribe. Tang Clan didn't hide it, or perhaps she didn't see any reason to conceal it. The strength of the Han tribe is not something evil. The Han tribe also has another residence to the east. Why would a tribe need to split into two residences, and why? Did you join the Han tribe? Did they attack your tribe, forcing you to join? I see there are no children in this group. Did they use the lives of children to force you to work? Duc Tho kept speculating. Tang Clan frowned slightly, beginning to doubt that this guy had some issues. His imagination was indeed rich, even thinking about using children as threats. Does the Han tribe really need to do that? Her clan had been working in Luoyang County for nearly half a year, witnessing many tribes join the Han tribe, but had never seen the Han tribe take the initiative to offer. It was all voluntary requests from the smaller tribes. Doesn't that say it all? The Han tribe has too many people. One residence isn't enough. You, as a leader, should understand that if the population is too large, the food supply in one place won't be enough to sustain everyone, so another residence must be built. Do you understand? As for our joining the Han tribe, it wasn't due to threats, it was voluntary. The Han tribe is very strong, strong beyond your imagination. By joining the Han tribe, we will have a comfortable life, without worrying about hunger or cold. My clan members all want to join. I have no reason to oppose it once I agreed, Tang Clan said simply, waving her hand carelessly, as if to imply that things weren't as complicated as he thought. This answer left Duc Tho feeling confused. He admitted that the Han tribe had white salt, water containers, livestock, and vehicles. They were indeed a powerful tribe. But still, it wasn't enough to make other tribes voluntarily join. If they really wanted those things, why not trade items? Why bring the whole clan to join? Tang Clan also felt there was no need for further explanation. She had made it clear that the strength of the Han tribe exceeded others' imagination. Just wait, when he sees it with his own eyes, he might be even more astonished than she was when she first arrived in Han Duong City. This wait didn't last long. Right from the early morning of the first day, they marched quickly, stopping to rest only when it got dark. The next morning, they set off again, this time on an open road. So by noon, they heard the sound of flowing water from a small river. The Han people are coming. How will we cross the river? People can swim across, but what about the livestock and vehicles, along with all the stuff on the carts? Duc Tho asked curiously. Just go straight across. Tang Clan replied calmly. Naturally, she had crossed this wooden bridge twice already. The first time she felt incredibly amazed. The second time she could only admire the strength of the Han tribe. Now on her third crossing she felt proud because in front of Duc Tho, she was the representative of the Han tribe. She was also a part of this tribe. Just go straight across, you can see from the cart. Tang Clan didn't explain further, hearing her say that Duc Tho's curiosity couldn't be contained anymore. He stood up to look ahead. Under the blazing afternoon sun, the river sparkled like a silver ribbon, but right in front of them, that ribbon was abruptly cut across. There seemed to be something spanning the river. Duc Tho thought to himself as he realized the answer, his heart filled with astonishment. As the distance narrowed, that thing became clearer to the point where he could see each thick wooden plank. It looked just like the cart he was sitting on. Even a fool could recognize that what spanned the river was the marvelous product of the Han tribe. The driver didn't even ask them to get off the cart but simply drove the ox cart across the wooden bridge, easily crossing the river. Throughout the process, not a sound came from the bridge. It was truly astonishingly sturdy. But at this moment, Duc Tho was no longer concerned about the marvelous bridge. The scene on the west bank of the river had completely overturned his perception. He saw a city built from dark green bricks. Not only was the unusually tall city wall astonishing him, but even the surrounding scenery left him in awe. Standing on the ox cart, his view was very high, easily allowing him to see the fields on both sides of the main road. The weeds carried golden ears of rice growing very lush, but they were not wild at all. They were arranged in rows, with straight paths divided into square plots by dozens of ditches. If someone told him that this was a product of nature, he would definitely shake his head and kick them like a ball. Ah, don't ask me what a ball is. It's probably like the thing those kids are kicking outside. The closer they got to the city wall, the more Duc Tho couldn't suppress his trembling. A grand structure like this certainly couldn't be a product of nature. The straight lines of bricks clearly proved that this was an artificial construction, and its purpose was also very clear, just like the fence of the Duc tribe. It was used to fend off attacks from wild beasts and enemies. However, these two things were completely incomparable. No wonder that old lady Tang Clan told him that the strength of the Han people exceeds anything that ordinary people could imagine. Who would have thought that humans could build something like this? No, it's not that it couldn't be built, but rather that he didn't even dare to think about it. Here we are. This is one of the living places of our Han people, called a fortress. On the east side of the river, we have two more cities like this, which is the other living area I mentioned to you. Tang Clan spoke to Duc Tho with a tone full of pride, especially emphasizing the phrase our Han people, as if reminding that this was the reason they decided to join the Han people. Duc Tho did not respond. At this moment, he only felt that his eyes were not enough to take in everything. Intense curiosity urged him to keep turning his head, fixating on the living area that seemed unfit for ordinary people. The city gates were open, and the suspension bridge had been securely lowered on the other side of the moat. The beasts guarding around Hanyang City had long been cleared away, so there was no need to worry about them intruding. As long as they weren't extremely stupid or overly arrogant beasts, they wouldn't dare to come near this place, because that would mean they would be turned into fertilizer by a bunch of bipedal beings in the dung pit. Definitely no second chances. Duc Tho felt a bit tense and confused. Before entering the city, he jumped off the cart, determined to walk in. That feeling was like a devout believer on a pilgrimage. Although he didn't have to bow down multiple times in front of the Han leader, his trembling legs were enough to show his anxiety. His feet, wearing simple bark sandals, first stepped onto the smooth, flat, green brick road, so sturdy and clean that Duc Tho didn't know which foot to place first. He truly couldn't imagine that if it was just the tall and solid city walls, it could be understood because they served a defensive purpose. But even the roads in the living area were paved so neatly, he really didn't know what else to say. The warriors following him were no better off. They looked at their leader with confusion, unsure if this decision was right or wrong. On both sides of the road, the green brick houses stood in neat rows. Children were running and playing, while adults were busy with their work. Many people gathered by the well in the alley, scooping up clear buckets of water and squatting down with sickles and plows. This morning, the leader ordered preparations for the harvest, and tomorrow the whole city would start the season. The streets were bustling with people, some preparing sacks and carts, while others were cleaning the storage with Zidai and the elders. The annual harvest season was always especially valued by the two old men. They took it upon themselves to supervise and direct without needing Les Sung to arrange it. In the afternoon, the woodcutting team from the mountains outside the city also returned, with logs and carts full of firewood to serve daily needs and stock up on fuel for winter. There were also carts from the carpentry workshop carrying process building materials, transporting them to the construction site in the city center. This prosperity was most evident through the population in the living area. This left Duc Tho in utter amazement. Not to mention, in just a moment, the number of children he saw on the streets was greater than the total population of the Duc tribe, not to mention the adults working. The huge population difference made him unable to help but exclaim. At this moment, he recalled Tang Clan's words. This was just one of the living areas of the Han people. There were two more cities like this in the east. He should know that the overpopulation meant one place couldn't sustain everyone, so we needed to expand to other living areas. Those words still echoed in Duc Tho's ears, making him sigh and smile bitterly. Indeed, the population was too large. Dai, who had left right after entering the city, now appeared before them. The horse was nowhere to be seen, but surely such an important item would have a special place for storage. Dai first allowed the Tang tribe group to rest after unloading, preparing to participate in the harvest tomorrow, then looked at the 11 people of the Duc tribe along with the 2 baskets of gifts they brought. Let's go. I just met the leader and reported that your tribe wants to trade white salt and some other items in considerable quantity. Leader, we want to meet him to negotiate. Now you come with me to meet the leader, okay? Dai spoke directly to Duc Tho. Oh, I see. All right, no problem. Duc Tho snapped back to reality from his surprises, suddenly remembering the purpose of this trip. He came here to represent the entire Duc tribe in negotiations. This was the key issue determining whether they could stand firm or not. Ah, where is your leader? Is it far? Duc Tho asked while following Dai. Because the city was indeed very vast, he wasn't sure where the hand leader would be. Not far, just go past this row of houses. Dai smiled, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Duc Tho. This guy was not just a person but also a real contributor. Because when reporting the situation to La Sung was very happy and praised him, promising to recognize this contribution. Although the matter was not yet decided, La Sung was not worried at all. After witnessing Hanyang City, even if the other party did not kneel down and surrender immediately, as long as a labor exchange model for goods was formed, in less than half a year, they would also yield. Here we are, but you can only bring 2 warriors with gifts and no weapons. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety. Dai said politely, but Duc Tho's expression was like he had seen a ghost. Here we are. The 3-story building taller than the city wall is the residence of the hand leader. That seems reasonable. The 3-story building made of green bricks, though not a special architecture, but Duc Tho's expression was like he had seen a ghost. Here we are. The 3-story building taller than the city wall is the residence of the Han leader. That seems reasonable. The 3-story building made of green bricks, though not a special architecture, but its very existence is unique. Just ask, where else in this world can you see a similar structure? The 3 of them anxiously followed Dai into the building. The long and narrow hallway had classrooms on both sides with doors wide open, filled with countless desks and chairs, all of which were freshly made and coated with a layer of pine oil. So whenever it was sunny, there were people specifically assigned to open the windows. At this moment, all 3 members of the Duc tribe were overwhelmed, not understanding what these exquisitely crafted items were for. But anyway, this was a product of the Han tribe, which surely wasn't simple. Reaching one side of the building, Dai led the way up the wooden stairs, naturally stepping forward. But the 3 Duc tribe members were once again astonished. It was made of wood. The Han tribe seemed to be very skilled in woodworking. Why was their tribe struggling so much just to carve a spear? A fleeting thought crossed Duc Tho's mind as he continued to lead his 2 tribesmen up. The hanging staircase made them uneasy, but fortunately, one side had a wall and a handrail, so even though it was their first time climbing this, they weren't too scared. Finally, they reached the 3rd floor, where there was another long and narrow hallway. But this time, the sides weren't empty. There were many people working. Before Duc Tho could observe closely, Dai had already led them to the door of a spacious classroom and lightly knocked a few times. A voice came from inside, and seemingly having been granted permission, Dai led them in. The large room was filled with desks and chairs, with only a young man sitting on a high podium in front. He looked freshly grown, wearing a shiny gold ornament on his head and a well-fitted white robe. Duc Tho didn't know what material the robe was made of, but it was definitely very valuable. The man with the gold ornament stared at them, smiling as he asked, "You are the leader of the Duc tribe. I heard you want to trade some white salt and containers from our tribe, right?" La Sung, as the leader of the Han tribe, of course, would not use gestures to communicate with the leader of such a small tribe. That would be too demeaning, especially since this was a moment to maintain dignity. So he spoke in Han, while Dai beside him would use gestures to interpret. "Yes, Han tribe leader, thank you for gifting our tribe. This is a special food from the Duc tribe. Please accept it for your enjoyment." Duc Tho spoke very politely. It was just the way it had to be since they were deep in the territory of others and couldn't be careless. Moreover, after witnessing the immense power of the Han tribe firsthand, he could only hope that the Han tribe would be prosperous and not pay attention to the small population and meager resources of his tribe. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to flee. But the other side had swift beasts that could turn into humans, making escape seem impossible. Oh wow, there are fruits too? La Sung saw them bring a type of food and immediately became interested. Food at this time was indeed very valuable. Even the Han tribe was no exception. If it weren't for La Sung coming here 3 years ago, Perhaps the Han tribe would have traded a woman for these 2 baskets of food, because in places where the Han tribe had not yet reached, food was sometimes still very scarce. La Sung stepped down from the podium, and the 2 warriors of the Duc tribe hurriedly placed the gifts on the ground for him to examine. The potatoes they brought as gifts were, of course, the best quality. Each one was round and large, seemingly washed clean with water. La Sung immediately recognized what this was. This is Qua Sa. Here is the translation into Vietnamese with the name La Sung, a 3-story building made of green bricks. Although it wasn't any remarkable architecture, its existence was a unique feature. Just ask, where else in this world can you see such a style of architecture? The 3 members of the Duc tribe anxiously followed Third Dai into the building. The narrow long hallway had classrooms with doors open, filled with countless desks and chairs, all doors wide open. Since they were all newly made desks and chairs, coated with plenty of pine oil, whenever it was sunny, there were people specifically opening the windows. At this moment, the scene left Duc Tho and his 2 companions astonished, not understanding what these exquisitely crafted items were for. But since they were made by the Han tribe, they surely weren't simple. Reaching one side of the building, Thru Dai led the way up the wooden stairs, naturally stepping up. But the 3 members of the Duc tribe were surprised once again. It was made of wood. The Han tribe seemed to be very skilled at handling wood. Why was their tribe struggling just to carve a spear? Sighing a few words, Duc Tho led his 2 tribesmen to continue up. The hanging staircase made them uneasy, but fortunately, one side had a wall and a handrail, so even though it was their first time climbing this, they weren't too scared to step. Finally, reaching the 3rd floor, there was another long and narrow hallway. This time, the sides were not empty but filled with many people doing something. Before Duc Tho could observe closely, Thru Dai had already led him to the door of an empty classroom, lightly knocking a few times on the door. Inside, a voice sounded as if granted permission, and Thru Dai led them in. The large room was filled with desks and chairs, with only the high podium in front where a young man was sitting upright. He looked like he had just matured, wearing a shiny gold hair ornament on his head and a well-fitted white robe. Duc Tho didn't know what the robe was made of, only knowing it was very valuable. The man wearing the gold ornament looked at them, smiling as he asked, "You are the leader of the Duc tribe? I heard you want to trade white salt and containers from our tribe, right?" La Sung, the leader of the Han tribe, of course, would not use his hand to gesture to communicate with the leader of this small tribe. That would be too demeaning, especially at a time when dignity needed to be upheld like now. He spoke in Han for Third Eye beside him to interpret. "That's right, Han tribe leader. Thank you for sending gifts to our tribe. This is a unique food from the Duc tribe. Now I present it to you to try." Duc Tho spoke very politely. There was no other way. Having entered the den of others, he couldn't be rude. Especially after witnessing the immense power of the Han tribe, he only hoped that their big family wouldn't covet even a bit of his tribe's people and property. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to flee, but the other side also has fast beasts that can carry people. Escaping would be impossible. "Oh, do we have gifts too?" La Sung saw them offering a type of food and immediately became interested. Food at this time is very valuable. Even the Han tribe is no exception. If it weren't for La Sung coming here 3 years ago, who knows if the Han tribe would have traded a woman for these 2 baskets of food. In places where the Han tribe hasn't reached, food is sometimes very scarce. Stepping down from the platform, 2 tribal warriors hurriedly placed the fruits on the ground for La Sung to see. The taro tubers they used as fruit were undoubtedly the best kind. Each tuber was round and large, seemingly washed, so La Sung recognized them at a glance. These are taro. No matter how calm La Sung was, he couldn't help but be astonished at this moment. These are taro, comparable to potatoes, and moreover, each tuber is as big as a man's fist, each weighing at least 1 pound. Even though he doesn't like eating and isn't familiar with taro, La Sung still knows a little about this tuber. It has a high yield. Compared to potatoes or sweet potatoes, it doesn't reach yields of several thousand to tens of thousands of pounds per acre. But compared to the current crops of the Han tribe, this is definitely the most productive type. The best rice fields of the Han tribe currently only yield 800 pounds per acre. Newly planted corn, if harvested normally, is estimated to be no less than this figure. If it's good, who knows, it might exceed 1,000 pounds, which are the 2 main crops of the Han tribe, but still far behind taro. Nowadays, depending on the variety, taro yields at least 3,000 pounds per acre, and often more than 6,000 pounds. Looking at the size of the tubers in front of him, if an acre were planted entirely with these tubers, I wouldn't dare to say much, but at least 4,000 pounds is certain. Oh my! Planting 1 acre is like 5 acres of rice. Even though it's not as common as potatoes, taro is still a type of staple food. The starch content in it is real, it can fill you up. Although it can't completely replace rice, in years of famine, Using it to stave off hunger can save countless lives. La Sung picked up a tuber to weigh it, feeling its heavy weight, excited inside, but maintaining a calm exterior. Now is not the time to get excited. Winning over the tribe is the priority. As long as they integrate into the Han tribe, who would worry about the origins of taro? Fruits. I really like them. I accept them on behalf of the Han tribe. Now let's talk about the trade. La Sung pretended to be indifferent, tossing the taro tuber into the basket, politely saying a few words, steering the topic back to the trade. The Han leader is straightforward. We came this time precisely for that. I heard your trial captain say that as long as our tribe sends people to help the Han tribe build houses, you will exchange white salt and a few other good things like animal skins and containers for us. Duc Tho saw that La Sung didn't value the fruits much and went straight to the point. If they could negotiate a stable supply of white salt, their tribe would feel secure staying here. Of course, this isn't the first time we've done this. I heard that you once spoke with our Tang tribe's chief, so you must know that the Tang tribe got acquainted with the Han tribe through trading supplies. La Sung nodded affirmatively, easing Duc Tho's worries. So what do we need to help the Han tribe with? Just building houses? Where else can we build houses like those of the Han tribe? If it's here, we fear we can't reach because it's too far. We can't let our tribesmen go that far, Duc Tho continued to ask. Hee, not far at all, absolutely not far, because the place we build houses is right next to where you are currently living. La Sung grinned, showing a smug expression that left Duc Tho confused. But when he heard the trial captain and signaled, he was stunned, followed by deep fear and anxiety. Han tribe leader, what do you mean by that? Right next to where we live, are you planning to annex our tribe? Duc Tho trembled, firmly asking, not knowing if it was out of anger or fear, but he had to ask because he was already in the palm of the Han tribe. If they attacked his tribe with a large number of people, he wouldn't even be able to send a warning. The tribesmen were unaware, and they wouldn't be able to escape. The outcome was clear. The entire tribe would collapse, and if they didn't want to be killed, the best option would be to be forced to join. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Could it be that from the very first contact, the other side had planned this? Too terrifying. Of course not. The annexation of Yu doesn't need to be that complicated. If I wanted to, I could just mobilize all my people to strike once, and you know what the outcome would be. La Sung said while shrugging, appearing innocent. So, as you can see, our Han people are numerous and still growing. One fortress cannot meet our survival needs, so we have built 2 more fortresses on the eastern bank of the river. But that's still not enough. Right now, we need to construct a 4th fortress. The location is where the scout and his team measured a few days ago, quite far from where you are. You know that, right? This will not affect your lives, and that is the real purpose of sending them here. You don't need to feel there's anything wrong, because before we chose that area, we had no idea you had moved there. One thing the scout did not lie to you about is that the area you are currently in is actually a region we abandoned long ago. Moreover, we visit that forest every year. Otherwise, we wouldn't know it was suitable for building a fortress. La Sung explained in detail. And this explanation was not in vain, at least in La Sung's mind. For the surrounding tribes, he always tried to maintain a peaceful approach for them to voluntarily join. The Han people could easily use force to coerce, but making the captured prisoners loyal and obedient was nearly impossible. Rapid development is definitely not an issue, but the potential risks are too many. Every day, we not only have to worry about building but also have to be on guard against the risk of rebellion from below. In other words, even if the Han people actually capture a group of people, the difference in performance between those who volunteer to work and those who are forced to work is completely different. Therefore, if we can avoid using force, peace is still the best solution. If not, La Sung wouldn't need to explain so much. He could just send troops to eliminate them. After hearing less, Duc Tho suddenly recalled a few days ago when Third Eye and his teammates were running around the riverbank with sticks and ropes. It turned out they were measuring the land at that time. Duc Tho began to think. The leader of the Han people was not wrong. They were indeed newcomers who had occupied that wasteland. When the Han people chose the land, they didn't know that the Duc tribe had moved in. This explanation, they didn't do it on purpose. After realizing this, there was only one issue left. The Han people wanted to build a city, and the Duc tribe couldn't stop them. Opposition would only lead to death. But if the Han people's fortress was actually built right next to their living area, would that be good or bad? Should their tribe help build the city? What would the consequences be? Duc Tho immediately fell into deep thought. Clearly, once the Han people's fortress is too close, they will inevitably have to coexist. Both sides are near the river, using the same water source, relying on the same forest, and gathering firewood together. It's just that it's uncertain whether the Han people hunt. If they do, there might be disputes over the division of prey. No, that's not right. The Han people have too many people. How could there be disputes? Perhaps when a group of their hunters goes out, the Duc tribe won't catch anything, but living alongside the Han people also has clear benefits. At least they won't have to worry about white salt anymore, as they can exchange directly with them. Other daily necessities can also be traded, but eating meat will become more difficult. Aside from fishing in the river, which doesn't cause disputes, perhaps the wild animals in the forest will no longer be theirs. Fortunately, they can grow taro, otherwise the food issue would become serious. Duc Tho found himself in a dilemma, unsure of what choice to make. Their entire tribe has nearly 500 people, which is not a small tribe. They were living peacefully. Why should they migrate north? Isn't it because others are eyeing the salt mine they discovered? Those shameless people gathered several other tribes to fight over the salt mine, causing their original tribe of over 700 to shrink to less than 500, directly losing 200. Seeing that the situation could not be maintained, if they persisted, sooner or later, the entire tribe would be wiped out. Duc Tho had to grit his teeth and lead the tribe to abandon the ancestral land they had lived on for generations, migrating north, leaving the salt mine behind. They only took a quantity of salt they had previously extracted, leaving the rest for those tribes to fight over. Don't think they were united at that time. When the Duc tribe left, once it came to sharing benefits, they would definitely fight to the death. But now, the migration path is not easy. They had to pay with dozens of lives just to get this far. Moving here. Just half a year after settling, they had rebuilt their homes, cleared land, and planted crops successfully. Just as they were about to settle down here, they encountered an incredibly strong neighbor. This neighbor, while not bad, ultimately was not of the same tribe as them, and they couldn't abandon their own interests for someone else. From the perspective of the Han people, the Duc tribe was truly the invaders. What should they do now? Try to get along with this strong neighbor or avoid them and migrate again? No, it can't be like that. They can't migrate anymore. Duc Tho told himself that it was now early autumn. If they migrate at this time, they definitely won't find a safe place to get through the winter before it arrives. At that time, there would be insufficient food, insufficient livestock, and no houses to shield them from the wind and keep warm. The whole tribe would starve or freeze to death for various reasons. This is the outcome that this leader. Duc Tho fell into very complicated thoughts. However, La Song was not in a hurry. He did not expect the other party to kneel down at the first meeting. Everything needs a process, right? Why did Third Dai have to bring them here at this time? Wasn't it to show them the strength and wealth of the Han people? Now they knew about the strength, but they had never seen the wealth. In this era, what is the most important thing? If you ask 10 people, surely 10 will say food. That's right. Only when there is enough food can one preserve their life in this era. La Song and Turdai shared the same thought. Tomorrow, they would take them to see the rice harvest, taste the rice and delicious dishes of the Han people, and then show them what animal husbandry is like along with the Han people's enormous livestock reserves. A display of wealth, showcasing strength, and inflating oneself. If it doesn't leave them stunned, then I admit defeat. La Song thought to himself and then spoke. You don't need to rush to make a decision. You can stay with the Han people for a few days and see how we live. The Han people have no ill intentions. If we become neighbors, it will definitely only be beneficial. La Song kept Duc Tho from refusing. Although he was eager to return soon, the purpose of this trip was not yet complete. The negotiations about white salt and other items were still unfinished. If they went back now, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? However, they had to pay with dozens of lives to get this far. Moving here. Just half a year after settling down, they had rebuilt their homes, cleared the land, and harvested crops. Just when they were about to settle down here, they encountered an incredibly strong neighbor. This neighbor, while not bad, ultimately was not of the same tribe as them, and they couldn't give up their own interests for someone else. From the Han people's perspective, the new tribe was truly the invaders. What to do now? Try to get along with this strong neighbor or avoid them again and lead the whole tribe to migrate. No, it can't be like that. No more migrations. Duc Tho told himself, it is now the beginning of autumn, and if they migrate at this time, they definitely won't find a safe place to survive the winter before it arrives. At that time, there would be insufficient food, insufficient livestock, and no houses to shield them from the wind and keep warm. The entire tribe would starve or freeze to death for various reasons. This was the outcome that the leader absolutely did not want to see, but if they didn't migrate, they would be beside the powerful Han tribe. Duc Tho fell into very complicated thoughts. However, La Song was not in a hurry, and he did not expect the other party to kneel down at the first meeting. Everything needs a process, right? Why did the scout have to bring them here at this time? Wasn't it to show them the strength and wealth of the Han people? They now knew about the strength, but they had never seen the wealth. In this era, what is the most important thing? If you ask 10 people, surely 10 will say food. That's right. Only with enough food can one preserve their life in this era. La Song and Turdai shared the same thought. Tomorrow they would take them to see the rice harvest, taste the rice and delicious dishes of the Han people, and then show them what livestock farming is like along with the massive reserve of livestock the Han people have. A display of wealth, showcasing strength, inflating themselves. If it doesn't stun them, then I will concede. La Sung thought to himself and then spoke. You don't need to rush to make a decision. You can stay with the Han people for a few days, see how we live. The Han people have no ill intentions. If we become neighbors, it will surely only be beneficial. La Sung kept Duc Tho from refusing. Although he really wanted to return soon, the purpose of this trip was still not complete. Negotiations about white salt and other goods were still unfinished. If you went back now, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? However, now, Duc Tho no longer cares about the white salt but is more worried about the future of his tribe. Even moving the entire tribe to escape is not easy, as relocating hundreds of people is no simple task. There's no room for negotiation, and running away isn't an option. The leader of the Han tribe is determined to keep them there to observe his tribe. Duc Tho thinks, well, let's see. Maybe we can learn a thing or two from their advanced techniques. With that mindset, Duc Tho and his entourage follow the representative on a tour around Hanyang City. Hanyang City isn't anything special. The streets are empty, with no shops or people strolling around. On the street, apart from the mischievous kids, there are only carts transporting goods back and forth. The representative takes them to visit the woodworking shop and then to the construction site within the city. After that, they visit the weaving workshop and the livestock area of the Han tribe. These things clearly showcase the technical level and production capacity of the Han tribe. Despite the risk of revealing secrets, La Sung is not worried at all. Some things can't just be learned by looking. Like woodworking, it seems simple, but without metal tools, it can't be developed. Moreover, no matter how smart you are, can you really do it after just one look? Like a windmill, for example, can a small tribe of fewer than 500 people really create one? On the other hand, advanced crafts like blacksmithing, La Sung doesn't allow them to tour, so they can't learn how to make tools or even think about extracting metal from stone. Even the simplest ceramic firing technique, La Sung doesn't let them see, because it's too easy to understand. Just look at the principle, shape the clay, and then fire it in the flames. Once you know the principle, after a few tries, you can make ceramics, even if the quality isn't high. La Sung's idea is very clear, to exclusively produce ceramics to control other tribes. This is the foundation for the peaceful development of the Han tribe. If other tribes also have metal, salt, and ceramics, the Han tribe won't be able to control them with goods and will have to resort to force. There are other ways, but they are too slow, and La Sung doesn't have time to wait. After the tour, Duc Tho and his entourage are left speechless. These advanced technologies have shattered their familiar world. On the way back to their resting room, Duc Tho keeps repeating one phrase, so there's this way too. In the livestock area, for the first time, he encounters the concept of animal husbandry. While his tribe still has to risk their lives hunting everywhere, the Han tribe has a sow that can give birth to 12 piglets. Just by picking a few vines, they can turn them into meat. This is truly a timeless concept. They should have learned how to cultivate and understood the advantages of farming over foraging, as well as animal husbandry over hunting. That's stability. But they have never thought to reason from this. While they are struggling to find food to survive the winter, the Han tribe already knows how to shear wool from raised sheep to weave fabric. They don't kill the sheep for wool like Duc Tho's tribe, but take wool from live sheep, reusing it multiple times, maximizing limited resources. Looking at the Han tribe's advanced concepts and then back at his own tribe, Duc Tho feels ashamed. Killing sheep for wool is no different from killing chickens for eggs, while the Han tribe knows how to reuse and create many products from the same resources. While pondering these things, dinner time suddenly arrives. To promote the Han tribe's lifestyle, Duc Tho and his entourage's dinner is even prepared by them. In the main house, 2 stoves are blazing. The warriors under the representative are guiding Duc Tho and his team in cooking. If you want to understand the culture of a tribe, just look at their clothing, eating habits, and architecture. Dressing, living, and moving around are basic human needs. When interacting, the first thing people notice is appearance, which is to say, clothing. A keen observer can even guess a nation's customs through their appearance. After meeting, of course, it's time to enjoy unique cuisine. Food is a fundamental aspect of life. The quantity, flavor, and way of enjoying it all reflect the characteristics of a nation. Especially in China, culinary culture has reached its peak, impressing any foreigner. Currently, the Han tribe may not have reached that level, but they can still easily prepare a meal with over a dozen dishes, especially white rice, the unique staple of the Han tribe, that has elevated the meal to a new level. At this point, Duc Tho truly believes that the Han tribe has a stable food supply. Indeed, if thousands of people only lived by hunting and foraging, the entire area within 100 miles would be depleted. Besides food, the way of eating is also important. Compared to Duc Tho's tribe, where people sit haphazardly, eating grilled meat with their hands, sometimes even raw, the Han tribe's way of eating is quite elaborate. Food must be placed on clean porcelain plates and bowls, arranged on a long wooden table. Before eating, everyone must wash their hands. When eating together, seating must also follow a hierarchy. The person of highest status sits at the head of the table. Once everything is prepared, using chopsticks to eat is quite a challenge. Looking at the table full of delicious food but not being able to use hands, only chopsticks, is really difficult for those who are not used to it. However, even though using chopsticks is hard, it's very convenient for scooping rice. Especially when hearing the representative introduce that this is food grown by the Han tribe, Duc Tho suddenly feels like he has found his kind. Indeed, he had once suspected that the grassy fields outside the city couldn't be natural. When he eagerly asked the representative straightforwardly confirmed and said that tomorrow is the rice harvest day, and if they want, they can go see it. Want to? Of course, they do. Tomorrow, we will definitely go. Duc Tho immediately nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, before dawn, smoke from the kitchens rises from every house. Harvest days are different from ordinary days. The Han tribe has enough food, although they still keep the habit of having breakfast, but usually just a bowl of thin porridge. A lot of it can be supplemented with a little pickled cucumber to provide the necessary salt for the body. This type of pickled cucumber is made from a plant similar to sour cucumber provided by the ISEKAI'd clan. But during harvest season, it's different. Breakfast today must include meat, 1, to have the energy to work, and 2, as a symbol of abundance. After all, you have to find a reason to eat well. Nhu Duong has started the process of privatization, and every household raises black chickens and white rabbits. Today, wealthy families will stew a rabbit or kill a chicken, while poorer families at least have a few eggs. Generally, the harvest season is a joyful time and has gradually become a tradition. This is a good phenomenon. La Sung is also very pleased. Finally, there is a semblance of a nation. Since our people have mastered the skills of farming, they have considered agriculture more important than life itself. Food is paramount, and the Han people are no exception. Today, all the workshops in the city are closed, and almost all the residents are out. Even the children herding are fewer. The older kids carry baskets on their backs, leading their younger siblings, trying not to disturb the adults. Of course, Duc Tho doesn't need to participate in the work, but An is allowed to observe. Today, La Sung also woke up early, taking the sickle to cut the first bundle of rice, followed by the sight of thousands of people swinging sickles to harvest rice in unison. In front, the harvesters gather the rice into bundles and place them on the ground. Behind them, mats are spread out, and bamboo baskets and grass mats are used to thresh the rice, collecting it in one spot. Next comes the straw bundles and transporting the rice back to the city to dry. Everyone has clear roles, and everything proceeds in an orderly manner, making the people from the Duc clan feel amazed. It turns out this is the correct way to farm. The farming techniques of the Duc clan are still far behind those of the Han clan. Following the carts carrying rice back to the city, some people spill grains onto the road and on the green brick square in the city, then use specialized tools to flatten them, spreading them out to dry. The children hold long nets to keep watch, preventing birds from ruining the rice. Occasionally, some silly birds that come down to steal are caught by the kids with their nets, ultimately becoming a meal in their bowls. The kids always enjoy this work of playing and eating at the same time. Is this the white rice we've been eating for the past few days? Duc Tho follows La Sung around the rice drying area, holding a handful of grains in his hand, observing curiously. That's right, but we have to wait for it to dry before we can grind it to remove the husk, and the remaining part is the white rice we eat, La Sung explains. So the new city that the Han clan builds near us will also grow this type of rice, right? Duc Tho asks again. Of course, this is one of the staple foods of the Han clan. That place is near the river, making it very convenient to convert it into paddy fields, so they will mainly grow rice there. However, it's not just one type. The Han clan also has many other crops, which are also very good food and can serve as staples. It's just that the yield isn't as high as rice. La Song continues to explain. Duc Tho doesn't ask further. Although he has only been in Han Duong Fan for less than 2 days, he has been overwhelmed to the point of paralysis. If the Han clan is good at animal husbandry, Duc Tho can only admire that. But when it comes to farming, he still thinks he is a bit better than the Han clan. But now, what about it? The farming skills of the Han clan have surpassed them, not only farming well but also having more varieties of crops. Remembering the dinner last night, the rice goes without saying, currently lying at his feet. But the vegetables were incredibly diverse. Looking at others, they not only have staple foods but also a variety of vegetables. And looking back at himself, well, don't look anymore. After all, it can't be compared. So the new city of the Han clan definitely needs a lot of land to grow rice, which might encroach on our living area. Duc Tho says again, gesturing, his tone full of helplessness, not knowing if it was a question or just a lament. La Sung does not answer immediately, saying it wouldn't be affected would be a lie. The city of Nhu Duong that La Sung designed has a long side of at least 1,000 meters, which is 5 times larger than Han Duong Fan. Even if the average area per person increases, this city must at least accommodate more than 10,000 people, even close to 20,000, just like the Nhu Duong district on the other side. With such a population density, the area of agricultural land around can be imagined. To ensure food supply for more than 10,000 people, even calculating based on the high yield of rice twice a year, at least more than 10,000 mu of land is needed. Trying to choose a location near the Duc clan like this, to say it wouldn't affect anything is something even Sung wouldn't believe. Haha, indeed. The Han leader, your ultimate goal is still to annex our tribe, right? Duc Tho, not receiving an answer from La Sung, takes it as a silent agreement and then laughs bitterly. In the end, the result is still the same. No matter how eloquent the words are, they cannot hide the ambitions of the Han clan. No, I will never force other tribes to join. I have ways for them to voluntarily join the Han clan, including you as well. You can think of me as tyrannical, I admit that, but I also do it for the benefit of your people, isn't that right? This you cannot deny. Hearing this, La Sung straightforwardly admits. Why Duc Tho is unwilling and does not believe, he asks. I know you might not think that way, but the reality is like this. Take your tribe as an example. What future is there living alone under your leadership? You can't even protect your salt-making land, and instead, over 200 of your people were killed. I really don't know how you fight to be so miserable. Forget about that. Just talking about the standard of living, you might have enough food living alone, but what about other necessities? What do you have? Not even livestock to get through the winter. But as long as you join the Han clan, you will have the life you have experienced over the past 2 days. Clearly, it can help your people stay away from danger, live a stable and prosperous life. What do you think your people will choose? To abandon you and join the Han tribe, or to lead their whole tribe to join the Han tribe? What's the difference between these two outcomes? If you prevent them from joining, then you don't deserve to be a leader. My tribe may be larger than yours, but I am also a leader. I know how to make my people live better. Right now, I've already done it. I provide my people with food, warm clothes, and sturdy houses. What do you have? What do you have? This question may sound a bit blunt and somewhat authoritarian, but if I don't say it like that, perhaps Duc Tho wouldn't understand. Since coming to this world, La Sung has realized one thing early on. Don't beat around the bush with uncivilized people, they won't get it. It's better to speak plainly. La Sung saw that Duc Tho didn't respond and continued, You've met Tang Clan. Although her tribe isn't as large as yours, with just over 100 people, she is still a chieftain. The reason she chose to lead her people to join the Han tribe is that they enjoy life in the Han tribe. In the Han tribe, I can't say anything else, but as long as you're not lazy and are willing to work hard, you will definitely have enough to eat and won't have to worry about hunger or cold. That's why they chose to join the Han tribe. Just like the days you've lived in the Han tribe, do you think your tribe can do the same? But I can. As long as all my people follow my orders, I guarantee they will have a good life. That's also why many other chieftains are willing to trust me. Of course, you may not understand this right away, and you can't make a decision immediately. But it's okay. I won't force any tribe to join the Han tribe. Your tribe is the same. I will continue to trade with you as promised. I assure you, as long as you are willing to work for the Han tribe, all supplies will be distributed on time. Whether you join the Han tribe or not, this will still be carried out. After some time, you will naturally understand what I said today. After saying this, La Sung didn't care how much Duc Tho understood and left on his own, leaving Duc Tho standing alone in the sun, lost in thought. Although La Sung tried to simplify the meaning of his words, it was still very difficult for Duc Tho to understand immediately. La Sung wasn't in a hurry, and neither were the other tribes. The Han tribe has developed to this day. The first people were bought by him. The second wave was when he used the common enemy of the cannibal tribe to threaten other tribes. If they didn't join me, they would just suddenly die. So, the other tribes had to choose to join. As for the most recent wave, all were laborers from Liuyang County. These people had lived in the Han tribe for a few months before choosing to join. Just as the saying goes, it's easy to go from simple to luxurious, but hard to return from luxurious to simple. This fits the current situation very well. Life in the Han tribe, no matter how bad it is still better than living in hunger, facing death every day while hunting. Once they get used to the abundant life in the Han tribe, La Sung doesn't believe there's anyone foolish enough to want to return to living in hunger. The following events went very smoothly. The people of Hanyang City were no longer the uncivilized ones learning to farm for the first time. Now, this important skill has been mastered after more than 2 years of hard work. Rice was quickly harvested, dried in the sun, threshed, shelled, and packed into bags for storage. The fields outside the city were also being plowed continuously. The chieftain had ordered that another crop of mountain grass be planted before winter arrives. The people had no complaints. The land was still there. If they didn't farm, it would just go to waste. According to the nature of these primitive people, they couldn't do anything outside of winter. In other seasons, they wished they could harvest food every month, not for any other reason, but because they were too afraid of hunger. During the small tribe period, there were indeed people who died of starvation. Duc Tho hadn't returned for the past 2 days. Every day, besides eating, he was in the fields of the Han tribe. One reason was to think about what La Sung said to him, and the other was to observe the farming techniques of the Han tribe. His tribe also farmed, but compared to the Han tribe, it was like night and day. The Han tribe had enough tools along with a systematic process and method of farming. Seeing the Han tribe using oxen to plow each row of land, Duc Tho truly felt the gap between his tribe and the Han tribe. No wonder the Han tribe had surplus food. They were both farming, but looking at how they did it, compared to his tribe, just the use of land was a huge difference. The Han tribe planted in rows, leaving no piece of land unused. Meanwhile, the sweet potato fields of Duc Tho's tribe looked like a wasteland, all messy mounds of earth, with each mound growing a few sweet potatoes. Originally a high-yield crop, they only planted enough to fill their stomachs. That's the difference. However, he still had no intention of agreeing with La Sung, not out of personal gain, but because he had personally experienced the life and development of the Han tribe. But his people hadn't. Even if he wanted them to join the Han tribe, there might still be some who disagreed. If he truly proposed it, it might not have any effect. Perhaps, as La Sung said, when they understand life in the Han tribe, even if he disagrees, he can't stop those who want to join. That wouldn't be so bad. Even if he loses the power of a chieftain and has to listen to La Sung's management, life in the Han tribe is truly comfortable. Now, he somewhat understands what La Sung said. Just for himself, Duc Tho has also been thinking these past few days, if he weren't the chief of the tribe but just an ordinary citizen, he probably wouldn't want to return to the harsh life he had before. Thinking about this, Duc Tho seemed to have come to a realization. But he wasn't just an ordinary citizen, he was the chief of a tribe with hundreds of people. Therefore, he still had to return and lead his people. Even if he joined the Han tribe, he had to wait for his people to agree first. So, he left, taking his subordinates with him. He had decided to stay and help the Han tribe build their fortress. One reason was to provide his people with a better life, and the other was that even if he wanted to take the whole tribe and run, there was no opportunity left. Speaking of this, he felt that La Sung was truly very cunning. He didn't trust him, fearing they would escape, so he sent a trial leader along with a group of people to accompany them, claiming it was to prepare for the immediate construction of the city walls, while also bringing some urgent supplies for the Duc Tho tribe to use beforehand. But Duc Tho didn't think that way. He believed La Sung sent the trial leader to monitor them, to prevent his tribe from secretly escaping, but saying that wasn't entirely wrong. When La Sung issued this order, he indeed had such intentions. About half a month after the harvest in Han Duong City, all the harvesting and planting work was completed. Han Duong City returned. He believed that La Sung and Turdai were sent to monitor them, to prevent his tribe from secretly fleeing. But saying that isn't wrong. When La Sung gave this order, he truly had that intention. About half a month after the rice harvest in Han Duong City, all harvesting and planting work was completed. Han Duong City returned to its normal rhythm. The pioneering team led by the scout also, the exploration team led by the trial leader officially set up camp next to the Duc Tho tribe, becoming a new labor market. And the main source of labor at this time was the neighboring Duc Tho tribe. Compared to the first time, establishing this exploration team has become more experienced. The people sent out are no longer just good negotiators but skilled craftsmen. This is the guidance of new workers. Building New City will definitely attract the attention of La Sung, the great leader. However, he cannot go there himself due to the considerable distance. Although the district of Nhu Duong is not as far as Nhu Duong, it still takes a few days to travel back and forth. La Sung is busy teaching, managing 4 classes on his own, and with limited time, he cannot leave. But just because he can't go doesn't mean others can't bring news back to him. There is a person named Bio who once said that rivers are the highways in the jungle. La Sung completely agrees with this. Traveling to Nhu Sung by road takes several days, and even if you ride a horse quickly through the forest, it still takes a few hours. But if you take a boat on the water, it takes less than an hour. Why? Because Nhu Duong is also located by the river. Han Duong and Nhu Duong use the river as a boundary, and this river also serves as a quick transportation route between the two districts. If La Sung doesn't know how to take advantage of this natural route, then he is not the La Sung we know. Due to the river's width limitations, large ships cannot be used. Therefore, La Sung ordered the woodworking shop to build a domestic cargo boat like before, with square ends and a flat bottom. People like Nhu Duong also have experience, so this is not too difficult. After all, a domestic boat that is 8 meters long and 3 meters wide is just a small thing in the wooden boat world, slightly larger than a canoe and a dugout. The boat construction went very quickly. The most time-consuming step in building a wooden boat is making the wooden planks. However, in Nhu Duong City, there is a wind-powered automatic saw, a miraculous tool that seems to be magic. Just put the whole log in, and on the other side, it continuously saws out planks. First, they make a double frame, then soak the wooden planks in water, bend them with fire, and assemble them. Previously, La Sung and a few dozen people took a whole month to finish a wooden boat, but now, the woodworking shop only takes a week to complete one. In just half a month, 2 new boats have taken on the task of transporting between the 2 districts. Although each boat doesn't carry much, it moves very quickly, taking only an hour and a half for a round trip, leaving the Duc tribe astonished. A large amount of living supplies, construction tools, and craftsmen have landed in the Nhu Duong area with a frequency of 4 to 8 times a day, leaving the Duc tribe completely stunned. Duc Tho, who had been to Nhu Duong City before, traveled by land, and the fastest round trip took at least 5 days. In his mind, even if the Han people wanted to build a new city like Nhu Duong City, the speed could not be that fast. If a conflict were to occur with the Han people, he could still think of ways to get his people to escape. But now, looking at the wooden boats arriving 8 times a day by the river, he just wants to die. How can they escape like this? In the blink of an eye, they can reinforce with hundreds of people, all young and strong. Moreover, thanks to the convenience of water transport between the 2 places, the residents of Nhu Duong City can easily take a boat in the morning to work and return home to their wives and children in the evening. This is like giving wings to the construction of new city. Furthermore, to facilitate transportation between the 2 places in the future, the Han people continue to build more wooden boats. After all, wood doesn't cost money. The logging team in Nhu Duong City cuts trees every day without stopping, and the cut wood cannot be used immediately. It must be dried in the shade for at least a year. Just keep stockpiling, wood is never too much. With the development of the Han people, these logs will eventually be needed. Nhu Duong is in the process of construction, and the first step is still to dig up the earth and build a brick kiln. With the experience from building Nhu Duong City, everything is going very smoothly this time. For this process, the tribe members have become skilled workers. The only difference from Nhu Duong City is that Nhu Duong City is larger, with each side measuring up to 1,000 meters. The city walls and moats have also been upgraded. The walls of Nhu Duong are 7 meters high, with a top width of 3 meters, while the walls of Nhu Duong are as high as 12 meters, with a top width of 6 meters. They can even install large catapults on the walls without affecting movement. The wall structure is still earth embankment covered with bricks. To obtain a large amount of earth for wall building, the moats used to collect earth have also been dug wider and deeper. The moat is 8 meters wide, and all the excavated earth is used to build the city. Not only is it used for wall construction, but the earth from here is also used to build houses and fire bricks within the city. Because the earth around also needs to be used for cultivating fields, it cannot be dug up randomly, so they can only shear the wool from one sheep. Although the workload is large, La Sung is not in a hurry. This is just a preparation for expanding the population scale in the future. From the beginning of August to the beginning of September, in just 1 month, the decoration of 4 lecture halls in Nhu Duong City has been completed, and these 4 buildings can officially be put into use. In addition, the administrative building project is also being constructed at a rapid pace. Since this is a completely wooden structure, the construction speed is even faster than that of the lecture halls. After completing the most challenging stone foundation, the wooden structure above is progressing very quickly. The wooden columns are erected, followed by the horizontal beams, stairs, wooden planks, and La Sung, the designer, directly supervises. The project changes every day, and at this rate, La Sung estimates that the administrative building will be completed before the current course ends. But on a day at the beginning of the month, Du Ya, who was sent by La Sung to scout, returned. And not only did he come back with his group, but he also brought back more than 500 people along with a small number of wild donkeys from the plateau and over 200 Bactrian camels. This left La Sung utterly astonished. However, this was not the most surprising thing for La Sung. The northern land is mountainous and is well known for its wild donkeys and Bactrian camels, but if they only eat meat, it would be hard to digest. Humans need to supplement their vitamins, relying solely on internal organs is not enough. In Hanyang City, They grow their own vegetables and forage for wild fruits, but fruits are not common in the northern land, and there are no vegetables either. So what do they eat? They eat leaves. Leaves. But they are processed leaves. Fresh leaves are not tasty, and if picked for a while, they will dry out. But they have learned how to process them. Even something as simple as kneading and rubbing for natural fermentation can be considered a primitive form of tea. So what should we call it? Plateau tea. Or whether it's black tea or green tea from the plateau, you'll have to taste it to find out. Based on their specialties, La Sung decided to name this tribe the Gao Shan tribe, and now they are part of the Han people with the surname Gao. According to tradition, the audience still takes place in the lecture hall on the third floor. Since this building was constructed, La Sung has increasingly enjoyed hosting guests here. Why? Because it's high up. If they don't have to climb the stairs, how can they feel the might of the Han people? And how can La Sung show off? On the third floor of the teaching building, La Sung is using a small red clay pot to brew tea. He doesn't know if the original tea from the Gao Shan tribe is drinkable, but he is willing to experiment, eager to nurture and develop it. It must be noted that even though La Sung didn't understand tea in his past life and didn't know how to drink it, he still recognized the importance of tea. Tea is one of the first natural beverages that humans discovered, and it has immense practical value. Historically, tea has always been ranked among the four great commodities alongside iron, fabric, and salt, meaning it is a highly valuable and stable trade item. Why is that? In fact, just looking through world history, it's not hard to see that in all commercial activities, whether domestic or international, tea always appears. This item is loved worldwide. The nomadic people of the steppe live by herding, not knowing how to farm, and they only eat meat and drink milk daily. However, they suffer from severe vitamin deficiencies as they lack vegetables and fruits, so what can they do? They can only drink tea. They mix tea with horse milk, turning it into milk tea. Some use barley, also known as creating a buttermilk dish. After that, they mix in the milk tea, creating a daily drink known as buttermilk tea. In short, tea has always been an indispensable part of the lives of nomadic peoples. As long as you can produce tea, you will definitely not worry about not being able to sell it. Later, when the Great Maritime Expedition began, European crusades to the east, but they were beaten so badly by the Arabs in Central Asia that they could hardly recognize their faces. These wars lasted for hundreds of years, turning Europeans into impoverished people, and the entire continent of Europe was looking for ways to make money. Just then, a guy named Marco Polo traveled around the east and then returned. Pastries in the east are all filled. Leaves on trees can also be brewed into drinks, and there's an endless supply of money. So after hearing him brag, countless ships sailed thousands of miles to the east in search of pastries and tea. From then on, tea began to gain popularity worldwide, especially among the nobility. If you don't drink a cup of afternoon tea every day, you wouldn't even dare to call yourself noble. Tea is sold everywhere in the world, loved by people, and has formed unique tea cultures in each place. There's a saying that existence has its reasons. The rise of tea is also a choice of nature, or in other words, an inevitability. If tea weren't good, would it be loved by the whole world? Of course not. So it has to be good, it must be good. If it's not good, how could La Sung use it to make money? La Sung said that if the tea is good, even if it's harder to drink than urine, you still have to pay to buy it. That's right. I'm a person who knows reasoning very well, and I must use virtue to serve people. And at this moment, La Sung is using virtue to serve people. La Sung is brewing tea in the classroom on the third floor. He boils water, cleans the dust off the tea, and then uses boiling water to brew the tea. Then he looks towards Du Ye and the leader of the Gao Shan tribe sitting in front of him. Du Ye, there's one thing I don't understand. How did you find their tribe and how did you convince them to join our Han people? La Sung curiously asked. Although he was very interested in tea, the origin of the Gao Shan tribe also piqued his interest just as much. Dear leader, we happened to encounter them. You mentioned in your letter that we should try to capture prisoners from the cannibal tribes, but we tried several times without success. If we want to infiltrate without being detected, we cannot ride horses. But if we don't ride horses, even if we capture someone, we can't escape their encirclement and pursuit. Therefore, the mission to capture scouts for information could not be carried out. After that, we had no choice but to complete the second mission, which was to go along the river to return while also exploring the northern maritime route. Initially, we did not discover the Gao Shan tribe. Only when we traveled south along the river did we encounter a small group of cannibals, about 40 people. They were escorting more than a dozen people from the Gao Shan tribe. If it wasn't good, how could La Sung use it to make money? La Sung said that if the tea is good, even if it tastes worse than urine, you still have to pay for it. That's right. I'm a very reasonable person. You have to use virtue to serve people. And right now, La Sung is using virtue to serve people. La Sung is brewing tea in the classroom on the third floor. He boils water, washes the dirt off the tea, and then brews the tea with boiling water. Then he looked towards Du Ya and the chief of the Khao Sun tribe sitting in front of him. Du Ya, there's something we don't understand. How did you find their tribe and how did you convince them to join our Han people? La Song curiously asked. Although he was very interested in tea, the origin of the Khao Sun tribe also intrigued him. Dear Chief, we happened to encounter them. You mentioned in your letter that we should try to capture prisoners from the cannibal settlements, but we tried several times without success. If we want to infiltrate without being detected, we can't ride horses in. But if we don't ride horses, even if we capture someone, we can't escape their encirclement and pursuit. Therefore, the mission to capture scouts for information could not be carried out. After that, we had no choice but to complete the second mission, which was to travel along the river to return while also exploring the northern maritime route. Initially, we did not discover the Khao Sun tribe. Only when we traveled south along the river did we encounter a small group of cannibals, about 40 people. They were escorting more than a dozen members of the Khao Sun tribe. It seems like they're taking them back to their tribe. In a situation like this, as long as we can defeat the cannibal tribe, we must report to you. Ka Niem is a very practical and straightforward person. Just because he saw the solid Han fortress, which could protect the tribesmen from the slaughtering enemies, he decided to join the Han tribe. Of course, the reason can't be that simple. There must also be the allure of Du Dan, introducing the situation of the Han tribe. Otherwise, even if Cao Niem liked the Han fortress, he wouldn't be able to decide so easily. After understanding the situation of the Khao Sun tribe, La Song began to think about arranging accommodations for them. The Khao Sun tribe has more than 500 people. The Han beds definitely can't hold them all, so why not move them to the Nhu Duong district to build? These 500 people are nearly equal to the Lust tribe. Releasing them there could also restrain the Lust tribe, just as a precaution. La Song also has further plans for the 500 people of the Khao Sun tribe, plus more than 170 people from the Tang tribe. If the Lust tribe agrees to submit, they also have nearly 500 people. The three tribes combined would be about 1,200 people, even if half of them are engaged in production. With a little support from the Han for building the new city, it wouldn't be a problem. More than 1,200 people would be enough to form the foundation for the new Nhu Duong district. Using them as a base, later on, we just need to add more newcomers, and this district will stand firm. By next spring, when 4,000 people from the alliance of the two northern tribes migrate down, we can let them settle in the county town of Phuoc, Manhwa. If anyone wants to go to Hanyang or Nhu Duong, we can also distribute the three cities to help with the construction of the new city. After all, the new city also needs significant support from the old city. Having confirmed this plan, La Sung Bao Tudai led Cao Niem to the Nhu Duong construction site to inspect. If they find it satisfactory, they can move everyone there to settle. Regarding the winter, we can use the excavated earth to build earthen houses. The earthen houses can be built quickly and can be heated, so there's no fear of fire. Winter is not an issue. Moreover, they can be quickly dismantled. Building new houses next winter and moving in won't be a hassle at all. After arranging for the Khao Sun tribe to arrive, the construction projects in Hanyang were also basically completed, with only the administrative building still under construction, and the wooden frame was now finished. Next, we just need to install windows and walls. The production of white paper in Hanyang district has also increased, so using it to cover windows is no longer a problem. After handling everything, La Sung called Du Dao, who had just returned after a week off, to come before him. Du Dao, this time I'm assigning you to build a city. What do you think? La Sung squinted and asked with a smile. Huh? Building a city? You mean the one being built in Nhu Duong, right? Isn't there already a trial overseer there? What am I supposed to do there? There's no work to do. Du Dan said doubtfully. It's not Nhu Duong but Phuoc Manhwa. I'm planning to establish a county town there to accommodate the 4,000 migrants coming down next year. We need to prepare in advance, or else when they arrive next year, there will be no place for them to stay. If we wait for them to build it themselves, it will waste a year, La Sung explained. Oh, is that so? But I'm not very good at building houses. Ever since joining the Han tribe, I've just been following him around. I'm not cut out for building cities. Du Dao spread his arms, showing his helplessness. La Sung looked at him, took a deep breath, and wanted to slap him. This was clearly an excuse. He didn't want to stay in one place, not that he didn't know how to build a city. Well, if he didn't want to, forcing him wouldn't motivate him. After thinking for a moment, La Sung fell into deep thought. Who else is suitable to manage the construction of the new city? The big tree guarding Nhu Duong can't be moved. With nearly 20,000 people there, no one can hold them back. The big tree is an elder of the Han tribe, and all the tribe leaders respect him. The trial overseer is supervising Nhu Duong. Although a bit reckless, he used to be a leader, has some cunning, and is busy with work, so he can't be moved. Thu Na is a talent, a core elder of the Han tribe. La Sung trusts him very much, but he is a military strategist, and without fighting, he has the most power. Since Tu Dai is in Nhu Duong, if he moves him, no one will manage the soldiers. Huiyet Do is brave and loyal, but if you ask him to hunt or kill enemies, that's fine, but for construction, forget it. As for the newly joined tribe leaders, they used to manage tribes, but for building a new city, they have no experience, and La Sung doesn't trust them. The person in charge of building the new city must have high prestige to lead everyone in building houses, making it very suitable for being the city lord. So building is like choosing the city lord. This made La Sung feel troubled. For a while, he didn't know who to use. After careful consideration, he finally chose someone suitable, a person from the Eagle tribe who had joined the Han tribe for a long time, with enough prestige, capable of managing and suppressing without issue, and loyalty is also good. Seeing the huge eagles delivering messages back and forth, it's clear that the Han tribe's information is not secure, and they dare to use them. But Eagle Nue is also not good at building cities, needing an assistant. After thinking for a long time, La Sung decided to have the Shak Do and Doc Ni groups assist Eagle Nue in co-managing the construction of the Phuruc Mang Quan County town. With someone guarding and someone building, that's a good idea, right? After choosing the people, the next step is the specific plan for Phuruc Mang Quan. As a town with military purposes, the construction cannot be ordinary like other cities. La Sung's idea is to find the narrowest section in the Phuruc Mang Quan Valley, build a wall to block the road, sealing off the valley, but that's still not enough. With such a favorable terrain, just using it for defense would be a waste. So besides the outer wall, La Sung wants to build another one, using 2 walls to enclose the narrowest part of the city. Mr. Fan La, the fake city lord, invites the army in. If we only build 1 wall, the enemy won't be able to break through. La Sung is confident of that. But what's the use? The enemy loses, but we suffer great losses. There's no profit. It's a losing deal. But with Mr. Thon, it's different. It's about dealing with enemy attacks. Phuruc Mang Quan can avoid defending the outer wall, even opening the gate to welcome them. When the enemy is all in, the soldiers at the second wall close the gate, trapping them in Mr. Thon. And then it's like catching turtles in a jar, but it would be meaningless to expend effort to kill them all. Phuruc Mang Quan can maintain a defensive stance, just not attacking, exhausting the enemy's rations. When they eat all the dry rations and starve to death, the Han tribe can open the gate to collect the spoils. Those barbarians eat flesh. These people are all poor, with no hope of stealing any valuables, but they are resources themselves, forced into slavery, sent to mine, stoke furnaces, and carry bricks for cheap labor. Capturing them is profitable. To achieve this, you only need to build an additional earthen wall. Compared to the benefits, it's clear to see. The 2 walls forming the fortress are a military stronghold, not something that needs to be built separately for the residents. The terrain of Phuruc Mang Quan is a long, narrow valley, flanked by cliffs. To the north, leaving the valley, there are grassy hills where the flesh-eating apes used to ambush. This area is wide, the soil is good, but there is no water, making it impossible to cultivate into fields. So the people still have to stay in the valley to build the county town of Phuruc Mang Quan to the south of Ong Than, surrounded by flat land for cultivation. On the mountainsides, there are streams flowing, gathering into small ponds. Even though there is little water, it can be channeled. And finally, a large pit can be dug at the foot of the mountain to hold water. According to La Sung's strange terminology, this is a reservoir that channels mountain streams into it, accumulating small amounts to irrigate the fields. The flat land at the foot of the mountain turns into rice paddies, while the slopes grow corn, which requires little water. These 2 crops are lazy plants. You just need to sow them, no need for much care. And the yield is high enough for Phuruc Mang Quan to be self-sufficient. On the mountain, they can also grow hemp, peppers, vegetables, and fruit trees, which are agricultural byproducts but very necessary. As for food, there's no need to mention it. Raising silkworms, chickens, and using hemp to make fabric are all profitable methods. If they want to raise cattle and goats, besides using straw for feed, they can let them graze on the grassy hills outside the valley. Goat hair is a significant income source, plus there's meat to eat. With a reservoir, there are fields, and with fields, people can be fed, leading to a settlement. The area of Phuruc Mang Quan is an independent city from Ong Than. Ong Than is a military base, while the county town is for the people, also serving some self-defense purposes. However, the population is limited, and the status isn't high, so the city walls don't need to be too grand. Something like Han Duong is enough. From above, it's clear that building Phuruc Mang Quan isn't easy. Its scale isn't as large as Nhu Duong, but it's very solid. 2 walls of Ong Than, 1 wall of the county town, channels to lead water from the mountain, and the reservoir at the foot of the mountain involves a lot of work. But there's no rush. The people will arrive next year. This year, the priority is to complete the 2 walls. With this wall, the safety of the valley is ensured, and then they will go up the mountain to find water sources, dig channels to redirect streams into the reservoir at the foot of the mountain. Completing these tasks won't affect next year's farming. They will cultivate the land first, and then when they have free time, they will build the county town. If the land issue is resolved, then I have no more problems. Duc Tho directly agreed, and then La Sung turned his gaze to Duc Ni. This guy still hadn't spoken. Chief, there is very little water there. Only on the mountain are there streams, making it difficult for both drinking and irrigating the fields. Duc Ni thought for a moment and then said, then let's cut down trees, dig channels, and lead water from the streams down the mountain, and dig a reservoir. La Sung straightforwardly presented the plan he had thought of. Yeah, the chief's method is very good. I have no more problems. So what should we do next? Duc Ni nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then send 3 of you. Thui will be the chief manager, responsible for finding suitable areas and transporting earth from outside the valley to build the city walls. Duc Ni, you will be in charge of finding streams, digging channels to lead the water to one place, and then digging the reservoir at the foot of the mountain. And you, Duc Tho, will be responsible for clearing the local vegetation, and then go up the mountain to cut trees. Cut as many as you can. After cutting, pile them up in one place for next year's construction of Tang Clan. La Sung clearly assigned the tasks, and all 3 agreed. 2 days later, the group preparing to build Furuk Manquan was ready, totaling 500 people, including 300 residents from Nhu Duong and 200 slaves. The 3 main leaders led the way with many carts carrying supplies, heading towards the northern valley. The group was loaded with food and tools, starting the new expansion plan of the Han people. Furuk Manquan is actually the mountain pass behind Nhu Duong City, not too far away. At a walking speed of 20 kilometers a day, it would only take 3 days to reach, with a maximum distance of only 70 kilometers. La Sung estimated about 60 kilometers. This distance isn't far. According to the military history records of Tho Bot Lo, our army once marched over 100 kilometers in a single day and night to surround the enemy and ultimately won. So, this 60 kilometers is nothing. With Nhu Duong City as the center, the task of building the 2 north-south routes began to run parallel and gradually fell into a rhythm. La Sung sat quietly in his room. Every day he received news from the 2 places, but suddenly one day, the merchant caravan from the prairie finally returned after more than half a year. This was good news. At least this time, the harvest was very promising. When the handwritten letter from Duc Tho reached La Sung, the caravan was still 3 days away from Nhu Duong City. But from Nhu Duong City to Nhu Duong County was very close. La Sung immediately realized this was a great opportunity. The caravan brought many valuable items, and if they didn't stop by Nhu Duong County to rest a bit, it would be a waste. La Sung chuckled softly and immediately wrote a reply to Du Fuke, stating that the area that used to be the territory of the Lut tribe was building a new city. They could stop by to rest for a day and still return in time. Du Fuke was also very surprised to receive La Sung's letter. He didn't expect the Han people if we didn't stop by Ruyang County to rest a bit, it would be such a waste. La Sung chuckled softly and immediately wrote a reply to Du Fuke, saying that the area that used to be the territory of the Let tribe was building a new city. They could stop by to rest for a day and then return without being late. Du Fuke was also very surprised to receive La Sung's letter. He didn't expect the Han people to expand so quickly. The new Hanyang city had just been completed not long ago, and now they were already building a new city. This surprised many people. Therefore, Du Fuke was also very curious about this new city and immediately adjusted his course, according to La Sung's words, towards Nhu Duong County. The next morning, the merchant caravan arrived. Early that morning, the people of the Duc tribe woke up early. The whole tribe, young and old, gathered around an iron pot cooking breakfast. The pot was a precious item, exchanged for the hard work of the entire tribe. The whole tribe only had one, but the food in the pot was nothing fancy, just boiled taro. Although it wasn't a staple food, it was enough to fill their stomachs. This way of eating was also learned from the Han people, and everyone really enjoys it. Food with broth is much tastier than the grilled stuff we used to eat all day. But just as they finished cooking and were about to share the meal, the water in the pot suddenly rippled with small waves. Next, almost everyone felt the ground shake, pressing their ears to the ground, and they could even hear a rumbling sound like thunder. What's happening? Duc Tho was a bit startled. He really didn't know what was going on, so he didn't know how to react. Over at the construction site, Thu Dai also noticed the situation. He had cavalry under his command, so he immediately recognized it. This was the sound of a large number of livestock running at full speed. From the south, there were so many horses coming. It must be the merchant caravan of Du Fuke returning. In fact, Thu Dai had a strong dislike for this guy. He was a regular military officer who hadn't fought a battle all year, while Du Fuc was just a wandering merchant, yet he could lead two powerful cavalry teams around showing off. It was really annoying. No way. Next time, he definitely had to tell the leader. He also wanted to go to the prairie. He could fight too. Who wants to spend all day building walls and digging dirt? It's such a waste. Thu Dai thought to himself, feeling a sharp pain in his heart as Du Fuc's group quickly appeared. But the first to run over was a pack of dogs, followed by a herd of sheep, cattle, horses, and a few members of the merchant caravan on horseback, and surely Du Fuc was sitting in the slow-moving cart behind. Although Duc Tho didn't recognize these people, he knew this was the Han people's group because the leader had shiny silver hair, looking no different from Third Eye. Additionally, there were thousands of cattle, horses, and sheep. There weren't too many cattle, but there were about 2,000 or 3,000 of them, and the rest were all sheep. These filthy sheep were countless, filling everywhere. Even Du Fuc didn't know exactly how many there were. With so many livestock, all belonging to the Han people, it frightened the Duc people. No wonder the Han people were so strong. Their entire tribe, young and old combined, couldn't match the number of cattle the Han had. What's the point of comparing strength like that? Seeing so many cattle, Duc Tho first thought about plowing the fields. He had seen the Han people harvest rice and plow the fields, so he knew the usefulness of cattle. Therefore, he really wanted to ask for some buffalo to plow. But when he suggested it to Third Eye refused unhappily. Hey, Leader Duke, why do you have such thoughts? Although there are many cattle here, our Han people are also lacking in newly reclaimed land, waiting for cattle to plow. How could we have any surplus to trade with you? But it's not impossible. Third Eye chuckled softly. What's the solution? Duc Tho curiously asked. Of course. It's to join the Han people. As long as you join, the leader will definitely distribute cattle to various places. At that time, will you still need to ask? Don't think any further. Third Eye sincerely advised Duc Tho. Duc Tho cursed silently. Damn it. It always comes back to joining the Han people. But if he doesn't join, looking at the situation, his tribe is about to lose control. His people didn't care about anything else. Whoever could protect them, whoever could fill their stomachs, they would follow that person. If their stomachs weren't full, who cared about the leader? This situation was unfolding right before their eyes. In the Duc tribe, there were a few children hugging baby sheep, constantly shouting for meat, demanding clothes. They intended to skin the sheep to eat meat. In front of them was a pack of fierce sheepdogs. Seeing the baby sheep being snatched, they immediately intended to bite the children to reclaim the sheep. But in front of the dogs was a line of warriors with spears, mainly to protect the children. However, the children had their reasons. The Duc tribe grew taro. This crop had a high yield, so their tribe relied on it to live, but eating it all the time became tiresome. No matter how good it was, eating it every day was boring. Of course, there was meat. They caught a few fish from the river or went hunting every day. But they didn't know if it was because the Han people were nearby, the wild animals around were very few, perhaps also because they feared the Han people's sweep, so the Duc tribe didn't have much meat. Even if they hunted, it wasn't enough to share among nearly 500 people. That's why this scene happened. There were children hugging baby sheep demanding meat, wanting clothes, and the children were all naked, without a scrap of cloth to cover themselves. It was now autumn. The weather was getting colder, and recently there had been strong winds, but they still didn't have a single piece of animal skin. If this continued, with insufficient meat reserves, not enough calories, and no livestock to keep warm, it was almost certain they wouldn't survive this winter. But the children weren't stupid, or rather, it was their survival instinct. They wanted to live, not die, so they grabbed the Han people's sheep, wanting to eat sheep meat and wear sheep clothing. They just wanted to live, that's all. But continuing to confront like this wouldn't work. Someone had to step up to resolve it. Just then, Du Fuc walked from the middle of the crowd. Seeing Thu Dai with his silver helmet, he immediately laughed loudly, not expecting to meet an acquaintance. It had been half a year. He thought everything had changed. Du Fuc rode his horse up to Third Eye, dismounted to greet him, but Third Eye didn't pay him any mind. His eyes glued to the children, as if they had done something wrong. Third Eye, what's going on? Who are those kids? A new recruit. Du Fuc also looked at the situation ahead, wanting clothes to wear, wanting to live. That was such an astonishingly low demand. But even such a small request was hard for the Duc tribe to fulfill. However, in this world, there weren't only the Duc tribe. Even if the Duc tribe could meet the food needs, could other tribes do the same? The mother of one child also felt heartbroken, but she was a member of the Duc tribe. Their leader hadn't spoken. Could she decide to let her child join the Han people? After a month of contact with the Han people, did they really not envy the lives of the Han people? When seeing the Han people, every day they eat plain rice and vegetables, do they really not crave anything? When they walk barefoot and get hurt by pebbles, do they really not wish they could wear shoes like the Han people? How could they not? People often say that those who walk barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. But there's another saying that people often forget. Those on the ground also want to wear shoes, it's just that they can't afford them. If not, they wouldn't be walking barefoot. The mother turned to look at her leader, Duc Tho, who was blankly staring at the herd of livestock. Then she looked towards the impressive herd of the Han people, and finally, her gaze settled on the small child sitting at her feet. This was the child she had carried for 10 long months, the piece of her heart. Its tiny body was trembling in the autumn wind, its eyes filled with tears and helplessness. It only had one simple request in this world. It wanted to live. The tears blurred the woman's vision, making everything seem hazy. Even animals have maternal instincts, let alone humans who possess intelligence. A mother's love knows no borders, no racial distinctions. It is a natural instinct. If Bolak truly had surplus livestock, who would want to let their child suffer naked in the cold to death? But the Duc tribe really didn't have any. What could they do? The opportunity was right in front of them. Thousands of livestock were passing by, with large four-wheeled carts piled high with animal skins. Her tribe didn't have any, but the Han people did. Joining them was just a simple statement, saying that in the future they would eat well and dress nicely. But it didn't mention whether it was worth it for the child pleading at her feet. That was the child she had given birth to herself, who could love it more than she could. We will let this child join your tribe. As for the leadership, I will handle that. Just take it away. The mother suddenly decided. Tears streaming down her face, she pushed the child towards the Han people and turned her head away. She knew that if she kept her child, it would have no clothes to wear. Better to hand it over to the Han people, even if she might never see it again, but at least it would live. The child was pushed down, tumbling to the ground, hugging a lamb tightly. Hearing her words, it immediately burst into tears, letting go of the lamb and clinging to her leg, sobbing. Mom, I don't need clothes anymore. I will follow you. I won't go anywhere. Go. If I go with them, I will live. They have everything. Go. The child cried so hard that the world turned dark, resolutely refusing to leave her side. The mother pushed it again, and each time she did, the child crawled back, crying. In the end, neither of them could bear to part, holding each other tightly and crying. Other children and adults were also affected, abandoning their lambs, clinging to their parents' legs, secretly wiping their tears. This heartbreaking crying finally attracted everyone's attention. Duc Tho, who was still blankly staring at the herd, also snapped back to reality, silently observing the scene without saying anything. In his mind, the image of the young man wearing a golden crown resurfaced, his words still echoing in his ears. You are also a chieftain, the leader of a tribe. If you can help your people live better, but you don't, then do you deserve to be a leader? Do you deserve your people? After a long while, Duc Tho seemed to have come to a realization. He sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. The things he had insisted on for so long seemed no longer bearable. Today, if he did not agree to join the Han people, who knows when someone might strike him down and openly side with the Han, or the children without clothes? Do not underestimate them. Who knows? Tonight they might throw stones and kill him. The Duc tribe had reached the brink of rebellion. At this moment, although there were no soldiers sneaking in, covert actions were still possible. Who said you could stop us from joining the Han? Who said you wouldn't let us live well? If we don't kill you, then who? I don't care if you are a leader or not. I am not a leader. Who is stopping us from joining the Han? That person is our enemy. This sentiment quietly spread among the Duc tribe. Perhaps not everyone thought this way, but at least a few dozen did. But Duc Tho could not bear this risk, because just one person could prevent him from seeing the sun tomorrow. Therefore, between continuing to insist and being betrayed by his own people or leading them to join the Han and claiming the position of chieftain, Duc Tho had to choose his heart's desire. Under the gaze of all the tribe members, he walked towards the mother, the child, and the Han people. The child's red eyes were filled with anger and gloom, startling him. This child definitely wanted to kill him. Duc Tho pretended not to see and looked towards the Han people, saying sternly, I am their leader. I want to lead all my people to join the Han. Please give these children a set of clothes. The tribe members looked at their leader in astonishment, hearing his words, and finally fell into a state of immense joy. Now, they were also people of the Han. The Han people smiled, calm and confident. Turdai was so angry he nearly fainted. He had been busy for nearly 2 months to gain this merit, so that when standing before the leader and the Han people, he wouldn't feel too embarrassed. But now, damn it, where's my knife? Damn it, I have to kill that bastard. I worked hard to earn this merit. I was about to succeed, and you come and ruin it. Can I still live? This news quickly spread back to the Han tribe by wooden boat. Lax was not too moved, because such things had happened too many times. Over the past 2 years, the Han tribe had absorbed countless tribes, A small Duc tribe was nothing noteworthy. Moreover, Lasung had predicted this outcome, so he didn't care much. Duc Tho returned with thousands of cattle and horses. It sounds like a lot, looks like a lot, and indeed it is a lot. When they left, they had nearly 100 horses, even though there weren't many people. Duc Tho returned with thousands of cattle and horses. It sounds like a lot, looks like a lot, and indeed is a lot. When they left, they had nearly 100 horses, even though there weren't many people. But with 70 heavy cavalry, each having 3 horses, the number naturally increases. When they reached the prairie, without even counting the exchange numbers, just from the plundering of the Tang tribe, they have already acquired a lot of cattle and horses. Since they don't have carts, the transportation of goods relies entirely on cattle and horses. Therefore, the number of cattle and horses needed is very large. What the Han tribe can load onto one cart might require 10 cattle and horses for the Tang tribe to carry. Additionally, the Tang tribe was able to exchange a lot of cattle and horses with the prairie tribes along the way, so the quantity increased even more. Another source was the Snow Origin Wolf tribe, where 500 cavalry attacked the merchant caravan. For the first time, the Han tribe killed over 100 people and obtained nearly 300 horses. Most of them had 2 to 3 horses each. After that, even though they didn't continue fighting, when the troops caught up, they forced them to surrender hundreds of good horses. Thus, the harvest was quite significant. The 2 battles brought countless benefits to the Han tribe. Of course, all these were living things. The spoils from the battles also included a large amount of sea salt from the Tang tribe, along with the goods that the Han tribe brought. This is equivalent to gathering the resources of 2 tribes, bringing all the livestock to one place, naturally increasing the scale of the livestock herd. This huge number of livestock has expanded the power of the Han tribe, but raising them has also become a troublesome issue. First is the scale. The Han tribe currently has thousands of horses. Raising them in one place is very difficult due to a lack of food. Unlike cattle and goats, animals like donkeys and camels are easy to raise and not picky eaters as long as there's food. Especially corn, straw, which, although not valuable, cattle and goats love. But horses are different. They need concentrated feed like high-quality alfalfa or wheat, barley straw, and rice straw can also be used. Additionally, depending on their level of activity, it's best to supplement with seasonal vegetables or energy-rich beans to raise horses well. But these strict conditions, the Han tribe currently finds it hard to meet. Damn it, I spent so much manpower and resources, took years to accumulate this herd, and you want to kill them for meat. Why don't you just go eat dung? Truly a worthless scoundrel. Lasung couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. After cursing the big tree, Lasung picked up the letter to read. The more he read, the angrier. Who said primitive people are stupid? I want to slap them to death. Just a bunch of shameless people, clearly taking advantage of the loopholes in the communal system to profit from his tribe. The construction of Luoyang County started last winter, choosing the location, clearing the land, and immediately summoning the nearby tribes to start work, then mobilizing nearly 7,000 people to participate. With such a large workforce, the construction speed also increased. Then they recruited more laborers from the surrounding areas, while also attracting several tribes to surrender and join. Over the past year, indeed many people have joined, but compared to the sudden surge now, the number of people who joined last year is nothing. Why did they not come sooner or later but went crazy to come just when winter is approaching? Is it not because they see the flaws in the communal system? What is the communal system? It's like eating together. Although the Han tribe has now divided households, each family cooks for themselves, the food source is still distributed uniformly by the tribe. Most of the tribes that are flocking to join understand this point. Now it's autumn. All tribes are stockpiling food for the winter. But some tribes either think they don't have enough or are lazy and want to eat for free. Isn't the Han tribe recruiting people? Good, we'll wait until it's close to winter to come. By then, we won't need to do anything and can just wait for the tribe to distribute food. After all, if I join the Han tribe, I'm one of them. You wouldn't let me starve to death, would you? Damn it, this is clearly a scheming plan, holding back for a year without doing anything for the Han tribe. Now that winter is approaching, labor stops, and you bring your whole family here. Where were you early on? Isn't this just freeloading? Lasung was so angry he slammed the table in the empty classroom. But what good did it do? The problem still needed to be solved. Self-storing food is only limited, but the population has surged, and with so many mouths to feed, it's certain that the food will not be enough. Should we let the people of the Han tribe, who worked hard to recruit, starve to death? After getting angry and cursing, Lasung's mood gradually calmed down. The letter stated that with this sudden increase, the population of Luoyang exceeding 30,000 is a sure thing. So how can the current food reserves feed more than 30,000 people? This issue is very serious, as in the first year of construction, the cultivated land in Luoyang is not much. The rice harvest only yielded 1 crop, and it was too late to sow. After harvesting the rice, although they planted corn, La Sung feared there wouldn't be enough time and the corn would spoil before it ripened, wasting precious seeds. Therefore, the food is limited, and even if they harvest another crop of corn before winter, it won't help much. There's no other way. There are too many people and too little food. But it's not that there's no way. When food runs out, there's still meat. Raising livestock in Liu Yang is indeed top-notch. Just the high-nosed antelope and the sheep bought together already exceed 10,000. Besides, there are many horses, but these are valuable draft animals and cannot be casually killed. Additionally, there's a large number of spotted pigs. Since the Lu tribe surrendered, Liu Yang has been striving to expand the scale of spotted pig farming. How to expand? Just raise them. They reproduce a lot but don't eat. Now, a few months have passed, and the new piglets have grown half a meter long. The total number of spotted pigs, big and small, has gone from 600 to 700 initially to nearly 3,000 now. There's no other way. Pigs reproduce so much, just looking at the 2 rows of teats on their bellies is clear. A litter can have 8 to 10 piglets, and many can have 13 to 14. With such a terrifying number, and just raising them without eating, it's hard not to have many. But La Sung still doesn't want to kill them indiscriminately. This is the foundation of the Han tribe. After more than 3 years here, only the Bo La Lu tribe knows how to domesticate domestic pigs. All domestic pigs are supplied by them, and no other breeds have been seen. If not, La Sung wouldn't value them so much. This is something for later. After more than 3 years here, only Bo Lak Lo knows how to tame domestic pigs. All domestic pigs are supplied by them, and no other breeds have been seen. If not, La Sung wouldn't value them so much. This is something for later. It will be distributed throughout the Great Han. How can we just kill at will? So the only way left is to conserve, save, first and foremost save. With so many people, too many mouths, we can't eat and drink as freely as before. We must learn to save and eat less. Back when the population wasn't too large, Liu Yang still had 3 meals a day, at least 2 bowls of plain rice. Perhaps that's why it attracted these shameless folks, but now it can't be like that anymore. We must save fiercely, so these freeloaders don't get too happy. Let's switch to 1 bowl of thin porridge a day instead. Besides that, we need to open up resources. When the rations run out, we'll use other food to make up for it. Liu Yang truly lives up to its name, Liu Yang County, a county that raises sheep, and there are really a lot of sheep. They reproduce extremely quickly. At 1 year old, they are already mature, and at 1.5, they give birth. It's hard to bear not to kill a few. Killing early also saves on dry grass, to reserve for other livestock through the winter. Let's kill half the herd. 5,000 starting with the weak and sickly ones, quickly salt them to cook meat porridge for winter. Other livestock can't be killed in large numbers like that, so we need to open up resources not only relying on livestock but also find other ways. What is most suitable for storage in this resource with a tribe that relies on water? Of course, it's river fish. Just in time, the sea fish are migrating back in large numbers. In the past few days, La Sung has seen fish returning to the river. Han Yang has also sent people to start fishing, and the quantity is huge, too many to count. After observing for 3 years, he has also made some achievements. This type of fish is saltwater fish, spawning in freshwater during autumn. After laying eggs, they don't return to the sea anymore. They just swim in freshwater until they die. The fry are born and grow up in the river through winter and then return to the sea with their ancestors. So those fish, after spawning, even if La Sung doesn't catch them, they can't return to the sea. Not catching them would be a waste anyway. It's free. Moreover, the river in Hanyang is full of fish, catching a lot every day. Liu Yang should have learned from this, but according to the news La Sung received, it's a bit different. Duc Tho has tried to catch fish in Liu Yang, but the situation is different from Hanyang where the river is small. In Hanyang, it's less than 10 meters wide, 5 to 6 meters deep. Catching fish here is easy. The river is small, the fish are plentiful. Where could they run? But the river in Liu Yang is 180 meters wide. We don't know how deep. There are even more fish, but the volume is too large. There are many fish, but they are concentrated in the middle of the river. Who would be stupid enough to swim into shallow shores, making fishing for Duc Tho even more difficult? Can fish be caught? Yes, but too few. The current fish yield in Liu Yang is only enough for the city's population to improve their meals. Wanting to make reserves is too difficult. It's not that La Sung's fishing method is useless, but the population is worse than before. 100 people eating 2,000 fish with 20,000 to 30,000. Looking at people eating 1,000 fish, how can they stand it? La Sung rubbed his temples, looking at how much meat was under the water that he couldn't get. How could he stand it? To catch big river fish, the urgent thing is to build boats, at least 3 or 4, to drop nets in the middle of the river, cutting off the fish's escape routes. But the biggest difficulty is that there are no boats. Liu Yang is a new city. Although there is a windmill, sawmill, They are still busy making construction materials and tools. There's no time to build boats. Previously, a small boat was built to communicate with the Lang tribe, but it was insignificant. That small, shabby boat is even more desolate. The current fish yield relies solely on this boat. Wanting to build new boats is not a problem, but there isn't enough time, and materials are also lacking. The first phase of the project is 2 walls of rammed earth for the city, 15 meters high, 8 meters wide at the base, and 6 meters wide at the top. Viewed from the cross-section, it looks like a large trapezoidal mound. This is the high wall built to defend against the giant gorillas, and it being a bit taller is not a concern. In the future, this city wall will be upgraded in a second phase, which is to be tiled. However, this will have to wait until more migrants come here to complete. With the current number of people, building the wall is already a great achievement. Duc Tho always keeps a close eye on this, supervising the slaves at work. When the guerrillas surrounded the city, he was present at the Han tribe and witnessed those monsters firsthand. Now the leader has assigned him the task of building the defensive structure, and he is even more cautious because he has seen their horror. There are no moats here, relying solely on the city wall for defense, so the higher the wall, the better, and it must also be very sturdy. The one-eared army in the valley is also working very smoothly. They not only found a spring in the mountains but also discovered a not too large waterfall. Below the waterfall is a deep, clear lake. The water flowing from the cliff creates a rumbling sound like thunder echoing throughout the valley. This water is quite rare. This is the first time the Han tribe has discovered it. However, it doesn't have many uses besides providing drinking water. The one-eared team immediately planned to rearrange the water channel system, leading the original stream through the waterfall and expanding the water supply. The entire water channel winds through the valley, eventually pouring into a reservoir, providing clean water for both the city and the county, and can also be used for irrigation. Additionally, at the intersection between the lake below the waterfall and the water channel, they built a water gate to control the amount of water supplied to the reservoir down the valley. Thanks to this, they no longer worry about floods occurring downstream. With this reservoir, expanding the villages in the future also becomes feasible. If later they want to build villages between Fuma Guan and Hanyang City, they just need to dig a channel from this reservoir extending south to solve the irrigation problem. Thatch Dao, in charge of the reclamation project, is also underway. First, they clear the bushes along the intended site for the city, creating a firebreak. Then on a windless day, they burn the entire area into a white land. After cleaning up, they start cutting trees on both sides of the valley, discarding branches and piling wood in the mountains, then stacking nearby logs for use in building the city next year. By the end of September in Han, the village between Fuma Guan and Hanyang City just need to dig a channel from this reservoir extending south to solve the irrigation problem. Thatch Dao, in charge of the reclamation project, is also underway. First, they clear the bushes along the intended site for the city, creating a firebreak. Then, on a windless day, they burn the entire area into a white land. After cleaning up, they start cutting trees on both sides of the valley, discarding branches and piling wood in the mountains, then stacking nearby logs for use in building the city next year. By the end of September in Hanyang City, Duong Than has finished building 6 new wooden boats, continuously moving between Han Duong County and Nhu Duong County, transporting materials for the new city. Thanks to the joining of the Yu tribe, the population here has reached 1,200 people, plus those coming from Han Duong City to help daily, bringing the total to 1,500 people, which can be considered as having the shape of a city. Many people from the Yu tribe have boarded boats to Han Duong City, helping to transport supplies while also learning more about the new tribe they have joined. This further solidifies their initial decision to join the Han tribe, as they have seen a better life in Han Duong City, and they are also building their new homes under the guidance of their leader. What they see one day will also be created by their own hands. Additionally, they have transitioned from the Yu tribe to being part of the Han tribe. The leader has given them surnames, and from then on, they are no different from others in the Han tribe. The benefits of joining the Han tribe are almost immediate. The supplies that they previously had to labor for are now being transported to New City. The boats are filled with ceramics, porcelain, water barrels, iron pots, iron tools, farming implements, and fabrics continuously arriving at Nhu Duong County, making everyone who just joined extremely happy. Whether they are newcomers from the Gao Sun tribe or old members of the Yu tribe, almost all of them cheer, holding exquisite items, wearing warm clothes, and starting to feel proud to be part of the Han tribe, because these are all things that other tribes cannot have. Duc Tho, who is stationed at Liu Duong County, received orders from Le Sung and also began working according to the plan. He ordered the newly arrived wild residents to clear land, dividing tasks by family, then sending people to measure the land and inspect each house. These wild residents, although very reluctant, had no other choice. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the city. There are also new tribes that have not officially applied to join, but after understanding the situation, they had to continue staying. Because there is only 1 month left until winter, they have wasted too much time on the migration road, leaving no time to stockpile food for the winter. If they leave now, they can only starve in the mountains. Therefore, it's best to stay and cultivate a few acres of land to apply for residency. The old residents in Nhu Duong County also do not like the newcomers because their presence has turned the daily meals from 3 hearty meals into 2 bowls of thin porridge. They can no longer eat as full as before, and of course, they are not happy about it. Therefore, even if Lesung does not order the newcomers to clear land, those who come here to share their food are also not welcomed. How can they dare to eat the food we have grown without contributing anything to the tribe? The number of newcomers in Nhu Duong County is rapidly increasing. No one knows where they come from, only that they are from the south. But when asked specifically, no one can clarify. Even if they can pack it, the Han tribe has no idea where that is. After the newcomers finish clearing the land, they still cannot stay in the luxurious brick houses. Duc Tho can only build a new city and hastily construct temporary houses made of rammed earth. For now, it can only be temporary like this because winter is approaching and there is no time left to build brick houses. These earthen houses, though simple, also serve all the functions of brick houses, the most important being that they are not afraid of fire and can have heating stoves. The application to build new city has also been sent to La Sung, requesting him to name the new city. La Sung thought for a moment, as the 2 previous cities were both county level. One was Lam Trak Xiang, and the other was Tuong Dien Xiang. So this time he decided to name it Fong Ap Xiang. Actually, these Xiang should be called wards, as La Sung wants to turn Nhu Duong County into a small capital, using it as the current capital. Because the plains in Nhu Duong County are quite wide, hundreds of thousands of acres of land are enough to support many people. Once the population here grows, it will surely become a large county on par with the capital. Moreover, this place is close to a large river, making both waterway and land transportation very convenient for transporting supplies. However, with the current rate of development, Nhu Duong County is not even self-sufficient, let alone talk about being a capital. Even the food for winter has to be taken care of by Les Sun. It's really something. After approving the application for the construction of the city from Duc Tho along with naming and related issues, La Sung also began to get busy with his work. The Tang tribe has collected a lot of wild silkworm cocoons, but they still do not know how to process them. Can these cocoons be turned into fabric? It all depends on La Sung. In a corner of the spinning workshop, a new spinning machine is quietly placed. This is a machine improved from the first generation but has now completely changed, making it unrecognizable from its original shape. A special rectangular iron pot is placed on the silk spinning machine with a charcoal burning stove underneath. This type of charcoal burns at a higher temperature and produces almost no smoke, so even ordinary families can use it. As for the iron pot, if there are no conditions, it can be replaced with a ceramic pot. It's okay. After all, it's just a heating tool. The iron pot is like a hot pot divided into 4 compartments by partitions. La Sung initially intended to explain, but then thought better of it, as even if he spoke, they might not understand. Everything depends on the results. If successful, they will naturally understand. People bring the selected cocoons into hot water, using chopsticks to stir evenly. Remember that only 8 cocoons can be placed in each compartment. Let's get started. La Sung stands beside, directing the first silk pulling of the Han tribe. The executor is Tang Ku, the chief of the Tang tribe, along with the interpreter she had brought along. The 2 take out a small wicker basket, counting each cocoon to place into the iron pot. 8 cocoons in each compartment. The workers brought the selected cocoons into hot water, stirring them with chopsticks. Remember, only 8 cocoons can be placed in each compartment. Let's get started. La Sung stood by, starting to direct the first silk pulling of the Han people. The one performing was Tang Ku, the chief of the Tang Clan, along with the interpreter she had brought along. The 2 took out a small wicker basket, counting each cocoon as they placed them into the iron basin, exactly 8 in each compartment. Not too much, not too little. A few days ago, Tang Kao and the translator asked Le Sung why it was necessary to use 8 strands of silk to make 1 thread, instead of 5 or 6 strands. In fact, La Sung didn't know either. This was something his elementary school teacher who liked to raise silkworms had said. But now he didn't know how to explain it because he was also confused. Although it's just a size and still quite small, the font with a size of 8 millimeters is already quite large compared to modern printed fonts. Its area is nearly equal to the cross-sectional area of a regular cigarette, because the diameter of most cigarettes is 8 millimeters. Of course, it has to be burned. First, burn a batch to see how the printing effect is. If it doesn't work, we will switch to another material. But speaking of other materials, I just had an idea that might solve the problem once and for all. La Song immediately decided. "Leader, what does once and for all mean?" He asked. "I don't understand. Once and for all means we only need to do it once, and we won't need to carve the characters anymore. And each character only needs to be carved once, then it can be copied in large quantities." La Sung smiled, feeling very happy about the idea that suddenly popped into his head. There are clay characters that can be printed continuously, but can the clay block of the printed character also be copied? Bai Qi looked astonished. He felt this was absurd, almost insulting to his intelligence. Because he had spent months carving characters with students, he understood the hardship of that. But when he heard the leader say it, there was no reason for him to feel convinced. Because the leader is the omnipotent son of heaven. That's right, using metal type, we can use a tin alloy just to cast the characters. Of course, to achieve once and for all, just using metal type is not enough. We also need to make a set of character molds first. Once we have the character molds as a standard, in the future, if we want to cast printed characters, we just need to take out the mold and cast it. This way, we won't need to carve characters anymore. And if we take good care of the mold, it can last for thousands of years without any issues. The more Le Sung thought about it, the more excited he became. Why didn't I think of this sooner? The printing technique of the Han people was once famous worldwide, from early woodblock printing to wooden, clay, bronze, tin, and lead types. Almost everything was available, but it wasn't widely popular. There must be a reason for this, but those reasons were not a concern for Le Sung. His ancestors had taken a long detour for thousands of years and now had shown him the most correct method. I have no reason to repeat that mistake. The early woodblock printing technique led to the emergence of movable type printing but the materials for movable type were continuously improved yet still not popular. In contrast, the woodblock printing technique has survived for thousands of years simply because the ancestors took too many detours. Early movable type made of wood. Because wood absorbs ink, it easily swells into forms, leading to an extremely low usage rate, and after a short time, new characters had to be carved. Moreover, due to the sudden invention of the typesetting technique, using rosin and wax to stick wooden, movable type to the iron plate. After printing, removing the movable type was very troublesome, and one had to scrape off the rosin and wax stuck to it. The heavy workload was even more than woodblock printing, making people hesitant. Later, people used movable type made of clay. The issue of deformation due to water absorption of the print was resolved, but the typesetting and binding techniques remained unchanged, still using glue. After printing, the removal was still very troublesome. Then someone clever improved the typesetting and binding technique, switching from glue to using a wooden frame, placing all the movable types into the frame, then using something to tightly wedge them, and after use, they could be taken out immediately, reducing the workload of removing movable types, allowing the movable type printing technique to begin to develop. But wooden and clay movable types still had major drawbacks, which were not durable, could not. Therefore, someone thought of casting movable types made of metal, hoping to increase the lifespan of movable types. But after switching to metal movable types, new problems arose. First was the cost. Early bronze movable types were very expensive. Because bronze was the currency of ancient times, using money to cast movable types. This was something only emperors could do, who among the common people had enough financial resources. Later, to reduce costs, people started using tin movable types. But tin and bronze both shared the common issue of metal movable types, which was poor printing quality. The ancient Han used ink that was all water-based, simply put, ink made by dissolving dry ink with water, but water on the surface of metal would automatically bead up, making it impossible to evenly absorb ink onto the surface of the metal. Metal movable types still weren't popular. This was mainly related to the surface tension of metal. Later, lead movable types became the printing technique that was transmitted to Europe and then returned from abroad. As for the reason why metal movable types were widely used in the West, one was because their writing was alphabetic, with only a few dozen characters, so the typesetting work was very light and the work efficiency was high. Two was because Europeans used oil-based ink, which could easily be absorbed evenly onto the surface of metal. These two advantages combined created the Western metal movable type printing technique. But all the above problems were no longer issues for La Sung. First, La Sung had established currency as copper and silver, while movable types were made of tin and lead. This way, there would be no phenomenon of using money to cast characters, and costs would be significantly reduced. Moreover, these two metals, tin and lead, have melting temperatures of only about 200 to 300 degrees. Therefore, the costs of melting and casting would also be significantly reduced, because it didn't need to be like bronze and iron. The second reason is that Europeans use oil-based ink, which can easily be absorbed evenly onto metal surfaces. These two advantages combined create the Western technique of movable type printing. But all these issues are no longer problems for La Sung. First, La Sung established currency as copper and silver, while movable type was made from tin and lead. This way, there would be no phenomenon of using money to cast characters, and costs would be significantly reduced. Moreover, these two metals, tin and lead, have melting points of only about 200 to 300 degrees. Therefore, the costs of melting and casting are also greatly reduced. Because it doesn't need to be like copper and iron, the melting temperature reaches over 1000 degrees. Just using an iron pot to burn wood can melt tin and lead. And you don't even need charcoal. How low the cost can be. Secondly, La Sung has figured out the right ink for movable type, which is oil-based ink. For the Han people currently, oil is very easy to find, whether it's lard, beef tallow, or mutton fat. Then there are vegetable oils like camellia oil, tung oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, sesame oil. There are more than 5 types of vegetable oils alone. Even pine nuts picked from the mountains can be pressed for oil, it's just that the yield is too low. Right now, you just need to use oil instead of water, then add dry ink into the oil and grind it down to create the simplest oil-based ink. As for which one is the most effective, just a little experimentation will tell. For La Sung, it's not a problem at all. As for the dry ink, the ink kiln on the mountain is still operating continuously. The production of one kiln is currently enough to supply the entire Han population, because among the tens of thousands of Han people, the number of people who can write is no more than 2,000, and those who can write a few thousand characters are not even 500. With so few educated people, how much ink can they use? Finally, there's the method of one time and forever that La Sung mentioned, which is to create a set of type molds, then cast them in bulk. Because after the culture is popularized, in 180 years, a new culture of the Han people will surely emerge. At that time, printing books can't just be done by the government, there will definitely be private printing houses. But how will they print then? Making movable type by hand is too time-consuming, wasting manpower and resources. At this point, La Sung's type molds will come into play. If someone wants to open a private printing house, they can go directly to the government to register. And then the government will use the type molds to cast a set of movable type in iron. Private printing houses just need to pay to buy a set of standard national movable type molds, which is both economical and convenient. As for whether the private printing house has enough funds to buy the movable type molds from the government, La Sung believes there is no problem, because the metals used are tin and lead. These two can be considered valuable, but if you say they aren't valuable, they aren't worth much either. Copper and silver are currency. Iron can be used to make tools and weapons, while lead and tin can only be used as additives in bronze alloys. If separated, they are almost useless, except that tin can be used as a solder, especially lead. What is it used for in this era? Besides casting movable type, it has no other use, and due to the extremely low melting temperature, the cost of melting tin and lead is very low. Therefore, even when used for casting movable type, aside from labor costs, which might be a bit high, the material costs won't exceed the labor costs. Thus, cheap movable type will be widely popularized, private printing houses will increase, and there will be more books. With more books, prices will drop, and cheaper books will benefit the spread of culture, further aiding in the popularization of education, allowing everyone to afford books and go to school. When people have knowledge, they gain vision, making it easier to strengthen the country. Therefore, this idea is truly a benevolent policy beneficial to the nation and the people. The more La Sung thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but immediately implement this plan. La Sung immediately sent Bai Qi to bring the first batch of clay movable type to the hunchbacked craftsman to test it out, then sent Duc Tho to prepare a batch of wax bars, using the wax mold method to carve out a set of type molds. Next, he aimed to recover the early bronze tools of the Han people, like bronze farming tools, axes, and replace them all with iron ones. The task was quickly deployed, and Duc Tho worked very efficiently. A week later, the production workshops in Hanyang City were still operating at full capacity. Tang Q in the spinning workshop had stockpiled thousands of bundles of silk and was currently experimenting with Xiao Di to weave silk. Although it was already late autumn, with temperatures dropping, the female workers in weaving still worked diligently, without stopping. The metallurgy workshop of Dai Zui was also not idle. In the past week, he had cast 5 sets of printing type in bronze alloy of different sizes. The shiny silver letters looked like seals, and with just a brush of ink, they could be used to print books immediately. The woodworking workshop of Nhu Duong was even busier with the largest number of workers. One group was continuously producing desks and chairs for teaching buildings, another group specialized in making wooden boats, and yet another group was making tools like wooden machinery, farming tools, water buckets, and other miscellaneous items. However, all of that was not as important as La Sung had requested them to produce some new items in the past few days. These were large cabinets for storing printing type along with wooden frames for arranging type, ink brushes, desks, and other tools. La Song himself was also not idle. Besides continuing to teach, he also researched and formulated some ink recipes himself. The ink was still common smoke ink, while the oils were various vegetable oils like peanut oil, flaxseed oil, tung oil, and camellia oil. La Song experimented with all 4 types of oil, ultimately deciding to mix them in a certain ratio to create the most effective ink. After many trials, he realized that tung oil, which has properties similar to natural resin, is not suitable for printing. Although tung oil prevents the ink from being water-resistant, it produces an unpleasant smell and makes the printed letters look unharmonious with the surrounding white paper. Although the smell of tung oil is not toxic, it's not something everyone can accept. Therefore, La Song eliminated it. Next was peanut oil. This oil performed quite well, but the ink dried slowly. Linseed oil and tung oil also had their own advantages. After careful comparison, La Song formulated a mixed ink consisting of 30% linseed oil, 60% tung oil, and 5% tung oil. Then he used smoke ink to grind this mixture evenly. The advantage of this ink mixture is that it doesn't smudge thanks to the linseed oil component, which helps the printed text be clear and not spread on the paper. Additionally, due to the large amount of varnish oil, the ink has good adhesion, easily penetrates the paper surface, and only needs to be brushed once, eliminating the need for multiple applications, which helps minimize the rate of defective products. Finally, thanks to a small amount of tung oil, the ink dries faster, has good evaporation, and increases the brightness of the printed text. Especially at night when reading under dim oil lamplight, the printed text stands out clearly against the white paper, a very important feature in an era without electricity. Furthermore, due to the large amount of smoke ink, the printed text is not only dark but also has the pleasant aroma of roasted pine wood, making the pages of the book very pleasant to read. With the ink, paper, metal typesetting tools, printing equipment, type racks, work tables, and other devices ready, La Song couldn't help but want to start printing books. Having invested so much effort and resources, the results were bound to show. Finally, the printing workshop was located on the top floor of a teaching building that had no users, with 2 classrooms dedicated to printing. The type racks were lined against the wall, with 5 sets of metal type placed on them. In the middle were large work tables, fully equipped with printing tools. The adjacent room was a storage area for white paper, ink, and finished books along with a few tables for book binding. Everything was ready, just waiting for the start date. The printing workshop only had 5 people, with Duc Tho as the manager. However, from the very first days, they faced the biggest challenge in the typesetting process. Typesetting is not too difficult, but for Duc Tho, who doesn't know much Chinese characters, it was a significant challenge. La Song, who had gone through modern education, knew how to use phonetics and radicals, but Duc Tho did not. Therefore, initially, La Song was the only one who could typeset. This was the weakness of the movable type printing technique. Only those who could read could do this. In fact, typesetting is similar to using a keyboard on a computer. La Song first used the phonetic typesetting method, arranging all the printed characters in phonetic order, then sticking phonetic labels on the racks. He held a tray of manuscripts, searching for each character in turn, first the consonants, then the vowels. Finding them was quite easy, but after finishing 2 pages of the book, La Song exclaimed that only he knew the phonetics. If it continued like this, when would they finish printing a book? Later, La Song tried the method of typesetting by radicals and stroke counts, but found this method even more complicated. The biggest problem was that whether it was phonetics or radicals, only La Song knew how to use them. Without him, everyone would be stuck. Teaching them phonetics was not an easy task either. Therefore, La Song came up with a manual way to solve the immediate situation, creating a catalog for all the printed characters. More than 10,000 printed characters were listed in a small notebook in radical order, like a dictionary. But instead of defining each character, this notebook clearly recorded the location of each character in the cabinet, which floor, which compartment. Thanks to this, La Song only needed to look up the catalog to find the location of the character he needed, then instruct others to retrieve it from the cabinet. This method significantly increased the typesetting efficiency. La Song and Duc Tho sat behind the work table, holding the manuscript and flipping through the catalog. After finding the location, they would instruct which cabinet, which floor, which compartment, and which character to take. The typesetter would immediately go get the character and check if it was correct. If there were no issues, they would continue to find the next character. Once they had enough for a page, they would bring it to La Song for another check. After 2 rounds of checking, the page would be moved to another table to arrange the metal type according to the layout of the page. The empty spaces would be filled with small wooden pieces to secure them. After this step, the typesetter would check a third time against the manuscript. If there were no issues, the page would be moved to the printing table. At the printing table, the page would be checked a fourth time to see if there were any characters that were incorrect or reversed. After checking, the ink would be applied, and printing would commence. With this workflow, efficiency improved significantly, much faster than if one person were to typeset alone, and the error rate was minimized. Since Bach Kure was the manager, La Sung assigned him the most important task of typesetting and taught him how to look up the catalog. This catalog was written in Chinese characters, arranged by radicals. Since La Sung had taught them to write characters by radicals beforehand, reading the catalog posed no difficulties. After finishing more than 10 pages of the book together with La Sung, Bach Kure began to find characters on his own and then brought them to La Sung for checking. The result was that there were no mistakes. Although this was a manual method, it allowed the people in the printing workshop to work independently without La Sung's help. This was a positive sign, and La Sung felt relieved to finally be freed from this work. The first book printed in the workshop was a collection of manuscripts that La Sung had written, titled Anthology of Poetry. Each page of the book contained a piece poem that La Sung copied, then edited and compiled into a complete book. Each page printed one poem, using a font size of 3. Below was a note about the poem printed in the smallest font size of 1. Each print would be printed 3,000 times. After that, the pages would be cut, arranged in order, and bound into a book. With the technology and production costs of this era, the chosen method of binding was simple stitching, requiring only a single thread. This method was both cheap and faster than using glue. Although glue binding would look nicer, the costs were too high. Thus, the work at the printing workshop has become increasingly proficient, with the quality and speed of printing improving as well. La Sung hardly has to worry anymore. However, while he was busy printing books, Xiao Dai also brought good news. The silk weaving experiment was successful. This is truly great news. At least, the Han people have another project that benefits the community. In the future, not only will it provide a large output for the Han people, but silk can also boost trade with the outside world, and most importantly, it will become an important source of tax revenue, contributing to the government's budget. La Sung was invited to observe the silk weaving process. After watching for a while, he was stunned because this was undyed silk, so the finished product was white, looking just like the white silk ribbons used for hanging in dramas. This is really exciting, La Sung thought to himself. After observing more closely, besides noticing some areas for improvement on the loom, La Sung also called Mok Thon over and guided him on how to make repairs. Then came the process of adjustments and testing. Once everything was stable, they could start mass production. However, this wasn't too urgent since they were still in the trial phase. Buying a vehicle, but not being able to bring it back was a problem. But Elder Thuong didn't think so. The main reason was that they had never considered buying vehicles in bulk. They only wanted to bring back a sample for research and replication. If they couldn't bring the whole vehicle back, why not disassemble it and use horses to return? However, he didn't say this out loud. Those who could become elders were not fools. On the way back, he thought carefully and realized many things. For example, even if they managed to bring back a vehicle, they would have a hard time replicating it, because they didn't have the right tools to work with wood. This theory is completely correct. In fact, technological advancement throughout history has always revolved around two important factors, like the two eyes of a person. One is a new source of power, and the other is higher quality materials. Right now, what the new tribe is lacking is materials. They lack iron, and even suitable bronze items are unavailable. Anyway, in a situation of iron shortage, hard bronze can still be used to make some tools. But talking about this now is pointless. He is the elder in charge of trade for the new tribe. Researching tools has nothing to do with him. The current situation is that just bringing the vehicle back would be a significant achievement. Unfortunately, this sole goal has not yet been achieved. They even have to pay a high price. They are threatened with being banned from trading in the grasslands. This is no different from cutting off their livelihood. Oh, Elder Hung sighed, thinking about having to discuss countermeasures with the commander and other elders when he returns. He couldn't help but worry. Time flies quickly. It's time to harvest corn, and winter is approaching. A few days ago, Duc Tho sent a letter asking La Sung how to harvest corn. Since this is not rice, the same harvesting method cannot be applied. Early in the morning, the weather was a bit chilly, and everyone had already put on their woolen clothes. Interestingly, at first, they thought corn also had to be cut with a sickle, but the leader sent a letter saying that they just needed to snap 2 ears of corn from the stalk, then chop the stalk and gather it. So a crowd rushed into the cornfield, lining up by area to pick corn. This job isn't too laborious, but the corn leaves and silk can be quite itchy all over. Anyone who has been into a cornfield knows that it's a very uncomfortable experience, but for the sake of food, this little itch is nothing. It's not a matter of life and death. The ears of corn that were picked were gathered. Then the outer husk was peeled off but not completely removed. The corn husks were used to tie the ears of corn together into bunches, then hung up to dry, or they could be completely peeled and spread evenly on mats to dry. But this could only be done at noon when the sun was out. Next is the process of separating the corn kernels after drying. Currently, there are no machines, so they can only use their hands to separate the kernels. This is quite a labor-intensive job, but for those with nothing to do, this is also a game. What rural kids haven't grown up separating corn kernels? After finishing the corn harvest, the time had moved into November. The beginning and end of the month are the times when the tide recedes between the mainland and the bamboo island, also the most anticipated time to return home. Elder Hung and more than 10 people stepped onto the damp reefs. This path is very difficult, about more than 10 kilometers long, full of rocky holes, covered with seaweed and shellfish waste. But that didn't stop their steps back to their homeland. They trudged along, making the most of every second. Fortunately, they had rested for half a month. Otherwise, they might not have made it in time before the rising tide swept them out to sea. The path that should have taken only a few hours, if traveled by a local horse, took them an entire day. It wasn't until the new moon rose high that they finally set foot on their homeland. Elder Hung cried. He was old, and a long-distance trading mission like this shouldn't have been his job. If it weren't for his contributions, he wouldn't have to go himself. But he didn't expect this trip to be so dangerous, almost costing him his life. Fortunately, it was all over, and they had returned home. They didn't rest but continued walking under the torchlight all night. Finally, they were discovered by a coastal village, which made them feel more at ease. They stayed at a local's house, eating corn porridge cooked in bamboo tubes, feeling as if they had returned to a normal life. The other side of the sea is truly terrifying. In Nhu Duong City, snow has started to fall on the mountains. The herding group from the north has returned along with the construction team at Phuoc Mang Quan. The earthen houses in Nhu Duong district have also begun to smoke. The stoves are still burning brightly, making the newcomers to the Han people rejoice for several days. Although the houses, if traveled by a local horse, took them an entire day, it wasn't until the new moon rose high that they finally set foot on their homeland. Elder Hung cried. He was old. A long-distance trading mission like this shouldn't have been his job. If it weren't for his contributions, he wouldn't have to go himself. But he didn't expect this trip to be so dangerous, almost costing him his life. Fortunately, it was all over. They had returned home. They didn't rest but continued walking under the torchlight all night. Finally, they were discovered by a coastal village, which made them feel more at ease. They stayed at a local's house, eating corn porridge cooked in bamboo tubes, feeling as if they had returned to a normal life. The other side of the sea is truly terrifying. In Nhu Duong City, snow has started to fall on the mountains. The herding group from the north has returned, along with the construction team at Phuoc Mang Quan. The earthen houses in Nhu Duong district have also begun to smoke. The stoves are still burning brightly, making the newcomers to the Han people rejoice for several days. Although the land here isn't as nice as the tiled houses in Hanyang City, but the earthen houses with heating aren't bad either, plus a large amount of animal skins and fabrics sent from Hanyang City, enough to ensure everyone has a safe winter. On the faces of each newcomer, there was a bright smile. This was the warmest winter they had ever experienced. In Hanyang City, the metallurgy workshop began to smell iron again. This year, many people joined, coupled with external trade demands. The Han people were close to many iron pots and various agricultural tools and other implements. Tens of thousands of people in the tribe depended on these two blast furnaces. In the teaching building not far away, La Sung was flipping through the newly printed books. The first 3,000 copies of the poetry collection had been printed. Each student among the 300 students had a copy. This made the students very surprised and happy. Previously, they had spent months carving characters with the chief, and now they finally saw the results. It turned out that this could actually print books in bulk. Looking at the students chattering under the class, La Sung couldn't help but sigh. There are only 2 months left until they graduate. He wondered if they could make good use of it. But starting today, in addition to continuing to learn Chinese characters, this new book was also included in the mandatory curriculum. Before long, the classroom was filled with the sound of reading. The grass and rice in the afternoon, sweat falling to the ground. Snow fell all day but left no trace on the roofs in Hanyang City. The snow quickly melted into water, leaving sparkling strips on the eaves. Inside the house, there was heating, and the high temperature meant that snow could not accumulate on the roof. At this early winter time, a major event of the Han people finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. After many months, La Sung's wax coin mold was finally completed. The currency system of the Han people is similar to the modern currency system, divided into 3 types: yuan, jiao, and wen, with various denominations. For example, wen corresponds to coins with 3 denominations: 1 wen, 2 wen, and 5 wen. Jiao also has 3 denominations, 1 jiao, 2 jiao, and 5 jiao. Only yuan has more, including 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan. These coins, from the smallest denomination of 1 wen to the largest of 10 yuan, are all calculated based on the decimal system. This has no special significance, it's just for convenience in calculations. 7 denominations of currency, the front and back create 14 steel seals. From the design, drawing, to the exquisite engraving, La Song spent months to complete. The front of the 1 wen coin features an image of a round sheaf of rice and a cloud symbolizing favorable weather, abundant harvests. The empty space has the character for 1 wen, next to it is the Chinese character for Yi Wen, and the back has the inscription, Great Han Empire, Tian Kai Yuan Year Minted. In the center is the image of La Song in royal attire, wearing a dragon robe. Although these things don't exist yet, La Song can still imagine them. Regarding the portrait on the coin, a similarity of about 70 to 80% is sufficient, and it looks more mature than Lei Sung's actual age. Portraits on currency often appear more attractive than in reality. This is an unspoken rule in history, and La Sung's portrait is no exception. It looks more mature and dignified. The front of the 2 wen coin features an image of a person wearing a conical hat, bent over planting rice, along with the denomination. The back resembles the 1 wen coin, featuring the year and portrait. The 5 wen coin depicts a person plowing a field with an ox, accompanied by the denomination and portrait. The 3 denominations of the coin use images of animals. 1 wen features a horse, 2 wen features a Saigon antelope, and 5 wen shows an eagle spreading its wings. The back still has the year and portrait. The original denominations use images related to light industry. 1 yuan depicts a woman weaving fabric, 2 yuan shows a man forging iron. 5 yuan features a 3-masted sailing ship, and 10 yuan depicts a palace. However, the 3-masted sailing ship and palace have no real-life models. They are all imagined by La Sung. The back still has the year and portrait of La Sung. Currently, 14 wax molds have been carved. Next, kaolin clay and earth are mixed with water to create a thick mixture. The wax molds are placed inside, left to dry. Then the wax is melted to pour out, forming the steel seal mold. However, to cast a quality steel seal, only good steel can be poured directly into the mold. The previous method of smelting steel cannot be applied, so this time La Sung is trying the technique of blowing oxygen from above for the first time. This technique is not too difficult, but also not simple. With the current technology level of the Han people, it can be done, but it cannot be applied on a large scale, and the quality is certainly not as good as modern techniques. The technique of blowing oxygen from above essentially involves pouring molten iron into a large tank. The minting workshop does not need to worry about metallurgy. They only need to use metal ingots as raw materials. Then there are a few metal rolling machines, coin stamping machines. Edge grinding machines and pattern stamping machines are enough to complete the coin production process. In this production line, the coin minting speed is extremely fast, far exceeding the capabilities of ancient coin production. With the current situation of the Han people, only a few individuals are needed to produce enough currency. Moreover, there is no need to mint too much at once, because flooding the market with too much currency at once will only devalue the money, providing no benefit. Considering the current situation of the 3 districts, La Sung decided to set up the mint in Hanyang City because all the necessary equipment is already available, including the metal smelting furnace. The first trial batch of coins includes 3 denominations, 1 wen, 2 wen, and 5 wen. All are made from an alloy of 95% copper and only 5% with a diameter of $26, 2.5 centimeters, equivalent to the size of modern coins but slightly thinner. The 1 wen coin is 1 millimeter thick, the 2 wen coin is 1.5 millimeters thick, and the 5 wen coin is 2 millimeters thick, quite similar to modern 1 dime coins. After the copper and tin were melted and mixed in proportion, the resulting copper alloy still had an orange-yellow color similar to gold. Adding 5% lead helped the alloy have better fluidity, making it easier to stamp patterns on the coins. Moreover, this alloy ratio not only ensured the quality of the coins but also prevented others from destroying money to mint weapons, because this alloy is too soft and cannot be used as a weapon. 10 people from the Giants team were dispatched to learn the coin minting process. The previous metallurgy workshop, which had temporarily ceased operations after producing steel, was now utilized for coin production. The Giant personally led the melting of the alloy, then cast it into copper ingots, lightly heated them, and fed them into the metal rolling machine. After each rolling, the thickness of the copper sheet was measured with a new caliper, and when the standard thickness was achieved, the coin stamping process began. The thin copper sheets were fed into the stamping machine, and the noise of the automatic stamping machine echoed. Each coin fell into a wicker basket, creating a pleasant sound. After the wicker basket was full, these coins were taken to the edge grinding machine. Another person continuously pedaled to keep the grinding machine running. The coins, when ground, became smooth, ready for the final step, pattern stamping. The pattern stamping machine had two molds, one on top and one on the bottom, with the bottom mold fixed. The worker placed the coin into the mold, then pedaled to press the top mold down, creating patterns and raised letters on the surface of the coin. This process was carried out in a vertical tube to ensure that the two molds did not misalign. After stamping, the coins would automatically fall into the wicker basket, completing the production process. This production line operated very efficiently, with a production speed of up to 10 coins per minute. Although it couldn't compare to modern mints, this era, producing such exquisite coins was a significant achievement. After 2 months of winter, Hanyang City had produced a large quantity of coins but had not yet released them because the release of money had to be strictly controlled to avoid inflation. By the end of the second month of winter, 4 classes directly taught by La Sung had also graduated. These students only knew how to write a few thousand characters and perform simple calculations, but it was enough to meet current needs. To officially implement the private ownership system, a basic task of population investigation had to be completed, counting the number of people in the Han ethnic group to distribute wealth fairly. To accomplish this task, suitable officials were needed. Among the 300 graduates, not everyone could become officials, so a selection exam needed to be organized. The exam included sections like writing characters, forming sentences, filling in the blanks, and writing a short essay. The essay topic was if 2 tribes threw spears at a deer, which tribe did the deer belong to? This essay had no right or wrong answer, but only assessed the candidate's reading comprehension and reasoning skills. After the exam, La Sung selected a few dozen of the best candidates. If you throw a spear at a deer, which tribe does that deer belong to? This essay has no right or wrong answer, but only assesses the candidate's reading comprehension and reasoning ability. After the exam, La Sung selected several dozen of the best candidates. These individuals would take on important positions in the new government. The remaining ones would become teachers, teaching reading and math to children. After a few months, the main government building of Hanyang City was finally completed. With an official workplace and a team of talented individuals, the first provisional government of the Han ethnic group was ready to be established. The top scorer in the graduation exam was Duc Tho, a squad leader from the Tang Clan. Duc Tho not only had beautiful handwriting but also had good logical thinking, especially in problem solving. La Sung appointed Duc Tho as the county magistrate of Hanyang City, responsible for all aspects from population, production, agriculture, taxes, irrigation, livestock, to education. Alongside Tien was Zong Keat, the deputy magistrate, and several other officials responsible for areas like household registration, criminal law, agriculture, construction, education, and statistics. Thus, the government structure of Hanyang City was completed, ready for the next steps of development. For them to go to the localities to implement government orders, they surely wouldn't do well, and could only let La Sung gradually guide them. Not knowing how to do it was fine. The leader would show you what to do, you just needed to try to complete it. This was also something that couldn't be avoided. Every beginning is difficult. Fortunately, the current total population of the Han ethnic group was not large and had not yet exceeded 40,000 people. This population was even less than that of a county during the Ming Dynasty, which La Sung could still manage. Once the population surged in the future, he believed that his subordinates would have trained a group of talented individuals that could be utilized. First, the first county office was established. Then La Sung divided the remaining number into several internship groups. These internship groups were temporarily non-assigned administrative areas and would first learn how to work at the Hanyang County office, being guided by La Sung for a while, and then next year would be sent to various localities to implement government orders. In winter, everything was quiet and the people stayed home to avoid the cold. However, everyone occasionally took advantage of sunny days to go out for a walk. Currently, it was a good time. As the snow covered the mountains, there wasn't much to do, and most people were free at home, so this was also a time to integrate and conduct the population investigation. Therefore, the first order that La Sung issued to the Hanyang County office was to organize manpower for a specific population investigation. The requirement was that all the population had to be registered, keeping records by household unit, names, number of spouses, how many children, whether there were elderly people, ages, how many disabled people, how many children and teenagers, as well as the lineage of these individuals, all had to be registered. Not only that, the Han ethnic group also had to issue household registration books. This household registration book was nothing sophisticated. It was essentially just a cover card. Since documents were hard to preserve, La Sung decided to use bamboo cards. Each person was registered. Then the personal household registration information was recorded on bamboo cards. Each person had one card, and for every household, there were as many cards as there were people, finally tied together with a thorny rope. Birth, aging, illness, and death could also be updated based on this. However, this was just the first version circulated internally, and it would definitely be upgraded in the future. For now, it could only be used temporarily. People often say that when using others, there should be no doubts, and once a task is assigned, they should be allowed to act freely. Therefore, after arranging the tasks, La Sung immediately took the treasures he had prepared for 3 months to Liuang district. This year, many people came here, and life was quite difficult, so La Sung decided to go check it out himself. The entourage was not large, only 10 people. Besides La Sung and Nhu Duong, there was a cart carrying supplies along with Dai Luk and Long Vu. These two had spent the entire year at Iron Mine and 8 Treasure Mountain, only returning to Handong City in winter. They were originally the closest and most trusted people, beside La Sung. Since both were original members of the Han clan, but currently had little chance to meet, this was an opportunity for them to stay by La Sung's side for a while longer. Everyone rode their mounts quickly to the Liuyang district. In the distance, at the end of the white fields, 3 earthen cities appeared, lined up in a row, blending with the large river not far away. The great tree, who had received the letter in advance, had led the clan leaders to wait at the city gate. "Leader, you finally arrived." The great tree and the clan leaders saw La Sung riding an elephant approach, and everyone was overjoyed, their faces filled with sincere smiles, but their eyes sparkled with a hint of greed, constantly glancing at the cart behind La Sung. "Humph, are you hoping I came or hoping I brought food? 2 bowls of thin porridge a day must be hard to swallow, right? Let me tell you, there's no food here. If you want meat, go find it yourself." La Sung bluntly poked at their weakness. "Hee hee. What are you saying, leader? I didn't expect so many people to join at the end of autumn. If they had come earlier in the year, perhaps they could have planted a bit more food, and it wouldn't be so bad now having to go on a diet." The great tree could only smile bitterly. He was also powerless in this situation, suddenly having so many new people, but the food supply was only this much. What could he do? He couldn't just kick them out, right? In this day and age, population is strength, and those who can feed them wouldn't want to push them away. La Sung also knew he couldn't blame the great tree, plus the recruitment order was issued by La Sung himself. If anyone should be blamed, it could only be those opportunists who were too despicable. They came at the wrong time. "Leader, actually, 2 bowls of thin porridge a day isn't bad. At least the newcomers are quite satisfied." Back in their tribe, it was common to eat just 1 meal every 2 days in winter. Now, although they only eat porridge, at least it's 2 meals. Only those who have been in the tribe for a year are a bit dissatisfied. Previously, they had dry rice every day, but now they have a bunch of people who haven't contributed anything sharing their food. The food they worked hard to grow, now they have to eat porridge because of those people. Naturally, they feel unbalanced. The chief of the Chai clan also spoke up. La Sung, sitting on Anu's back, squinted his eyes slightly, his face showing no emotion as he asked, "Have there been any fights?" "Not yet." At first, the people were adamant about not letting the newcomers into the city to share food, but because the leader ordered it, requiring each new household to clear 10 mu of land, seeing them all working, the old and new people allowed them into the city. However, they still looked down on the newcomers, but no conflicts had occurred yet. The newcomers were still very obedient because they knew that if they weren't obedient, they wouldn't get any food. The great tree immediately reported, "Yeah, that's good. Looking down on them is fine. Next year, we can send some newcomers elsewhere to work." The Nhu Duong district still lacked a lot of manpower, and everyone chatted while walking into the Shangdian fragrance. The first earthen city built here was constructed the earliest, and the environment was quite good. Shangdian fragrance is the southernmost city among the 3. Inside the city, there were all brick houses, with streets crisscrossing, and a population of about 7,000 people. Lin tracked. Everyone chatted as they entered the upper field fragrance. The earthen city was built first. This place was constructed earliest, and the environment is quite good. The upper field fragrance is the city located. Those living in earthen houses were, of course, the newcomers that La Sung worried would cause trouble. Arriving at the newly built Fong Up Hun, it looked like a box of sardines. Everywhere you looked, there were small earthen houses. The people living in the earthen houses, of course, are the newcomers that La Sung worries might cause trouble. Arriving at the newly built Feng district, this place looks like a cramped fish box. Everywhere you look, there are small earthen houses. Although the houses were small, each one was packed with a large family. Just this small city alone housed over 10,000 people. La Sung's arrival caused a huge stir in the new city. Many people crawled out of their earthen houses to see the leader. It was so rare. They had been here for a long time, and this was the first time they had seen the legendary leader, who was still alive. Therefore, everyone was extremely. People crawl out of their earthen houses to see the leader. It's quite rare. They have been here for a long time, and this is the first time they get to see the legendary leader, who is also a living leader. However, La Sung clearly didn't have time to be treated like a monkey, and he couldn't charge an entrance fee. Letting them watch for free was too much of a loss. Therefore, after inspecting the towns, La Sung left. After all, this time he came not just to inspect but mainly to bring benefits to the tens of thousands of people in Luoyang district, helping to make their lives less miserable. So, how is it? Has the river frozen over yet? La Sung sat in the house he used to live in, holding a bowl of hot tea and asked, "It's frozen. But with the river frozen like this, can we really catch fish?" The great tree expressed doubt. The great tree couldn't understand. With this weather, winter had passed for 2 months, and now it was the coldest time. The section of the river near Luoyang County had frozen over. For example, if it wasn't 3 inches thick, it had to be 1.5 inches. So, are there still fish under the river? Don't they freeze to death? Yet, I still think that fishing in winter seems 3 inches thick, must still be 1.5 inches. So, are there still fish in the river? Don't they freeze to death? Yet I still think that fishing in winter seems impossible. There must still be some. There are fish, and it's even easier to catch them this season. Gather everyone together. We're starting today. I brought the tools. La Sung made the decision right away. Yes, leader. I'm going to get things ready. The elder immediately bowed and turned to call everyone outside. Before long, people had flooded to the riverbank. The crowd was really large. Almost everyone was dressed warmly and wearing shoes. It looked really crowded. There were probably around 1,000 people. And there were even many carts, not to mention quite a few people carrying goods and baskets on their shoulders. It was said that the leader told everyone to prepare containers for the fish, and everyone felt it was unbelievable. But since it was the will of the leader with boundless strength, they didn't dare to argue. In the middle of the river, which was about 100 meters wide, hundreds of people stood close together. The ice was really thick, and it was covered with a layer of snow. Everyone looked down at their feet but saw nothing, only the cold, hard ice. How could there be fish? La Sung didn't rush to start working but walked along the riverbank to observe. He was looking for spots where there might be more fish. The usual fishing method during spring, summer, and autumn is to find a marked spot, throw in plenty of favorite bait, and wait for the fish to come in so you can catch a bunch at once. But in winter, this method is ineffective because fish don't wander around under the ice. In winter, the water is cold, and fish know to find a place to stay. And the most suitable spots are the shallow areas. La Sung walked along the riverbank and saw a few suspicious shallow spots, but he wasn't too sure. However, it was fine. He dropped the net down. At least there would be something to harvest. Leader, do you see any fish under the ice? A strong person beside him couldn't help but ask. Ha ha. I don't see any, but I can roughly guess the location. As long as I know where it is, we can make it work. Our net is really big. Before winter came, I had people use the strongest ropes to weave the net, so we should have quite a good harvest. Everyone, bring the shovel over here, and we'll start drilling holes. After saying that, La Sung led the group to choose a spot, then calculated the size of the net and used a rope to measure the drilling holes. After that, everyone began to use hammers to drill holes in the river's surface. 2 months of winter had passed, and the ice here was very thick. Even in the middle of the river, it was thicker than 1 inch, and near the shore, it had to be about 3 inches thick, so there was nothing to worry about the ice breaking, causing accidents of falling into the water. In fact, the size of these drilled holes wasn't large, only about 30 centimeters. A normal person couldn't fall in. Only the hole used to bring the fish up had a diameter of about 1 meter and was close to the shore. The tribe members quickly got excited and drilled holes, swinging their hammers and crowbars. Ice shards flew. Some couldn't hold back and stuck their heads out to see below, but they saw nothing at all. In their hearts, they couldn't help but doubt. The leader had chosen this spot for half a day, but it didn't look like a place where there were fish. La Sung didn't care much about that. His job was just to command. This winter fishing method relied on human strength, and no matter how skilled one person was, they couldn't do it alone. So he had people bring a lot of firewood, set up a fire on the riverbank, and prepare a large pot to boil warm water, so later the tribe members could rest while working. When a row of holes was finished, La Sung led the group down to the water. A large net had already been prepared and spread out, with many strong ropes on it. There were even people carrying quite a few long covers, not knowing what they were for. The advantage of the youth group was ready. La Sung guided them to use the covers to bring the ropes into the water, just long enough to reach the next drilled hole. The people at the next hole continued in the same way. The tribe members used a method similar to passing a token to pull the ropes under the ice until they were pulled out from the last hole of each row, firmly held in the hands of the tribe members. In fact, this process was like sewing a quilt. The bamboo tubes and ropes on the net were the thread, while the ice on the water's surface was the quilt. The covers carried the ropes like needles under the ice, gradually piercing through the entire river's surface. But this was just the beginning. After laying a few strands of rope under the ice, La Sung began to have many people pull the ropes. Everyone shouted excitedly, just like the people pulling boats on the riverbank. The only difference was that this time they were pulling not a boat, but a large net spread over hundreds of square meters. Look at this. The net is moving. The net has been pulled down under the ice. That's right. That's right. It turns out this rope tied to the net is to pull the net down from these holes, but even if the net is stuffed under the ice, it can't spread out. If the net doesn't spread out, how can the fish get in? Well, if the leader said so, then the leader must have a way, right? Clearly, in the end, this tribe member's words, even he himself didn't believe. A group of people drilled a few holes in the ice surface and then pulled the ropes to stuff the net in like that to catch fish. Before long, a huge net had been pulled into the water. But at this moment, the net was still just a long strip, laid out in a line. You could say the width had spread out, but the depth was still lacking. And La Sung wasn't in a hurry. He quickly issued a new order, just in time to complete the needle threading step. In fact, each direction of the rope was naturally double rope, but this double rope was not the same. Some people actually had two different ropes in their hands, while some people holding two ropes were actually one rope folded in half, which was still one rope. La Sung's new order was for those holding two ropes to relax their grip on one rope with a mark, while those holding the folded end of the rope began to pull the rope back. In fact, they were managing the same rope. These ropes quickly drifted under the ice. While some people hold two ropes, which are actually one rope folded in half, La Sung's new order is for those holding two ropes to loosen their grip on one rope with a marker, while those holding the folded end of the rope should start to reel it in. In fact, they are managing the same rope. These ropes quickly drifted under the ice. From the other side, they were pulled up to the shore, but the command to pull the rope didn't stop, so everyone had to keep pulling. Soon everyone felt the rope in their hands getting heavier, as if they were pulling something really heavy. In fact, this feeling was not wrong at all. They were indeed pulling something, but that something was a large net. If the previous step of threading the needle had pulled the net down beneath the ice, then this current step was about spreading a net extending vertically. By pulling the rope, everyone could open the large net without seeing anything beneath the ice. Before long, the rope reached the end point. This also meant that the net had been spread evenly. There must be quite a few fish caught in the net by now. Otherwise, opening the net wouldn't have been so difficult. La Sung didn't issue any new commands, and the tribe members waited. Quite a few people looked at La Sung, unsure of what the leader was waiting for. Surely, he wasn't waiting for the fish to jump up by themselves. Sure enough, not long after, many felt movement beneath the ice, as if there were a lot of fish swimming around down there. In fact, the net below had spread out, catching quite a few fish in it, and they couldn't escape but began searching for a way up. Look, look, so many fish. A startled shout drew everyone's attention. Following the direction the person pointed, countless people couldn't help but gasp. There really are fish, and so many. Countless big and small fish were desperately searching for a way out. They did find some spots, but unexpectedly, they tried to swim towards the entrance and suddenly jumped out of the water, unable to return. All kinds of big and small fish jumped out from the ice holes and fell onto the snow above, bouncing around. The scene was even more spectacular than a spring of fish. After all, there were only 3 springs there. But here there were many ice holes. Almost every hole had a lot of fish jumping out, like a continuous stream of fish. Everyone watching this scene was extremely excited. This was all meat. For tribe members who only had 2 bowls of porridge each day, 1 fish was enough for the whole family to have a meal, and now the fish here seemed to be possessed, crazily jumping out of the ice holes. This was meat waiting to be taken. Those standing on the shore watched the scene in astonishment. Everyone rubbed their hands together, eagerly holding baskets. But just then, a loud shout from the leader suddenly rang out. "Don't move. Those on the shore don't come down. Now lift the net up. Wait until the fish are pulled to the shore before talking." La Sung looked at the noisy crowd, cold sweat dripping down, and with the cold wind blowing through, he suddenly felt like his head was about to explode. On the shore, there were nearly 1,000 people standing. Most of the tribe members were present because everyone knew that in winter, people stayed at home, rarely engaging in recreational activities, either taking care of children or cooking. Even if they weren't there to work, many people came to watch the excitement. Because this is human nature, everyone likes to gather. Humans are inherently social animals, but in this situation, if thousands of people were dispersed along the riverbank, it would be fine. But if thousands were gathered on the ice, no matter how thick the ice was, it couldn't avoid cracking, not to mention that the ice, hearing the leader's roar, everyone had to rein in their excitement and follow the leader's instructions to start working. The square net now only had 4 ropes left at the corners on the ice. La Sung instructed everyone to start pulling the ropes in pairs, finally gathering 3 directions into one large hole near the riverbank. The 4 ropes were pulled from a large hole 2 meters long, and then everyone firmly held on. Even though the ropes were soaked in the freezing cold water, no one wanted to let go, because just a moment ago, the leader had told them that the other end of the rope was the number of fish that couldn't be counted. What is fish? It's meat. Who dares to let go? Everyone, hurry up. The net has been pulled to the shore. Pull the ropes. Don't let the fish escape. Accompanied by La Sung's call, those carrying baskets and pushing carts couldn't stand still. They left everything behind and joined the net-pulling team. Countless people behind pulled the ropes, looking like a gigantic tug-of-war competition. Except this time one side was people, and the other side was a school of fish. Come on, brothers, keep it up. We're almost there. Everyone hurry. As everyone pulled with all their might, the ropes were gradually lifted out of the water. The surface of the river, which had been bursting with fish, also changed due to the net being gathered. From the farthest ice circles, each hole no longer had fish bursting out. This indicated that the net had been pulled from that spot. Then the holes behind began to bulge as more and more fish were gathering at the back. Finally, the rope reached its limit, and the huge net, along with an unknown number of fish, was pulled out from the hole near the shore. Countless big and small fish in the net kept jumping up and down, trying to escape from the net that was trapping their lives. At the entrance, countless bubbles and ice fragments were created. In just a moment, the shore of the hole in the ice had bulged, with countless icy water and ice fragments accumulating at the hole's entrance, frozen solid by the cold wind. Seeing countless fish being pulled up from the water, those who had been exhausted suddenly found strength from who knows where, and the speed of pulling the net up from the water increased. Some people who couldn't participate began to replace those who were exhausted, but the fish in the net had no friends to replace them. Some fish were pulled out of the water due to lack of oxygen, plus they were struggling with all their might. Finally, when the cold wind blew through, many fish that had just been pulled up hadn't had time to do anything before they froze into ice, lying still on the snow. The net full of fish was gradually pulled up from the water. Countless fish were pulled out from the hole near the shore. Countless big and small fish in the net kept jumping up and down, trying to escape from the net that was trapping their lives. At the entrance, countless bubbles and ice fragments were created. In just a moment, the shore of the hole in the ice had bulged, with countless icy water and ice fragments accumulating at the hole's entrance, frozen solid by the cold wind. Seeing countless fish being pulled up from the water, those who had been exhausted suddenly found strength from who knows where, and the speed of pulling the net up from the water increased. Some people who couldn't participate began to replace those who were exhausted, but the fish in the net had no friends to replace them. Some fish were pulled out of the water due to lack of oxygen, plus they were struggling with all their might. Finally, when the cold wind blew through, many fish that had just been pulled up hadn't had time to do anything before they froze into ice, lying still on the snow. The net full of fish was gradually pulled up from the water. The number of these fish has reached thousands. The small ones are only about the size of a hand, weighing less than 1 pound, while the larger ones are about the size of a person's foot, each weighing over 10 pounds, and even the baskets they brought aren't big enough. All the tribe members showed joyful smiles, expressions filled with the happiness of harvest season. Under this net, the catch was truly overwhelming. With the strength of thousands of people, the net was quickly pulled up from the water. Countless frozen fish piled up on the shore on the layer of snow, thousands of fish of various types, averaging a few pounds each. This net pulled up more than 100,000 pounds, and this is meat, not equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds of grain. People began calling out loudly to each other to load the frozen fish onto carts or carry them back to the city. Some even carried just 2 fish. This person was originally small in stature, but the 2 fish hanging on the pole dragged on the ground. These 2 fish were nearly as long as the height of a small child. Not only that, this netting session also yielded a wide variety of seafood, with dozens of different types of fish alone, and they even pulled up quite a few crabs. However, this is understandable. The upstream of this large river is the marshland, and everyone knows that the species in marshes and lakes are the most abundant. For freshwater fish like these, there are often thousands of species. However, the water in the marsh is very shallow, only about 1 to 2 meters deep. To survive the freezing winter, the fish must seek deeper waters to hibernate. And the deepest place around here is clearly this river. Phew, there are so many fish here. If we pull a few more nets, we might have enough fish to last until spring. Let's do one more catch. Everyone is still strong. Yes, leader, let's do one more catch. As long as there's food, no one minds the hard work. A group of tribe leaders surrounded La Sung, chattering excitedly. Everyone hopes to catch all the fish in the river. This is understandable. This land is still very wild. Perhaps it has never seen a large-scale catch like this. If we only relied on using spears to stab fish like primitive people, how many could we catch? There are still many fish here. Even if tens of thousands of people ate continuously for 2 years, they might not finish. La continued to pull the net. Of course, but we need to change locations and leave this place. You go back to the city and bring 2 carts of corn straw here. Bundle them up and stuff them into the ice holes to prevent them from freezing again. Just leave it like that overnight. Tomorrow we can continue fishing here. The others follow me to another spot to drill ice. Let's go. La Song casually pointed to a tribe leader to pull the straw, then waved his hand leading everyone to move to another location. This is really the kind of hit-and-run fishing style. Hearing the leader say that we can continue fishing here tomorrow, everyone was overjoyed. People hurried back to prepare straw, taking each bundle of straw to stuff into the ice holes. One is to hide it, and the other is to prevent the hole from freezing over again. Even if it freezes, it will be much easier to dig it up again tomorrow. The others continued to follow La Song, wandering all over the river, continuously drilling ice, casting nets, and pulling nets. Throughout the day, thousands of people took turns working. By evening, they had cast the nets 5 times, catching over 200,000 pounds of fish, significantly addressing the food shortage issue in the Liuyang district. If they continue to fish a few more times, they might even be able to transport some to the Hanyang district. There, although there is no shortage of food, meat is scarce. Although every household raises chickens and rabbits, very few dare to eat freely. After all, if they eat everything, what will they continue to raise? No matter how much they crave, they can't kill chickens for eggs. Throughout that day, all 30,000 people in Liuyang district were busy. Some took turns fishing on the river with La Song, while others continuously transported fish back to the city. The elders and tribe leaders divided the fish among households. The women and children at home were also busy killing fish, cleaning them, and hanging them under the eaves to save for winter. The entire Liuyang district was bustling as if celebrating the new year. Fish are truly a wonderful thing. Fish meat is edible. Fish scales can be made into frozen fish dishes. Combined with some spicy seasonings to eliminate the fishy smell, it's also very delicious. Fish bones can be crushed into powder to feed livestock, helping them enhance nutrition and prevent disease. The fish entrails, although not very useful, can be used to feed dogs. Over the past 2 years, the Han people not only raised more than a dozen wolves from the start, but also imported quite a few sheepdogs from the steppe. Now, the combination of these 2 breeds has created many new dog breeds for the Han people. These wolf hybrids eat a lot every day, and now with a massive amount of fish entrails, raising them will become easier. Of course, the above is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that in this winter fishing campaign, the Han people have obtained a large quantity of fish bladders. Fish bladders are actually fish air bladders, and their use in making strong glue doesn't need much explanation. Unfortunately, over the past 2 years, due to the development of agriculture, the fish catch in Hanyang City has decreased significantly. Plus the production of a series of wooden tools, the amount of fish bladders stored over the past 2 years has become increasingly insufficient. But this winter is the most important winter in many years, because from this winter, the Han people will start mass-producing reflex bows. Various types of wood have been stockpiled in large quantities, and horns and cow tendons have also been sufficiently reserved through transactions with the steppe over the past 2 years. The fibers from the thorny plant used for bowstrings are also not lacking. Only the fish bladder glue is very scarce. It should be noted that fish bladder glue is not only used for making bows and arrows, but also used in the production of wooden furniture, tables and chairs, bookshelves, windows, and even agricultural and textile tools. The demand is increasing, while production is decreasing. Therefore, when encountering a large fishing campaign like this, La Sung also wants to take full advantage to catch as many fish as possible. Now, these fish not only represent food, fish meat, but also symbolize military strength. La Sung is in urgent need of enhancing armed strength, so he did not waste time. After 3 days of fishing in Liuyang district, he led a long convoy back to the city. Countless citizens came out of the city to see them off, from those who had just arrived 3 months ago to those who had joined over a year. All looked at La Sung with admiration. This winter fishing campaign has helped La Sung, the leader, earn great points in the hearts of the people. He is a divine figure, their leader, someone who can do everything. In fact, this era is like that, who can provide them with abundant food. That person is their second parent, their paradise. Our people are inherently very simple. The convoy is from Liuyang district. The fish are from the Liuyang River. But aside from meeting the needs of Liuyang district, the rest was taken away by La Sung. A portion was sent to Nhu Duong County for over 1,000 people, while the remainder was brought back to Han Duong County along with countless fish balls. Of course, upon arriving in Liuyang County, La Sung also didn't forget to bring back a large amount of white paper. The process of making a reflex bow is very complex. There's an old saying: in winter, make the bow frame from wood. In spring, process the horns. In summer, handle the tendons. And in autumn, assemble them together. This means that in winter, you make the bow frame from wood. In spring, you handle the cow horns. In summer, you work with the cow tendons. And by autumn, you put everything together. Although La Sung didn't fully understand the mysteries behind this process, the thousands of years of experience from his ancestors surely had its reasons. So, he arranged things that way. When passing through the area near the while he himself led the remaining carts westward, crossing the wooden bridge and returning to Nhu Duong city. After 10 days of travel and fishing, La Sung led the convoy back to the city where Nhu Dai was waiting to greet them. However, upon seeing the countless frozen fish on the carts, Nhu Dai did not appear happy but rather seemed sorrowful. This made La Sung feel worried. He wondered if something had happened. Perhaps there was an issue with the population survey. What's wrong? Why do you look so down? Can't you see we just harvested a lot of fish? La Sung asked, a bit annoyed. Wah, boo-hoo. Leader, the shaman is about to pass away. He hasn't eaten anything for days. Boo-hoo. As soon as La Sung finished asking, Nhu Dai, a tall man, suddenly burst into tears. It turned out that someone was indeed on the verge of death. Seeing Nhu Dai cry like that, La Sung couldn't bear to scold him further. One could imagine that the shaman, Nhu Dai, was probably around 40 or 50 years old. In this era, that was considered very old. Many people didn't even live past 30. To be honest, if it weren't for his role as a shaman, not going out to hunt or gather, he would have certainly died long ago. That's also why the elderly were highly valued in primitive times. Their social status was often very high. The elderly had more life experience, and in an era when writing was scarce, they relied on oral traditions and teachings to hold on to much ancestral knowledge. Such important figures were often greatly respected by tribes. Given the early reproductive situation of this era, the shaman Nhu Dai might have lived through 2 generations, having witnessed Nhu Dai's father grow up and then seeing Nhu Dai grow up himself. Even without a deep blood relationship, their feelings for each other were quite special. In the past, when the shaman was still healthy, Nhu Dai probably didn't pay much attention, knowing he was doing well in Nhu Duong city, so he wasn't worried. But now, when he suddenly stopped eating, clearly on the verge of death, Nhu Dai felt heartbroken, which was understandable. It was just that before La Sung left, the shaman was still strong. How could he be on the brink of death in just 10 days? What happened? Is he sick? Why isn't he eating? La Sung pressed on with questions. I don't know either. He just said he didn't want to eat, wasn't hungry, and the food brought to him was cold. Yet he still wouldn't eat. When asked why, he wouldn't say, Leader, there must be a way. Please save the shaman, I beg you. Nhu Dai grasped La Sung's hand, speaking with emotion. Oh my, I'm not a deity. It's normal for the elderly to die. How can I make them come back to life? La Sung thought to himself but didn't say it out loud, only sighed and patted Nhu Dai's shoulder to comfort him. All right, let's go take a look. Yes, I know the leader will definitely have a way. Nhu Dai joyfully wiped his tears and pulled La Sung quickly to the shaman's house. La Sung could only shake his head. I didn't say I had a way. Don't jump to conclusions like that. When they arrived at the shaman's house, the door was open. In fact, in Nhu Duong city, common people didn't close their doors at night, nor did they pick up lost items, because there was really nothing to steal. Therefore, there was no habit of locking doors in the city. Stepping into the yard, the shaman's chimney was still smoking, clearly indicating that there was a fire going on inside. The shaman's grandson had grown up, squatting in the yard, chopping firewood. When he saw the leader enter, the old fluffy dog ran out to greet him, wagging its tail and sticking close to La Sung. Leader, what brings you here? The shaman's grandson politely greeted. Ah, I'm here to visit your grandfather. I heard he hasn't been eating. La Sung asked directly. Yes, it's been several days. The grandson, hearing La Sung's question, couldn't help but lower his head sadly. I'll go see how he is. La Sung didn't say much, directly opening the door and stepping inside. In the main room was a long table and several long benches. The stove against the wall was burning brightly. Oh, I'm visiting your grandpa. I heard he hasn't been eating or drinking anything. La Sung asked directly. Yeah, it's been a few days. The grandson, hearing La Sung's question, couldn't help but feel sad and lowered his head. I'll go see how he's doing. La Sung didn't say much, directly opening the door and stepping inside. The room had a long table and a few long benches. A stove against the wall was blazing. The 2 rooms next door are occupied. To the east, there's a woman sitting by the window sewing, and to the west, there's a large bed with 5 people. The old sorcerer is sitting against the wall, his gaze hazy as he looks out the window, covered with white paper, seemingly lost in thought. In his hand is the bone calendar he had previously shown to La Sung. He is quietly rubbing it. On the bed, there's a young woman taking care of 3 children. One is already a year old, while the other 2, dressed in woolen clothes, are crawling around on the bed, occasionally climbing into the sorcerer's lap, reaching for the bone in his hand. The 3 children are his grandchildren. One is the sorcerer's grandson, and the other 2 are his great-grandchildren. Among them, the 2 are the children of the person chopping wood outside, while one is the child of his younger brother. In fact, this is not unusual. In this era, people often have children early, and over the past 2 years, after joining the Han people, life has become more stable. One could say sufficient. This has led to a common phenomenon where mothers and daughters-in-law compete to have children. In fact, those who have already become grandparents are not very old. The combined age of 2 generations is still under 30, and they are still capable of bearing children. And the tradition among people is to have as many children as possible when conditions allow. In this era, the child mortality rate is very high, and the lifespan of adults is short. If they don't have many children, how can they sustain the race? It's not uncommon for sons to marry and have children while their parents are still having more. There are even cases where a mother-in-law, lacking milk, sends her child to be raised by her daughter-in-law, with the brother drinking the sister-in-law's milk or the grandchild drinking the grandmother's milk. Such stories are everywhere. Not only in the Han tribe, but even in the early days of the rabbit child's founding, this was common. The sorcerers also had wives and children. In the primitive era, wasting resources was not allowed. Anyone who could reproduce did their best. But now, there are hardly any of the younger generation of the sorcerers left alive. Sorcerer. La Sung entered the room calling out to the old man who was lost in thought. The leader has come to visit you. The young woman, looking youthful, also called out to the sorcerer. Hearing the noise, the sorcerer's dazed gaze finally turned towards La Sung. Leader. His voice was hoarse and tiny, perhaps from not drinking enough water, making it hard for La Sung to hear. The old sorcerer pulled a stool for La Sung to sit in the room. I heard you suddenly stopped eating. What's wrong? Before I left, weren't you fine? Back then, you checked the supplies every day. La Sung asked suspiciously. Just a few days ago, he was bouncing around, and now he's talking about dying. It's too sudden. Leader, I looked at the food in the storehouse, and I'm happy. We have food to eat. We won't starve in winter. We have brick houses and a big stove. We won't be cold in winter. I remember in the past, every winter, there were people dying, many people. Year after year, winter after winter, we finally managed to keep the tribe. Now these kids are all living well. As he spoke, he hugged a crawling baby into his lap, and it immediately burst into laughter. The sorcerer's companion, upon hearing this, covered his face and bowed his head, crying bitterly as if the sorcerer had reminded him of the painful memories of the past. La Sung also sighed. He hadn't experienced those hard days, but this body had. In the body's memories, there were similar recollections, as if La Sung had experienced them himself. He knew that old people liked to reminisce. The older they got, the more they did so. Only young people always looked forward, and when they grew old, they began to remember. But La Sung didn't understand why they were talking about this when things were fine now. Now that life is good, we should be happy. Why suddenly remember the bitter past? Not eating, what's that about? Sorcerer, if things are good now, you should eat well. Why make it hard on your stomach? Why is that? La Sung couldn't help but ask. I want to check the storehouse. I want to see the food. They said the leader wouldn't allow it. The sorcerer seemed to choke on his words, both resentful and accusatory, as he asked La Sung. Check the storehouse. They won't let me, and they said I can't let you check. Who are they? But La Sung thought for a moment and immediately understood. Could it be those people from the county office? La Shum requested to manage the harmony, investigate the population, measure the land, and inventory the reserve materials. This was indeed his order. But to inventory the materials, they had to take over first. You, sorcerer, hold on to the storehouse every day, and all the tribe's material distribution goes through you. What authority do you rely on? Is there an order from the leader? We have it. We are the officials appointed by the leader, managing all matters big and small in Hanyang City. Now that the leader has assigned this task, how can you oppose it? Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, La Sung could guess the scene. It must be that the county officials clashed with the sorcerer. It could just be an argument, but not necessarily a physical altercation. Thinking it over, the real fault was La Sung's. Initially, he hadn't clearly coordinated the scope of responsibilities, so it was normal for conflicts to arise now. When Hanyang City was first established, the population was small, and all the young people participated in construction. The logistics coordination naturally fell to the 2 free people, the elder Han and the sorcerer, and they managed it until now. But now, La Sung began to implement a new system in the Han tribe. The old managers were sidelined, and the new system eliminated them, so it's understandable that they would harbor some resentment. You won't let me manage the storehouse, and now the Han tribe doesn't need my offerings, so what use do I have? At my age, I can't do anything else. I'd rather die clean than let you waste food. This is the simple thought of the sorcerer, filled with resentment at being sidelined and the stubbornness of the elderly. For someone from a primitive tribe, pure, like the sorcerer, they have their own beliefs. Not raising useless people, even the elderly who can't work, the disabled, and the sick. When difficulties arise, these people are always the first to be abandoned. If not, where would there be so many wild men in the mountains? Now the sorcerer thinks this way too. He sees himself as useless, no longer contributing to the tribe, so he's going on a hunger strike to commit suicide. This situation is a bit extreme. To get the old man to live on, there's only one way to assign him tasks, to make him feel useful again. But with such a frail old skeleton, what can he do? In this condition, I'm afraid he can't even grow vegetables. Just at this moment, there's only one way to assign him tasks, to make him feel useful again. But with such a frail old skeleton, what can he do? In this condition, I'm afraid he can't even grow vegetables. Just at this moment, a kid on the hearth snatched the bone calendar from Shifu's hands, raising his small hand above his head and waving it around, shouting joyfully. This scene made Le Sung's eyes light up. Right, how could I forget Shifu's old profession? Don't worry about your treasure anymore. In the future, we'll have even more stuff, and you definitely won't remember it all. How about I make you an official, appoint you as the chief astronomer of the Great Han? What do you think? Le Sung cheerfully suggested. Sword. What sword? I also want to learn blacksmithing, but I can't even hold a hammer anymore. After hearing this, Shifu was taken aback and sighed. Isn't that sword the chief astronomer, a title for an official who specializes in observing the moon, the sun, and the stars? Not only observing, but also recording their orbits to predict seasons, weather patterns, calendars, and time. Doesn't your Black Rat tribe pass down the method of observing the moon's movements to predict the seasons and months? Now I'm giving you a new task. Observe the sun's patterns and predict the time of day. How about it? I'll appoint you as the chief astronomer, and you can do this work? La Sung immediately explained in detail, and upon hearing the chief astronomer's duties, Shifu became interested. This is something only you are most suited for. No one can compete with you in observing the sky and the moon, but the sun, the leader of the silver moon, will blind your eyes. Shifu couldn't help but remind him. No, you don't look directly at the sun. I'll make you a recording device. You just need to record the shadow of the sun every day. The sundial was the recording tool La Sung was referring to. However, the so-called sundial really didn't need any recording at all. You just had to adjust the angle of the dial according to the local latitude, then look at the shadow of the gnomon to tell the time. The problem is that this is definitely not Earth. La Sung also didn't know what latitude it was here, so how could he determine how much the sundial should tilt? That was truly a problem that needed solving, and the only way was to measure day by day to find the pattern. Before long, Shifu, the one assigned the new task, was excited to get to work. During the time he was being served by his nephew, he began to eat and drink. After a few days of recuperation, La Sung's sundial was also completed. The sundial. This sky isn't tilted but is laid flat. Alongside that, the gnomon is also upright compared to the ground, unlike a traditional sundial, and it's made of wood. A round wooden disc, in the center, a brass gnomon is inserted. With the gnomon as the center, there are 14 concentric circles of different sizes to mark the 14 months. Additionally, the surface of this disc is divided into 24 hourly degrees with the 24-hour direction directly opposite true south, which is the direction with the shortest shadow during the day. Of course, according to Le Sung's speculation, the rotation time of this planet will definitely exceed 24 hours compared to time on Earth. This isn't important, because the Earth's rotation time isn't exactly 24 hours either. It's a bit short, lacking more than 3 minutes each day, gradually accumulating to require an extra day to compensate for the discrepancy between rotation and revolution around the sun, which is why there's a leap year every 4 years, adding an extra day on the 29th of February. But this planet is different. Here, a year has 14 months, every 14 years is a cycle, and every 14 years will have a leap year that adds 14 days. This shows that the rotation speed and revolution around the star of this planet have a significant difference, needing an additional 14 days to balance the discrepancy between them. Among them, the task of the test representative is to use a pen every day to draw on the disk to record the trajectory of the gnomon's shadow, drawing an arc each day to observe the sun's movement direction in each month. Because there are distinct seasonal changes here, the sun's shadow in different months will definitely vary. As long as the test representative can detail these changes, La Song will be able to roughly deduce the latitude he is at on this planet from those arcs. This is a long-term project and also the only way to study astronomy. Therefore, establishing the astronomical observatory is extremely necessary. Of course, the ancient observatory didn't just do that. They not only observed astronomy, calculated weather patterns, and scheduled, but also had to be responsible for divination, predicting good and bad omens. After all, that was somewhat absurd, and La Song certainly didn't believe it. Thus, La Song's observatory was merely an astronomical observation unit, and the task was quickly assigned. The test representative was appointed as the first chief of the Han People's Observatory. This position, in modern terms, could be considered the director of the National Observatory. Moreover, a female graduate from the first class was also appointed as the deputy chief, along with 4 supervisors for the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Their task was to assist the chief in observing the 4 seasons, calculating weather patterns. Finally, there were 2 people managing the bells and drums, responsible for marking the time every morning and afternoon. Thus, the entire structure of the astronomical observatory was established. La Song also arranged for them a large office in the government building, specifically for the work of the astronomical observatory. Without exception, in the main hall of the astronomical observatory, there was also a sign that read "Observing Celestial Phenomena" in bright red letters, which La Song seemed to have seen while touring the capital. Thinking back, it was quite fitting. Isn't observing celestial phenomena related to time? After arranging everything, La Song, the highest leader of the Han people, began to check the official work. The statistics work of Hanyang County had been ongoing for half a month, and the quantity of various materials was nearly complete. It was time for inspection. That day, La Song sat in the large office on the top floor of the building. On the spacious desk were several handwritten notebooks and forms. In front of the desk was a group of officials, including both regular and intern officials, always ready to answer La Song's questions. Opening a volume of the royal book, inside were pages filled with household registration records. Although the handwriting wasn't beautiful, it was quite neat since they were all recorded by house number. When Hanyang City was newly built, all residential areas were organized into straight alleys with closely numbered houses, and there weren't many households, so the records were quite clear. Each page of the royal book recorded one household, with the writing presented from left to right in a horizontal format. And the most important thing is that it has punctuation. Hanyang County, District 1, Row 6, Household Number B. The head of a household is Tan Si-dong, 22 years old, has 2 wives, one nearly 22 years old, the other 21 years old, with 6 children. The eldest daughter is Tan Xiaohua, 9 years old. The second son is Tan Gu, 8 years old. The third son is Tan Feng Shu, 6 years old. The fourth son is Tan Dazhu, 5 years old. The fifth daughter is Tan Zhou, 4 years old. And the sixth daughter is Tan Hong, 3 years old. The household has a total of 9 people, with the ancestors having passed away, meaning the grandfather has died. This dense household registration information gave La Song a headache, but it also clearly recorded the basic information: gender, names, ages. Although the ages might not be entirely accurate, they could be as close as possible, because some people couldn't even remember how old they were. But the age section was the most important. Only by knowing the ages could taxes be levied reasonably and labor or military recruitment be conducted according to age groups. However, this royal book still looked quite messy. La Song thought for a moment and finally decided to print out a form, providing the necessary household registration information in a fixed format. At that time, it would just need to be filled in, making it not only easier to read but also more convenient for recording. Thinking of this, La Song called Bai Qi, who was responsible for printing, and then drew up a household registration form and instructed him to carve it into a wooden plate, then print it in large quantities. Putting down the household registration royal book, La Song picked up another form. This form seemed clearer, without detailed household registration information on top, but summarized the population situation of Hanyang City, helping La Song to see the information he wanted. It stated that Hanyang County has a total of 594 households, a total of 4,520 people, with 1,784 adults, and a population aged 6 to 13 of 1,698 people, under 6 years old, 1,270 people, and finally, it is specially noted that slaves do not count, meaning that slaves are not included in the population. However, this can also be understood. La Song originally did not consider the prisoners from the cannibal tribes as human beings, ready to be used for death at any time, because he would not let this species continue to reproduce. Among them, there are 627 adult males, 1,157 females, This gender ratio is still very imbalanced, but the current adults are all from different tribes that have joined. In the old tribal period, the gender ratio was already large, but now that they have joined the Han people, with food and safety guaranteed, the survival rate of males in the future will significantly increase. It will only take a few generations for the gender ratio to balance out. According to these figures, Hanyang City has truly reached a developmental threshold. This city has a total of 9 districts, with the central district being the square, school, and county office. There is also a district dedicated to livestock farming, raising all kinds of cattle, horses, sheep, camels, pigs, flowers, and more, along with a workshop area for metallurgy, carpentry, weaving, and storage. All are located within a 12-large warehouse area. The remaining 6 districts are residential areas, each with 99 households. The current statistical result shows that Hanyang City has a total of 594 households. Doesn't that mean it's already full? Hanyang City has no more space to live in. Therefore, in the future, if anyone reaches adulthood and wants to separate their household, they will have to migrate to new cities being built. This is an issue that needs attention. However, currently, Bama Pass and Ruyang County are still lacking in population. If the population of Hanyang City exceeds so there's no need to worry too much. In recent years, the pace of building new cities for the Han people will surely accelerate, and there's no need to worry about overcrowding, but rather about a shortage of people. Because in this era, population is the primary productive force. After reviewing the population data, next is the livestock data, but this is not too important. Besides cattle and horses being strategic resources, the number of pigs and sheep fluctuates frequently, reproducing quickly and consuming quickly, so just having general figures is enough. Moreover, in the past 2 years, with the development of trade in the grasslands, the number of cattle and horses owned by the Han people is very high. Almost every household has 2 to 3 large livestock. This actually also depends on the small population issue. It must be known that the wild cattle and horses are countless, while the number of people is very few. It may be that the number of people is now less than the number of cattle and horses in this world. Once humans begin to rise, it means the quantity will reach an explosive level. Although the number of cattle and horses remains the same, the ratio to the number of people will create an asymmetric difference. By then, the per capita ownership of cattle and horses will decrease irreversibly. Anyway, according to the current development situation, in the next 1 or 2 years, there will be no shortage of cattle and horses. As long as Lasung does a good job of planning for the future, there's no need to worry about potential issues. After checking the tasks assigned to the county, Lasung instructed them to base on the population and the household registration, calling each household to collect frozen fish. The large quantity of leftover fish was given to the wood workshop to make various tools. Next was to check the progress of making composite bows at the wood workshop. Since all construction in Hanyang City has been completed, the tables and chairs are sufficient for their needs. The wood workshop currently only has 3 tasks left: producing pencils, making wooden boats, and crafting bow frames. Furthermore, the wood workshop is the 3rd largest in terms of workforce, just after the pottery shop and weaving, so the work progress is not slow. There are only 2 people making pencils. Since the current demand for pencils is not large, they can still keep up. The group making wooden boats consists of 10 people. They just need to make 1 wooden boat and then fit the automatically cut wooden planks together, finally adding a waterproof layer to finish. The remaining 28 people in the wood workshop are entirely focused on producing bow frames. This is not only because producing bow frames is a detailed job, but also because the task Lasung assigned is significant. Over the course of 4 winter months, at least 6,000 bow frames must be produced, of which 2,000 are for cavalry using short bows and 4,000 are for infantry using long bows. This means that among these 28 carpenters, each must produce at least 2 bow frames a day. However, the bi-trin bow frame is not a bow, it is merely a place to attach cow horns and tendons. The difficulty in production is no different from making a simple bow. Each day, they can make 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, working for about 2 to 3 months. Once they get the hang of it, they can produce 3 in a day without any issues. That day, many people followed Lasung to inspect the bow frame production, including Third Dai, Du Dai, Dai Luk, Du Da, and other elders. Among them, Third Dai leads the group, all of whom support long bows. Only Du Da and Lasung are advocates for composite bows. Leader, our long bows are great. They're quick to make, powerful, and look impressive in hand. Just seeing them is enough to scare others. Why do we still need to make composite bows? A basic bow takes a whole year to make. Isn't that a waste of time? With this time, wouldn't it be better to do something else? At least make a few more carts. Perhaps they looked at the pile of bow frames stacked in the workshop and couldn't help but complain. Because in reality, these are just unfinished products. If they switched to making long bows, right now this group wouldn't be making bow frames but thousands of long bows instead. Isn't this just losing sight of the near to seek the far? You're not wrong. Long bows really have many advantages, especially their power, range, and most importantly, they're easy to make. Isn't this just a case of losing something close to find something far away? You're not wrong. The long bow really has many advantages, especially its strong force, long range, and most importantly, it's easy to make. But right now, what we need is short bows for the cavalry. Can you ride a horse and hold a 2-meter long bow? Le Sung shot him a glance, asking disdainfully. But there's no need to go overboard like that. Just 1 or 2,000 for the cavalry is enough. Why make so many bows? This bow is not only large but also hard to carry, and shooting it is quite troublesome. The shooting speed, don't even get me started, compared to a longbow, it's completely incomparable. So why are we producing so many bows? It would be better to spend that time making longbows. Dai tried to continue arguing. Dai's words surprised La Sung a bit. He didn't expect him to recognize so many flaws of the composite bow. Truly, he is worthy of being a military leader, researching weapons and warfare every day. You're not wrong. The composite bow has those shortcomings, but its advantages are also very clear. Moreover, those advantages are exactly what we need the most. So compared to the advantages, the disadvantages become unimportant. La Sung nodded and said, "Advantages? What advantages? I don't see any advantages at all. This bow requires you to step on it to draw the string for each arrow, and after drawing, you still have to load the arrow before you can shoot. In that time, a longbow could have shot 3 arrows already. Where's the advantage?" Chu Dai stubbornly argued, not believing it. "Your brain really is lacking. How can you lead troops into battle and not even notice the advantages of the weapon? Duya, your scouting team has been using crossbows for a few months now. Tell Chu Dai. What exactly are the advantages of the crossbow?" Le Sung angrily said, I'm not too sure about either. If I had to say an advantage, it would probably be that it shoots more accurately than a longbow. After all, the crossbow has a sight for aiming at targets." Du Ya scratched his head in response. La Sung couldn't help but sigh. Even Du Ya, who had been using the crossbow for a few months, couldn't recognize its real strengths. "Let's go. I'll show you where this crossbow is truly powerful." Saying that, La Sung immediately led them out of the workshop, heading straight to the square in the city. Today is sunny, and some kids at home, unable to bear the boredom, gathered to play soccer in the square, making this cold winter a bit livelier. Seeing the leader bringing people over, the kids stopped, not knowing what he was here for. Soon, La Sung arrived in front of the kids. "Today, I want to find a few people to test the newly made bow, preferably those who are about to grow up. Who wants to volunteer?" Hearing that the leader wanted to test the bow, the kids immediately got excited, jumping up and shouting, me, pick me, leader, I'm really strong." La Sung casually picked out 5 of the tallest kids, then told Dai to set up a grass target in the distance, and the archery competition began. Chu Dai stood by, observing closely, still not understanding what was good about the crossbow, and didn't know what the leader was up to. "First, you all use the longbow to shoot 3 arrows. Let's see who shoots more accurately. Chu Dai, you guide the kids. Since they've never drawn a bow before, they don't even know how to hold it, or how to pull the string, so you have to teach them seriously." La Sung said seriously to Chu Dai, "You're acting indifferent. This is simple. I'm the best archer. Teaching these kids is too easy." Chu Dai was taken aback, then laughed, not expecting the leader to have this idea, so he quickly started instructing the 5 kids. "Come on. Spread your legs a bit wider. Hold the bow loosely. Don't grip it too tightly. The bow is meant to be pushed forward, not held tightly. Use 3 fingers to hook the string. That's right. Set the arrow's knock on the string. Hold it tight with your fingers. Pull back hard. Pull it all the way. Look straight at the arrow's tip. Aim at the grass, target, and shoot. Thwack, thwack, thwack." The sound of the bowstring snapping echoed. Some arrows flew off but missed the target completely, and 2 kids even shot so poorly that their arrows fell at their feet. Chu Dai's face immediately darkened, inwardly cursing. "Damn it, what a bunch of useless kids. Kids these days are really not as good as before. Why are you pulling the string so tight? Now it's ruined. Before you even shoot, it's already messed up. You idiot. I told you to hold the arrow's knock with your fingers. How come the string didn't even get released before the arrow fell? You stupid idiot," angrily scolded. Really felt embarrassed by these kids, especially in front of the leader. He should have been proud of teaching them, but now they were so useless. How could he hold his head high in front of the leader? Forget it, why scold them? It's their first time holding a bow. The first time you learned to shoot wasn't much better than them. Now continue. There are 2 more arrows. La Sung said leisurely beside him, making Chu Dai blush. When he first learned to shoot, he often got scolded by La Sung too. And in reality, Chu Dai wasn't the best longbow shooter. This was something almost everyone in the first group of archers knew, considered the biggest blemish in his military career. The next two shots were still disastrous, with arrows either falling right there or missing the target. 5 people, 3 arrows, only 2 hit the target. But this situation is quite normal in archery practice. When La Sung personally trained the archers, he also started from holding the bow, raising the bow, pulling the string, and shooting at close range. Archery is a skill. Every action must be analyzed thoroughly and practiced. Expecting a newbie to hold a bow and hit every target is really too difficult. A real army of archers needs a long training time, at least 3 to 5 years, and at most about 8 years. They also need to eat well, have good physical strength, and arms like iron, all elite in infantry. Even the current archers of the Han people can only line up neatly and shoot a volley of arrows from a distance. To expect them to shoot accurately within 100 meters, the Han people only have about a dozen who can do it. It's really too difficult. A real army of archers needs a long training time, at least 3 to 5 years, or even up to 8 years. They also need to eat well, have good physical strength, and arms like iron, all being elite in infantry. Even the current archers of the Han tribe can only line up neatly and shoot arrows from a distance. To shoot accurately within 100 meters, there are only about a dozen people in the entire Han tribe who can do it. Besides practicing a lot, we also need to see their archery talent. Leader, let them shoot a few more arrows. 3 arrows each is too few. It's their first time holding a bow. They can barely grip it. How can they aim accurately? Dai found the results too poor and couldn't help but suggest, no need. You say they can't grip it well? Then let's try using crossbows. Teach them how to use the crossbow. Start with 3 arrows each. Sung waved his hand. He wasn't here to train archers, but to compare the differences between longbows and crossbows. There's no time to waste here. Yes, leader. You 5 each hold a crossbow and stand straight. Replied and immediately began to instruct on how to use the crossbow. These 5 crossbows were originally experimental equipment for the reconnaissance team. Back then, La Sung only taught them the basics of usage, and since these people already had a background in longbows, they quickly got used to the crossbows. After returning, their feedback to La Sung was also very positive. At least within the reconnaissance team, everyone appreciated the crossbow. Look closely at this iron ring in front, step on it with 1 foot, point the crossbow upward, then pull the string with both hands and hook it into this groove. That's right, hook the string into place. Done. Whoever hooks the string should stand straight, take an arrow from the front and insert it into the sliding groove, with the arrowhead pointing forward, and the tail of the arrow resting on the sliding groove. Alright, everyone check once more. After checking, lift the crossbow, support the limbs with your left hand, grip the handle with your right hand, place your index finger beside the trigger, rest the crossbow on your shoulder, hold it steady, don't move, don't shoot yet. Look closely at the bump on the iron ring in front of the crossbow. It's called the aiming point, and the upright bar at the back is called the sight, which has markings. Pay attention. From the bottom up, the first horizontal line is 50 meters, the second line is 100 meters, the third line is 150 meters, and so on. Each horizontal line corresponds to an increase of 50 meters in range. Now your target is at a distance of 70 meters, so where should you look? Does anyone know? Du Fuq was guiding while interacting with everyone. Tu Dai, standing beside, was getting a bit impatient. Shooting a crossbow once was really too troublesome. During this time, he could have shot 10 arrows already. I know 1 line is 50 meters, 2 lines are 100 meters, so for 70 meters, I should aim at the middle between the first and second lines. A kid holding a crossbow shouted loudly, "Great, you're right. 70 meters is indeed between the 2 lines, but not exactly in the middle, it's a bit lower. Now you all find that position, then use it to aim at the aiming point in front. Finally, aim at the center of the target, so that these 3 points are aligned." Du Fuq shouted loudly, just like when La Xiang trained them. Before long, the kids adjusted their shooting angles, waiting for the next command. Are you all aligned? Done. I'm done too. Good. Once aligned, hold still and don't move. If you move, the arrow will go off target. Now place your finger on the trigger and pull back. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Du Fuq finished speaking, a series of bowstring snaps rang out. The string had been taut for a long time, and now it was released, sending the arrows flying forward like shooting stars. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the bowstring hadn't faded yet, and the sounds of arrows hitting the distant grass target rang out continuously. In the first round of shooting, all arrows hit the target. Although only 2 arrows hit the 10-point circle, the other 3 were slightly off but still within the 4 to 5-point range. If aimed at a person's chest, they might have hit the head. At least none of the arrows missed. The 5 arrows from the 5 people varied in height, but they all fell on a vertical line. This indicated they aimed slightly off or their grip on the crossbow wasn't steady, causing a shake when shooting. But overall, the effectiveness of the crossbow was superior to that of the longbow. The difference between these two types of weapons isn't in range or power, but in the fact that crossbows are easier to use. Training a longbow archer can take 5 years, but training a crossbow archer only takes half a year before they can go to battle. This is similar to the difference between guns and cold weapons. Why did guns spread across the world as soon as they were invented? Is it because guns are stronger than bows? That's nonsense. A good bow with a skilled archer, whether in range, power, or accuracy, bows outperform guns. So why are guns more popular? Because training is cheaper. Both are ranged weapons. Training a bow archer takes several years, but training a gunner only takes 2 to 3 months, turning a farmer who plows fields all day or a craftsman into a qualified soldier. The time for training is short, the speed of troop deployment is fast, the cost of maintaining soldiers is low. Even if many die, new soldiers can be quickly trained to replenish them. A military force like this, which country wouldn't like? The current debate between longbows and crossbows is essentially a debate between bow archers and gunners. Although crossbows are not guns, they share similarities. Loading a crossbow once is like loading a bullet once. There's not much difference, but the way of shooting is vastly different from bows. Why do newcomers struggle to shoot accurately with bows? Because during the process of pulling the bow to aim, they have to constantly exert force to keep the bow in a taut state, relying on experience to aim. It sounds easy, but in reality, it's very difficult. Longbows have great power because their draw weight is very strong. Some people find it hard to keep the bow taut. If they take a bit longer to aim, their hands start to shake. In that situation, how can they shoot accurately? But crossbows and guns are different. Both types of weapons are loaded or cocked beforehand. During the aiming process, there's no need to exert force to hold it. Just keep the weapon stable and then use the mechanical sight to aim. The shooting process only requires a gentle pull of the trigger. Is there still a need to research which weapon is better? Surely the more convenient one is the one to use. Why are weapons becoming increasingly automated? Isn't that the correct trend in weapon development? Dai was dumbfounded by the scene. For the first time holding a crossbow, the first shot hit the target, then the second shot. Again, all hit the target, and the third shot still all hit the target. Except for not hitting the bullseye, it really couldn't be criticized. Of course, the shooting speed was as slow as a turtle, because the newbie wasn't used to the process of cocking and loading. Dai wasn't inexperienced with crossbows, but he didn't find anything special about it. The first time he held a crossbow, he shot accurately every time. But he thought it was because he had used a longbow for 2 years and had archery experience, so he didn't recognize the unique aspects of the crossbow. Of course, he clearly remembered that the shooting speed was weak. It couldn't compare to a bow. For a muscular guy like him, using a longbow to shoot 2 arrows in 1 second was doable. Although the long-range accuracy wasn't great, if an entire formation maintained this shooting speed for continuous attacks, why worry about the hit rate? A saturation attack was enough to wipe out the enemy. But now, through comparative experiments, Dai discovered the advantages of the crossbow. This thing was indeed slow, but the hit rate was incredibly high. Other aspects also didn't reveal any major flaws. If this weapon was equipped to the infantry, it would indeed be very reasonable. An infantry army's strength largely depended on the number of archers. After all, archers are a military unit specialized in long-range attacks with strong damage output, specifically used to overpower opponents. If you want to play a square formation against me, but I have more archers, you might not even get close before being shot down by my volley of arrows. By the time the two armies clashed, your morale wouldn't match mine, and your numbers wouldn't hold an advantage. You tell me, how do you want to die? The thought concluded. The 5 older kids selected were also super excited. Not expecting they could hit every shot, turns out they had a talent for archery. Of course, this was just because they didn't understand the difference between a longbow and a crossbow. Leader, if we become warriors in the future, can we use this type of crossbow? That's right, leader. Will we get to use this type of crossbow in the future? The kids started chattering non-stop. Each of them hit 3 arrows. This outstanding achievement made them a bit arrogant and excited, thinking they were really good. Crossbows will be available, and they're being made. And there will only be more in the future. Just keep playing. La Song simply replied, not saying more about this. After the comparative experiment ended, La Song led everyone back. Dai was still dazedly following the crowd, his eyes blank, not knowing what he was still thinking about. Dai, La Song called out from behind. Ah, leader, you also have archers under you, but can they shoot as accurately as those kids just now? La Song intentionally emphasized the word kids. Yes, but not many. Dai honestly replied. Then how long did they take to achieve that? La Sung continued to ask. About 2 to 3 years. Tri Dai thought for a moment and then said. Hearing La Sung's question, Tri Dai was suddenly startled, suddenly pretending to have an epiphany. The issue he had been pondering earlier suddenly became clear. Oh, I understand. This crossbow learns faster than the longbow, right? Exactly. That's the key point. If I told you to train a new team of archers, I'm afraid you wouldn't see any results for a few years. But the crossbow is different. Just 2 to 3 months is enough to train a usable group of crossbowmen. You tell me, which is better, the longbow or the crossbow? La Sung explained with emphasis. Of course. The crossbow is a bit better, but I still have to say the crossbow doesn't shoot as fast as the longbow. If 100 skilled archers faced off against 100 crossbowmen, the archers would definitely win. Tri Dai still insisted on his point of view. You might be right, but the crossbow has advantages you haven't discovered yet. Let me ask you this. How many arrows can each of your archers shoot continuously? La Sung asked another important question. Each person can shoot continuously 30 to 40 arrows at most. Tri Dai calculated and replied, That's right. But haven't you noticed the characteristic of the crossbow? The crossbow shoots arrows not using arm strength but using whole body strength. Each time just need to use whole body strength to cock it, load the arrow, and it can shoot accurately. Although the shooting speed is a bit slower, it wins in durability. One person can shoot continuously for half a day without getting exhausted, unlike archers who end up with shaky hands, leaving them vulnerable. After hearing this, Tri Dai was again stunned. He really hadn't thought of this point. He had only focused on shooting speed, not realizing that a slower speed could be beneficial. Just as the leader said, the reduced effort naturally leads to less fatigue, so those using crossbows can maintain combat longer. Right, leader. The crossbow shoots slowly, but the duration is long. It might not be clear in open fields, but it's extremely good for defending a city. Like the last time we defended this city, the enemy besieged for several days. This situation is perfect for using crossbows. Even if they shoot continuously, one soldier can hold the city wall for half a day. Moreover, crossbows don't require much from the hands, since each time you cock it using whole body strength, even women and children in the city can use it. All that's needed is to organize the people for simple training during their free time or in winter, and when the enemy besieges the city, they can go up to the walls to fight and protect their loved ones. Ying Yue, who was following beside, suddenly spoke up. He had participated in the previous city defense, standing on the city wall, naturally realizing the role of the crossbow in the city defense. That's right, exactly. La Sung nodded in satisfaction. Finally, someone was a bit smart. Hee-heh. So the crossbow has so many advantages? Hee-heh. At this point, Tri Dai awkwardly chuckled, really having no reason to refute. As the leader said, every weapon has its own characteristics. You can't just compare statistics but must see where and who uses them. Only weapons that fit are truly good weapons. Everyone chatted as they walked, and then returned to the woodworking shop. At this point, no one opposed the making of the crossbow anymore. On the contrary, everyone seemed extremely interested in it. When entering the workshop, besides the pile of crossbow frames that had just been completed, another machine, whose purpose was unclear, also attracted everyone's attention. This machine had a wide support base, looking quite sturdy when placed on the ground. Above it was a large wooden beam resembling a house column. On the side of the wooden beam, there were 3 square holes drilled through, and at the top of the beam, there was a sliding groove that looked like the arms of the crossbow from before. But if someone said this was the arm of the crossbow, no one would believe it. A crossbow this big, who could pull it? It was taller than a person, estimated to be over 2 meters. The strange thing was that at the end of this machine, there was a horizontal wooden shaft, and on both sides of the shaft were attached cross-shaped handles, looking like the fabric winding part on a loom. Everyone looked on in confusion, not knowing what this was. Leader, is this a weaving tool? I heard that our tribe will develop silk weaving from silkworms in the future. Ying Yue spoke up first. No, this is a crossbow. This is the arm of the crossbow. Don't you see the sliding groove for shooting arrows on it? La Sung answered directly, this time without beating around the bush. Whoosh! Everyone gasped. This was indeed a crossbow. Next, La Sung began to introduce this gigantic crossbow. This thing is called a crossbow platform, and because of its large size, the support base looks like a bed. That's why it has that name. The 3 holes on the side of this crossbow arm are for attaching the bows. A crossbow platform has 3 large bows, so it is also called a triple bow crossbow platform. La Sung introduced while calling the craftsman to bring out other items. First were 3 long bows made from hard wood, shaped like a recurved bow but slightly larger than a regular longbow, with a length of about 2 meters and 20 centimeters. The installation was quite simple. Just insert them into the 3 holes on the side using a 2-up, 1-down method and then secure them with wedges. The bowstrings of the 3 bows were connected to each other, and, on the middle reverse bow, there was an additional copper wheel installed. Thus, by pulling the last bow, all 3 bows could be pulled simultaneously. And the stored force of this crossbow was also the total force of the 3 bows. With such great force, it couldn't be pulled by human strength alone. Perhaps only giant creatures like gorillas would dare to attempt to pull the crossbow platform by hand, but since it was made, it certainly wasn't meant for show, so at the back of the crossbow platform, there was a wooden winch shaft. Just 2 people operating it, using a bit of force, could pull the bowstring, achieving its intended use. With the bow and the crossbow arm and winch all set, naturally, the arrows couldn't be missing. It's just that there wasn't enough time to make specialized arrows for the crossbow platform, so temporarily, they used a throwing spear from the early Han period as a substitute. Seeing the leader take out a throwing spear as an arrow, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Even though they didn't know how to use that term, the astonishment and shock were clearly visible on their faces. La Sung could see the words, "Oh my," written all over their faces. "Leader, with such a heavy spear, can the crossbow really shoot?" Shi Dai asked doubtfully. "I think it can definitely shoot. It's just a matter of how far and how powerful it will be. If the spear is too heavy, we can switch to a smaller type and replace the spearhead with iron, which will significantly reduce the weight. If it still doesn't shoot far, we can change the arrow shaft to a hollow tube, which will make it even lighter. Are we still worried it won't shoot far?" Du Ya, who understood the crossbow best among the crowd, immediately proposed 2 improvement plans, making everyone even more interested in the crossbow platform, and they all looked forward to it. "But leader, something this big, how many people are needed to operate it? It definitely can't be moved. So why are we making such a large crossbow?" An elder who had been silent suddenly spoke up. "If it can't be moved, then it should be fixed in one place. For example, on the city wall for defense or on a large ship for mobility, or it could also improve the support base of the crossbow platform into a cart, using horses to pull it for movement. There are many ways to use it, depending on the needs. As long as there is a demand, we will create it. Like the improvement plan that Du Ya just proposed, we can optimize it further. For example, as Du Ya said, using a hollow tube as an arrow shaft will make the arrows lighter, but the power will definitely decrease a lot, so we can further improve the bamboo tube. For instance, we can pump chol oil into the bamboo tube, add some flammable materials, and launch it, creating a giant rocket arrow. Or we can also put explosives into the hollow tube, creating a bomb tube, and then use the crossbow platform to shoot it into the enemy's midst to make it explode. Or we can be even more ruthless. Attach explosives to the front of the bamboo tube to ignite it, and pump chol oil into the back to enhance the firepower. Thus, when shot, the bamboo tube would explode into countless small shards, damaging the enemy, while the burning oil splattered everywhere would pour down on the enemy's heads. Seeing this, La Sung couldn't help but remember the time of the resistance against America, when our volunteer troops used explosive tubes similar to bamboo tubes to directly attack the enemy's machine gun nests. Those early explosive tubes, although later replaced by various powerful rocket shells and grenades, were still very useful in that context, especially the shape of the explosive tube. Wasn't it just a small stick filled with explosives? So, when hearing about the hollow tube, La Sung immediately thought of explosive tubes and incendiary shells. If we really create this, what should we call it? High-explosive rocket shells, gasoline rocket shells. No, this fuel is liquid chol oil. Hey! Everyone around stared at La Sung, and Du Ya was completely bewildered. He had only mentioned that the hollow tube could reduce the weight of the arrows, while the leader had come up with even crazier ideas. Shi Dai also looked at La Sung in confusion and then suddenly seemed to think of something, trembling all over. He had participated in the artificial river explosion, so he was very clear about the power of explosives. Therefore, according to the leader's description, in his mind, a scene immediately appeared. The leader stood opposite him, controlling a gigantic crossbow, then placed a massive arrow on it. As he had just said, the arrow flew toward him, but since it was filled with something heavy, it didn't fly fast, so I could clearly see its trajectory, predict where it would land, and then run to another spot. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I ran away and wasn't pierced by the giant arrow. But just then, the giant arrow suddenly fell to the ground not far away. Upon impact with the ground, the explosive inside immediately detonated, sending countless shrapnel flying in all directions. It pierced through just as I had taken a few steps. Not only that, but the shockwave also lifted my severely injured body into the air, twisted it around, and then threw it down far away. But that wasn't the end. A large amount of oil in the bamboo tube was ignited by the explosive's flames, sticking to the shrapnel scattered everywhere, some flying straight at me, causing my clothes and the animal's skin on me to catch fire immediately. In the end, not only was I pierced with 1,000 holes by shrapnel, but I also had my internal organs wrecked by the shockwave, and just as I fainted, I was drenched in burning oil, experiencing the pain of being burned alive, dying in a terrible state. Thinking of that scene, third day I couldn't help but shiver. Oh my God, Mom, this leader is not only bizarre but also ruthless. Just saying it in a playful way is enough to make someone die and come back to life. Thank goodness I'm not his enemy. That's just too scary. But this is just a prototype. It can't be used yet. To equip more for the city's defense, we have to wait a bit longer because our breath is limited. Speaking of which, La Sung couldn't help but pat the crossbow and sigh. Even without explosive bolts, just using it as a cold weapon makes it a terrifying weapon. Who wouldn't like that? After checking the manufacturing progress at the workshop, everyone gradually dispersed, and La Sung returned to the county office. Currently, the county office is still a rudimentary organization, and Nhu Duong City is the first pilot county that La Sung established. First, it will operate here for a while, identify problems, solve issues, and then find an effective method, before finally applying it widely across the territory of the Han people. A few days later, La Sung called Bach Kori, the head of the printing workshop, to ask about the progress of the household registration forms, that is, how many forms had been printed. After learning that a large quantity had been printed, La Sung immediately called the interns from the county office. From observations over time, he selected 3 groups with the best performance and assigned them to take the stack of household registration forms to serve in Nhu Duong County. This time going to serve, they brought along more complete things than before. As officials, they needed to have the appearance of officials. Uniforms were necessary, and they also needed seals to prove their identities. Although the Han tribe is named Dai Han, La Sung did not strictly inherit the system of the Han dynasty. Because the era has progressed, what was considered the pinnacle of the world during the Han dynasty, from a modern person's perspective, still has many outdated aspects that need improvement, such as clothing. First of all, the Han dynasty did not have underwear, and long pants were even rarer. Underwear that was a bit more complete only began to appear at the end of the Han dynasty and was still not widespread. But the Han tribe is different. Since the day there was hemp fabric, La Sung invented square underwear. The common clothing of the Han dynasty was deep blue robes or still the usual style of a top garment over a skirt. From the spring and autumn period to the warring states, then to the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty, there really weren't any major changes. Both men and women wore short tops and skirts below. It was just that, by the end of the warring states period, a style of dress that combined a top and a skirt emerged, called a body garment. At that time, men wore this, and Hmong Trun wore a combined outfit. This is also why during the Qin and Han dynasties, people preferred to kneel or sit, not daring to sit cross-legged or with their legs spread, and there were no head chairs or long benches, because if not careful, it would reveal the roots of their descendants, which was not elegant or civilized. China has long revered propriety, integrity, and face. People need to maintain their dignity. But the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe has underwear, long pants, and tables and chairs, so they are not restricted by deep robes and do not need to wear the combined outfit of the Han dynasty. The main attire that La Sung proposed for the Han tribe, which is the everyday clothing of officials, includes underwear, long pants, fabric socks, and a short white top with a diagonal cut on the body. On the outside is a long diagonal cut robe, with the right side being the front piece crossing over, and the left side covering the right side. Next are the shoes. Civil officials wear low-top fabric shoes, while military officials wear high boots. This is clothing that can be worn in spring, summer, and fall. As autumn gets colder, they can replace the long robe with a double-layered coat, stuffed with sheep wool inside. Additionally, they can also wear a short-sleeved or long-sleeved outer garment called a boi tu, which is a large cloak, similar to a windbreaker. For formal attire for occasions like court ceremonies, the other parts do not change much, only the narrow sleeves are replaced with wide square ones. The requirement for length is that when a person lets their arms down and raises their forearms, it should be level, about at the upper belly, and the sleeve hem should hang down to the knees. Of course, this kind of luxurious-looking clothing is only worn on formal occasions, used as ceremonial attire, while for everyday use, they mainly use the narrow sleeves, which are convenient for work or writing, and finally, the hat. On this point, after comparing various dynasties in history, La Sung still finds that the Lung Quan hat in Han attire is the best. The Lung Quan, from the Warring States period to the end of the Ming dynasty, can be considered a treasure of China. It was only when the Qing dynasty forced people to shave their heads and abandon the Nhu that it completely disappeared from China. What a pity. The Lung Quan, as the name suggests, is a hat with several lung sticks on top. The number of loom on the hat directly reflects a person's rank and status, similar to modern military ranks, with a remarkable similarity. The highest 5 ranks, of course, can only be worn by the emperor, which is the Bin Thian Quan, a cylindrical hat with a long board on top, with 2 hanging curtains of jade in front and back, but that is the ceremonial attire of the emperor, worn only during court sessions. Normally, the official attire goes along with the heavenly official. The heavenly official is actually the highest rank of official attire, with a row of over 20 vertical rods, about 2 to 3 feet tall. On both sides, there are holes to insert pins, and there are straps underneath to secure it under the chin. Below that are the official attires of various ranks, which are only slightly lower than the heavenly official, with the number of rods decreasing gradually. The number 9 is the supreme rank, which no one dares to use except for the emperor, so it starts from 8 rods. 8 rods represent the first rank, 7 rods the second rank, 6 rods the third rank, and so on. Just by looking at the hat, you can tell the rank. Isn't it similar to military ranks? The official attire is quite simple for now, made of black fabric. The front rods are wrapped in red fabric to decorate the thin bronze rods. The 5 frames are also made from bent thin bronze rods. Oh, the Han people now have the technique to pull metal threads, and the production of bronze is not low. Moreover, since there are few officials, there's no worry about wasting bronze. After all, there's nothing valuable on it, and it doesn't make it look precious. In ancient times, there was a country, known for the beauty of its clothing, called Flower, and for the grandeur of its ceremonies, called Xia. The Han people now have formal attire, so naturally, they need to pay attention to ceremonies. But how to popularize the ceremonies is still a problem. Of course, to implement the ceremonies, first, there must be a unified standard. After training the officials, the transport convoy loaded with various other tools and a large amount of fabric returned to Liuyang County. From here on, they will take office in Liuyang County, and their first task is to conduct a population census, just like in Handan County, so that Lasung can plan for the future. However, it can be predicted that the household registration and population in Liuyang County will be very low, meaning the proportion of adults in the total population will be higher. In Handan City, each household usually has many children, because the residents here join early and have a stable life. In recent years, they have had many children, and the survival rate of children is also higher than during the previous tribal periods. Plus, there are hundreds of children rescued from the Fire Tribe. All these factors lead to Handan City having few household registrations, but a large population, especially children, while adults are scarce. But Liuyang County is different. Tens of thousands of people here have only joined the Han people for a year, with the shortest time being about 3 months. They don't have the opportunity to have many children, especially those who have recently migrated. No matter the era, migrating an entire tribe is not easy, let alone in this primitive period. On the long migration road, they lost many people, especially weak children who lacked food and clothing and had poor resistance. Animals tend to nurture only the strong offspring. Newborns or chicks that fight for their mother's milk and eat insects are destined for some weak ones to be abandoned. Humans in this period are the same. Once a child gets sick during migration, the tribe will not hesitate to abandon them, not wasting scarce food on sick children. It sounds cruel, but it's the law of survival, the only way for the race to continue to exist. The law of the strong overcoming the weak has existed in every era, and no one can escape it. In other words, those who newly joined the Han people are all strong individuals from other tribes. The weak have died across the mountainous regions. Perhaps a few lucky survivors became the wild people that the Han people call wild men, wandering through the mountains and forests, living a hard life. With a month left until spring, Lasung has planned for development goals for the new year. Expand, just keep expanding. Okay, this goal doesn't need planning, as it's just part of Lasung's ultimate goal. The Han people will become the great Han Empire, and territorial expansion is inevitable. As much as possible, they will expand their territory. This is not only Lasung's goal, but also the goal of future generations. The first development direction in the new year is to continue building the Fuma Pass and the Ruyuang County. Before spring arrives, after the new population census in Liuyang County, Lasung will mobilize some people from there to Ruyuang County and Fuma Pass to assist in construction, helping this new county be completed soon while alleviating the pressure of rapid population growth in Liuyang County. On the other hand, after the 2 northern tribal alliances migrate south, Lasung will divide them into 3 parts, settling them at Fuma Pass, Hannan City, and Shin City of Ruyuang County. Only by dispersing the old powers can they integrate faster into the Han people while minimizing the risk of rebellion. As a founding monarch, Lasung holds a very high position in the hearts of the people. Additionally, thanks to the public opinion he has created, La Sung has now become a figure almost like a deity in their eyes. It is also due to this prestige that the Han people have maintained their unity. If someone else were leading, perhaps the Han people would have disbanded long ago, especially the tribal leaders. Besides La Sung, no one can suppress them. However, the current situation is still quite stable. In this extremely backward period, as long as La Sung can provide enough food, they will be very compliant. Newly arrived people are truly heavenly. This saying is not a joke. If everyone is starving to the point of dying, who will listen to whom? Besides these construction projects, to better understand the world, unlock new maps, seize more resources, and expand the population scale, next year, in addition to continuing to organize trade on the prairie, the Han people also need to establish a new exploratory trade team. However, the route of this new trade team will not follow the old path but will take large boats along the waterways to the south. One route starts from Liuyang County exploring southward. The other route starts from Hannan County, exploring northward. According to the reconnaissance report from Du Phuc, the Ru River near Hannan County is a branch of a large river. Establish a new merchant exploration team. However, this new merchant team's route won't follow the old path, but will take a large ship via waterways to the south. One route starts from Liuyang County exploring southward. Another route starts from Hannan County, exploring northward. According to the reconnaissance report from Du Phuc, the Ru River near Hannan County is a branch of a large river. From this intersection, you can follow another large river north to reach the area inhabited by the cannibal tribe. At the same time, in addition to continuing exploration, the resources discovered along both banks of the river will also be seized by the Han people, especially in the current situation. When no coal mines have been discovered, the raw materials for producing cheap glass are insufficient. Therefore, if they want to produce more optical instruments like magnifying glasses and telescopes, they can only rely on quartz mines. Although the value of quartz is much higher than that of glass, using it to make glass seems somewhat wasteful. But right now, there's no other choice but to make do. After determining these tasks, La Sung also has his own mission, which is to continue compiling books. Currently, the Han people have printed a book called the Poetry Collection. This book is quite simple, used to teach reading and writing, but the content teaching moral principles is still too little. Therefore, La Sung's new goal is to compile Han rites based on the Book of Rites and the 4 books to regulate various ceremonies. The content of this book first determines the class status within the Han people. Class is an unavoidable aspect in every era. If it cannot be eliminated, it must be valued. Instead of allowing the class within the Han people to develop spontaneously, La Sung decided to set the rules himself. Regarding class status, La Sung doesn't understand it very well, because in his previous life he wasn't a sociology researcher. He only knows that during the Qin and Han dynasties, they applied a system of 20 ranks from the lowest commoners to the feudal lords, divided into 20 levels. Since it already exists, La Sung decided to adopt it but will adjust it to fit the actual situation of the Han people, not applying it rigidly. With this basis, the next step is to delve into the main content of marriage ceremonies, funerals, sacrifices, and the behavior between classes in different situations. All of this must be set by La Sung himself, which makes him feel immense pressure. La Sung's skills do not lie in this field. In his previous life, he spent decades studying mechanics, chemistry, and military affairs, while rituals are the domain of the literati. He only knows a little. Most of his knowledge about rituals comes from historical films. Besides Han rites, another essential book is Han Law, also known as legal orders. Simply put, the law. The law is also a type of rule outside of rituals. Of course, drafting laws cannot be completed immediately, as society is always changing. A law cannot be applied forever. Therefore, this draft law will need to be adjusted according to future developments, not requiring constant changes, but a time frame should be set, for example, revising every few years. Initially, a basic set of rules also needs to be established, similar to the 3 principles of the law in the classic. A murderer must pay with their life, anyone who harms others must be punished, and thieves must face consequences. Additionally, there are crimes of robbery and rape. These basic provisions can later be detailed in specific cases. However, there is one particular point that in the laws set by La Sung, the punishment for criminals does not include prison sentences but only labor reform. Are you kidding? Committing a crime and then getting free meals from the state. There's no way it would be that easy. Just at the time when the Han people are in the early stages of construction, there are many construction sites, and all kinds of heavy work are waiting for these criminals. In the new year, these 2 books must be compiled. After all, there must be a basic framework, and then the content can be gradually supplemented. Besides, after the new year, schools will also start operating. Families in Hanyang City must send their children aged 6 and above to school. Since this world has 14 months in a year, 6 years here is equivalent to 7 years in his previous life. This is the most suitable age to start school. Thus, the first 200 students trained by La Sung will use up half of them. Hanyang City has more than 70 classrooms. If each teacher teaches 2 classes in 2 subjects, language arts and mathematics, then nearly 80 teachers are needed. Adding 50 to 60 people assigned to the counties, a total of 150 people are used up, and half of them must be sent to Liuyang County as teachers. Finally, La Sung decided to divide the remaining 50 people into 2 groups, each assigned to 2 commercial exploration teams for next year's waterway expedition. These people may not have great talents, but they can still read and write simply. With them joining the exploration team, they will definitely exploit resources along the way better. Not to mention anything else, just having them record documents along the way will be enough to help La Sung understand more about the outside world. La Sung sat in his house, while Xiao Dai stoked the fireplace, making it blazing hot. He lay on the small table by the stove, writing out plans for the next year. However, the world is unpredictable, and things never go as planned. La Sung's plans were great, but unfortunately, heaven did not favor him. Just in the month before the new year, an unexpected event messed up all of La Sung's plans. As the new year approached, the temperature gradually rose, and every day at noon exceeded freezing, causing the ice on the Ru Shui and Liu Yang rivers to start melting. The water level of the river was also gradually rising. This was originally a normal phenomenon. Freshwater rivers mostly see a decrease in water levels at the end of autumn, and the water level drops. When winter passes and spring arrives, the ice and snow melt again, the water volume gradually increases, and the river level rises again. But the unusual thing was that the officials discovered the water level rising abnormally. Compared to previous years, the rate of rise was too fast. This special situation was immediately reported to La Sung along with their concerns. The leader Buddha discovered an unfavorable situation. This year, the river level is rising faster than in previous years, and it has been getting higher day by day. I fear that if this continues, by next month, when spring arrives, the river will overflow its banks, flooding our fields and city. La Sung was stunned at that moment, unable to think of what to say. He was writing out plans for the next year. However, the world is unpredictable, and things never go as planned. La Sung's plans were great, but unfortunately, heaven did not favor him. Just in the month before the new year, an unexpected event messed up all of La Sung's plans. As the new year approached, the temperature gradually rose, and every day at noon exceeded freezing, causing the ice on the Ru Shui and Liu Yang rivers to start melting. The water level of the river was also gradually rising. This was originally a normal phenomenon. Freshwater rivers mostly see a decrease in water levels at the end of autumn, and the water level drops. When winter passes and spring arrives, the ice and snow melt again. The water volume gradually increases, and the river level rises again. But the unusual thing was that the officials discovered the water level rising abnormally. Compared to previous years, the rate of rise was too fast. This special situation was immediately reported to La Sung along with their concerns. The leader Buddha discovered an unfavorable situation. This year, the river level is rising faster than in previous years, and it has been getting higher day by day. I fear that if this continues, by next month when spring arrives, the river will overflow its banks, flooding our fields and city. La Sung was stunned at that moment, unable to think of what to say. It's been over 3 years since I've been here, and I never thought this place would have a major flood. This is a mountainous area, and the elevation is quite high. Besides, this isn't a basin or a vast plain, so how could there be a big flood? Are you sure? It's really rising faster than before. La Sung asked, sounding a bit skeptical. I can't believe the chief would go check the water levels from previous years. They weren't as high as they are now, Dudley affirmed. Hearing this, La Sung immediately frowned. Damn, this is bad. If there's a flood, we have to evacuate immediately, but the fortress built over 3 years contains all of La Sung's assets. How can you just leave it behind? It's not that La Sung is being pessimistic. Floods come when they come. In this tense situation, what can we do? Build a flood barrier? Are you kidding? At the current rate of rising water, who knows when it will suddenly burst? Build a levee along the river? Hanyang City only has a little over 1,000 adults to mobilize. Even if these 1,000 people work day and night without rest, how much levee could they build in half a month? Assuming they could build a dam blocking the river for 2 kilometers, but what's the use? The river is so long. If you block this section, won't the flood just spill over from somewhere else? So, La Sung can only confirm the cause of the flood first, assess the potential disaster level, and prepare for the worst-case scenario of evacuating the entire city to avoid disaster. Moreover, once it comes to evacuation, Hanyang City will face the most serious food crisis. Even without a major flood, as soon as the river water floods the ground, what will happen to next year's spring harvest of the Han tribe? If we don't continue planting food, the reserves in the warehouse will only last a few thousand people for a couple of months. Thinking of this, La Song couldn't sit still any longer. He grabbed his coat from the bed and threw it on, turning to rush outside while ordering Da Li to call all our elders, Shu Na, Doc Ni, Fac Dao, Vu Mao, and Dai Chu. Come here and see if there's a problem with the rising water levels. These are all old members of the Han tribe who grew up by this river. The newly joined tribes wouldn't notice. Hurry up, later you lead them to the East City Gate to find me. La Sung originally intended to go to the riverbank of Ru Thui to see for himself, but before he could reach the East City Gate, he noticed something unusual. Outside the East Gate is a rough wooden suspension bridge crossing the moat. Every year, at the end of winter and the beginning of spring, the water in this moat is at most about 1 meter below the bridge. But now, even though the new year is still more than 20 days away, the water level is already a foot higher than last year, just about 6 centimeters below the bridge. The water in the moat is flowing water, connected to the Ru Thai River outside the city. If the water level here has risen like this, then the water level in the Ru Thu River must also be abnormal. While La Song was frowning in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. A group of elders from the Han tribe had arrived, and not only that, but even people like Jian Se, Thi Dai, and Chief Sai were present at the city gate. The reason for this situation had been reported by the great elder to everyone. Anyone who heard that the river water could rise and cause flooding and submerge living areas and fields was very worried. They stood beside La Sung and began to observe the water level of this suspension bridge. The water level is indeed much higher than last year. But will it continue to rise? Yes, I see it's also higher than 2 years ago, but it probably only increased a little. It might not be enough to cause flooding, right? People began to discuss excitedly, but despite their worries, they still refused to acknowledge the possibility of flooding because everyone knew the consequences would be severe. If a natural disaster occurs, the losses for Hanyang City and the Han tribe will be significant. But avoiding the problem like an ostrich is not a solution. It will only make the damage worse. Listening to everyone's discussions, La Sung had calmed down by now. He is the leader of the Han tribe and cannot panic. Everyone is looking at him. If even the leader is in a panic, then there is no hope left. Once negative emotions start to spread, who knows what will happen? Don't let it be that before the disaster arrives, human disasters occur first. The elders immediately took my name to send a letter to Liuyang County asking about the water level situation there. Moreover, they requested that they regularly monitor the changes in water levels and send people to take turns to observe, reporting the situation daily through letters. La Sung immediately ordered, if the water level in Hanyang City is already high, then will the Liuyang River to the east also rise? Although they are not the same river, the two rivers are not too far apart, so we need to be vigilant. Yes, leader. I will go write the letter right away. The elder immediately accepted the order and left. Upon hearing the leader's command, the others immediately felt uplifted. That's right, the leader is still here. What problem can't the leader solve? The leader will definitely have a way. Leader, what should we do now? The great elder continued to ask. La Sung thought for a moment and then assigned everyone a few tasks. Great elder, you go to the granary and find a few empty sacks, then lead a team to use those sacks to fill with dirt, preparing a little more to place at the 4 city gates. If a flood really occurs, immediately use these sacks to block the city gates and prevent water from flooding in. The great elder's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right, why didn't I think of this method? The leader is truly wise. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Jian say, you go check the 8 large drainage ditches in the city. We also need to use sacks to block them. Additionally, help the county government do a good job of warning each household that while we can't be completely at ease yet, they must not discharge wastewater into the ditches. Furthermore, household wastewater during these days must temporarily be collected by people using trucks and then taken outside the city to be dumped. Once a day will suffice. La Sung continued to plan. Yes, leader, I will go implement it right away. Household wastewater these days must temporarily be collected by people using trucks, then taken outside the city to be dumped. Once a day is enough. La Sung continues to plan. Yes, leader, I will carry it out right away. The sharp sword also received orders to go immediately. As for the truck that La Sung mentioned, it's a type of vehicle specifically designed for collecting human and animal waste. The Han people have developed a method for making organic fertilizer. To collect a large amount of waste, La Sung had people create the truck, but it only had a 4-wheeled cart base, with a large wooden container attached on top. The wooden container also had an entrance and an exit, similar to the waste containers used in the previous life. These trucks would go to each household daily to collect waste, then return to the waste storage tanks outside the city for processing, adding a bit of straw that had been ground into powder to help ferment it into fertilizer for farming. Now, not only is it used for collecting waste, but even daily household wastewater needs to be collected together. In the past, everyone's household wastewater was directly discharged into the sewer right in front of their homes through various drainage pipes, eventually draining into the moat, and then the water in the moat flowed downstream. Luckily, in this era, household wastewater is not chemically polluted. Ordinary people only use simple soap for washing. The soap in this era is just basic hard fatty acid soap with no additional chemicals, so it basically won't harm the environment. After finishing the two defensive tasks, La Sung looked back at the moat and continued to give orders. Dai Vu, you also lead some people to prepare some sacks and temporarily block the two mouths of the water supply river and the water return river, stopping the moat from connecting with the Nhu Duong river. Wait until the danger has passed before removing those sacks. Oh right, before throwing the sacks into the water, we can tie them up or use fishing nets to stuff the sacks in and then drop them down for easier retrieval later. Yes, leader. Dai Vu immediately responded respectfully and turned to call people to bring the tools. Fortunately, after a winter of depletion, the Han people's granary has quite a few sacks for storing food, so for now, there's no worry about a shortage of sacks, and if necessary, we can also use cloth to make sacks. It's just a bit more costly. Of course, these arrangements are still just passive preventive measures. When the floodwaters come, these arrangements can only reduce some damage but cannot completely solve the problem. After preparing for the worst-case scenario, La Sung returned to the city, but he didn't go home. Instead, he went up to the eastern city tower, sitting by the window looking outside. He was wondering why there were floods at the end of winter and the beginning of spring. This was clearly unusual. If it were the rainy season in summer, continuous heavy rain would raise the river levels, and La Sung could understand that. But at the end of winter and the beginning of spring, the water level, which was originally low, is now high, plus the amount of rain isn't much. Aside from the melting snow from winter, where could all this water come from to cause a flood? The amount of rain isn't the issue. This year, the autumn and winter rainfall has not been much, nothing special compared to previous years. This indicates that the water source upstream hasn't changed, but the river level has indeed risen significantly. So there's only one possibility left: the downstream has been blocked. This speculation immediately wrapped around La Sung's mind. That's right. In the current situation, is there any other possibility besides the blockage downstream? Only when the outlet at the downstream is blocked would this strange phenomenon occur. The water source hasn't increased, but the water level continues to rise. The water remains the same, it just can't flow out, so it accumulates more and more. While La Thong was thinking, in the sky outside the window, an Azuka eagle flew back from the east carrying a letter. Let's wait for a reply from the Nhu Duong district and then plan further. Sighing, La Sung tightened his coat, then left the city and returned home. By noon that day, the chief guarding the Nhu Duong district received a letter of inquiry from La Sung. Upon seeing the warning content about the flood, the chief immediately became alert. It should be noted that the Nhu Duong district is also a major district located right by the river with a population of tens of thousands. If there really is a flood, the consequences would be unimaginable. The chief quickly summoned some clan leaders to discuss. Everyone went to the riverbank to observe the hydrological situation of the Nhu Duong River. When the observation results were reported, everyone was both shocked and delighted. Shocked because, just as the leader predicted, the water level of the Nhu Duong River also began to rise abnormally. Delighted because they received timely warnings from the leader, avoiding being caught off guard by the disaster. The chief quickly gathered a large group of clan leaders to discuss countermeasures, asking if anyone had any plans. However, the meeting fell into silence. Some clan leaders were simply worried but couldn't think of a solution, while others suggested sending a letter to ask the leader what to do. However, in the meeting room, there were also some special individuals whose eyes showed their lips moving as if wanting to say something but didn't dare to speak, their expressions extremely complicated, causing the chief sitting at the head to feel suspicious. These individuals were none other than the clan leaders of the small tribes that had poured into the Nhu Duong district at the end of autumn this year. Their tribes were not large, with a few dozen people at least, and at most 200 to 300, the largest. But at this moment, upon hearing news of the flood, they revealed panic and fear on their faces. This inevitably raised suspicion. The chief squinted his eyes and glanced over the crowd below, directly calling out one person. Clan leader Hoa, I see you seem to want to say something. Now is the time to think of a way. Anyone with ideas can speak up, there's no need to be afraid. Just say it straightforwardly. The middle-aged man called clan leader Hoa was startled, standing up slightly trembling, glancing around. Seeing all eyes focused on him, he couldn't help but feel a bit tense. After hesitating for a moment, chief of the Hoa clan, I see you seem to want to say something. Now is the time to think of solutions. Anyone with ideas can speak up. No need to be afraid. Just say it straight. The middle-aged man called the chief of the Hoa clan was startled, stood up a bit shakily, and looked around. Seeing all eyes focused on him, he couldn't help but feel a bit tense. After hesitating for a moment, he just spoke up. "My lord, we should run. Head upstream to save our lives. We can't withstand this great flood." As soon as he said this, the whole room immediately buzzed with discussion. This made Duc Tho frown. "Right now, we need to find a way to resolve this, yet this person suggests running away, which is nothing but causing panic among the troops. Damn it, why would you say that? We have tens of thousands of people here, abundant manpower, so why can't we hold our ground? You speak as if you witnessed this terrifying flood firsthand." Duc Tho immediately shouted, not expecting that the chief of the Hoa clan would actually nod in agreement. His voice was excited, loudly exclaiming, "I have seen it. I truly have seen it. The flood was incredibly terrifying, capable of sweeping away entire mountains in an instant. Countless wild beasts in the forest were drowned by the rushing waters. Even my tribe lost quite a few people to it. If that weren't the case, we would have been living peacefully, so why would we need to run upstream?" The whole room was stunned. The amount of information in this statement was overwhelming. Everyone here knew that a large number of migrants from the south flooded in at the end of last autumn. But why did they suddenly migrate north and join the Han tribe was unclear to anyone. Initially, La Sung and Duc Tho thought it was due to the influence of the tribes that had come to work, causing many southern tribes to realize the wealth of the Han and thus decided to seek refuge for a better life. But unexpectedly, the real reason they migrated north was due to a terrifying flood that destroyed their homeland, forcing them to leave their place of residence. Moreover, from what he said, doesn't that mean that a flood had occurred in the lower reach last year? Are you serious? Why has no one mentioned this before? Duc Tho immediately asked angrily. I joined the Han tribe. What's the point of bringing up the past? I just didn't expect that even the upstream of the Han tribe. The chief of the Hoa clan murmured, but ultimately did not dare to continue. Duc Tho's cold gaze swept across the entire meeting room. The small leaders of the tribes that migrated in late autumn all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. "Is there anyone among you who also migrated here because of the flood and the low reach? If so, stand up," Duc Tho said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of people stood up. They were all small tribes from the south, with a total population of over 10,000 people, belonging to more than 70 different tribes. At this moment, about 40 or 50 people stood up. This meant that many tribes had witnessed the terrifying flood and were forced to leave their homeland, ultimately joining the Han tribe. No wonder the population has increased so dramatically. The labor market in Nhu Duong County had been operating for over a year, but the total number of people joining the Han tribe was no more than 10,000. Yet in just 1 or 2 months at the end of autumn, over 10,000 people flocked in. It turned out to be due to the natural disaster in the lower reach. They had nowhere else to go and were short on food reserves for winter. On their migration north, they heard news about the strong Han tribe from the labor tribes and decided to seek refuge. Duc Tho suddenly realized, "So who can tell more about the flood in the lower reach? When did it happen? How many areas were submerged?" Duc Tho continued to ask. "I know, last summer, we had heavy rain for many days, with fierce thunder that knocked down trees on the mountains. Then the flood came, sweeping away many forest trees. Even the mountains were eroded, and huge rocks were carried away by the water. If our tribe hadn't lived in the high mountains, we would have definitely been swept away," a small chief recalled in panic. After hearing that person's description, Duc Tho looked at the others, hoping to receive more confirmations from them. Bing also experienced heavy rain lasting several days over there, but there was no flood. Just after more than 10 days of heavy rain, the water in the river rose high, eventually flooding into their living area. They had to move upstream. Another small chief also chimed in. His voice grew smaller and smaller, to the point that only 2 or 3 people nearby could hear him. In fact, most people present were thinking about fleeing, mainly the small tribes that had just joined at the end of autumn. They hadn't been living with the Han tribe for long, so they didn't feel much attachment, but that didn't mean they wanted to give up their good life in the Han tribe. Therefore, although they intended to run away, what they wanted most was for the entire Han tribe to go together. As long as they could be with these tens of thousands of people, they could live well anywhere. They believed that even if they had to lead their tribe away alone, they could ensure a better life than before. Because in the few months in the Han tribe, they had learned many simple yet useful survival skills along with how to make tools. However, leaving alone was not easy at all. With Duc Tho here, how could he allow those who had been fed by them all winter to leave? Not to mention, La Sung would not agree. Even the chiefs who had been involved for more than a year would not accept it. Therefore, after the meeting ended, Duc Tho let the new small chiefs leave first. and then kept the old chiefs behind, sternly warning them to closely monitor the newcomers to prevent any escape. The chiefs also happily agreed. They had to save food from their own tribesmen to feed these newcomers. Now seeing the countless tasks ahead, how could they agree to let the newcomers leave? Once everything was arranged, Duc Tho immediately recorded the changes in the hydrology of the Nhu Duong River, as well as what he learned from the small chiefs about the flood that occurred in the lower reach last year. He wrote it all down in a detailed letter and immediately sent it off with an eagle. That same day, La Song also received a reply letter from Dai Thursday. After reading the content inside, La Song couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His guess was correct. Duc Tho immediately recorded the changes in hydrology on the Luoyang River, as well as what he learned from the mouths of the minor clan leaders about the flood that occurred downstream last year. He wrote a detailed letter and immediately sent it with an eagle. That same day, La Song also received a reply letter from Dai Thursday. After reading the contents inside, La Song couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His guess was correct. Just as he had guessed, last summer, heavy rains occurred in the lower Luoyang River and the Nhu River, causing flash floods and landslides. Large rocks, trees, and massive amounts of mud obstructed the flow downstream, causing the water level in the area to rise increasingly, eventually submerging a large amount of land downstream, gradually forming a reservoir. Now, after half a year of blocked flow and continuously rising water levels, the downstream reservoir has grown larger, eventually filling all the places that could hold water, leading to the water level upstream also beginning to rise incessantly. If this continues, soon the entire Luoyang County, Nhu River County, and Han River County will be submerged by the continuously rising river water, turning into a sea. The situation will persist until one day when the downstream flow finds a new escape route. At that time, the blocked water will finally flow down from the new outlet, and eventually, according to the law of flowing water, the lower Luoyang will gradually be washed clean, forming a new flow. But La Song does not want to see that. He does not want all the wealth he spent 3 years rebuilding to be washed out to sea and return to the hard days like when he first traveled through time. Therefore, he cannot sit still. The Han people cannot just wait to die. Relocating is not an option. Understanding the cause of the current situation, they just need to find a way to fix it. The approach is to find the place where the landslide occurred, that is, where the water is obstructed, and then find a way to open a new outlet there, helping the water in the reservoir return to the downstream flow, restoring its original shape. As stated during the reign of Emperor Yu, blocking is not as effective as opening. In the current situation, building a dam to block floodwaters is not feasible. They can only find a way to open an outlet from the point where the downstream flow is blocked. Thinking of this, La Song has formed a preliminary plan in his mind. Currently, although the Han people do not have large boats, they do have plenty of small boats. Over the past few months, to facilitate transportation between Han River County and Nhu River County next year, the boat workshop has been continuously manufacturing. There are now 21 flat-bottom boats, plus 2 boats previously used for transporting minerals, totaling 23 wooden boats. All these boats are flat-bottomed at both ends, suitable for navigating shallow rivers. Each boat is 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, and can carry at least 20 people, in addition to a considerable amount of tools. Although they are only at the red boat level, this quantity is still very useful. With more than 20 boats, they can carry over 400 people at once. If all are strong young people, then that number is enough to open an outlet downstream. Thinking of this, La Song no longer hesitates. Now is a critical time, with rising temperatures and increased melting of snow and ice. If the situation is not resolved by next month in spring, it may be too late. Moreover, if it is still unresolved by spring, how will they prepare for the planting season next year? If they do not receive new food supplies, the entire Han people will fall into a food crisis, leading to uncontrollable chaos, and La Song's dream of building a great Han will also vanish. Putting the response letter from the elder into the drawer, La Song immediately took a stack of new paper and began to write an urgent letter. In the first letter, he reminded him to prepare well for flood control, preparing many sandbags to block the city gates along with food and firewood also needing to be well prepared for water resistance. Next, he requested the elder to mobilize a group of people. This group must include the small tribe leader who had witnessed the landslide earlier, along with the young workers from their tribe. The Chai tribe, which is the small tribe that has lived by fishing, must also be included. It would be best to also mobilize a number of strong young people from the Ling tribe, ultimately needing at least 300 strong young men. If not enough, they can take from other tribes, requiring good health and swimming ability would be even better. These people must gather within 2 days after receiving the letter and use carts and horses for transportation. From the time of gathering the staff to bringing them to Han River City must be completed within 4 days, without questioning the orders. Upon receiving the command, they must execute it immediately. After finishing the letter, La Sung waited for the ink to dry and immediately sent it off with a swift bird. This way, Liu Yang County can mobilize 300 people. La Sung only needs to gather an additional 100 people from Han River City to be sufficient, a total of 400 strong young people. With La Sung's direct command, he still has confidence that he can resolve the blockage issue downstream. With no other options, even though this operation is somewhat dangerous, La Sung still has to go. Otherwise, everyone basically wouldn't know what to do. The hundreds of people mobilized, they can be forced into labor, but to place the entire responsibility for this operation on them and to perfectly resolve this national crisis is simply impossible. Looking at the entire Han people, apart from La Sung, no one is capable of taking on this responsibility. La Sung is also doing this out of necessity. Having determined the action plan, La Sung began to arrange everything. Liu Yang County will take on most of the manpower, while Han River County, although fewer people, must provide all the materials needed for this operation. Besides the most important boats, paddles are also needed. If there are not enough paddles, iron bars can be used as substitutes. This can be used for digging dirt and also for paddling, a tool that can do two jobs while reducing some weight. Additionally, a compass to determine direction, that is, a needle, iron rods for poking, long axes, large hammers, iron drills, iron saws, flint for starting fires, oil for igniting, and a large amount of rope. Once all the tools are prepared, they also need to prepare some personal weapons along with flags to be used on the boats. Among these weapons, besides the flags, mainly bows and arrows. The few crossbows currently available to the Han people have also been arranged by La Sung. Additionally, we need to prepare some food supplies. This trip could last 10 days to half a month, so we have to prepare enough food and drink for 400 people. At this point, the supplies for the operation are sufficient, but the main purpose of this operation is to clear the way for the water reservoir at the lower stream. Therefore, the mission of this fleet is actually to remove obstacles. However, right now, it's uncertain whether the tools prepared will actually be effective, so La Sung is still hesitating about whether to bring along some heavy explosives to clear the way, like nitroglycerin or similar substances. Last time, La Sung prepared a large amount of sulfuric acid himself, but hasn't used it yet. The stock is still preserved in large jars, and later in the floating area of the lake, a nitrate deposit was discovered. So La Sung used sulfuric acid to distill a reserve of nitrate. Currently, everything is stored along with sulfuric acid, only lacking glycerin. But glycerin is not hard to find. As long as there's an intention to make it, enough can be obtained in the next few days. The Han people currently have no shortage of fats. After thinking for a moment, since the reservoir was formed by a landslide and flash floods, there will likely be some fallen rocks where the flow is blocked. Small stones are manageable, but dealing with large boulders without explosives is really tricky. To increase the success rate of this operation, La Sung thought for a long time and finally decided to prepare a batch of glycerin. So, he immediately assigned people to start producing glycerin. The process of producing glycerin is not dangerous. You just need to mix the fat with the acid, separate the stearic acid and glycerin, then distill and concentrate the glycerin to finish. At the same time as producing glycerin, a large amount of soap for daily use can also be produced. After arranging these preparations, La Sung also began to mobilize the strong youth in Hanyang City. First, there's the group of people who have been transporting minerals by boat for the past few years, totaling more than 10 people. They usually belong to the mining team but have now been summoned by La Sung. The remaining people were taken from other areas, prioritizing families with young children. This way, if someone dies out there during this operation, their family can still continue their lineage without being completely devastated. So, after 4 days of preparation, when the manpower and supplies in Hanyang County were sufficient, 300 people from Liu Yang County also arrived in Hanyang City. Among them, many were visiting Hanyang City for the first time, especially those who had just joined the Han people a few months ago. Seeing the city bustling more than Liu Yang County with its tall buildings, they couldn't help but be amazed, especially at the 5-story wooden building and the 4 green buildings with facades on both sides that made them praise. All of this had never been seen in Liu Yang County, but gathering so many people like this was certainly not for them to travel and sightsee but to undertake important work. Most people were led to empty military barracks to rest. Only the self-proclaimed minor clan leaders who had seen the flash floods, landslides, and soil collapses were led into the county office. In the large office on the top floor, La Sung sat behind a spacious desk, with a fireplace in the middle of the room, burning wood coal for metallurgy. There was no other way, as this building had no heating system and no stoves, so they could only keep warm by burning coal. Seeing the minor clan leaders being led into the room, La Sung immediately straightened his back, tightened the bearskin coat he was wearing, and sat upright behind the desk with a serious expression. As they entered the room, they first assessed the leader of the Han people whom they had heard about for a long time. This was their first opportunity to observe the leader up close. They didn't expect a leader who commands tens of thousands of people, managing several cities and territories spanning hundreds of miles, to be so young. Ahem. Just at that moment, a light cough suddenly came from beside them, and as if remembering something, they immediately knelt down, bowing their heads in respect before La Sung. The emperor of the Han people certainly had the right to receive this bow. When everyone completed the ceremony and stood up, La Sung immediately got straight to the point, asking what he wanted to know the most. You, those who have seen the flash floods and landslides, if I could take you back, would you recognize the old river and the landslide area? I need one of you to guide us to the landslide by the river. Now a few minor clan leaders understood. It turned out the leader was eager to call them here because he wanted them to lead the way back to their hometown. However, the place is currently submerged in water, so how could they get there? Elder, we will definitely recognize it. Even if those valleys are flooded, those mountains cannot be submerged. As long as the mountains remain, I can recognize them. A middle-aged minor clan leader responded. La Sung nodded in agreement. This makes sense. As long as the mountains remain, they can definitely distinguish the geographical locations from before. Of course, the prerequisite is to be familiar with the terrain. That's also why La Sung summoned a series of minor clan leaders here. If a few people can confirm each other, the error rate will be significantly reduced. Now time is running out. He doesn't want to waste it outside. Which tribe are you the elder of? La Sung asked the one who just replied. Elder, our tribe has joined the Han people. And you, the great elder, call us the Flower Clan. The middle-aged clan leader immediately replied, I hope you can really find the collapsed mountain. All right, everyone, go rest and prepare to leave. We will set off tomorrow morning. La Sung muttered as if to himself. Ah, elder, the river below has been flooded by the rising waters. How can we cross? That place is very dangerous, isn't it? The Flower Clan leader asked La Sung again as he turned around. La Sung seemed to mumble. Ah, elder, the river below has been flooded. How can we get across? That place is very dangerous, right? Chief Hoa turned around again to ask La Sung. He wanted to suggest that La Sung lead the entire Han tribe to escape, but when he looked around at the decorations, he ultimately didn't dare to say it out loud, because he knew it would be pointless. The elders wouldn't listen and would not run away. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he was currently in this wooden building, how magnificent it was. The room was decorated with luxurious tables and chairs, a warm fireplace, and windows with bright white paper frames. If all of this were his own, perhaps he wouldn't want to leave either. You don't need to worry about this. In this operation, you just need to guide and find the place where the mountain collapses for the tribe. Now, everyone, get ready to go. La Sung naturally realized the meaning of his words and felt a bit unhappy, glaring at him and waving his hand to shoo a few people away. However, everyone was traveling together in the carriage, so it couldn't be said that they were tired. This was still their first time in Hanyang City, seeing that this city was also under the rule of the Han tribe, but it was a level above Liaoyang County, making them feel curious inside, so they all wanted to stroll around the city a bit. After being given permission, they toured Hanyang City under the guidance of Ying Na. Winter in Hanyang City actually had nothing to see. Everywhere looked the same, with no distinctive architecture. All the distinctive architecture was concentrated in the central area. They had seen the administrative building, and the school now had nothing attractive. The 4 teaching buildings only had the printing workshop still in operation. Leaving the school, the only things worth seeing were the workshops. Although it was already late winter, the weather was still very cold, and the weaving workshop had ceased operations. The women in the workshop spent the entire winter sitting at home, gathered around the fireplace, sewing clothes and shoes. Here, only the metallurgy and woodworking workshops had people working. The metallurgy industry could only be seen in Hanyang City. This place developed first, and the infrastructure was already very mature. They not only refined copper and iron but also manufactured weapons and agricultural tools. All the tools were allowed to be observed by the small tribe leaders. So with curious eyes, they witnessed the tools being created in the hands of the Han and felt the power of the Han tribe. After all, they had joined the Han tribe for a few months and knew that the Han tribe could rise in a short time, relying on these sturdy and sharp tools. But that was all. Currently, the metallurgy department of the Han tribe was vastly different from before. Under La Sung's supervision, the metallurgy department had now separated into a special department, which was the mint. This special department was indeed very special. Apart from the staff inside, no one was allowed in without La Sung's permission. It could be considered the most mysterious department of the Han tribe at this time. Although everyone knew there was a department called the mint, no one knew what minting money was or what it was used for, because La Sung had not yet announced the order regarding private ownership. He originally intended to announce it in the coming days, but unexpectedly encountered a sudden flood crisis, so he could only continue to postpone. After leaving the metallurgy workshop, they went to the woodworking workshop. There was also a woodworking workshop in Liaoyang County, but its scale and equipment were not as complete as in Hanyang City, and the staff was not as numerous as in the Hanyang City workshop, but the products made here intrigued them. They saw many large wooden troughs outside the woodworking workshop, each larger than a house, about 10 lined up, looking very grand. What is this? I also saw a similar one by the river in Liaoyang County, but I don't know what it's used for. Elder Ying, do you know the purpose of this? One of the small tribe leaders, the Hua clan leader, asked. At this moment, this Eagle clan leader had a high status. Just looking at the shiny silver crown on his head, it was clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Currently, more and more elders were joining the Han tribe, but those who received the silver crown from the elders could be counted on one hand. Those who could receive the silver crown not only joined the Han tribe earlier than them but also made contributions that could not be compared to those who came later. For example, the clan leader of the Yu clan they had met a few days ago was said to have led the Han tribe's trade caravan through thousands of miles, opening up a trade route on the prairie for the Han tribe. Now, the horses that the Han tribe used, the sheep they raised, as well as the linen and wool they wore, were all brought back from afar by the trade caravan. Or, like the Eagle clan leader, who currently was responsible for the communication of the Han tribe, the great eagles flying in the sky had to be raised by his tribe, and he himself received a letter brought by a great eagle that was transferred from Liaoyang County hundreds of miles away. Ah, Ying Na heard the question and couldn't help but proudly reply. This is called a boat. You saw it by the river in Liaoyang County, because this boat is a tool that can carry people on the water. Tomorrow you will start your journey to the lower stream, which will be by these boats. A few small tribe leaders were surprised to hear this. They had been in the Han tribe for a few months and had seen all kinds of vehicles, some pushed by people, some pulled by horses, but this was truly the first time they learned that the Han tribe also had transportation that could move on the water. Some said that to see the level of development of a civilization, just looking at the transportation capabilities could give you a glimpse. This statement is not exaggerated. From initially only carrying loads on their shoulders, to having bicycles, vehicles using animal power, to steam-powered vehicles, electric vehicles, and internal combustion engines, the transportation capability has improved, not just thousands of times but up to millions of times. They had seen all kinds of vehicles, some pushed by people, some pulled by horses. But this was truly the first time they learned that the Han tribe also had transportation that could move on the water. Some said that to see the level of development of a civilization, just looking at the transportation capabilities could give you a glimpse. This statement is not exaggerated. From initially only carrying loads on their shoulders, to having bicycles, vehicles using animal power, to steam-powered vehicles, electric vehicles, and internal combustion engines, the transportation capability has improved not just thousands of times but up to millions of times. And regarding the development of transportation methods, the Han people even surpassed thousands of years of long evolution, directly leaping with four-wheeled carts. This was the pinnacle of land transportation before the Industrial Revolution. Of course, small chieftains like the Hoa clan couldn't have such awareness, but what they had seen in the past few days about transportation had been treasures that those living in the mountains, hunting and gathering, could hardly imagine. After touring these great things, they also returned to the military to rest. Here, someone had brought warm woolen clothes and sheep's wool coats. This trip would last quite a while, and overnight camping was unavoidable. Although the snow had mostly melted now, the nighttime temperature still remained below freezing. Therefore, cold-resistant gear was essential. In another corner, outside the Han people's oil mill, dry food was being prepared continuously, but cooked rice was not easy to preserve and carry. Thus, in this action, they would uniformly use bread as the dry food to carry. The bread was thick, shaped like a pot, but La Song wasn't too clear on what a pot actually looked like. He only knew that drying the bread could keep it for about a month without spoiling. The bread had started being produced a few days ago. The yeast had completed its fermentation on each household stove. In the basin for the flour, a bit of syrup and eggs were mixed in, covered tightly, and then wrapped in animal skin. After one night, it would be fully fermented. After that, this yeast would be collected and taken outside the oil mill to be baked into bread. There was a special pan built with bricks for baking, heated underneath, where they could bake the bread. According to calculations, each person would need 3 pieces a day, making enough quantity over 5 days. That meant this time everyone going out would need to carry 15 pieces of bread each. The bread wasn't large, only about the size of an adult's palm. Of course, these were just reserved food. Pots and rice were the main food for this trip. In such cold weather, it was best to find a camping spot where they could rest on shore and then set up pots to cook hot food. The 5 days' worth of food was just in case there were no conditions to cook hot meals. For example, if they couldn't find a suitable place to land or if there was a lack of fuel around the landing area. Of course, dried meat and salted fish were also indispensable. This trip was essentially labor-intensive work. Not eating enough would make it impossible to work. Therefore, after preparing continuously for several days, the time had come for the second day of the last month of winter, which was the day the group would set off. The boats in the carpentry workshop had been carried out from the nearest city gate, then placed into the city moat and pulled from the shore into the Ru River to join the previous boats. 400 participants in the action were fully prepared, with Dao Li and Ung Na organizing the teams. 20 people formed a team led by a member who had previously been responsible for boat transportation. The older ones would command, and the newcomers would follow orders to row. Without someone to lead, they would definitely row the boats in circles on the river. La Sung also stood on the shore and said goodbye to those who came to see them off. Ung Na, while I'm not here, all the work in Hanyang County will temporarily be your responsibility. The work in the city can be left to the county chief. You just need to supervise and urge, and during this time, you must prepare well for the spring planting. We can't delay the planting because of flood prevention issues. The number of agricultural tools and maintenance work must be checked early, identifying shortcomings and making supplements. The oxen used for plowing the fields must also be well cared for. I don't want to return after solving the flood issue and have to push for agricultural work myself. La Sun instructed Ung Na. Please rest assured, I will take good care of the family. Ung Na nodded seriously in agreement, also very pleased that La Sung trusted him. All right, let's prepare to set out. If there's anything urgent, use the eagle to contact me. Yes, Ung Na understood. Thus, after saying goodbye to everyone, La Sung also boarded a wooden boat, standing at the bow, drawing the long sword from his waist and pointing it forward, commanding the following boats to set off. Of course, the journey of the fleet couldn't be as vigorous as La Sung's, and the pace was very slow. However, this was also unavoidable. Although most of the people summoned this time knew how to swim, it was mostly their first time on a boat, so the technique of rowing still needed to be taught until they reached their destination. Fortunately, this wasn't complicated. They just needed to listen to the captain's signaling with drums. Thus, everyone spent the whole morning gradually getting used to the rhythm of rowing. The speed of the fleet increased, and as the fleet moved further south, the river's surface began to widen. Initially, it was still normal. The widest part was not even 20 meters. Compared to upstream, it wasn't overly exaggerated, but by the afternoon, the change was significant, not because the water's surface was wider, but now it was almost impossible to see the shore. This description wasn't entirely accurate. It should be said that it was impossible to see the banks of the river normally, because along the way, La Sung discovered many trees that should have grown on the banks were now submerged. From here, one could clearly see how high the water level downstream had risen. Traveling by water was much faster than by land. This was truly undeniable. In poetry, there's a line that says, "Passing through the white emperor among the clouds. In one day reached Jiangling 1,000 miles. Although saying 1,000 miles in one day, transporting ore from the iron mine area, which is 5 to 6 days away from Hanyang City, takes only half a day by water, and one can return in a day. This is also thanks to the manpower rowing. If using sails with favorable winds, thus everyone spent the whole morning gradually getting used to the rhythm of rowing. The speed of the fleet increased, and as the fleet moved further south, the river's surface began to widen. Initially, it was still normal. The widest part was not even 20 meters. Compared to upstream, it wasn't overly exaggerated, but by the afternoon, the change was significant, not because the water's surface was wider, but now it was almost impossible to see the shore. This description wasn't entirely accurate. It should be said that it was impossible to see the banks of the river normally, because along the way, La Sung discovered many trees that should have grown on the banks were now submerged. From here, one could clearly see how high the water level downstream had risen. Traveling by water was much faster than by land. This was truly undeniable. In poetry, there's a line that says, "Passing through the white emperor among the clouds. In one day reached Jiangling 1,000 miles. Although saying 1,000 miles in one day is a bit exaggerated, but a few hundred miles can still be achieved. Transporting ore from the iron mine area, which is 5 to 6 days away from Hanyang City, takes only half a day by water, and one can return in a day. This is also thanks to the manpower rowing. If using sails with favorable winds, it really could be 1,000 miles in a day." Similarly, the fleet led by La Sung had been traveling for an entire day. By the next morning, the fleet had covered hundreds of miles, and the water surface was getting wider and wider. Even in some low areas, the banks of the river had extended into the forest. What used to be riverside forests were now submerged in water. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Huyan to steer. Although the water here was wide, it wasn't very deep. Sometimes, as the boats passed through, people would climb or push due to branches and vines underwater getting caught, preventing the fleet from moving forward. However, these increasingly frequent situations confirmed La Sung's suspicions. It seemed that a reservoir had indeed formed downstream. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have occurred, and the reservoir would be very wide and deep. Otherwise, the events from last summer wouldn't have affected the upstream until now. The water in the river kept flowing, taking nearly half a year to fill this reservoir. How much space would be needed to contain so much water? With both banks being flooded forests, getting ashore was very difficult. Looking at the current situation, finding dry grass wasn't easy either. Everyone could only look for a safer spot, tie the boats to trees to stop, hurriedly eat a meal of bread with dried meat, and then lean back against the boat to sleep. Of course, in this situation, La Sung couldn't forget about setting up guards. Besides having the boats take turns on night watch, La Sung also sent some agile young men to climb trees as lookouts, looking from afar like dedicated guards climbing the masts of large ships. The next day, everyone quickly had a hasty meal with some dry rations. The fleet continued its journey southward. On a winter morning, thick fog covered the water's surface, making movement even more difficult. People no longer tried to paddle the boats as before, but only occasionally splashed the paddles to keep the boats on course, while maintaining energy relied entirely on the current. By mid-morning, the fog gradually lifted, and the fleet began to notice something unusual. Bang! The sound was the collision between a floating object and the hull of the boat. On one boat near the front of the fleet, a person from the tribe sitting at the bow suddenly shouted, "Leader, there's a dead tiger in the water." At first, his shout was loud enough for La Sung, 3 boats ahead, to hear. Hearing the shout, La Sung turned to look in the direction of the sound, then ordered everyone to stop paddling, waiting for the shouting boat to catch up. What's going on? What dead tiger? When the 2 boats were side by side, La Sung asked the shouting person, only to see him using a long spear to rummage for something in the water. A moment later, he pulled it up between the 2 boats. It was indeed this, a dead tiger. The small captain joyfully exclaimed, and it was understandable why he was so happy. Tigers are not rare wild beasts, but they are not common either. Usually, if there was only a hunting team from a small tribe with about 10 people, they definitely wouldn't dare to dream of hunting a tiger. To kill a tiger, not only did they need to gather the strong men of the tribe, but they also had to scout the tiger's activity area beforehand. The hunters had to bring sophisticated weapons, enough torches, and prepare traps. Sometimes they even had to sacrifice a few people before daring to hunt a tiger. Now, a dead tiger had just floated by. It truly felt like a pie from the sky. But La Sung frowned because this tiger was not the one he had imagined. Based on his previous life experience from visiting a biology museum, he determined that this large beast, about 2 to 3 meters long, could actually be a cave lion, a creature that lives solitary in the mountains, nesting in natural caves. However, this cave lion had clearly been dead for a long time, its body swollen, looking like a balloon that had been inflated, the outer skin and fur even soaked to a pale white. It must have died at least since early winter. Indeed, it had been over 3 months, having been dead for so long that it had swollen, and the skin and fur were damaged, making it worthless. If pulled up, it might even harm everyone. Furthermore, the boats transmitted orders to me that from now on, no one should drink river water anymore. There are corpses in the water, it's contaminated. Drinking it will kill you. Today, we will find a place to dock, take some snow and floating ice to mix with water to drink. La Sung immediately reminded everyone. The small captain, who thought he had struck lucky, was now so scared that he was trembling, immediately using his spear to push the lion's corpse further away. If it weren't for the leader's warning, he might have intended to pull the corpse up to skin it for meat. Meanwhile, La Sung was pondering the cause of the cave lion's death. There were no obvious wounds on it. It was very likely that it had fallen into the water when the ice was thin and ultimately drowned. When the ice and snow began to melt, this unfortunate creature finally floated up. The fleet continued to move. La Sung's orders had been transmitted from the front boat to the last boat. When hearing that there were corpses underwater, drinking the water would lead to death, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, La Sung proposed a solution to find a place to dock, using melted ice and snow for drinking water, which helped everyone calm down somewhat. But after traveling for a while, the number of corpses increased even more, including the corpses of large deer, wild wolves, wild boars, even leopards, antelopes, and some corpses of wild monkeys in the forest. On this journey, La Sung only allowed people to chop a few cow horns, and no one was allowed to touch anything else. Until then, someone discovered a corpse ahead. The corpse was lying face down, leaning against a naturally floating log, its face pale and terrifying, wrapped in animal hides, seemingly a woman. La Sung had his boat approach the corpse. Everyone did not feel scared or worried at all before La Sung's orders. In this tribal period, death is not a rare occurrence, so what's there to be surprised about? This really made La Sung sigh. If it were a modern person who had never seen a corpse, seeing a body floating on the river would definitely make them scream in terror. As the boat got closer, La Sung looked at the woman's body and nudged a piece of wood beneath her. The wood immediately shook, and skillfully, the woman's body slid into the water. The corpse was still fresh, not swollen from being submerged, and as it fell into the water, it sank immediately. When the surface of the water covered her head, the body suddenly thrashed around wildly, her hands splashing in panic, struggling to grab onto the piece of wood, then clutching it tightly while coughing. "Oh my God, she's alive." La Sung was startled, and everyone on the boat was no better off, all so frightened that they stumbled. If they weren't sitting in the boat, they might have fallen over. These rough people were truly unafraid of corpses, but a corpse suddenly coming back to life was genuinely terrifying. Truly classic. A corpse that doesn't rot is considered an ominous sign, surely a shape-shifting monster. Although La Sung now realized there are burial methods like cremation, the locals in this world still don't believe in the theory that the dead can come back to life. Therefore, if such strange occurrences happen, they can only be attributed to ghosts. But La Sung couldn't help but believe, because he himself had died and come back to life, a monster borrowing a body. But regarding the current situation of this girl, he couldn't be sure. Could she be a time traveler? A strange encounter between two time travelers in the same space, or is she not completely dead yet? That makes sense. Isn't she still clinging to a piece of wood? Maybe she isn't dead after all. La Sung's mind began to struggle between reason and emotion, but no matter the case, the priority was to save her first and then ask questions. Who knows, she might be a time traveler, at least one of his kind. After all, he needed someone who spoke English. La Sung came to this world alone. Although there were thousands of people under his command, no one could understand the loneliness in his heart. The girl coughed a bit, seeming to be more alert now. She also heard the earlier cries beside her and turned to look, accidentally meeting La Sung's gaze. The two locked eyes, confirming that neither was the person they were looking for. No doubt about it, with just one look, La Sung confirmed that this girl was not a time traveler. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Although they couldn't understand each other through language, they could still convey messages through their eyes. In the girl's eyes, La Sung first saw surprise, then joy, followed by fear. It was the astonishment of seeing a stranger, then wanting to call for help but not daring to. Her heart in a particularly contradictory state, lacking the intelligent spark of a modern person. But La Sung didn't hesitate. After all, it was a life. If he could save her, it could also add another member to the Han tribe. "Come up here." La Sung reached out to her. The girl blinked, clearly hesitating. She scanned the environment around her, surrounded by water, but also floating many other strange objects. There were hundreds of people like her sitting there, and the young man was reaching out toward her, from the jewelry on his head to the beast skins on his body. Everything seemed to be the best among them. He must be the leader of these people. The girl thought to herself, deducing La Sung's identity, and then she trembled as she reached out to place her hand in La Sung's. Her hand was cold, that was for sure. Anyone who stays in the water for long gets cold, and being cold to the point of having no warmth is understandable. Although spring was approaching, with the snow melting, this water was still at most 5 degrees. Being soaked for so long, how could she not be cold? Surviving until now was already a miracle. La Sung pulled her up with all his strength. The girl was wearing a fur outfit that was still quite intact, with a skirt and boots made of animal skin wrapped around her legs and tied with rattan. However, now she was soaked, and when she got on the boat, she sat in the middle, shivering uncontrollably, fearfully hugging her legs, not daring to look around. "Leader, is this a living person?" Only at this moment did someone respond, astonished but not daring to confirm. "Why not? Can't you see she's still breathing?" La Sung scolded with a forced smile. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, then focus on the girl, wanting to know how she fell into the water. La Sung saw her hugging her legs, shivering. The fur outfit was wet. If it continued like this, even if he pulled her up, she would definitely die. So he said to everyone on the boat, "Stop looking, turn your faces away and look to the sides. Anyone who looks will be thrown off the boat. Swim back to your tribe." Hearing this, everyone immediately nodded. "Oh, I get it. I understand. Leader, don't worry. I absolutely won't look," and they all turned their faces away, trying to suppress their laughter. The girl sat curled up in the middle of the boat near the bow. This boat was actually quite wide, about 3 meters wide, larger than a typical small boat, with plenty of seating. Those sitting on both sides turned their faces away to hang on the boat, currently all tilted their heads, but she still felt a sharp gaze following her. Looking up, it was indeed the leader who had pulled her onto the boat, taking off his coat and offering it to her. Seeing the girl lift her head, La Sung had taken off his bearskin coat and held it out in front of her. The girl showed clear gratitude in her eyes, immediately breaking into a smile, reaching out to take La Sung's coat, but couldn't pull it in. She couldn't help but look at La Sung in surprise. "Take off your wet clothes first before putting this on," La Sung said once more, this time worried she wouldn't understand. He used his other hand to tug at her coat, signaling for her to take it off. The girl understood, hesitated for a moment, then shivered as she gradually took off each piece of her wet fur coat. It was indeed wrapped quite tightly. La Sung also didn't know what position this girl held in her tribe. She must not be of low status in her tribe. In the middle of winter, there are still many family pets like this, but they don't seem very big. Indeed, they are not big. They must just have matured. Hakop La Sung coughed a bit to hide his thoughts, seeing that the girl had fulfilled his request, immediately draped his coat over her. Feeling the warmth left from La Sung's coat, the girl burst into tears but didn't dare to cry out loud, fearing it would upset everyone and get her thrown into the water again. That's right, she was thrown into the water by the people of her tribe. If she had clung tightly to a piece of wood, she might have ended up like those animal corpses in the water. Thinking about the tribe members who had thrown her into the water, she felt scared and wronged, tears rolling down her cheeks. "All right, let's keep going. Everyone, let's get moving." When La Sung saw that the girl had wrapped herself tightly, he ordered everyone to continue rowing the boat. Everyone exchanged cheerful smiles. La Sung didn't care about them, just glanced at everyone, then took out a piece of dough from his cloth bag, used his short knife to cut some slices of salted meat to put in the dough, and handed it to the girl. Afraid she wouldn't understand the meaning, La Sung took a bite first. The girl saw it was food, immediately reached out to take it, then hurriedly ate it while hiding in the coat. She couldn't eat more than a few bites before choking, her eyes wide. La Sung felt helpless seeing this, and with no other choice, he pulled out a water pouch made from snake skin and handed it to her. Actually, it would be best if there was a bowl of hot meat porridge right now. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. La Sung hadn't eaten hot food for 2 days and could only hope this girl had good luck. The fleet continued to move forward, and along the way, the corpses of animals kept appearing, making the girl's face turn pale. But she still didn't say a word, just stared blankly at the men rowing the boat on both sides along with La Sung's back. She was very curious about these people, especially the miraculous vehicle she was sitting in. It could carry so many people floating on the water like this. On the way, everyone was silent because there was no hot food and clean water was scarce. They could only save their saliva. Only the soft sounds of the captain's tapping and the rhythmic sounds of everyone rowing together could be heard until they discovered a large lake ahead, and the girl finally spoke up. "We can't go over there," the girl immediately warned. La Sung turned to look at her, thinking she would remain silent, but now she spoke up, though he didn't understand. She seemed very worried and scared, pointing to an island in the middle of the large lake ahead, signaling everyone not to go there. La Sung didn't understand what she was saying, but looking in the direction she pointed, he immediately noticed something unusual. "Leader, there are people over there. I see smoke. There must be someone cooking." "That's right, leader. Let's dock there and find some dry firewood to cook. Everyone is about to freeze to death." "Leader, let's dock. We haven't eaten hot food for 2 days, and my legs are numb." The men on the boat saw an island ahead with clear cooking, smoke, and couldn't help but shout, but the girl kept shaking her head. She knew that everyone didn't understand what she was saying, so she stepped forward, grabbed La Sung's pant leg, and shook it, hoping La Sung wouldn't lead everyone over there. Was there some danger there? La Sung thought to himself, but looking at the more than 20 boats behind with over 400 strong young men, bows, crossbows, knives, swords, shields, and spears, what danger could he not handle? Therefore, La Sung ignored the girl's warning and waved his hand, calling out loudly to the back, "Everyone get ready to dock." "Yes," leader's orders. "Dock." "Yes," the leader ordered everyone to dock and prepare to start a fire to cook. The orders from one boat to another inadvertently distorted La Sung's command. In the middle of winter, after 2 days sleeping outdoors, crammed on a small boat, everyone in Pradigman was cold, and surely they all longed to drink a bowl of hot soup immediately. So, everyone tried to row, forming a line that quickly turned into a horizontal line. More than 20 boats paddled towards the shore. Some people even thought this was a rowing competition. But as the fleet got closer, La Sung witnessed something unbearable. On a high area by the shore, an old man wearing a deer horn on his head, adorned with many colorful feathers, was dancing with his hands and feet as if performing a ritual. Meanwhile, their sacrificial offering was a pair of young children, a boy and a girl, both under 2 years old, being held by 2 adults, crying loudly, while the 2 adults moved as if they were about to throw the children into the water, making less. Then the old man stopped his prayer. The 2 adults holding the children ignored their cries and immediately threw one of the children into the water. From afar, La Sung seemed to hear the splash of the child falling into the water. igniting a surge of anger within him. As a modern person from the new century, La Sung could not digest this living sacrifice ritual. Looking down at the girl, gripping his pant leg tightly, she must have also been a sacrificial offering on that high altar before. Quickly row the boat to save the people first. If we can't save anyone, don't expect to eat today. Hearing the leader's command, everyone hurriedly rowed towards the two children sinking in the water, not because they felt pity, but because the words that if they couldn't save anyone, then no one should expect to eat made them both hungry and cold and tired too. La Sung personally steered his boat fiercely towards where the two children fell into the water. The girl held onto La Sung's pant leg tightly when she saw the two children from her tribe surfacing on the water, just like before. An old man wearing a deer horn on his head, adorned with many colorful feathers, was dancing with his hands and feet, as if performing a ritual. Meanwhile, their sacrificial offering was a pair of young children, two children under 2 years old, being held by two adults, crying loudly, while the two adults moved as if they were about to throw the children into the water, making La Sung grit his teeth. Then the old man stopped his prayer. The two adults holding the children ignored their cries and immediately threw one of the children into the water. From afar, La Sung seemed to hear the splash of the child falling into the water, igniting a surge of anger within him. As a modern person from the new century, La Sung could not digest this living sacrifice ritual. Looking down at the girl gripping his pant leg, she must have also been a sacrificial offering on that high altar before. Quickly row the boat to save the people first. If we can't save anyone, don't expect to eat today. Hearing the leader's command, everyone hurriedly rowed towards the two children sinking in the water, not because they felt pity, but because the words that if they couldn't save anyone, then no one should expect to eat made them both hungry and cold and tired too. La Sung personally steered his boat fiercely towards where the two children fell into the water. The girl held onto La Sung's pant leg tightly when she saw the two children from her tribe surfacing on the water, just like before. I was thrown into the water when I was little, and the girl was even more worried. She shook La Sung's pants, crying and pointing at the two kids who were struggling. She knew La Sung didn't understand her words, but when she saw La Sung ordering everyone to move toward them, she silently clutched his pants, biting her lower lip, fearing that she wouldn't be able to save the two little kids in time. As the rescue boat had to quickly move forward, on the cliff of the small island, the group that caused the tragedy was also in a daze, staring at the boat on the water, as if they were seeing ghosts in broad daylight. What is that? It looks like a group of people. But how can they float on the water? What is that? Are they river gods? Here to enjoy the offerings we just presented. A man who had just thrown a child from the cliff asked the person presiding over the sacrifice. In his heart, the shaman was the tribe's intellectual, capable of communicating with the gods, knowing many things that others did not. So when encountering something he didn't understand, asking the shaman seemed reasonable. But this time the shaman did not answer, as the old man was also confused. He stared blankly at the people on the water. They were sitting on boats that could glide over the surface. The oars and propellers on either side looked like terrifying belly legs, and the people controlling them were definitely not friendly. But what was their purpose? While the old shaman was still guessing the intentions of the people on the water, the leading boat had reached the side of the sinking children. La Sung leaned down, trying to reach out half his body, one hand pulling up a boy, but the child was too exhausted and curled up, his belly round, seemingly having swallowed a lot of water. After checking a bit, there was still a faint breath. Thinking of the danger, saving the person was the most important thing. La Sung no longer cared about anything else, quickly finding a metal float from the middle of the boat and placing the child on the bottom of the pot, then continuously pressing down to stimulate the child to vomit out the water he had swallowed. Since the child could still breathe, there was no need for CPR. Just stimulating vomiting and keeping warm was enough. While La Sung was saving the boy, another girl was also rescued from another boat and then brought onto La Sung's boat for care. Meanwhile, all the boats were angrily glaring at the group of people on the shore. They hated those up there, just because if it weren't for these people, perhaps the leader would not have withheld their meal. Some people secretly pulled out their crossbows and bows, maliciously aiming straight at the group of people on the shore. If these people did anything else, they might even want to arm themselves to land. On the leading boat, the two children, after receiving simple first aid, were revived. Fortunately, the time they were submerged was not long. If it were like the girl next to them, who sank longer, even if they didn't drown, they would have frozen. The two revived children did not cry loudly but remained in a daze. This time, the shock was too great, causing significant damage to their little souls, hoping they wouldn't become dazed people later. La Sung handed the two children over to the girl for care and then angrily looked at the group of people on the cliff, then scanned the surroundings. All around was a lake, and moving the distant mountains wasn't easy. Only the small island in front was a good landing point, and there were trees on it. Surely there would be firewood to keep warm. All the boats turned to circle the island, looking for a low area to land. La Sung immediately ordered the boats, and the children's rescue point was also very close to the altar on the cliff. The two children who fell into the water did not drift far. Therefore, La Sung's calls and the reactions of the boats were clearly heard by the people on the altar. They are people. They can talk. They took our offerings. That's right, I even saw that person take our offerings. Next to them was a woman who looked like the saint. We offered to the river god yesterday. Oh, it really seems to be our saint. They must have kidnapped the saint. That's why the river god isn't showing signs, spring is coming, and the water keeps rising. If this continues, perhaps our mountain peak will also be submerged. So how will we live from now on? Oh no. The men and women around were loudly discussing. Some cursed La Sung, saying he was useless, while others were pessimistically crying. In fact, these poor people had their reasons for sacrificing humans. The story has to go back to last summer. The small island rising above the water was actually not an island but a mountain. Just because of the sudden flood last summer, the river water rose continuously, eventually submerging half the mountain, leaving only the middle of the mountain above the water, making it look like a small island in the lake. The tribe stuck on that mountain was an agricultural tribe called the Lichi. They lived off rice cultivation from generation to generation, but they only grew sticky rice, so it was quite sticky to eat. Hence, they were called the Lichi tribe. Speaking of agricultural tribes, some might not understand. Isn't it agricultural culture and nomadic culture? How can an agricultural tribe appear? In fact, this is a very normal phenomenon. If it weren't for La Sung Xuyen coming to this world and disrupting the normal development process, at the time when agricultural culture first appeared, it was indeed living by nomadic means. This mainly depended on the farming methods. At first, farming was usually done by slash and burn. The so-called slash and burn means using fire to clear land, burning down the planned fields, then using tools made of stone, bone, or wood to plow, and sometimes not even plowing, just using a stone knife to scratch the ground randomly and directly scattering seeds on top or stabbing a hole in the ground with a wooden stick, dropping a few seeds in and then pressing them down with their feet. As for how much to harvest, it depended on their luck. There are no rules at all. Fertilizing, that concept doesn't exist. Because of such primitive farming methods, the ancestors who didn't even know about agriculture couldn't hold onto any land. That's because they didn't know how to take care of the soil properly, and they certainly didn't know how to fertilize, and a little bit left for the plants after slash and burn was not enough to sustain continuous farming. Moreover, modern agriculture has many techniques like crop rotation, intercropping, and cultivation to increase yield. But those primitive ancestors were unaware of these techniques, so continuous farming led to a decline in soil productivity. Planting the same crop on a piece of land repeatedly resulted in even lower yields, which made them start to starve. So what would these primitive ancestors do? Very simply, there was only one way: to migrate and find another piece of land to exploit. Thus, the agricultural tribe was formed. They had to move the entire tribe at least every 2 years or at most every 5 years to seek new land and clear it for farming. Although they didn't move as frequently as nomadic tribes, on average, they had to move at least twice a year. But compared to those who lived fixed in one place their whole lives, they were still continuously migrating. So calling them an agricultural tribe isn't entirely wrong. Because the rice-growing tribe couldn't stray far from water, cultivating wet rice required finding riverbanks, and crops had to be sown along the river, so their migrations had to follow the river's course. 2 years ago, the Bo-Lak Nan tribe migrated once again. Upon arriving, they set up camp, cleared the land for farming, planted rice, and searched the surrounding environment for hunting and fishing. They also knew how to make do because just eating rice wasn't enough. They still needed more food and salt. After a year of farming in the new land, the harvest was quite abundant, and everyone in the tribe was very happy. Just when they thought that the new year would bring another bountiful harvest, suddenly summer brought heavy rains and floods. The rice fields of the Bo-Lak Nan tribe, being along the river, were the first to be devastated by the floodwaters, and then the river's water kept rising. The entire Bo-Lak Nan tribe had to retreat to the high mountains. Fortunately, the flood not only threatened humans but also forced many animals to run up the mountains. These gathered animals became a new food source for the Bo-Lak Nan tribe. They thought that the flood waters would recede in a few days, but who would have thought that a reservoir formed due to a landslide, causing the water level to keep rising, resulting in the water getting higher and higher, while their living space got smaller and smaller, eventually becoming a small island in the middle of the lake. But if this continued, they couldn't farm on the mountain, and the number of animals that could provide food for them on the mountain was also decreasing. If the floodwaters didn't recede, would they all have to die on this isolated island in the mountains? Therefore, as spring approached, the Bo-Lak Nan tribe held a grand ceremony. They chose the most beautiful and newly grown girl in the tribe as a sacrifice, wanting to offer her to the river god, to become the river god's wife, praying that the river god would forgive them, make the floodwaters recede, and return the land they lived on. Ironically, the girl didn't die but was saved by Le Sung. However, the Bo Lac Non tribe, of course, didn't know any of this. They could only see that as the temperature continued to rise, the ice in the upstream kept melting, the water level not only didn't decrease but continued to rise. This time, they were terrified, believing that the river god was displeased with the offerings they presented, which led to this situation. Recently, they sacrificed another pair of young lovers, but unfortunately, this time they were saved by La Sung again. This truly gave people a headache. A group of people discussed passionately and finally reached a consensus. It was La Sung and the group that had disrupted their sacrifice, stealing the offerings to the river god, leading to the failure of their sacrifice. Now the river god was angry, and the water level kept rising. If it continued to rise, wouldn't it take their lives? Therefore, a group of people began to shout to drive away the Han tribe. They saw boats starting to circle around the island, so the Bo Lac Non tribe on the island also began to turn around. A group of men armed with stone farming tools, bone farming tools, and spears rushed over, estimating their number to be around 200 to 300 people. This was not a small number. Just the adult men alone had 200 to 300, and their tribe must have at least over 1,000 people, not a small tribe at all. However, the people on the shore were on the mountain path before, surrounded by trees and bushes. The mountain path was also uneven. How could they catch up with the boat on the water? Therefore, before they could catch up with the fleet of boats, La Sung and the others found a relatively flat place to start landing. Disembark, disembark, move quickly. Soldiers with spears form a line. Soldiers with spears act as shields. Archers prepare to shoot. Just as a few boats landed, La Sung loudly commanded. This time, a lot of labor was needed, so among those brought over, a portion was the meager regular army of the Han tribe, plus the new weapons accumulated over the past year. Equipping 300 to 400 people was quite easy. The boats successively crashed onto the shore. Half of them landed, and half still floated on the water. The people on the boats heard the loud call of the leader and began to organize their defense under the guidance of the captains. The shields of the Han tribe were all wooden shields, easy to make, so there was no shortage. Many people scrambled to pick up shields from the boats, starting to line up under the command of the captains. Le Sung stood on the shore commanding, asking everyone to form a square to protect the boats. The half-height shields were stacked together. Everyone held sufficient weapons, with only a few refined steel knives, just a dozen of them. Everywhere was filled with trees and bushes. The mountain road wasn't flat. How could they catch up with the boat on the water? Therefore, before they caught up with the fleet, La Sung and the others found a relatively flat place to start disembarking. Disembark, disembark, move quickly. Soldiers with spears form a barrier. Soldiers with shields create a cover. Archers prepare to shoot. Just as a few boats landed, La Sung shouted loudly to command. This time a lot of labor was needed, so among those brought along was a small part of the regular army of the Han tribe, plus the weapons, accumulated over the past year. Equipping 340 people was quite easy. The boats successively bumped into the shore. Half went ashore, and half remained floating on the water. The people on the boats heard the leader's loud call and began to organize the defense under the guidance of the captains. The shields of the Han tribe were all wooden shields, easy to make, so there was no shortage of them. Many people scrambled to grab shields from the boat, starting to line up under the captain's commands. La Sung stood on the shore, commanding, asking everyone to form a square to protect the boats. The half-body shields were stacked together. Everyone held weapons. Only a few were made of refined steel, just about a dozen of them. The remaining people had some with shovels, some with hammers, and some with axes, most of which were tools for work. Once the soldiers were arranged, they quickly found spots to squeeze in. The sharp spears from the gaps between the shield bearers pointed out or were tilted on the shoulders of the shield bearers. In the gaps between the formations, there was also a circle of people with bows and arrows, along with a few younger clan leaders. They were here to act as guides. La Sung had no intention of letting them do any heavy lifting, let alone fight. The people who had just come ashore were ready, all sharp and serious, waiting. As a result, they eagerly ran here to shout and curse at La Sung. Those who had disrupted the sacrificial ceremony were left speechless. Oh my gosh, is there really a scene like this in a fight? All the newcomers were blocked by a large piece of wood behind them. On the wood were long, shiny spears or metallic glints, as there were still many bronze weapons that the Han tribe had used long ago when they traded with the wolf pack. And in this large circle, there were also some people holding strange weapons. Their saintess and the two children who had just been sacrificed were also surrounded in the middle. Along with them were dozens of large flags in alternating red and black colors. All the flags fluttered with the same type of symbol. The elder of the Yan tribe, Yan Mao, had also arrived, but upon seeing this strange formation, he immediately stopped. However, in a group, there are often some rough characters, and their leader was still in a daze, not issuing any orders. Therefore, among those following from behind, some stopped, but there were still those who didn't care and continued to rush forward. Among them was a strong man running the fastest, carrying a stone axe. As a result, he had just run less than 100 meters from the formation when the sound of the bowstring in La Sung's hand rang out. Whoosh! Ah! The strong man running ahead immediately fell, curling up on the ground and crying out. He was not dead, only the arrow in La Sung's hand had pierced through one side of his thigh. The arrow had embedded deep in his leg. The others, following the strong man, were also stunned by this sudden situation, followed by horror, indeed astonishment and fear. Oh my! How could their weapon reach so far? They couldn't advance any further. If they did, they would be shot dead. At this distance, even throwing spears or stones wouldn't reach. What to do now? Each man of the Yan tribe had their own thoughts, momentarily stunned, standing still, not daring to advance. But the people of their tribe in front continued to cry and call for help, seeing that he was still alive, so a few people quickly ran forward to carry the injured man back. They brought the injured person right in front of leader Yan Mao. Everyone stared at the arrow piercing through the thigh, unable to help but shudder. However, Yan Mao remained quite calm. They had such powerful weapons, but did not directly kill their own people. Perhaps just wanting to warn and not really wanting to kill, it seemed there was still a chance for reconciliation, possibly through negotiation to demand the offering of their tribe. In his heart, Yan Mao calculated, beginning to try to approach that strange formation, wanting to communicate with these uninvited guests. This way, La Sung's goal would also be achieved. Why shout and kill? Is there something that must not be said clearly? The sound must see blood to be interesting. How much wickedness do you truly have? Yan Mao cautiously approached the formation of the Han tribe but did not dare to get too close. Finally, he stopped where the other man had just been shot down, starting to shout loudly towards La Sung and the others. People over there, return our sacrificial offerings, which are the two children and the woman behind. The people of the Han tribe clearly did not understand Yan Mao's words. Oh no, there was one exception. That was the girl standing next to La Sung, who was considered the sacrificial offering. She heard the shout of her tribe's leader and immediately panicked, retreating continuously. But when she saw La Sung stepping on that strange weapon, reloading the arrow, she seemed to find her support. She hurriedly went to La Sung, grabbing his sleeve, shaking it, and pointing towards Yan Mao outside the formation. She heard the shout of her tribe's leader and immediately panicked, retreating continuously. But when she saw La Sung stepping on that strange weapon, reloading the arrow, she seemed to find her support. She hurriedly went to La Sung, grabbing his sleeve, shaking it, and pointing towards Yan Mao outside the formation. He pointed at himself and the two kids, then shook his head. At this moment, La Sung roughly understood. The tribe leader wants to reclaim those sacrificial items, but the girl doesn't want to go back. Yeah, makes sense. La Sung gently patted the girl, signaling her not to be afraid. Then he handed a crossbow to a flag bearer beside him, pushing everyone in the formation aside, stepping out himself. Nhu Duong was surprised to see the young man step forward. The leader of the opposing side looked very young, perhaps just coming of age, his face still youthful, but his eyes exuded a maturity that didn't match his age. The boy wore a black robe, with a cross-collared neckline revealing a layer of golden-red fox fur, and on his feet were high leather boots made from deer skin, with a wide belt adorned with shiny brass buckles. Hanging from one side of the belt was an object with a bone handle. Unclear what it was for, but it was elaborately decorated. On his head, the boy wore a shiny gold ornament, tying all his hair back. This dazzling appearance immediately overwhelmed the Niem tribe. Even Niem Mo was only wearing a thick fur outfit, with long hair loosely tied back with a leather cord, and a string of bone decorations on his forehead. The weapon in his hand was a long wooden spear, with an animal bone tip featuring many branches, the middle branch being the longest. When La Thong approached Niem Mo about 10 steps away, he stopped, using gestures to explain to the other side, those three people. We will not return them. You abandoned them, so they are trash. We found them, so they belong to us. Besides, this land is ours now. We will rest here, don't come disturb us. Or, it will be like this branch. As La Sung finished explaining with gestures, everyone from the Niem tribe looked towards the branch. He drew the heavenly wrath sword from his belt and swung it lightly. The branch snapped and fell to the ground between the two of them. The small ice columns on the branch also shattered. Got it? La Sung calmly sheathed his sword. Everyone from the Niem tribe held their breath. Niem Mo frowned slightly. The young leader in front was very arrogant, very domineering, completely unwilling to reason, but he truly had the right to be arrogant. In terms of manpower or weapons, the Niem tribe couldn't compare to his tribe. Strength is the foundation for a fair negotiation. When the power disparity between the two sides is too great, it's not a negotiation but an announcement and being informed. Dare not to listen, get beaten up, you believe that? Lasung didn't care whether the other side understood or not. He flaunted his sharp weapon and then turned back. He was even confident enough not to look back, because if anyone intended to harm him, dozens of bows in the opposing formation would turn that person into a hedgehog. Lasung returned. After a bit of chaos, it was already afternoon. He disbanded the formation, dispersing the archers around to keep watch, then ordered everyone to start cleaning up the camp, gathering dry firewood, and digging some snow to start a fire for cooking. After 2 days of travel, they finally got to eat hot food today. Everyone worked enthusiastically, while the Neum tribe members in the distance dared not approach nor leave, just standing far away watching what these uninvited guests wanted to do. Neum. Mo felt very frustrated and also very depressed. After all, he was the leader of a tribe of 1,000 people, but was being shown off by a kid who had just come of age. But he didn't dare to resist. He hated himself, because when facing Lasung, he had lost his nerve. He and the old shaman of the tribe sat cross-legged in a fur tent. Under them was a layer of dry grass and thick fur. In the middle was a fire pit dug right there. The firewood inside was slowly burning. The two sat facing each other, not saying anything, but the tent was not quiet. People frequently came in and out reporting military situations. Leader, shaman, the people at the foot of the mountain were not running around. They tied ropes to the surrounding trees, forming a large circle. All their people were inside that circle. Leader, those people started to clean the ground. Picking up firewood, they had started a fire. It seemed they were preparing to cook. The leader set up a few tents, and inside the circle, there were people, with weapons guarding outside. After waiting a while, the scout returned with good news. Leader, that person sent someone to find us, saying they can save the person shot in the leg, with weapons guarding outside. After waiting a while, the scout returned with good news. Leader, that person sent someone to find us, saying they can save the person shot in the leg, must become enemies with their own tribe. So leader, who exactly are they? How do they have such powerful weapons? Oh, and they have something that can float on water, carrying many people. If we had that too, maybe we could leave this mountain. That way, no matter how high the water rises, flooding the mountain, we wouldn't have to worry. The old shaman shared his opinion, not knowing if this idea was feasible or not. Neumod's eyes lit up after hearing this. Exactly. If we could get that, of course, he knew this was impossible. Moreover, even if they gave them a boat, was feasible or not. Neumod's eyes lit up after hearing this. Exactly. If we could get that, of course, he knew this was impossible. Moreover, even if they gave them a boat, but what to give? Nemu thought quickly, considering the feasibility of the plan. Finally, he opened his eyes, a flash of light shone, and he immediately made a decision. The shaman was right. Maybe we can negotiate with them, to let them take us off this deadly mountain. I will meet that leader again myself. On the other side of the slope, several triangular white tents have been set up. The frame is made of branches and young trees cut on the spot. The tent fabric is already prepared on the boat. Inside the tent is a long fire pit dug with a military shovel. On both sides, there are some racks made of branches used to dry the damp animal skin clothes. The girl is considered a sacrifice, sitting inside Lasung's tent with 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. On the ground lies a thick antelope hide. The 3 naked people huddle close together, sharing Lasung's bearskin cloak. Their clothes are drying on the rack next to the fire pit. There is still snow on the mountain, and the wood is slightly damp, not easy to ignite. But Lasung and the others brought tung oil, pouring some on and slowly drying the wood around. It's just that the smell of tung oil is a bit unpleasant. Not long after, Lasung came back from outside, carrying a large bowl of meat porridge along with a small makeshift spoon, which doesn't look very nice but is still usable. He handed the bowl of porridge to the girl and pointed at the 2 children sitting next to her, signaling that this is food for all 3 of them. The girl anxiously took the bowl of porridge. After Lasung showed her how to use the spoon, she tasted a bit of the meat porridge, which had a slightly salty flavor, and her eyes immediately lit up. The ingredients in the bowl of porridge are very familiar to her, with rice similar to that of the Neum tribe, dried meat, and even the taste of salt rock. These are all precious items. She didn't expect these people to have them, and moreover, they even have rice. Could it be that they also grow food? While the girl was pondering, she heard 2 gulping sounds next to her, the sound of the 2 children swallowing saliva. These 2 kids are hungry. Lasung stepped outside the tent, looking at the small tribal leaders standing high, observing the surroundings, and asked, "Do you still recognize the terrain around here? Have you found the place where the mountain collapsed last summer?" "Chief, we couldn't find it. Even this mountain is half submerged, and the familiar places around are almost completely flooded. We can't recognize anything. The leader of the Hoa tribe shook his head helplessly. The other small tribal leaders nodded in agreement. La Sung frowned, realizing he brought along a bunch of useless people, wasting food. Spring is approaching, and they still haven't resolved the issue of the stagnant water. This year is just a waste of time. Just then, from the direction of the Neum tribe that had just appeared, a group of people rushed out, a jumble of them, but they all stopped at a distance. Only the leader of the Neum tribe, leading a few people, advanced, and behind them, there were several people carrying an injured person hit by an arrow. Chief, the people from that tribe have come to treat the wounded. There are 6 men, one of whom is injured. Should we let them in? An archer on guard rushed to report to Le Sung. Yeah, bring them here. But they must be searched first. No weapons allowed. Surrender your weapons, and they will be returned when they leave. La Sung nodded and instructed, suddenly thinking, if they live on this mountain, they might know the surrounding terrain. If they help the actions of the Han tribe, wouldn't it be smoother? Thus, La Sung placed more importance on communicating with this tribe. When Nhu Mo and his companions arrived in front of La Sung, he no longer had an arrogant demeanor. Nhu Mo also needed the Han tribe's help, and this meeting between the two sides was very sincere. The large man who was hit by the arrow was still moaning in pain, his face pale, partly from blood loss and partly from pain. La Sung's arrow didn't break any bones, but the wound that pierced through his thigh was still significant. If it were summer, he could easily die. He was carried in front of La Sung and placed on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment looking at La Sung, but he still said nothing. Perhaps his leader had instructed him beforehand. La Sung naturally wouldn't treat this kind of wound himself. He called a man named Egza, who was from the former Egza tribe. The Egza tribe is skilled in medicine, equivalent to La Sung's Shenon tasting 100 herbs, having a natural talent for using various natural herbs. Therefore, La Sung intentionally let them develop in this direction, seeking more types of herbs for the Han tribe. This time, there was a healer from the Xa tribe in the group. Ordinary wounds are very easy for them to treat. With the sterilization and cleaning methods La Sung taught, along with the herbal powder they concocted, just a little while later, they had removed the arrow, cleaned the wound with warm water, and bandaged it with clean linen. That was it. Whether or not it would get infected depends on fate. But now the weather is still cold, which is quite favorable for wound recovery. Seeing his people being treated carefully, Nhu Mo naturally apologized to La Sung, saying that this wound was not La Sung's fault. They attacked first, and he had to thank La Sung for treating his people. La Sung certainly wouldn't admit his fault. Shooting you was well-deserved. Who told you to rush in without killing you on the spot? That was already giving you face. The two sat by the fire, struggling to communicate with gestures. After a while, someone brought La Sung a bowl of porridge. La Sung gestured to ask Nhu Mo if he wanted to try some. He was not polite and actually took a bowl while pointing at the people following him. Humph, this guy doesn't even skip a meal. La Sung couldn't help but look down on them. In fact, Nhu Mo wasn't that stingy. It was just that their lives were too difficult. The food reserves and edible animals on the mountain were dwindling. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought about live sacrifices. Live sacrifices can be interpreted in many ways, but the most important reason is to reduce one mouth to feed, right? Doing so can also lessen the burden on the tribe. Even if the sacrifice is unsuccessful, it still benefits the tribe. In fact, Nhu Mo understood this very well, but when he also received a bowl of porridge and carefully observed the food in the bowl, because he recognized that there was rice in the bowl, which he couldn't mistake. The Yin tribe is also a rice-growing tribe, with a history of rice cultivation for at least a dozen generations. How could he not recognize what was in the bowl? It's just that the rice in the bowl is slightly different from that of the Neum tribe. The two sat by the fire, struggling to communicate with gestures. After a while, someone brought La Sung a bowl of porridge. La Sung gestured to ask Nhu Mo if he wanted to try some. He was not polite and actually took a bowl while pointing at the people following him. Humph, this guy doesn't even skip a meal. La Sung couldn't help but look down on them. In fact, Nhu Mo wasn't that stingy. It was just that their lives were too difficult. The food reserves and edible animals on the mountain were dwindling. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought about live sacrifices. Live sacrifices can be interpreted in many ways, but the most important reason is to reduce one mouth to feed, right? Doing so can also lessen the burden on the tribe. Even if the sacrifice is unsuccessful, it still benefits the tribe. In fact, Nhu Mo understood this very well, but when he also received a bowl of porridge and carefully observed the food in the bowl, Nhu Mo was immediately moved, because he recognized that there was rice, which he couldn't mistake. The Yin tribe is also a rice-growing tribe, with a history of rice cultivation for at least a dozen generations. How could he not recognize what was in the bowl? It's just that the rice in the bowl is slightly different from that of the Neum tribe. The rice of the Neum tribe is round, glutinous rice, while the rice of the Han tribe is oval, slightly long, but that doesn't matter, as long as the hands is different from theirs. Nhu Mo thought so. So he set the bowl of porridge down and took out a leather pouch from his chest to give to La Sung, his expression very serious, as if the pouch contained a priceless treasure. When La Sung looked closely, he was immediately astonished. It was a pouch of unprocessed rice, but it didn't look like the kind he was eating. La Sung was excited to have a new type of agricultural product and immediately ordered people to prepare gifts in return. Not long after, someone brought a pouch of white salt, which La Sung handed to Nhu Mo. "This is for you." Nhu Mo hadn't expected to receive a gift in return. Initially, he only intended to exchange seeds and agricultural techniques for La Sung's fleet to take his entire tribe away. However, the plan didn't keep up with the changes, as he didn't expect the Han tribe to also grow rice. When he opened the pouch and saw a pile of white powder, he was immediately confused. "What is this?" Seeing Nhu Mo's puzzled expression, La Sung had to let him taste it himself. The result was, of course, beyond discussion. He, like all the tribes that had eaten the Han's white salt, immediately regarded it as a treasure, hiding the pouch of salt in his chest, holding it tightly. But now he couldn't continue negotiating the terms, so Nhu Mo could only hope La Sung would be easy to talk to. "What is that?" In the twilight, Nhu Mo pointed to the two wooden boats by the shore and asked La Sung. "Boat?" La Sung answered with just one word. Nhu Mo repeated this new word a few times and then asked, "Can these boats take us away?" He gestured as he spoke. La Sung understood, thinking for a moment, taking them on 12 trips wouldn't even be enough, and time was getting tight, so he didn't have time to arrange all the boats to carry the Nhu tribe. "That won't work, we have other important things to do." "Oh, like what?" Nhu Mo asked curiously. "The water level is rising, we're here to make it recede," La Sung explained with gestures. This time it was Nhu Mo's turn to be astonished. It turned out these people were also here because of the rising water, but the Han tribe's solution was completely different from theirs. One side was about offering sacrifices to the gods, while the other said to rely on themselves to make the water recede. La Sung's explanation made Nhu Mo very impressed, but would it really work? La Sung knew he definitely didn't believe it, and didn't understand what to do, so he sent someone to fetch a bucket of water. He pulled out a short knife from behind and began to dig. La Sung was making a simple model, which included rivers and mountains. When the water was brought, he began to ask to pour water from upstream. The water flowed along the river. Everything was peaceful and undisturbed. Then, La Sung suddenly asked to increase the amount of water poured in to simulate a flood. Immediately, as the flood rushed through the valley between two mountains, La Sung pushed over a mountain. Rocks and dirt fell to block the river, but the water from upstream kept flowing, increasing more and more, eventually forming a stagnant pool. In this small pool of the model, there was a pile of dirt half submerged. La Sung pointed at that pile of dirt and then pointed at the mountain they were standing on. Instantly, Nhu Mo's eyes lit up, because he understood. Even without understanding the language, La Sung's three-dimensional model had made Nhu Mo, who witnessed it firsthand, awaken and immediately grasp the cause of the current situation. Next, La Sung took a leaf and pointed towards the boats on the shore. Nhu Mo nodded in understanding. He had understood the rules of the model game. This leaf represented the boats. Then La Sung took the leaf downstream to the island. Then the boat circled around, finally finding the place where the mountain collapsed. La Sung pushed the rocks, blocking the way there. The long-accumulated water found an outlet. The water level began to drop quickly, and eventually became a river again. La Sung tossed the leaf aside, washed his hands, and said seriously, "We find that place, open it up, and restore the river." This time, La Sung's sand model was very successful. First, under the condition of not understanding the language, this method was very intuitive and easy to understand. Moreover, what La Sung said was quite understandable for the Yinhan people. The history of growing glutinous rice among the Yinhan tribe had lasted over 10 generations. Throughout that time, they had continuously expanded and migrated. They were like nomads on the prairie, always following the rivers. Therefore, they were not unfamiliar with the hydrological situations of inland rivers. Floods had appeared many times in their ancestors' memories, but each time they raged for a while and then quickly receded. However, this time the situation was completely different. Previous floods had receded, but this time the water kept surging. They didn't understand the reason. The reason was that when the first flood occurred, they had run up to the high mountains to take shelter. Then when they wanted to check the situation, they were surrounded by water on the mountaintop. At this point, watching La Sung's sand model, Nhu Mo, who was familiar with the hydrological conditions of the inland rivers, immediately understood his point. If everything was really as this young leader said, then they truly had a chance to use their own strength to solve the water problem. That might be impossible for the Han tribe, but the Han tribe had many boats, even bringing over 400 grown men from very far away. Moreover, the Han tribe also possessed many sophisticated weapons, so their tools must be quite good. Otherwise, how could they create such marvelous tools like boats? Thinking of this, Nhu also felt excited. Perhaps the things they couldn't solve with sacrifices could be accomplished by the Han tribe with their own hands. Back and forth, if the Han tribe couldn't do it, then if they could befriend each other, they could eventually leave here on their boats, manage the water or leave. Let's be real. If the Han tribe can't do it, then if they can bond with each other, they could eventually leave on their own boats, manage the land or just leave. Right now, both paths of survival depend on the Han clan. Offering prayers to the gods is no longer feasible. Reality has proven that the deities do not help them at all. It's better to place hope in things that can be seen and touched. Your way is good, but if it really is caused by a landslide, can you even move? Nan Mao has calmed down but still asks the most important question. Although Le Sung's method is great, can it actually be implemented? This is uncertain compared to risking everything to govern. In fact, he still wants to leave this place more. Whether to go with the flow or not has nothing to do with me. If I had a boat, I wouldn't have come here to cause trouble. I'd rather find a new place to settle down. This is actually the difference between the Duc clan and the Han settlers. After all, their worldviews are different. This creates limits on the development of the Duc clan. If they can't learn to farm deeply and settle down in a day, they won't be able to exploit the surrounding resources anytime soon. For example, in metallurgy, they might have actually discovered a metal mine, but after 2 or 3 years of research, if the tribe migrates again, how can they make progress in this lifetime? But the Han clan is different. They are a settled agricultural society, and all their assets are tied to the land. Thousands and thousands of labor hours, it takes 3 years to build their home. Can it just be said in words? Therefore, to continue stabilizing there, the Han must solve the water issue. Compared to Han Mao simply running away, La Sung feels utterly helpless. He doesn't want to manage this, but there are no other options. In this world, nothing is difficult. Only fear the people with heart. As long as they think hard, they will definitely find a way. La Sung said very seriously. Although Nan Mao couldn't understand La Sung's words, he could still see the determination and seriousness on La Sung's face. There was no other way. Once they couldn't leave immediately, they could only help these people manage the water. This doesn't mean Nan Mao is very proactive. It's just that later, if they can't govern, when the Han clan leaves, they will also have a reason to go together. This can be seen as a card in hand. So, what can we help with? Nan Mao gestured to ask again. La Sung had been waiting for this, pointing to the gap he had just pushed on the sand model, saying that their people currently can't find this place. If you've lived here long, you must know about the river below. This spot forms a dam to block the water, and there must be a place downstream that is blocked. Therefore, finding the landslide point isn't difficult. Just follow the old river path. After La Sung explained and guided several times, Nan Mao finally understood La Sung's meaning and assured that he would take charge of this matter. After all, the Tum Nahan tribe migrated upstream. How could they not know the way down? Although it's currently flooded and can't be seen, as long as the mountains are still there, he can still find the approximate location. Then Nan Mao asked La Sung how many people he needed. La Sung thought for a moment. Then Han clan's people wouldn't know how to row a boat, nor would they know how to use their tools. There are communication barriers, so relying on them to work is impossible. They can only have a few guides, 1 or 2 people will be enough. Seeing La Sung hold up 2 fingers, Nan Mao, just enough, 2 people are needed. This way, if there's any danger, the loss won't be great. The main thing is to participate. As long as they can take their people away when the time comes, that's good. The 2 sides agreed to cooperate, and Nan Mao didn't stay long. He still needed to return to inform the healer and the tribe and decide who would be the guides. After bidding farewell to La Sung, he told the 4 people following him to take the injured back. At this moment, it was just at sunset. Those who had eaten began to lie down to sleep in the earth pits. They would sleep for a few hours to later switch shifts with the guards. This earth pit is the sleeping method that La Sung taught everyone. This is knowledge he learned in the army in his previous life. When there are no tents and no time to set up shelters, one can simply dig a pit in the ground, just enough for a person to lie down, then light a fire inside the pit and on both sides, wait for the fire in the pit to go out. Cover it with a thin layer of dirt, straw, and animal skin, and then one can lie in there to sleep. This method is to drive away insects and warmth, and because there is a campfire nearby, it can also prevent wild beasts from coming close. If there are no tools for digging, making a pit is also very convenient. But La Sung doesn't need it because as the leader, he has his own tent. When he entered the tent, the clothes roasting by the fire had been wrapped up by the girls. The 2 children had also finished putting on their clothes. The 3 of them huddled together, all wrapped in a large bearskin coat of La Sung. The 2 children were dozing off, holding the kids, and the girl was also asleep. Only under the firelight did her fluttering eyelashes reveal the truth that she was pretending to sleep. Wrapped up like this and still pretending to sleep, are you afraid I'll eat you? La Sung chuckled softly, not saying it out loud. Seeing the empty bowl by the fire still very clean, and there was no water, naturally, it couldn't be washed. Then it can only mean that you licked it too clean, right? Shaking his head in exclamation, La Sung also lay down on the opposite side, covering himself with a gray-white antelope skin, holding a long sword and a short knife, and also closed his eyes to sleep. Perhaps not hearing any movement, the girl who always pretended to sleep opened her eyes, staring at La Sung, both curious and scared, not knowing whether in her heart she was cursing La Sung for being beastly, or that he was not as beastly. Meanwhile, in the tent on the mountaintop, Nan Mao was attentively listening to the healer's story. He had told the healer about the method of governing the water that La Sung had just mentioned, and said that he had agreed on a cooperation plan with that leader, in which the Yanhan clan would send 2 people to guide them. When Nan Mao spoke with the healer, there were no language barriers, so she also closed her eyes to sleep. Maybe she didn't hear the noise, but the girl who always pretended to be asleep opened her eyes, staring intently at La Sung, both curious and scared, not knowing if she was cursing La Sung for being beastly or if he was less than a beast. Meanwhile, in the tent on the mountaintop, Nan Mao was listening intently to the healer's story. He had told the healer about the water treatment method that La Sung just mentioned, and said that he had agreed on a cooperation plan with that leader, in which the Nhan tribe would send 2 people to guide them. When Nhan Mao spoke with the healer, there was no language barrier, so, even without La Sung's sand model, the healer understood what was happening. Whether La Sung could cure the water or not was something an old man couldn't determine, but sending only 2 people from the tribe wasn't a significant loss. In the end, who knows, they might even be able to ride on their boat, so how could they not be happy about that? Therefore, the Nan tribe also expressed their agreement. The 2 leaders of the Nan tribe unified this policy. One night passed without incident. The next morning, La Sung was awakened by 2 children. The boy, not even 2 years old, had forgotten about being sacrificed by the adults after a deep sleep, and as soon as morning came, he crawled up and stood in front of the campfire to relieve himself. He sprinkled his urine on the remaining embers, causing smoke to billow everywhere, filling the tent with a foul smell. The child stood there giggling, bouncing his little butt while laughing. La Sung was driven outside by the stench. It was already bright out. Some members of the tribes were still sleeping in the dirt pit, while early risers were changing shifts, gathering firewood, and collecting snow to prepare breakfast. La Sung wiped his face with a handful of snow and then checked around the area, finding everyone safe, and then began waiting for breakfast. When it was bright enough, after cooking the porridge, those who had been sleeping were called to wake up. La Sung also went inside the tent to wake 3 people up for breakfast. Children usually sleep late, but when they heard there was food, they groggily got up. This time they ate outside, and each person was given a bowl of porridge. La Sung sat around the campfire with everyone, eating while explaining the arrangements for the day. They wouldn't stay here forever, but it could be considered a resting place. Moreover, today there would be 2 guides from the local tribes to show everyone the way. The success rate of this plan was very high. Those participating in the action had to give their all. Returning to the tribe naturally required their rewards. Finally, La Sung glanced at the girl sitting next to him. She was holding a large bowl to feed the 2 children porridge, occasionally looking at the hand people as they listened to La Sung talk to them. The girl still didn't know where these people came from, what they intended to do, and seemed a bit confused. La Sung broke off a piece of hot bread and handed half to her. The girl immediately took it and took a bite. The 2 children also immediately called for La, wanting to eat, no longer interested in the porridge. Everyone laughed heartily, especially those from Han Duong Fan, who also had women and children in their families just like that. Seeing this scene, they surely felt a bit sentimental. Are you planning to return to your tribe or continue with us? La Sung pointed towards the Nhan tribe and then towards his group and the boats on the shore. The girl couldn't speak Han but used actions to express her thoughts. She set the bowl down, hugged La Sung's arm tightly, and tugged at the bearskin coat she was wearing as if to say, "This is your gift to me. I'm not giving it back. I will go with you." La Sung glanced towards the distant mountain peak. Taking one person along wasn't a big deal, but what he really wanted was to take the entire Nhan tribe with him. Turning back, La Sung said nothing, quickly finished his meal, and told everyone to start packing up. Even so, today they wouldn't need to move everything. Just sending out 10 boats would suffice, while the rest would stay behind to guard. La Sung also sent someone to contact Nan Mao, asking him to lead the guides over. Not long after, Nan Mao personally brought someone over. "Do you really want to come with us?" La Sung asked in surprise. "I didn't expect this person to be so brave." Nan Mao nodded. "If you can go, I can go too." La Sung smiled and said nothing, letting them board the boat. As a result, the girl also ran over, with the two children behind her, determined to go with La Sung, afraid he would leave them behind. Bringing them along would definitely be quite cumbersome, but looking at the others left on the shore and the Enhan people, La Sung decided to take them on the boat. After all, this trip was just for reconnaissance, and it wouldn't have any impact. So everyone began to head southeast under Han Mao's guidance. Looking at the direction Han Mao pointed, La Sung nodded silently. From this point, heading southeast was the downstream direction of the Nhu Duong River. These two rivers seemed to connect, eventually forming a large river. This area to the south was all mountains, like a tall wall, concentrating all the water here. This also explains why newcomers in late autumn traveled from the south to Nhu Duong County, while the area of expanded water to the northwest was filled with large forests, many ancient trees half submerged in water, looking from afar like a swamp. While the fleet was moving, La Sung called the commander on another boat. It was a boy from the Eagle tribe responsible for communicating with the eagles. Hearing La Sung's call, the boy lifted the bone whistle hanging around his neck, blew out a sharp call, continuous and rhythmic. Not long after, indeed, a large eagle appeared in the sky, circling above everyone. At that moment, La Sung was also busy, taking out his small notebook along with a pen made from a reed, dipping it in river water, and writing a letter to Han Nui and Han Dung Fan, informing him that all plans were going smoothly and that he had encountered a tribe with thousands of people that could be recruited, asking him to prepare to receive them in Han Dung Fan. After finishing the letter, La Sung rolled the paper up and stuffed it into a tube as thick as his arm, sealing it with animal skin and rope, then stood on the boat holding the tube up. The eagle in the sky also cooperated very well, diving down immediately, only slowing its wings when it got close to everyone, finally grabbing the tube and soaring back up into the sky towards the Han tribe. Those on the boat only saw it like a black cloud descending. Just now, the giant bird, although larger than many ancient beasts, had a wingspan of 91 meters, could be recruited, asking him to prepare to receive them in Han Dung Fan. After finishing the letter, La Sung rolled the paper up and stuffed it into a tube as thick as his arm, sealing it with animal skin and rope, then stood on the boat holding the tube up. The eagle in the sky also cooperated very well, diving down immediately, only slowing its wings when it got close to everyone, finally grabbing the tube and soaring back up into the sky towards the Han tribe. Those on the boat only saw it like a black cloud descending. Just now, the giant bird, although larger than many ancient beasts, had a wingspan of 91 meters, enough to cover the entire boat, causing the girl and the appearance on the boat to be terrified and shaken. But when they saw that this eagle was called by La Sung, both couldn't help but look at La Sung with different eyes. This tribe can actually tame animals. However, what Nan Mao found interesting was not just that. He was also curious about the paper and pen that La Sung had just used along with the characters that La Sung had written. It was a tribe that had unlocked the type of farming, and Nan Mao's vision and thinking were somewhat advanced. Many things that others couldn't understand, he had his own perspectives. What was that just now? Nan Mao curiously asked La Sung. Paper, pen, Chinese characters, letters. La Sung simply replied that this is the difference of the Han tribe. Through simple exchanges and guesses, Nan Mao had a new understanding. The language of the Han tribe is very advanced because they have different names for everything and can use corresponding Chinese characters to replace them. This definitely shows a top-level language proficiency, much stronger than the Nan tribe, who only know how to call this and that all day. Someone calls someone else, please do this. Saying it like that, if you don't live together a lot, who would understand? Is this the issue of language not evolving enough? But what the Han tribe excels at is that they can name anything in Chinese. No need to say this or that anymore. Moreover, the Han tribe also invented symbols corresponding to the language, which can even be used to convey information between two places, which is even more astonishing. At this moment, admiration and a bit of fear rose in Nan Mao's heart. This tribe must be very strong. Oh right, this tribe can also produce white salt and their clothes look like they are woven from many small threads together. This makes others feel even more amazing. The fleet of 10 boats continued to move southeast throughout the morning. Then, under Han Mao's command, the fleet circled around a mountain and finally reached a large road, with cliffs on both sides and an unpredictable water level. Here, it couldn't even be called the Great River. It could be said to be a canyon. When the fleet moved to around 3 in the afternoon, between the continuous cliffs, La Sung finally saw the rockfall. The river here had indeed been blocked. As La Sung commanded the fleet to approach, he climbed onto a large rock. Looking down, he could only see the valley that had now revealed the entire riverbed, with countless cracks on its surface. If the flood upstream rises at the same time, the downstream water would be blocked. It would definitely create a scene of severe drought. La Sung stood on the large rock, unable to help but sigh. Under this downstream, who knows how many trees and animals have died of thirst. However, on the cracked riverbed in the distance, there were some shiny things that caught La Sung's attention. In the valley, beyond the broken stones, there was a place on the cracked riverbed shining brightly. At this moment, it was afternoon, under the clear sky. The riverbed downstream looked like a beach full of spider webs. Duc Tho, everyone take 20 people over to check it out. I feel like there's something down there in the riverbed. La Sung stood on a large rock like a house, addressing the fleet on the other side. Yes, Duc and Luke responded. The two led the crew to prepare their gear, and began to cross the barrier blocking the water flow. They found the landslide of the earth dam right at La Sung's feet. These were large stones that had fallen from the high cliffs on both sides, plus tree trunks washed down from upstream and a large amount of mud, forming a natural dam blocking the river flowing southeast. It can be considered a river level. Anyway, the water surface area in the Liaoyang area upstream is about 180 meters, and in the wider spots, it can reach 200 meters. Even the narrowest part of the Yangtze River in my previous life was only about 180 meters. This natural dam is high, and currently, the water level inside the dam is still about 2 meters below the top. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dam, the distance from the top to the cracked riverbed is up to 10 meters, which can be called a cliff, but there's no need to bother diving down from here, no ropes needed. When it was first formed due to the landslide, the stones only created the frame of the dam. Later, a large amount of mud spilled out from the cracks. This mud is now gathered on the other side of the dam, forming a natural slope, becoming the final barrier blocking the water flow. Luc and Duc had climbed up the dam and followed the muddy slope to the riverbed. The riverbed here seemed dry, with dense cracks, but since it was near the water source, it was still very soft. With each step, their feet sank down to half a meter. As they went down the slope and saw the shimmering light on the riverbed, it couldn't help but make their hearts race. There was no water on the riverbed, but it was full of large and small metal grains. Under the afternoon sun, they shone with a brilliant golden hue that made it hard to open their eyes. For these golden metal grains, Luc and Duc definitely recognized them. Since the early days of the Han tribe, they had refined gold many times, and now this looked exactly like gold and was extremely heavy, impossible to mistake. This is gold. Refining gold is no easy task. First, you have to go up the mountain to chop wood, then bring it down by carrying it or using oxen and horses. When the wood is dry, it must be put into the furnace to turn into charcoal. The ore also has to be crushed and ground, and only after everything is prepared can you refine a furnace of gold. But now, under their feet, this empty riverbed was full of gold grains, some as big as corn kernels, others as small as sand, but the heavy golden color, they definitely couldn't be mistaken. Therefore, everyone spread out like they were planting rice in spring, bending down and constantly searching, not only on the riverbed but also in the cracks, even in the soft mud layers. They used their hands to dig up a patch and rubbed it, also feeling that there were quite a few hard grains inside. If they dug out this pile of mud and washed it in water, they would definitely get quite a bit of clean gold. Everyone sent down by La Sung thought the same way. While everyone was busy down there, La Sung didn't have time to wait. It was already mid-afternoon, and they had been rowing all day. Now, whether to return or find a place to rest for the night was a problem. How could they have time to stay down there working? La Sung cupped his hands to shout down to the group below. Stop searching. Everyone come back. We've found this spot already. No need to waste any more time. Hearing the call, the group below couldn't bear to leave anything behind. Some even brought back mud from the river. As they rushed up the slope, they immediately shouted, "Elder, there's copper down there, a lot of copper." Soon after, one by one, they respectfully brought out what they had gathered over the past half day to show La Sung. Their dirty hands, just pulled from the mud, were filled with shiny metal grains. If La Sung had seen this scene in his past life, he would have been incredibly excited. But now he was also very excited but didn't show it on the outside. When he first saw the riverbed, La Sung felt that there could be gold there, he just wasn't sure. But with his subordinate's confirmation, his confidence grew stronger. And why? Because only the chemical properties of gold are stable enough to maintain a pure state in nature without reacting chemically with other substances. If it were gold-plated copper soaked in water, it would eventually rust green, while gold would always be gold, shining everywhere. Gold-plated copper, if buried, would only wait to rust. But now, witnessing everyone offering gold to him, La Sung's little heart raced, but he quickly calmed down. It's just gold. What's the big deal? In this world, all the rules are set by oneself. If gold isn't considered money, then these piles of shiny gold at his feet are worthless. All right, let's find a bag to put it in first. We can figure it out later when we get back. Everyone, let's leave this place first. This isn't a spot for conversation. La Sung looked up at the narrow alley above. Knowing that the stones under his feet had just fallen from there, He shouldn't let bad luck happen and get hit by a heavy stone. Hearing the elder's words, those who were excited about finding the metal now admire the elder even more. Look at their leader. We see how excited they got over the copper, while the elder remained calm, as if everything had been predicted or he didn't care about that gold, making people unable to help but admire him. That was the gap between them and the elder. Everyone began to board the boat again. Meanwhile, beside Le Sung, Na Mao looked at the large dam in front of him, feeling a sense of wisdom rising in his heart. Yesterday, La Sung had shown him a simulation. With just a gentle clap, the obstacles blocking the water flow were cleared away. But today, seeing the reality, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. This dam was nearly 80 meters long, with a height difference of about 2 meters, and the water was of unknown depth. Some were as small as a grinding stone. Some were as big as an old cow or a giant elephant, the largest as big as a house. Such large stones completely blocked the river. Could the 400 people Le Sung brought really clear the river? Perhaps even his own tribe wouldn't be enough. If they couldn't solve it, it would be best to find a way to leave. Thinking of this, Na Mao immediately smiled, looking towards La Sung, the only one who had the authority to decide this. Elder Han, it's too big here. No matter how many people come, they can't move it, so what do you plan to do next? This question from Na Mao seemed to be asking Le Sung, but in reality, it was a trap for Le Sung. As long as La Sung said he couldn't do it and could only go back, then he would be able to propose some price to have La Sung help transport them to another place to make a living. But in reality, La Sung definitely had a way. Even if he couldn't clear the entire dam, creating a hole to release the flood downstream wouldn't be a problem. But La Sung wouldn't say that. After several interactions with Na Mao, he understood what Na Mao was thinking, just wanting to borrow his boat to leave. But La Sung was also thinking similarly. This was a tribe of thousands, with nearly 300 adult men, now stuck on a deserted island, unable to leave. They would just wait to die. But who was La Sung? Even if Na Mao didn't propose the idea of leaving, he would find a way to persuade them to go. Who wouldn't want more people? So, although La Sung currently had a way to solve the water issue, he couldn't handle it immediately. If in a few days the water level dropped and the river recovered, perhaps the tribe wouldn't want to leave anymore. Now that this person had actively brought it up, La Sung also had the perfect opportunity to refuse. Why not take it? No, there must be a way. There definitely is a way. We can make this place passable, La Sung excitedly said, pointing to Na Mao, who secretly laughed in his heart. If he could clear it, then just go ahead. 2. It seemed that his outfit was quite luxurious, and he had many soldiers, but when faced with this issue, he had no solution. He was still too young. After all, the elder had to maintain his dignity, unwilling to bow his head and admit his incompetence in front of others. I can understand this. This was La Sung's strategy, initially insisting on opening the river. Now that they had arrived, if he directly gave up, it would be too fake. He had to act a bit like a young person, so Na Mao wouldn't suspect and fall into his hands. Sure enough, after hearing La Sung's persuasive words, combined with his somewhat flustered expression and a bit of anger, wasn't that the typical reaction of young people when faced with unexpected situations? Na Mao, initially insisting on opening the river, now they had reached a point where giving up directly would be too fake, so they had to act a bit more like the youth, so Na Mao wouldn't suspect and fall into their hands. Sure enough, hearing La Sung's persuasive words, along with his dramatic expression and a bit of anger, wasn't that a typical reaction of young people when faced with unexpected situations? Na Mao, feeling happy while thinking about La Sung's thoughts. Little did he know that La Sung was the real hunter, while his intellect was merely like that of a fox. Although La Sung's sulking was his own business, Na Mao still had to say what needed to be said. He didn't want to take risks waiting to die with La Sung here. So Elder Han, you can stay here to find a way, but to open this path, it will take some time. It's better to take advantage of the next few days. He sent someone by boat to take my tribe upstream, making it easier for us to find a place to settle. Your tribe is so large, this request surely cannot be refused. Of course, if Elder Han wants us to exchange something for it, that's not a problem. As long as we can offer something from the Na tribe, we will definitely not hold back. Na Mao sincerely spoke to La Sung, praising him while also setting conditions. In his eyes, a young person like La Sung had some strength and surely loved being complimented. La Sung, of course, did not disappoint Na Mao. He showed off how truly exceptional he was. Oh, isn't it just taking your people upstream? Such a small matter is nothing to me. As for any kind of repayment, what do you have to offer? What I have, you don't, and what you have, we don't care about. La Sung immediately jumped into the next part of the script. He had guessed what Na Mao would say next. Surely it would be another strong praise. Sure enough, Na Mao did not disappoint La Sung. This old fox ultimately could not escape his own trap. Ha ha ha, Elder Han is truly impressive. You're so young yet have such a strong tribe. Our Na tribe really cannot compare. Thank you for taking us upstream this time, but regarding repayment, I hope Elder Han will definitely accept it. Our Na tribe, after all, is not as good as the Han tribe, but as long as we have Elder Han, just one word from you, I will definitely keep my promise. Nam Mao looked as if he would not let you help for free, seeing how sincere I am with you. La Song also cooperated, looking at Nam Mao with a very sarcastic expression, as if looking at a poor person, implying that you have nothing to save yourself with, so what else do I want to see? But this time, La Song did not refuse outright. Oh, I really have no interest in your stuff, but if you want to give it like that, let me think about it some more. After all, taking all of you away isn't something that can be done in 1 or 2 days. If I remember anything then, I'll let you know. La Song waved his hand, showing his generosity. This feeling was really nice. Nam Mao was delighted to hear La Song agree, hurriedly praising the young leader who was nearly his age, treating it as if he were coaxing a child. What kid doesn't like to show off and brag? Isn't that normal? Ha ha ha. The two of them, one praising and the other pretending to be naive, signaled and exchanged words with each other. Little did they know that the boat had drifted for a few hours. Fortunately, spring was near, and the days were getting longer. Since they had discovered the route during the day, the return journey was also quicker. By the time the sun had completely set over the lake, 2 crescent moons hung in the sky, and the boat that had set off today returned to the camp on the small island. Nam Mao's dinner was still at the Han tribe's camp, primarily to discuss with La Sung about taking the Na tribe away. Nam Mao didn't understand the logistics of transporting boats, nor did he know the situation upstream, so he naturally had to follow La Sung's arrangements. La Sung suggested taking 300 people each time because each boat could only carry 400 people. But the Na tribe's people couldn't hang on to the boat, so the boat had to have 100 people from the Han tribe to hang on and lead the way, needing to be divided into 4 to 5 trips to complete, with each round trip taking 4 days, aiming to finish by the beginning of next month. As for the destination of this trip, La Sung would take them to the Han tribe's residence. It was said that it was very safe there, with no enemies around, and there were many places for the Na tribe's people to stay. They could gather there and then search for new land together. La Sung's plan generally had no issues, and moreover, the Han tribe's residence was very safe, with no enemies. Nam Mao had no doubts about this at all. After all, the Han tribe had a large population, sharp weapons, and well-organized warriors. How could such a strong tribe have enemies around? But it was precisely for this reason that Nam Mao felt uneasy. The Han tribe has no enemies, but you are the biggest threat to us, right? You say you will bring a few hundred people to your tribe. Heh, they might not even arrive before being captured. By then, it would really be like they had reached your tribe. Nam Mao was very uneasy, so he cleverly raised his concerns. Elder Han, if our people come to your tribe, it won't affect you, right? Can you really ensure their safety? What's that saying? You don't even trust the strength of the Han tribe. If you don't trust, then how about this? Let's first send a group and you designate someone from your tribe to go with them on the boat, without anyone returning to report to you about the situation over there. Would that work? La Sung said angrily, feeling that Nam Mao doubting the strength of his tribe was an insult, and he felt dissatisfied. Hearing La Sung's proposal, Nam Mao's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good idea. Each time we send people, we'll call one person back to report what they see at the destination. That way, we won't have to worry about the Han tribe capturing our people without returning them. But just as Nam Mao was pleased, La Sung said something that made him feel very stingy, but there really was no reason to refuse. Helping your tribe take people is not a problem, but I must say beforehand, the food and clothing along the way also. La Sung said something that made him feel very stingy, but there was really no reason to refuse. Helping your tribe bring people was no problem, but I have to say up front, the food and clothing along the way. During the time we stayed with the Han tribe, food and clothing had to be taken care of by the brothers themselves. I was only responsible for bringing people, but if they arrive and starve or freeze to death, I won't take any responsibility. Hearing La Sung announce the evacuation plan would take more than 20 days, Nien Mao didn't delay any longer. When he returned to the tribe, he quickly summoned all the tribe members to prepare food. Anyway, La Sung had said not to worry about food and drink. Fortunately, the food storage of the Nien tribe was quite substantial, as they used slash-and-burn farming methods, so they didn't need too many hands. The yield depended heavily on the weather, so they could only expand the planting area, light a fire, scatter some seeds, but it still provided them with a good amount of food. The food was already available, they just needed to prepare a few days' worth of dry food and plenty of dried meat. Finally, it was time to select the first group to go. There were over 270 grown men in the Nien tribe. When spring arrived, plus the newly matured ones, there would definitely be over 300 people. These men were divided into 5 groups, each with 60 people, along with 240 women and children, just enough for a group of 300 people. La was also not idle during this time. He began arranging plans for everyone. After surveying the site and studying, the plan to build the dam still faced many difficulties. First was the workload. With a dam stretching 70 to 80 meters long, it certainly couldn't be cleared all at once. La Song planned to first tackle a part, find the weakest point, open a breach, and let the water flow out, then find a specific way to work, starting from the riverbank downstream, as it was easier to work there than on a small boat. Once he dug a hole downstream, he would proceed to blast from upstream. Of course, the amount of explosives might not be enough. What was left could only be sent by boat later to make do. Having made the decision, La Song returned to his tent to rest, as they would have to move in a few days. As soon as he entered the tent, there was 1 big and 2 small ones sleeping soundly inside. But as soon as La Song stepped in, the girl immediately sat up, looking quite alert. "Your tribe members will board the boat tomorrow to come to my tribe. Do you want to go with them?" La Song gestured to ask the girl, who understood and shook her head. Even though she knew that the Nian tribe now had a way to leave, definitely no longer being sacrificed to the river god, she still didn't want to part from La Song. After spending many days together, everyone could see that the Han tribe was stronger and wealthier. Joining the Han tribe later would definitely be better than the Nian tribe. Moreover, this year she had also matured, and if she didn't follow La Song during the migration, she would also find a way to go to another tribe to marry, meaning a marriage between the two sides. But those were all uncertain things. Who knows what tribe she would end up marrying into? While La Song was the one who saved her from the water, if she didn't follow him, who else would she follow? Even if La Song chased her away, she was determined not to leave. La Song saw her resolute attitude and didn't refuse. After all, she was the chosen priestess of the Nian tribe, and no matter what, she was the most beautiful girl in their tribe. She had a decent background. Bringing her back to his family wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, people like Duc Tho, Thi Dai, Hominut also didn't have just one woman, and their children were running around everywhere. La Song had married Nhu Duong, and after 3 years without children, it made quite a few people under him look askance. Now that the 3-year deadline with Nhu Duong had passed, La Song had also matured. At his current age, if calculated by Earth years, he would surely have graduated high school. He could manage some things now. But when he looked at the 2 kids beside the girl, La Song still wanted to send the 2 kids back to their parents to raise. La Song didn't want to take on 2 more burdens. He wasn't like Ki Dian, taking in a bunch of adopted children, among which there was no Lo Chin Tu. The girl looked at the 2 sleeping children beside her. Though she felt a bit reluctant, she still nodded in agreement with La Song's opinion. That night, while La Song was sleeping, the girl secretly slipped from the other side of the fire and crawled into La Song's arms. But what awaited her was La Song's sword, with an ivory handle and the short knife in his hand. "No, let's wait until we get back." La Song immediately rejected her. Even if he wanted to eat, it had to be from Nhu Duong first. After all, Nhu Duong was the girl La Song had taken care of for 3 years, rinsing her mouth with salt water, bathing regularly, requiring cleanliness, dressing, knowing Han language, writing Han characters, had been fed with white rice for 3 years like the wild girl in front of him. He really couldn't bear it. Rejected by La Song, the girl began to cry loudly. According to the customs of the Nian tribe, when 2 people are together, if the female is rejected by the male, it's not a good thing and will be looked down upon by others. "What's your name? Do you have a name?" "My name is La Song, and what about you?" Seeing the girl crying, La Song didn't feel much emotion. Feelings can't just happen naturally. This thing needs to be nurtured slowly, but he couldn't just let her sit there like that. "Well, let's chat a bit." A Hoa Min, the girl introduced herself in her tribe's local language, then took out a stone from her clothes. The stone was a bit larger than a coin, oval-shaped, very smooth, seemed like a pebble. But upon closer inspection, it appeared transparent, entirely displaying an orange color. And the most important thing was that this stone emitted a faint yellow light. It turned out to be a luminescent stone. La Song took the small stone, also very surprised. Luminescent stones on Earth weren't non-existent, but most of them emitted cold light, mainly blue and green. But to emit warm yellow light, La Song had never seen before, so he was naturally very surprised. After that, Hoa Min introduced this stone and her family background. This stone was passed down from her ancestors and was only given to women. This stone was left by her mother before she passed away. Just like that, Hoa Min not only inherited her mother's only asset, the luminescent stone, but also her mother's name. In fact, her mother's name was also Hoa Min. In other words, all the owners of this stone throughout history have been named Hoa Min. La Song was truly impressed. The name given was really no different from randomly assigning something as a name. A name that can be passed down through generations sounds more like a title or an identity. For example, an emperor, when he dies, the successor is still called the emperor, living on forever. Is that even a name? But La Sung didn't really care about this. As was his habit, he assigned surnames to the newly accepted tribesmen to distinguish their bloodlines. So, the girl's name from now on would be Nien Hua Min. That name doesn't quite fit. La Sung still felt like it was like the flypaper sold for 5 cents at the supermarket. So, La Sung changed her surname to Trun. Although the pronunciation was still the same, it felt much lighter than that sticky name. Just past midnight, La Sung was still awakened by the noise of the tribesmen. When La Hung stepped out of the tent, he saw his tribesmen beginning to arrange their gear and food. Meanwhile, outside the Han tribe's camp, Nyan Mo also had red eyes as he led a group of tribesmen. Clearly, he hadn't slept well either. Hundreds of people gathered outside the Han tribe's camp. Among them were those preparing to leave the Han tribe, and there were also people coming to see off their loved ones, with many children crying, creating a scene of painful separation. Seeing La Sung appear, Mi and Mo immediately approached. Han leader, when will our people set off? Wait until after we eat. Didn't you eat anything this morning? Along this route, there's nowhere to dock. We have to eat and sleep on the boat. Oh, right. You also need to bring some water. This river water has a lot of dead animals. Drinking it could be deadly. La Sung glanced at the tribesmen still eating and said to Nyan Mo, "What? We need to bring water?" Nyan Mo was stunned. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You just thought of it now that we're about to leave." But he didn't dare blame La Sung. After all, his tribesmen still needed the Han tribe to take them, so he hurriedly told his tribesmen to prepare clean water. Fortunately, there were quite a few bamboo on this hill, and they had used bamboo many times to make containers, so storing water for everyone for 2 days wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention La Sung also brought wooden water barrels, which could also store some clean water. By the time the sun fully rose, around 7 in the morning, everyone finally boarded the boat. This time, La Sung appointed a strong man as the team leader. With a total of 100 people, 5 people per boat, he was in charge of commanding and teaching the Nian tribe's tribesmen how to row. The other 3 boats were reserved for La Sung, who had more than 300 people with him. The Nian tribe's tribesmen stood on the shore waving goodbye. Nyan Mo also watched the group gradually drift away, and La Sung paid attention to Nyan Mo's arrangements this time. Among the first group to be transferred was the old shaman who had danced a few days ago, probably sent by Nyan Mo as a scout, but La Sung didn't care if an old man could ruin his plans. When the fleet was out of sight, the remaining 3 boats were also pushed into the water by the Han tribe's tribesmen. 80 people were ready and boarded the 3 small boats. This was already the weight limit. Han leader, where are they going? Nyan Mo felt a bit uneasy, thinking La Sung had some other plan. He asked La Sung, "Why ask?" "Of course, we're going to where we were yesterday. I have to take everyone over there. Only then can we plan to unlock those stones," La Sung said matter-of-factly. Nyan Mo finally relaxed, but he still didn't have much hope that La Sung would adjust the water. The Han tribe could do whatever they wanted, as long as they safely took their tribesmen away. The following events went quite smoothly. La Sung prepared 2 teams, one to take the Nian tribe's tribesmen and the other to send the scouts as team leaders to the dam to carry out the forced resettlement work. Their task was really simple, just to clear the mud downstream of the dam. Everything went according to plan. When the fleet transported the Nian tribe's migrants for a day, the scouts had already brought the first group of 60 people to the dam. They had crossed the dam and found a high spot near the riverbank downstream to set up camp temporarily. Then the remaining 20 people climbed back into the 3 wooden boats to return, waiting for the next day to send another 60 people over. 120 people had been sent over and began to follow La Sung's plan to develop the embankment. By the 3rd day, when La Sung sent people to that dam again, the fleet carrying the Nian tribe's tribesmen had also arrived at Nhu Duong City. After 2 days living on the boat, the Nian tribe's tribesmen were both excited and anxious. They were happy to finally leave that isolated island and could seek a new home upstream, but anxious about the uncertainty of the future, as well as the corpses they had seen along the way. If they couldn't leave smoothly, they might also become part of that. The continuous days of unrest and fatigue made them feel very exhausted, and many even felt seasick. After all, the environment was ungrounded, surrounded only by water. Not everyone could adapt to it, but fortunately, they persevered and finally arrived at the settlement of the Han tribe. Look over there are people, and there's also a large piece of land. Many people saw the settlement on the east bank of the Nhu Duong River and called out loudly. Indeed, there were many people there, and many earthen houses were emitting green smoke. There were also people standing by the river, drawing water, who waved when they saw the fleet approach, but the boat didn't stop and continued heading north, causing the Nian tribe's tribesmen to think they had arrived and started to get noisy. Why aren't we docking? Isn't that place the settlement for your people? I see they wear clothes, and they have hair. They look just like you." The tribal witch gestured excitedly to the strongman beside him, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation. "Actually, that is indeed our settlement. It's just that this is a new settlement, one of the Han tribe's settlements. It's not very safe there, as there are often wild beasts, and the place we need to go is just ahead." The strong man explained casually. Hearing this surprised the tribal witch, who stared at the strong man for a moment, somewhat doubtful of his words. Why doesn't the Han tribe have just one settlement? Shouldn't everyone in the tribe live in the same place? The more people there are, the safer it is, right? If the Han tribe has other people, why do they have to be separated? That is precisely the limitation in thinking. The witch, whose population had just surpassed 10,000, didn't understand that under conditions of limited production capacity, a piece of land can only support a certain number of people. But he didn't think too long. The strongman wasn't wrong, as they quickly discovered a new settlement on the other side of the river, which was even larger than the previous one. "Here we are. This is also one of the Han tribe's settlements," the strongman proudly told the tribal witch as they approached the entrance of the house. Meanwhile, on the Hanyang city wall, Hung Nat had been standing there early. Seeing the fleet dock, he immediately instructed to open the city gate and lower the bridge. A few days ago, he had received a letter from La Sung, guiding him to prepare to welcome the newcomers, while also arranging some follow-up activities on how to attract these people to the Han tribe. When the migrants from the Nian tribe set foot on land again after 2 days on the boat, they didn't know if it was because they had been sitting too long or if they were overwhelmed by the scenery of the Han tribe city. Many of them were trembling in their legs, in an instant filled with amazement, curiosity, fear, and a flood of thoughts. Since there was no port in Hanyang, a small boat like that didn't need a port. A few people could pull the boat ashore. The strong man led the Nian tribe members to the eastern city gate, handing them over to Hung Nat. The reception task was completed, and they needed to rest early, waiting to set out again tomorrow to find La Sung. Meanwhile, the task of receiving the migrants was completely handed over to Hung Nat. The houses in Hanyang were overcrowded, and the barracks could only accommodate 200 or 300 people, but the Nian tribe had over 1,000 people, cramming them all in. The only places left to shield from the wind and rain were 4 school buildings. Indeed, in the letter, La Sung had entrusted them to prepare a building for them to live in. The desks in the classrooms were just right to be put together to make beds. Oh, aren't they staying in tents? What are these made of? Is it made of earth? What kind of earth house is this? I see it's made of stone. Look, the stones on top are all dark blue. And these stones look really strange. They all seem the same. Oh, there are many monster horns and also wolves. Many Nian tribe members walked down the street in the city. They were amazed to see the orderly rows of houses of the Han tribe. There were also dogs wandering in the streets and alleys, including the vast farms in the livestock area. The cows, horses, and sheep leisurely strolling made them feel both scared and curious. When they were led to the square in the city center, seeing the unusually tall buildings and being informed that they would have to stay in there for the next month, many were speechless in surprise, followed by a loud cheer. Everything here was unimaginable to them, as if it were the kingdom of gods in a dream, and now they also had the chance to live here. How could that not excite everyone? The old witch of the Nian tribe stood by the classroom window on the 3rd floor, looking out over the entire Hanyang city, also overwhelmed to forget about his own matters. Why should he take care of his tribe members? Why should he be wary of the Han tribe? All were forgotten. Instead of thinking about those things, it was better to go explore how the windmill outside was spinning, why it kept spinning without anyone touching it, or if this was really the dwelling of the gods. Additionally, since there was no heating in the teaching building, they needed to provide some wild animal furs to keep them warm. Another important point was the issue of sanitation. Currently, there were no public restrooms in Hanyang, as each house had its own dry toilet. The need for public restrooms wasn't high, so they could only provide 2 sanitation buckets for each classroom to use. The sanitation buckets were placed in the corner near the window, one on each side, for them to take down the next morning, and then Hung Nat would use a cart to take them away. Regarding the regulations of the Han tribe, the people of the Nian tribe were also very cooperative, mainly because they were used to living in the wild, and now suddenly coming to a clean and tidy place like Hanyang City. They also showed caution, not daring to vandalize. This feeling was like someone who had never left the big mountain in their life, suddenly arriving in a 5-star hotel lobby in the city, looking at the glossy porcelain-tiled floor like a mirror, afraid of dirtying it if they accidentally stepped on it. The Nian tribe immigrants now felt similarly. Moreover, according to La Sung's instructions in the letter, Hu did not restrict the range of activities of these immigrants too much. Besides telling them to sleep in the building, they could also go outside to engage in activities like sunbathing, in the square next door or strolling on the main street. but they were not allowed to enter residential houses without permission. The warehouses could only be viewed from the outside. All immigrants were not allowed inside. But there was one most important thing. At night, there was a curfew. When the evening drum sounded, everyone had to return to their assigned rooms. There would be someone checking, and they were not allowed to go outside at night. Even so, this was enough to leave them in awe. Many immigrants, after settling into their classes, began to climb up and down the building, meticulously studying how this tall structure was built. After a day of novelty in the building, quite a few people started to explore outside to stroll around the square. At this time, the square was not empty. Winter in Nhu Duong City didn't require going outside to herd animals. All livestock were kept in the barn eating stored hay. So, the half-grown children could only find fun within the city. Kids naturally loved to play. No one would stay obediently at home for 4 months unless they were sick. So when the weather was clear, many children in the city gathered to play in the alleys and the square. At this time, the games Lasung had previously promoted, like tossing sandbags, playing soccer, and jumping rope, immediately attracted the immigrant kids. They didn't dare to casually approach and play with the well-dressed kids, but they couldn't stop themselves from enjoying watching from the sidelines. Many immigrant children gathered in groups of 3 or 5, sitting or standing idly nearby, just watching for half a day. They were filled with admiration, admiring those their age who had delicious food, nice clothes, and fun toys. Kids are like that, and adults are no different. No house in Nhu Duong City kept their doors closed during the day. People often went out to engage in activities, so immigrants had the chance to observe the daily lives of the Han people. Some were chopping wood at home, while others were carrying buckets to the well at the end of the alley to fetch water. Especially in the morning, the sight of households lining up to get water at the end of the alley even attracted the serious tribal shamans. They were curious. How could the deep hole in the ground never run out of water? Each alley had one, positioned similarly, clearly not something that could happen naturally. It must be that this tribe built it themselves, which made them even more curious. What shocked them was not just that. Some watched the windmills spinning, but at the carpenter's workshop, they saw something familiar. They didn't understand much about woodworking, but a few workers assembling wooden boats were very familiar to them. So, the boats they rowed were made here. They were really impressive, capable of making anything. Many people witnessing this felt an endless sense of wonder. Unfortunately, construction in Nhu Duong City had stopped. Otherwise, they would have seen the impressive infrastructure of the Han tribe. Besides, the most popular attraction was the livestock area. On both sides of the area were large warehouses, not only storing a lot of straw and dry grass, but also serving as a place to keep animals safe from the snow. Between the 2 rows of warehouses was a wide piece of land fenced off with a fence tall enough for a person. Many immigrant tribes gathered outside the fence, watching those from the grasslands tending to the livestock inside, cleaning the pens, providing fresh water and dry grass. When the weather was clear, they even let them out to exercise. The flock of sheep and antelope basked in the sun. A group of 20-some camels without humps huddled weakly in the corner of the fence, trembling. Even the crowd, the large herd of horses or the solitary rhinoceros, the camels did not dare to provoke. Meanwhile, the immigrants watching from outside didn't feel like they were at a zoo. It was more like wolves wandering into a flock of sheep, eyeing the fresh meat with drool. Even, with the strong smell of manure wafting from the fence, it couldn't deter their eager eyes. Modern people visiting a zoo might think, wow, that tiger looks fierce, really scary. But the immigrant tribes only thought about whether tiger meat tastes good, whether its fur is warm, and how many people it would take to hunt it. That was the current situation. They couldn't understand why the Han tribe built large houses for these animals, fed them with delicious food, and fenced off a wide area for them to play. So much meat, isn't it bad to kill and eat them? Until they were wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the sight of an 8- or 9-year-old boy riding the only white rhinoceros in the pen, galloping wildly, chasing the flock of sheep in a frenzy. Run! Bone, bone, run fast. I brought a round cabbage from home for you to eat. You have to finish it. I stole it from home, especially for you to satisfy your cravings. Eating dry grass every day must be boring, right? Let me tell you, you have to behave. Just like me, you see, I eat plain rice every day and never get tired of it. The chief once said, picky eaters aren't children. My mom often said that when I was little, I was often hungry, and plain rice was so good that I couldn't even get any. Riding Bon Bon, who was 2 years old, took a lap, and after getting sick, he lay on the pile of straw, tearing off pieces of the stolen cabbage to feed this increasingly plump animal. After getting sick, he also grew taller. After 3 years in the Han tribe, with plenty of food and good nutrition, he had already grown a foot and 3 inches. For nearly a year now, thanks to La Sung inventing pens and paper, he had been learning to write from La Sung. Thanks to La Sung's indulgence, he could take as much ink, paper, and brushes as he wanted, which others had not yet used. Bonbon lay beside him quietly chewing on each piece of fresh leaf. Fresh leaves like this are rare in winter. Seeing the cows and horses out, thinking this, Bonbon proudly roared at the livestock outside. Moo, but the immigrant tribes outside didn't see it that simply. Besides the sick friend and Bonbon, there were also a few people in the school practicing riding, mostly older kids. Only those close to adulthood had this opportunity, because they knew that only by learning more skills could they follow the great chief to do big things. Moreover, riding a horse looks impressive. If they couldn't learn it by spring to go courting, how would they dare to confess in front of the girl they liked? What if a neighbor's girl was snatched away by someone else? Oh, so they raised these animals not to kill and eat but for riding. That's right. What kind of beast is that? So tall and majestic to sit on. If we could also ride this beast, we could catch up with the horned animals while hunting. Sitting on its back, we could stab with a spear. I also want to learn to ride. The teenagers inside the fence rode their horses leisurely in circles, while the immigrants outside clung to the fence cheering. Oh, so they raise these animals not to kill and eat but for riding. Right, what kind of beast is that? It looks majestic, sitting up there. If we could ride this beast, we could catch up with the horned animals while hunting, sitting on its back and stabbing with a spear. I want to learn to ride beasts too. The teenagers in the enclosure were leisurely riding horses in circles, while the immigrants outside clung to the fence, shouting. Those who only knew how to hunt for food were shocked to learn that animals could also be tamed to serve humans. This was a huge shock to their worldview. While the elite were following La Sung's plan to reshape the worldview of the immigrants in the city, Dali spent a night with everyone and then transported supplies to the front lines for rescue. 2 days later, Dali arrived at the camp on the small island to assign tasks to 100 people who stayed here. This time, Dali returned not empty-handed. In addition to more food, he brought along 100 new people. Hanyang City contributed part of this, and the Ruyang district contributed another part, along with 2 newly built boats during this time. On the other side, Nian Miao also heard from returning people, but this person didn't stay long in Hanyang City, only seeing a few surface things, telling Nian Miao how the previously arranged big house of the Han tribe was, how high the houses for them were. But Nian Miao hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The storyteller wasn't clear, so he could only imagine it himself. Therefore, Nian Miao became even more curious about the Han tribe and really wanted to go see it. But not now. He had to stay back to support the last group. If both the leader and the elder went, what would happen to the remaining brothers if La Sung did something? Not long after, the second group of 300 immigrants from the Nan tribe boarded the ship to set off. Nian Miao could only stay on the island, anxious, but La Sung was busy during this time. For several days, La Sung continuously gathered more people to the dam, instructing them to find high points to set up camp along the lower river dam, and then ordered everyone to dig mud and sand sediment at the lower river dam. With the additional people Dali brought this time, there were still 100 young people left on the small island to camp, supporting those at the front of the dam while taking turns with 100 people to transport supplies. After all, continuously climbing onto boats for 4 days was manageable, but if no one was allowed to rest, who could endure it? Xuan was fine, but the others would get tired. A few days later, when the boat team carrying immigrants took the third group away, La Sung couldn't stay on the island any longer. Because news from the dam was coming in, they had dug a section of muddy slope, but after digging, mud and water continued to gush from the cracks in the rocks. If they didn't clean it up in time, at most in 2 days, the mud would again block the dam. If they didn't remove the large rocks, no matter how clean the lower river was, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. So they began to call La Sung for assistance. Since it was the leader's idea, he surely had a way, right? La Sung had to go, but not directly. He sent someone to call Nian Miao to ask if he wanted to go see it too. Leader Han, can you really remove those big rocks? Nian Miao asked skeptically. Not yet, but soon. I'm going this time to completely resolve the issue. Do you want to go see? La Sung invited with a grin, and this smile made Nian Miao very uncomfortable because La Sung now felt like a different person compared to a few days ago. That smile seemed smug, like a successful scheme, looking at him with pity and sympathy. To put it in modern terms, it was like the gaze of someone concerned for a disabled person. Was I fooled and tricked by him? No way. Didn't the travelers who returned say that life over there was good and they saw many interesting things? So why was he looking at me like this? What was so funny? Could it be that he really had someone remove those big rocks? Unable to bear La Sung's concerned gaze, Nian Miao began to think wildly. Finally, he concluded that perhaps he was fine, but this young leader of the Han tribe had a problem with his mind. Yeah, definitely. Only a few idiots born from the same bloodline would smile so foolishly. But now La Sung was inviting him. There was no reason not to go see, and it was also convenient to see what tricks he was planning. However, before leaving, Nian Miao carefully reminded the remaining people to be cautious of the 100 young men from the Han tribe who stayed behind. Don't let the tribe be attacked by the Han tribe while I'm gone. So, Nhu Duong, Nian Miao, and a few attendants from both sides took an additional boat to carry supplies, a total of 3. After the third group of immigrants from the Nian tribe arrived in Hanyang City, Ying Nui also began the second phase according to La Sung's explanation, the spring operation. Although it was still half a month until the official start of the first month of spring, the temperature had risen rapidly in the last half-month of winter, and the ice and snow had nearly melted. Now plowing the land was completely fine, as there everywhere needed food, and before the Ruyang district harvested the first crop, they relied entirely on Hanyang City for supplies. The sweet potatoes from the self-planting tribe had limited yield and could not truly serve as the main food source. Besides the food for Ruyang, even the horse control pass had to be supplied by Hanyang City. So La Sung ordered this year's spring operation to start half a month earlier, aiming to open up new fields, expanding the area for growing food. This was also what La Sung wanted the immigrants to see. Ying Nuye was here to win people's hearts, making them reluctant to leave, happily forgetting their hometown, making them want to immediately join his tribe. Of course, there was still a key figure causing obstacles, the leader of the Nian Miao tribe. But at this moment, Nian Miao had been taken onto the boat by La Sung. He did not know that this time La Sung actively invited him along, not to admire the magnificent mountains and rivers, but to give Nian Miao a psychological shock, making him respect him like the people of the Black Rat tribe many years ago. By noon, 3 small boats carrying several dozen people had arrived in front of the large dam in the valley. The bottom of the dam had been dug out, creating a large hole causing the water to accumulate in the riverbed to start flowing again. The muddy water surged up from the gaps of the gigantic rocks. From below the dam, dozens, even hundreds of streams of water gushed up strongly. The deeper it went, the greater the water pressure. As the dam began to release floodwaters, the surface of the water in the upper reservoir also showed many whirlpools, all created by the phenomenon of water suction. And these whirlpools were La Sung's true purpose. La Sung had people. 3 small boats carrying a few dozen people had arrived at the large dam in the valley. Below the dam, a large hole had been dug, causing the water that had been trapped in the riverbed to start flowing again. The water was muddy and swirling up from the gaps between the gigantic rocks. From beneath the dam, dozens, even hundreds of streams of water shot up. The deeper it went, the greater the water pressure. As the dam began to release the flood, whirlpools appeared on the surface of the lake above, all caused by the phenomenon of water suction. And these whirlpools were La Sung's true purpose. La Sung sent people, digging up dirt and sand below. What's the purpose? It can't directly destroy the dam. It can only create a few gaps. But those gaps keep spewing water out, which will suck things from the surface down into the dam's openings. And that's exactly what La Sung needs. The 3 boats aren't in a hurry to approach the dam. Right now, the canyon above the dam is filled with whirlpools. Small boats like theirs are very easy to destroy. So La Sung instructed his crew to stop the boats far away opposite the canyon, then raised a large flag to signal the rescue team stationed below. When they saw the large flag raised, the people below quickly climbed up the dam, then waved their flags towards La Sung and hurried away, shouting loudly to the crowd below, "Hurry up, back to the camp. The leader has arrived. The dam is about to burst. Quickly go back to the camp and hide." Hearing this, everyone immediately packed up their tools and ran to a small wooded hill by the shore. They had been there for nearly half a month just waiting for this day, to avoid being swept away when the water above released the flood. Everyone tied their ropes to the surrounding tree trunks. From a distance, it looked like a giant spider web. Then each person stood in a grid cell, trying to keep their bodies steady. Above, on the small boat, 2 boats were pulling a thick rope, each anchored to prominent stone pillars at the edges of the canyon, pulling up a rope across the river in the canyon that was about 70 to 80 meters wide, then tightly securing the boats on it so they wouldn't be swept away by the flood into the muddy areas below. In one of the boats in the middle of the canyon, La Sung was also busy preparing something. The 2 people beside him, Nian Mao and Trien Han, looked at each other in confusion, not knowing why La Sung was busy cooking right on the water. Indeed, La Sung seemed to be cooking. There weren't many people in the boat, only 13, but it carried a lot of round ceramic jars. The jars were of 2 colors, with the red jar containing nitric acid, while the white jar contained concentrated glycerin. La Sung was now mixing the contents of the 2 jars. It really looked like he was cooking. There was no other way. La Sung was feeling tired too. Glycerin is very sensitive. Just a little bump could cause an explosion. It's not as safe as TATP that has been solidified. But gathering a bunch of TATP to detonate underwater isn't easy either, because he didn't have the detonating equipment. So, on the way here, La Sung separated the nitric acid and concentrated glycerin for storage. As long as there are no leaks, it's not dangerous. When needed, just mix them together. And La Sung had done it this way before. The Han leader, didn't he, say he would go blow up those rocks? Now the rocks are still there, but he's here, cooking. I know what he wants to do, but even if he eats his fill now, he can't move those rocks. Nien Mao looked at La Sung's colored jars. One jar contained a clear yellow liquid, the other was slightly steaming white like water. La Sung was using a spoon made of the same material as the jar, scooping a spoonful of clear water into the yellow liquid and stirring it with a white ceramic stick, repeating this process in his mind. Nien Mao thought this might be some dish that would bring strength, so he spoke to La Sung like that. But La Sung didn't pay him any mind, just smiled lightly and waved his hand, pointing at the jars and then at the water under the boat. After filling the jar, he put the lid tightly on the jar. That wasn't all. The mouth of the jar was covered with a layer of white cloth, tightly tied with rope, and finally wrapped in damp mud. Right after that it was placed in a net and tied tightly again. Once again, La Sung performed a truly spectacular binding display. Seeing La Sung's actions, Nien Mao gaped as if he had just realized something. Oh, so this isn't food for people, but a tribute to the river god, like the sacrifice for the living that the Lian tribe used to hold before. This fifth jar filled to the brim must be thrown into the water, but tightly bound like this. Can the river god even eat it? Nien Mao thought he understood La Sung's intentions, but in his heart, he didn't think it was right. He believed this thing probably wouldn't have any effect. The river god wouldn't easily help humans. The Lin tribe is the same. The Han tribe is too. So everyone had to wait for nearly an hour. Nien Mao was a bit anxious, but still patient. After all, preparing for a sacrifice to the gods takes a long time. He just regretted that La Sung wanted to sacrifice but didn't prepare the offerings earlier while still in the camp, but ran here wasting time. La Sung also didn't have it easy. These detailed tasks he really didn't dare to let others do. Causing a few people to die is not unacceptable, but collecting such materials is very difficult. It takes half a year to accumulate enough to make these, all of which the Han tribe has slowly gathered over time. Looking at the 10 completed jars beside him, La Sung couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was the end of winter, although it was noon, but in the canyon, the sunlight didn't shine directly, so it was still very cold. But in this atmosphere, La Sung was still sweating a lot. He was really too tense. When La Sung finally finished his work, Nien Mao also wanted to say something, but La Sung nervously raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, then waved his hand to signal not to talk. Immediately, everyone on the boat held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. In the gloomy canyon, more than a dozen people sitting on the boat said nothing, silently carrying out this strange sacrifice. But what surprised Nien Mao was that the sacrifice had no formal rituals. He only saw each jar that had been made for over an hour being thrown into the water one by one. The jars were larger than basketballs, a total of 10, each containing more than half explosive glycerin. He only saw that one by one, the jars that had been prepared for over an hour were dropped into the water. The jars were larger than basketballs, a total of 10, each containing more than half glycerin explosive, weighing about 7 or 8 kilograms, totaling nearly 70 kilograms. This is all the property that the Han clan has accumulated over many years. They just floated up and down with the current, heading toward the bottom of the dam. At this moment, La Sung didn't hold back anymore. He immediately shouted loudly for everyone on the boat to run, climbing up to leave the canyon. Everyone followed the order. 10 people split into 2 sides of the boat, grabbing the oars and paddling hard. Until they got out of the canyon, everyone found a low rock that jutted out and climbed onto the surface, tying the wooden boat tightly to the rock crevice. Then, under La Sung's guidance, they squatted on the rock, covering their ears and looking toward the dam in the distance. Next to La Sung, Nien Mao and Zhang Xing were still confused, not knowing what La Sung was up to, but seeing La Sung and the others focused on the white jars floating on the water, they followed suit and looked. The canyon wasn't very long, only about less than 300 meters. La Sung had thrown the jars into the water but as they approached the dam, there were several dozen meters where it was full of whirlpools. The white jars were bobbing on the murky yellow water, looking very prominent. They just kept floating up and down. Until they got close to the dam, they were suddenly sucked into the whirlpools. The current at that moment immediately became faster, pulling along 10 tightly sealed jars, bouncing toward the gap of the dam, trying to spill over to go down below. But as the water flowed away, the jars couldn't squeeze into the gaps that the strong current slammed against the cracks of the dam. Immediately, that powerful impact detonated the explosives inside. A loud explosion echoed throughout the canyon. 10 deep-water bombs were almost detonated at the same time. The waves rose to 10 meters, crashing against the cliffs on both sides, also breaking the large rocks, blocking the strong flowing river. Millions of large stones were blown apart into tiny pieces, the cliffs on both sides and the muddy banks below. When the water column higher than 10 meters fell again, everyone finally saw the scene in front of the dam. Initially, the large rock was about 70 or 80 meters wide. After the powerful explosion, it was immediately blasted open with a hole over 30 meters wide. The river water that had accumulated for half a year finally found a way to escape, bringing countless fragments of stones and mud from the gap, forming a waterfall extending to the other side of the dam. No one knows how many blocks of river water poured forcefully into the cracked riverbed below. It drenched the valley that had lost its water source for half a year. Half a year had passed, and the water level finally dropped, causing flooding below. At the exit of the canyon, there were several places that overflowed from the riverbed. Fortunately, the water flow wasn't blocked, so the flooded areas weren't many. At least the camp set up below by the rescue team was still safe. Next to La Sung, Nyan Mao and Jian Xing were now dumbfounded, mouths agape, watching the shocking scene unfold, the loud explosion along with the water hitting the ground, producing a rumbling sound that still echoed in the canyon, mercilessly colliding with their eardrums and nerves. The rocks had vanished, and the water had been released. The Han. Just now, was that the river god? What did he sacrifice to the river god? Does he understand sorcery? Can he communicate with the river god? Nyan Mao finally snapped back to reality. He had just witnessed La Sung preparing some offerings and throwing them into the water. Then those offerings sank, followed by a loud explosion that sounded like thunder from the sky. Next, a water column larger than a house suddenly surged up. By the time the water column fell again, the dam that no one could budge had been opened like that. Yes, it was definitely divine power. This young Han leader had offered beautiful things to the river god and borrowed strength from the river god. That's right, it must be like that. However, La Sung didn't respond in the way he expected, but instead disdainfully and arrogantly signaled to him. The river god, what is the river god? If it dares not to listen, I'll blow it up just like usual. Oh my, this little Han leader is even stronger than the river god. Saying he could kill the river god is indeed possible. So who exactly is he? Is he a deity stronger than the river god? Nyan Mao's heart was constantly shaken, looking at La Sung with a mix of admiration and fear. He didn't even dare to look directly at La Sung, deeply affected by the imposing aura that La Sung just displayed, making him feel pressured. At this moment, La Sung's group also began to spontaneously kneel before La Sung. Long live Leader Yan. Long live the great Han. These young men came from many different tribes. When they joined Hanyang City, under the education of the elders, they learned many miraculous stories about the leader's power to move mountains. Although some said it was just something the leader could create, only the leader could do that. What could others do? So it didn't affect their infinite admiration for the leader. However, this group of about 10 people were not the first Han people. They had heard stories about La Sung's offerings to the mountains, but no one had witnessed that grand spectacle with their own eyes. Now witnessing the leader create miracles once again, no one could help but admire, kneeling down and shouting, "Long live the leader." But Nyan Mao didn't understand the meaning of "Long live the leader." Long live the great Han? He only saw others kneeling as if they were bowing to a deity in front of La Sung. Instinctively, along with his deep admiration for La Sung, Nyan Mao also didn't hesitate to kneel down on the ground. Although he didn't understand what this was really about, was this the real part of the sacrificial ceremony? Jian Xing was no exception. He who had once been a leader. The leader once again created a miracle, and no one could help but admire, kneeling down and shouting, "Long live the leader." But Nyan Mao didn't understand the meaning of "Long live the leader" or "Long live the Han." He only saw others kneeling as if worshipping a deity in front of La Sung. Driven by instinct in his mind, along with his deep respect for La Sung, Nyan Mao, also, did not hesitate to kneel down to the ground. Although he didn't understand what this was really about, was this the actual part of the sacrificial ritual? Trian Han was no exception, having once been a leader. Her soldiers had also knelt down, and she couldn't stand still. One by one, everyone knelt at La Sung's feet. Thus, La Sung achieved her goal, instilling fear in Nyan Mao. Even when returning, he wouldn't dare to oppose the Lian clan, believing that he wouldn't speak up then either. Everyone stayed on the rocks for about 2 days, eating some dry rations when hungry, and drinking a little water that was brought to them when thirsty. It wasn't that La Sung didn't want to leave, but there had been a flood below, causing the water here to flow too fast. To return, they had to climb upstream. Some people couldn't climb quickly and were easily swept away by the current. 2 days passed, and the water level dropped visibly by 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, down to 5 or 6 meters. The boat that had been tied up next to them was now completely stranded on the muddy shore. But it wasn't a big deal. The small boat had its own advantages, and a few people could push it back into the water. Under La Sung's direction, everyone climbed into the boat and went down the canyon with two other wooden boats to pick up the rescue team to move. It took many trips to get there, and it would take just as many to return. Since the water had receded, the place where they could once row the boat was now open land, and many fish had also been stranded on the muddy patches, struggling against the suffocating feeling. Huyen couldn't reach the small island before. Now it had become a small hill not far from the shore, and at the foot of the hill was a vast field. At this moment, the land was unbearably muddy, covered with a layer of silt from the riverbed. Everyone could only stop the wooden boat by the river bank and wade toward the former camp. However, unexpectedly, those who had seen the water recede had already run down there to work. They were at the foot of the hill, in the puddles, in the thickets, catching fish. When the two sides met, they realized that the Han clan's fleet had welcomed the fourth wave of migration from the Lian clan. Currently, in the mountain camp, there were only 100 people from the Han clan and fewer than 50 from the Lian clan. More than 1,200 others from the Lian clan had been completely taken to Han Duong City, and it was said that the fleet would return soon. At this moment, Nien Mo suddenly didn't want to leave anymore. These fields had been watered for half a year. The ground covered with river mud along with decomposing plant and animal remains was now at its most fertile period. They didn't even need to plant much. Just scattering a handful of seeds would yield a new harvest in the summer. If they had known La Sung could actually lower the water level, they wouldn't have bothered to come here, but now it was too late to regret. Most of the people in the clan had been taken away by La Sung, leaving fewer than 50 behind. What else could they do? Bringing people back was impossible. Now they could only follow La Sung to the Han clan. But what about later? Follow me to the Han clan, join us, and I will make you the leader of a tribe. I will teach you more advanced farming methods. You can settle permanently in one place, no longer needing to move around constantly. What do you think? La Sung held an empty ceramic jar in his hand, creating a posture as if it would explode if he didn't agree. Of course, it was an empty jar, just a reminder for Nien Mo not to forget what had happened 2 days ago. Resisting would not lead to a good outcome. The deity of the Han clan, I am willing to lead my tribe to join your tribe. Forced with no other choice, Nien Mo had to give up all thoughts, kneeling at La Sung's feet, offering his loyalty. He had no other choice. He didn't know where the Han clan was, but most of the people in his clan were already with the Han clan. Leaving the herd, the deer could only be torn apart by the pack of wolves, and now the men of the Han clan beside him were the cunning wolves. Well, I am not a god. I am the child of heaven. You can call me the great Han emperor, or you can call me the leader. From now on, you will be the chief of our Zong clan. Your name will be Nien Mo. La Sung happily patted his shoulder and then pulled him up. Those who know the time will be talents. Well, this guy is quite obedient. Just as La Sung pulled Nien Mo up, thinking this guy would listen, unexpectedly, Nien Mo immediately rebutted, making a suggestion for the good of his clan. Leader, now that the water has receded, this land is so flat and fertile, why not stay here to plant rice? It can definitely yield multiple harvests for years. By then, just scattering a few seeds can feed many clans like ours. You want to stay here to plant rice, but what about the others? Based on these people, La Sung immediately frowned and asked, there aren't enough people here, but this place is close to water, convenient for returning from the Han clan. Boats can bring back those who have been taken away. I guarantee that the rice grown here will be enough to feed many people. By then, when harvesting the rice, the leader can send people over to bring back the surplus food. This is also for our benefit. Having us here to grow rice can feed even more people. Nien Mo tried to appear sincere, pleading with La Sung. Humph, do you think I'm a fool? La Sung coldly looked at Nien Mo, who was acting. La Sung chuckled lightly. Of course, he couldn't agree to Nien Mo's suggestion. If he really let them stay here, Nien Mo would have run away, leaving the Han clan here to grow food. This place, after half a year of flooding, combined with the flat terrain, was indeed very suitable for rice cultivation. However, the Han clan didn't have time to run over here to develop it, and it was too far. The boat also took 2 days, a distance of about 400 to 500 kilometers, even farther than from Han Duong County to Nhu Duong County. Or should they bring them back first to improve their own land? So La Sung ignored Nien Mo's suggestion, just waiting for the fleet to return, starting to transport each group of people leaving. The rescue team at Lower Dike has hundreds of people. This small island has the Han people along with the remaining 200 from the Jing tribe. Currently, there are a total of 25 boats. Even so, to bring everyone back, at least 3 trips are needed. Taking advantage of this time, La Sung also meticulously surveyed the restored river section and the surrounding terrain. At the same time, he named the areas. The river originates from the snow-capped mountains in the north but is just one branch of it. This has been confirmed by the expedition team of the Yu tribe. Liaoyang County is located on the west bank of the Liaoyang River, where it originates from Daizhe, with water flowing out from the marshy areas in the east, then flowing south, splitting into two branches, one winding towards the southeast and one winding towards the southwest, eventually flowing into the river, forming a large stream that flows into the canyon. The final stop is still unclear, but knowing these things is enough for now. It can be named after the river. The culprit that caused the flooding and erosion is the canyon, about 300 meters long, with steep cliffs on both sides, and a river in the middle, high cliffs, deep water, and no sunlight all day. Therefore, La Song named it OK, which simply means the Dark Canyon. As for the river formed from the confluence of two streams, due to the presence of golden sand, it is called Jinsha River. The canyon and river have become famous, and the place name cannot be missed. Near the canyon, the lowland formed by floodwaters is where the Jing tribe once lived because it is close to the confluence of three river branches, and with golden sand, it is called Jin Shuan. To the east of Jin Shuan is a dense forest, home to many towering ancient trees. The two areas are separated only by the river. La Sung called it Jiangmu. This place has gold, wood, and a river, along with a vast fertile plain, making it very suitable to establish two counties for people to settle. If more people come, this place will be like an eternal flame with all five elements. Of course, La Sung is not superstitious, just observing the surrounding resources. It is still unclear whether this area has metal mines, but there is indeed gold in the river, although it may not be very useful. But Jin Shuan has a vast, fertile plain, which could feed hundreds of thousands of people. As for the ancient trees, opposite Jin Shuan, there are rich forest resources, and right next to Jingsha River, some ports could be built, utilizing available materials, cutting down ancient trees to build boats. The locals could develop the industry, enriching the lives of the residents on the Jin Shuan side. Jin Shuan could also provide plenty of food to sustain the residents on the other side. Both sides support each other, clearly making it an ideal location for development. Furthermore, both places are by Jinsha River, located downstream of Yu River and Liaoyang. Just by traveling by water, it only takes 2 or 3 days to reach Hanyang, Yuyang, and Liaoyang counties, with very convenient transportation. It's a pity that La Sung sees good things everywhere, but is lacking in people. After thinking it over, he must find a way to quickly attract residents on this trip back. After 3 trips, about 12 days later, La Sung, along with Tran Mao, Tran Huiyan, and everyone took the last boat back to Hanyang City. When they set foot on the dock, Tran Mao was extremely astonished. The Jing tribe is also a tribe that grows glutinous rice, and every spring they need to plant it. But now, the farming methods of the Han people have completely overturned Tran Mao's worldview. 2 artificial canals and more than 100 small ditches have divided the flat land along the shore into individual rice fields. Thousands of people are working in the fields. Just the number of people alone has left Tran Mao speechless. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the farming methods of the Han people. Those people are controlling hundreds of animals, including cows, horses, and even donkeys, with collars around their necks, pulling something made of wood with ropes. Some people stand behind, one hand resting on the wooden frame, the other swinging whips, driving the animals forward. Each time they pass, they leave a furrow in the ground, as if something has turned the soil over. Why do they need to turn the soil? Isn't it enough to just dig a hole in the ground, drop in a few seeds, and stomp it down? They turn over the entire soil like that. Isn't it tiring? Can the food produced this way really increase? Tran Mao thought for a long time but still didn't understand. But this isn't important. The important thing is that the Han people also grow rice, right? Although it doesn't look quite the same. It must be grown underwater, but their fields are so far from the water source. How can they grow rice? However, Tran Mao quickly found the answer. The fields that have been plowed are being brought compost that has decomposed, which is made from various waste and dry straw stacked together to ferment, then diluted with water, and finally, they use iron rakes to spread it over the fields, after which some people use rakes to dig ditches. Immediately, the fields were covered with water from the river. The areas far from the water channels have even been transformed into paddy fields. It's unbelievable. The process of sowing seeds is something Tran Mao is very familiar with. The Han people sow seeds in straight lines but very densely and only in a few fields, leaving other areas empty. Such farming methods once again left Tran Mao confused. In addition, the areas near the river have been transformed into paddy fields, but there are also many dry fields far from the river, where there are no artificial channels, only a few small ditches, but enough to irrigate the land. And the crops grown there are not rice but some seeds that Tran Mao has never seen before. so he realized that the Han people actually have other types of crops. Looking across the river, those fields are where they grow the glutinous rice that you brought. It wasn't rice, but some seeds that Mo had never seen before. So he realized that the Han tribe had other types of crops. Looking across the river, that field was planted with glutinous rice that you brought. La Song pointed to the land on the east bank of the Duc Tho River and said. Following La Song's direction, Mo also saw the east bank. There were quite a few people there, farming, and they were people Mo was very familiar with. They were all from the Tin tribe. Next to them were a few Han people teaching them how to use animals to plow the land and how to use other agricultural tools. Mo immediately froze, looking at La Song with a questioning gaze. That's right, when they just returned, I had already started sending people to teach them how to farm, and all the seeds you brought have been planted on the east bank, not a single seed left, La Song confirmed. At this moment, Mo immediately felt despair. Want to run away? No way. La Song had used up all their seeds. Even if he took people away now, there would be no plants left to grow, and who would still follow him then? Moreover, after hearing what Naa had propagated in Han Duong City, seeing the prosperity and strength of the Han people, they also couldn't bear to leave. On top of that, La Song had just received news that the leader of the Tin tribe, Mo, had decided to lead everyone to join the Han people, so they were even less inclined to leave. But not leaving was not an option either. La Song would completely separate them, breaking them apart and distributing them to different cities. However, this couldn't be done roughly. It had to be done slowly, achieving the goal of separating them without making them feel uncomfortable or resistant, and the best way to solve this issue was through marriage. It was something La Song had always wanted to do but hadn't been able to. Now, thanks to the household registration system, it could be implemented in the Han people. Returning to the city, La Song took Tran Huyen to his home for Tiu Diep to take, then rushed into the office building in the city center. At the office on the top floor of Na County, La Song saw several thick books on the table, which were the household registration forms. These were the items La Song had collected during his time working on irrigation from Nhu Duong County. Because Nhu Duong County had established labor assistance last year, using various living items to attract a large number of residents to participate in the construction of Nhu Duong County and also attracted quite a few tribes to join. In just 1 year, from initially having over 7,000 people, plus 1,000 slaves from the cannibal tribe, after statistics, the total population of Nhu Duong County had reached 34,276 people with 7,617 households. Nhu Duong County had 3 towns and had become the most populous county of the Han people, but the production yield was still not as high as that of Han Duong County, mainly due to the large number of new arrivals. 34,000 people, at least half of them were not working. To prevent Nhu Duong County from developing strongly and escaping La Song's control, and because Nhu Duong County had little land and a large population to relieve the pressure on Nhu Duong County, La Song immediately ordered the large tree after the Vuchuan ended. Gather 2,500 new households that had worked in Nhu Duong County last year to migrate to Han Duong County. This needed to be noted. La Song said there were 2,500 households. Those new arrivals, on average, had 4.5 people per household. 2,500 households meant over 10,000 people, corresponding to 1/3 of the total population of Nhu Duong County. These people were all laborers, having joined Nhu Duong County for more than half a year, concentrating in other places could quickly participate in production. La Song's plan was to allocate these people to Nhu Duong County and Battlements Pass to fill the gaps in these 2 new cities. Thus, the remaining 20,000 people of Nhu Duong County, besides the initial 8,000 people, were only the new arrivals from late autumn to early winter last year. Most of them hadn't even finished learning Chinese yet, so they should stay there for Nhu Duong County to continue teaching. This move was quite a drain, making it difficult for Nhu Duong County to recover, requiring at least 2 years' time. Outside, the city and houses were still there. The land had been developed, but in terms of manpower, it was almost starting over from scratch. Additionally, when announcing the migration of 2,500 households to Nhu Duong County, there was also news about 2 allied tribes from the north heading south to join the Han people, sent back by the 2 stationed armies there via Eagle. The snow had melted, and the entire population of the alliance, bringing a large number of livestock, had begun to move south. La Song hoped he was well prepared for the reception. What pleased La Song was that these people were not poor. They had raised quite a few wild donkeys and alpacas along with some large horned deer and even a few wild bulls. The 2 previous alliances had not raised cattle, as wild cattle were hard to catch, had a tough temperament, and sharp horns, even if captured, were difficult to tame. However, La Song had sent 2 armies, and although the numbers were not many, they had brought them the experience of catching cattle, raising cattle and training cattle from the Han people, successfully popularizing things like bull rings to the northern plateau area. Therefore, during this 6-month wait for migration, under the guidance of the Han soldiers, they had caught about 100 live wild bulls. La Sung was very happy and immediately sent them a letter, saying that he would send people north to welcome them. If there were any difficulties, they should tell him. The Han people would find a way to solve it. This task naturally fell into the hands of Duc Tho. No one understood the northern terrain better than him. However, with the increase in population along with the minting of currency throughout the winter, the personal ownership of the Han people had officially been put on the agenda. On the morning of the first day of the new year, as La Sung went south to manage the floods, he was unable to participate in the opening ceremony. However, La Sung did not intend to make up for it but directly announced that this ceremony would be held as a grand conference. After the spring harvest ended in January, it would be implemented simultaneously. The great leader of the Han people, La Sung, would have important matters to announce. Immediately, during the spring harvest, after the spring harvest ends in January, a collective implementation will take place. The great leader of the Han tribe, La Sung, will have important news to announce. Immediately, during the spring harvest, the clan members were busy starting to discuss, constantly guessing what the leader would announce. What would ultimately be announced, La Sung still hadn't decided. He was still at home drafting plans and speeches. The main purpose of this public conference was to implement the system of private ownership. Thanks to the population census, the Han ethnic group finally had the ability to manage household registration. First of all, after tallying the household registrations, all citizens in the areas under the Han ethnic group would have to be subject to military management. 5 households would form one team. 10 households would form one group. From now on, regardless of whether it was labor or taxes, everything would be carried out according to this system, level by level. Secondly, the system of private ownership would be implemented. Of course, if there was a sudden shift from public ownership to private ownership, the clans would not adapt immediately and might not even know what to do. Therefore, the system of private ownership must be implemented step by step. One top principle was land distribution, but while land distribution itself was not an issue, the method of land division was a crucial issue for the survival of a nation. For example, in history, the Ming dynasty could be said to be the strongest dynasty ruled by the Han, but the main reason for its eventual downfall was due to land consolidation issues. Nobles and merchants manipulated land consolidation during years of disaster, buying land at low prices, hoarding food at high prices, causing the people to lose all their fields, becoming tenants for landlords, living in hardship. Added to the years of little ice and rampant diseases, the people could not survive and eventually revolted. To avoid this situation, La Sung decided to imitate the system of Qin. Essentially, it was similar to the modern system, which was the land allocation system. Land ownership belonged to the state. No individual, no one was allowed to buy or sell land. The people only had the right to use the land, not the ultimate ownership. The state grants you a piece of land. Yes, you can say that land is yours, but isn't your land still on the territory of the nation? Therefore, your land is still the nation's, followed by a series of plans revolving around the land allocation system. First is the national standard for land allocation. To make calculations easier, the latest national standard is that the total area of 1 mu of land is converted to 6. The area of 1 mu is no longer 666.6 square meters as before. Then there's the question of how much land to allocate to each person. La Sung's plan was to allocate land based on merit, but the issue of ranks still needed to be written alongside the Book of Rights and would not be used for the time being. For now, let's first determine the land allocation system for commoners. Each commoner of the Han ethnic group would be allocated 20 mu of land, of course, according to the standard of 600 square meters, which translates to just a little over 10 mu in modern terms. But the Han primarily grow crops like rice and corn. These are high-yield crops, with food being harvested at least twice a year, and if done well, even 3 times. As long as they work hard, 20 mu of land can support a family of 10. In reality, based on the current food production of the Han ethnic group, 1 mu of rice or corn can feed 1 person for a year, and the second harvest can be entirely stored, even sold. Each adult is allocated up to 20 mu, so if these 20 mu are used to grow food for 2 seasons, assuming a household has 10 people, after meeting their own needs, they would still have at least 3/4 of the food left over, which can be used to exchange for money, buy oil, salt, spices, send their children to school, buy pens and paper, for weddings, funerals, or pay agricultural taxes. The agricultural tax of the Han ethnic group is also paid in food, currently set at 4 out of 1, meaning if your land yields 1,000 pounds of food, you must pay 300 pounds as agricultural tax. Additionally, there is a population tax, which is the identity tax often mentioned in the past, around 50 pounds of food. Don't think this tax is heavy. There are many other welfare benefits to supplement it. Adult men are allocated 20 mu of land, which can only be used to grow rice, corn, wheat, and beans. These four types of crops will be the main food sources. Since men have land, naturally, women must also have land. Adult women are also allocated 20 mu of land, but this is called supplementary land, meaning in a blunt way, it's additional land for support. Men grow food, while women's supplementary land is used to grow hemp, thorns, peanuts, vegetables, tree sap, and other economic crops. One is to provide other materials, and the other is to grow some vegetables for self-sufficiency. Growing peanuts can also be sent to oil mills. Generally, they all have their uses. However, once you receive land from the state, you naturally have to pay taxes. The tax on women's supplementary land, of course, cannot be collected in bulk, mainly collecting hemp fibers and silk. This is mainly for silkworm breeding, and there's also natural resin and resin seeds that can be used for oil extraction and ink production. Specifically, what is collected mainly still depends on what you grow, but with such heavy taxes, the people hardly accumulate anything throughout the year. So what to do? The important part has arrived. Children are also allocated land. Boys receive 5 mu of rice land, and girls receive 5 mu of supplementary land. And this land is tax-free. Additionally, due to poor sanitary conditions this year, many children died young. La Sung also stipulated another point. When children turn 6 years old, they will be allocated an additional 5 mu of land. That is, if adults raise the children well and they reach 6 years old, that child will be allocated up to 10 mu of land, which is also tax-free. Of course, this is also about tax exemption. The Han ethnic group has very widespread education, and they do not provide money, even if there are no tuition fees, but normally buying pens, ink, and paper costs money, right? The money that the state does not provide will be deducted from the 10 mu of land allocated to the children. In general, the money still comes out of one's own pocket. The land for these children under 6 years old is 5 mu. When a child is born, they immediately receive 5 mu. The money that the state does not provide will be deducted from the 10 acres of land allocated to the children. In general, the money still comes from one's own pocket. The land for these children under 6 years old is 5 acres. Giving birth to one child immediately grants 5 acres. It's still tax-free land. Doing this is meant to encourage reproduction. The more kids you have, the more land you get. But what if there's too much land? That's easy. Do you want food and money for yourself? If you do, then share the land. But remember, you have to pay taxes. Feel like the taxes are too heavy and you can't save any money? Then share a bit more tax-free land to help with family expenses. So how do you get tax-free land? Just have kids. For each one born, you'll get 5 acres of land. But it's not just about having them. You also have to take good care of them. When the child turns 6, you'll get another 5 acres of tax-free land, and this will continue until they grow up and have their own families. Let's say a couple, 10 years after they grow up, has raised 6 kids, then their family won't just have 20 acres of rice fields and 20 acres of secondary fields, but also an additional 30 to 60 acres of tax-free land. Of course, tax-free land doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The amount of land will increase with the number of children born and raised, but it can also be reclaimed if the children unfortunately pass away. In short, if you don't take good care of your kids and they die, then your tax-free land will be lost too. This forces parents to be responsible for their children's safety. Once this system is implemented, there won't be an issue of having too many kids that they can't support. According to calculations, with 2 adults and 6 kids, that's a total of 100 acres of land, of which only 40 acres are taxable, while 60 acres are tax-free. The income generated from the tax-free land is enough to raise the kids, and they might even save a few things. Eventually, when the kids grow up and move out, those tax-free plots will be reclaimed and redistributed to others who need land. The grown children who get married will also complete a new cycle under this system. La Sung is a person living in modern times, fully aware of the tax rules in the current society, and it seems like many ancient taxes have disappeared. But that's not true. These taxes have just been hidden away, like value-added tax. Binding the people with laws only makes them dissatisfied. That's how people are. When you impose too many rules, they feel like their freedom is taken away. Therefore, binding them with laws is not as effective as using benefits to attract them. Confucianism believes that human nature is good, while legalism believes that human nature is evil. Explaining etiquette and moral principles to them may not be as effective as just showing them the benefits and using those benefits to guide them. La Sung deeply empathizes with this. The initial relationship between people is based on benefits, right? Of course, some might say there's also affection, but the reality is that affection also needs to be maintained through benefits. Who wants to be friends if they always have to take a loss? Only parents are truly willing to sacrifice without asking for anything in return. In fact, many parents can't even do that. Therefore, the rule that Lasong proposes is to impose heavy taxes to make the people feel the pressure of life. And the way to relieve this pressure is to have children, so that the Han people can call for having kids to get rich, actively promoting the movement to have children with the hope of quickly increasing the population. Of course, this is a long-term plan, and it will be hard to see results in just 1 or 2 generations. This regulation will only cause the total population of the Han people to surge, but children will make up a very large proportion, and in the short term, there won't be immediate benefits from the population increase because children need time to grow up. This doesn't mean that having children make up a large percentage of the population is bad. In fact, it's very promising. This shows that this country is vibrant and full of life. But during the 15 years of children's growth, the Han people also cannot stop developing. They still need to supplement a large population from outside. So what should be done? This issue needs to start with land. 2 adults getting married will be allocated 40 acres of land. This is not a small amount. Farming on it requires a lot of labor. Additionally, they also have to pay a significant tax. To solve this issue, the only way is to have children to gain more tax-free land. But this brings up a new problem. When children are born, the land will increase. Although money and food will also increase, the labor force will correspondingly increase as well, because in reality, the land has been allocated to you. But if you don't farm and there's no harvest, then there's still no money. For example, a young couple, they farm together on 40 acres of land, but in the first year of marriage, the wife is pregnant and can't do heavy labor. All the work on the 40 acres falls on the husband, which is really tough. By the second year, the child is born, and they get an additional 5 acres of land. Now, they not only have to take care of the kids but also farm the 45 acres together, increasing their workload. With the rate of having a child every 2 years, the workload will keep increasing, and the time the woman is pregnant means 1 less worker, and they even need someone to take care of the child. So, even though there's more money and food at home, 1 adult can't do everything. So what should they do? The solution that La Sung thinks of mainly has 2 areas. The first is livestock, increasing the average ownership rate of livestock like cows, horses, and donkeys. Cows, horses, and donkeys can assist humans in agriculture. 1 livestock animal can replace 4 adult workers. If a family has 1 animal, it will be much easier. Regarding the use and planning of livestock, the specific implementation must also be divided into 2 areas. The first way is to establish an official livestock breeding facility managed by the state to synchronize livestock management. If the people want to use it, they can rent from the government. For example, if they want to plow 10 acres of land, if you want to use a cow, then rent a cow from the state, agreeing on the usage period until it's due. As for the second way, if you want to use a cow to plow and also want a cart to carry things, what should you do? Then just work the fields for a few years to save money, then go to the government breeding facility to buy a cow as private property. You can use it however you want. Of course, livestock used for labor cannot be casually slaughtered for meat. Even if they die unexpectedly, the government needs to verify the cause of death of the livestock. This regulation is not only to prevent someone from recklessly killing cows or horses, but also to prevent disease outbreaks. If livestock unfortunately gets sick and dies, the government can handle it promptly to prevent an outbreak. This is the first aspect. The second aspect still returns to the issue of population. Even if you have money, saving to buy 2 livestock still cannot do all the work. Even if you have livestock, you still need people to operate them. This is Les Sung's second population expansion plan, encouraging reproduction as a method that requires a long time to see results. This second method is a short-term plan. Not only can quickly attract population from outside, but also quickly expand the territory of the Han tribe, which is to attract wild people. Previously, the Han tribe defined wild people as those who lived alone or only a few people in the forest like the blood map, but now it has changed. Lasong has given a new definition of wild people. Besides those registered in the Han tribe's household registration, anyone from any other tribe is considered a wild person. And what Lasong means by attracting wild people is to attract population from outside. How to attract them? The government does not intervene, whether you deceive, rob, or trade anything. The government does not interfere. As long as you can bring people from outside back to the Han tribe, that is your ability. Just bring 1 person from outside after registering with the government. You will have the right to use that wild person. In 2 years, if you bring back 1 person, during these 2 years, you are responsible for providing for him, teaching him to speak Han, teaching him to use agricultural tools of the Han tribe. Similarly, that person will help you work, can chop wood, help you fertilize and plant. After 2 years of personal service, the person who has learned Han, learn how to farm, learn the living habits of the Han tribe will be granted an official Han household registration by the government, becoming a citizen of the Han tribe. At first glance, it seems like encouraging people to hunt for their own slaves, but in reality, it is completely different. First are those wild people. Although they have to serve their master for 2 years, they are not lifelong slaves. La Sung has provided them with a path for advancement. After just 2 years of work, they can become official citizens of the Han ethnicity, enjoying the same rights and obligations as other citizens. Don't underestimate this. Although it seems simple, it actually contains a lot of significant content. Most people, when thinking about slavery, will imagine endless hard labor, waking up earlier than roosters, going to bed later than dogs, working day and night, not having enough to eat, not being warm enough, and wearing tattered clothes. And the slave owners are nothing to be feared. As long as they don't complete their tasks, they won't get fed or will be beaten. But now that there's a path for these wild people, after serving for 2 years, they can be promoted to Han citizens, enjoying the same benefits as their masters. So, a problem will arise. As long as you don't let them die during these 2 years, once they become people like you, do you know what will happen? What if they have talent and become officials? Or what if they don't have talent but their children become officials? When they gain power, will they seek revenge on you, causing your home to fall apart? Conversely, if during the 2 years of service, you treat them well, allowing them to have families among the Han, if they succeed later, they might even repay your kindness. Comparing like this, would you dare to mistreat the wild people who help you work? If you treat them poorly, not only will you gain nothing, but you'll also create enemies for yourself. Only a fool would do that. The last thing is to prevent citizens from hiding the number of wild people in their families or concealing their service time, leading to the phenomenon of keeping private slaves, retaining wild people just to work for their household, and not allowing them to upgrade to citizens. For this situation, La Sung also has a corresponding set of laws to bind it. First, when you bring a wild person home, you must report to the authorities to register for a temporary ID for that person and record their service time, noting all the basic information about who will serve. If anyone dares to conceal this, you might hide it from the authorities. But what about the neighbors next door? Registered citizens are managed in a militarized manner. Every year, 5 families will be organized into a group, 10 families into a unit, and 100 families into a district. If you hide a wild person, keeping a private slave in your house while 4 neighbors don't disclose it, they will all be punished together. One person commits a crime, 5 families share the guilt. Let's see who dares to cover for you. If one person lives in the house, the surrounding neighbors can't possibly not know, especially since they have to go out and work for you. Can this be hidden? Similarly, if in a group many people are concealing things, and someone reports it, then the whole group will be held responsible. If everyone in the group knows but doesn't report, then the whole group will be held accountable, and the district head will be dismissed and investigated. Of course, simply punishing isn't enough. What if there is a situation where officials lead and keep private slaves, retaining wild people just to work for their household and not allowing them to upgrade to citizens? For this situation, La Sung also has a corresponding set of laws to bind it. First, when you bring a wild person home, you must report to the authorities to register for a temporary ID for that person and record their service time, noting all the basic information about who will serve. If anyone dares to conceal this, you might hide it from the authorities. But what about the neighbors next door? Registered citizens are managed in a militarized manner. Every year, 5 families will be organized into a group, 10 families into a unit, and 100 families into a district. If you hide a wild person, keeping a private slave in your house while 4 neighbors don't disclose it, they will all be punished together. 1 person commits a crime, 5 families share the guilt. Let's see who dares to cover for you. If one person lives in the house, the surrounding neighbors can't possibly not know, especially since they have to go out and work for you. Can this be hidden? Similarly, if in a group many people are concealing things and someone reports it, then the whole group will be held responsible. If everyone in the group knows but doesn't report, then the whole group will be held accountable, and the district head will be dismissed and investigated. Of course, simply punishing isn't enough. What if there is a situation where officials lead and keep private slaves? So it's also necessary to establish rewards for reporting. If you discover someone keeping a personal slave, you report it to the authorities, and the whistleblower can receive a reward. The reward is essentially the tax for that year, which can be halved. For example, according to the agricultural tax of the Han people, it's 4 out of 10. If you collect 1,000 pounds of grain, you need to pay 400 pounds. But if you find out your neighbor is keeping a personal slave and you report it, then this year you only need to pay 200 pounds of grain. So, at first, there's a reward, but later there will be heavy penalties. Who would dare to hide your crimes anymore? Who knows? By then, some neighbors might rush to report you. The rules that La Sung established around land distribution from a long-term perspective encourage reproduction from a short-term perspective, which can quickly absorb the surrounding population. When the surrounding population is entirely drawn in by the Han people, they can relocate these new wild people outside, establish new counties and provinces in the surrounding areas, send new people to garrison, and continue to expand outward. This program certainly has its drawbacks. After all, the population is limited while the surrounding lands are not fully exploited. Using such a policy, it can indeed achieve the goal of rapidly developing the Han tribe. Both territory and population will surge, but as time goes on, the negative effects of this policy will grow. Once there are no new lands to distribute to the people, or if all the wild people are wiped out, the Han tribe will explode into crisis. But this is the inevitability of management. There is no policy that can be applied forever. Just rely on your actual situation and adjust the policy as needed. Before a crisis erupts, it should be nipped in the bud. Similarly, this set of rules cannot be applied to the entire territory of the Han tribe. It is only suitable for agricultural districts. Places like fishermen, craftsmen, and herders cannot rigidly apply this rule. That wouldn't be practical. Therefore, based on the different regional characteristics of each place, develop local economic specialties while also building a legal system and development direction that fits the local populace. We will leave detailed provisions in writing. La Sung was trying to organize a meeting with local officials but gave up. Those small-time workers, can they really participate in building rules? Do they have that talent? Thinking of this, La Sung felt the loneliness of a time traveler, surrounded by thousands of people, yet no one could help him think about these kinds of issues. The students he entrusted could only become rule enforcers. First, he had to teach them how to do it, then let them follow the rules. If he wanted them to build rules, they also needed governance experience. As for La Sung having a national ideology, they had never even heard of it. Their thoughts were still stuck in the tribal period of communal ownership, truly separated from La Sung by thousands of years. He really didn't know what to do. Thinking of this, La Sung couldn't help but rub his head and sigh. My life is really tough, but no matter how hard it gets, only I can do it. There's no other way. If you want to wear a crown, you have to endure the pain. If you want to be an emperor, you must be prepared to endure the fatigue. The most arduous profession in this world is being an emperor. It seems like you hold the power of the whole world, but in reality, you have to manage a lot of things, especially since La Sung also plans to build a centralized government. Distributing land is impossible. Doing so would only cause endless civil wars, ultimately leading to a situation like during the Warring States period, with fires and bullets everywhere and the people suffering. On the contrary, only through unification and monopoly can all the resources of the nation be concentrated and used where needed to better develop the country. Just like La Sung wanting to climb the technology tree, wanting to create products, but even the raw materials aren't gathered enough. This material is in one country, that material in another, and both sides are still fighting. What can be done? How can one rely on climbing technology to become strong? It's like setting a unified rhythm. Even if La Sung dies in the next generation, regardless of how it breaks down, at least there will be a model from the ancestors to follow. While La Hong was biting the end of his pen, calculating possible scenarios and building rules and game regulations, the tribes in the area